Beep, beep, beep. The mechanical and frigid sound reverberated heavily within the confines of the hospital room. The nurse cautiously glanced at the towering figure shrouded in darkness beside her. Miss Wen has passed away. Fu Zheng's gaze remained fixed upon the colorless face of the woman lying on the hospital bed, his rigid shoulders gradually sagging as if some unseen force had drained his vitality in an instant. Leave! Before the nurse could utter a word, his icy demeanor softened slightly. She was least fond of his expression resembling that of a lifeless corpse. Leave! Until the atmosphere turned utterly frigid, devoid of any semblance of life. He bent down to gently kiss the pale back of her hand, and then pressed his entire face against it, two trails of tears cascading down his cheeks. In a voice that was hoarse from suppressing his emotions, he murmured, "Wen Li, look at me." In Kyoto, a gentle drizzle had persisted for 3 days, ushering away the last vestiges of summer's heat. In the villa district, the Wen family. "I can't face the meeting after coming in last on the exam. You should go in my stead." Middle-aged man Wen Rong held the report card in his hand, the abysmal score igniting his fury as he glared at the young girl perched on the sofa. Wen Wan reached out to gently pat the obviously fatigued Wen Li, offering soothing words. "Dad, she just didn't perform well this time, I assure you. She'll achieve top marks next time. Stop scolding her, she's unwell." Doing, standing nearby, lightly patted Wen Li's back and chided, "You don't need to be harsh, it's not a big deal." "You're frightening the child," Wen Rong retorted. "It's your indulgence that has led her to become like this. How will she manage the company in the future?" Wen Wan replied with concern, "Dad'll support my sister." Throughout the exchange, Wen Li remained silent, her brows knitted low as her hazy mind slowly began to clear. She gently lifted her hands, pristine and pale. In her first year of university, her left hand had been scalded, leaving a scar. The familiar dialogue, the known environment, she momentarily grasped the significance of her age. 18 years old, now entering her senior year of high school. Wen Rong had always placed great emphasis on her studies, yet he would often explode in anger at her consistently poor performance. But none of that mattered anymore. She was no longer a vegetative state. At that moment, the housekeeper hurried in to announce, "Sir, young Master Fu has arrived." Instantly, the anger on Wen Rong's face dissipated, replaced by a hint of obsequiousness, as he leaned down to quietly advise Wen Li, "Be sure to appease your uncle." The Fu family was currently in the prime of their glory. Had it not been for Wen Li's biological mother being close to Fu Zheng's sister, they would never have been able to forge such a connection. When they were younger, their relationship had been somewhat amicable, but ever since she entered middle school, Wen Li had grown to despise Fu Zheng, avoiding him at every opportunity. Just days prior, she had openly declared her disdain for him in his presence. He had likely assumed that she would no longer visit the Wen household, yet here he was. In the past, upon hearing Fu Zheng's arrival, Wen Li would have promptly fled upstairs, repulsed by his overly formal demeanor. Like an ancient relic, Wen Wan, oblivious to the moment, had seated herself beside her, offering her usual gentle reminder in a whisper, "Sister, if you dislike him, why not go upstairs?" Wen Li, however, ignored her, her gaze fixated on the man who had just entered, his tall figure clad in a dark suit, somber, yet undeniably handsome. Her eyes nearly welled with tears in an instant. Throughout the 3 years of her vegetative state, the one thing she had longed to do most was to sit up and embrace him. During those 3 years, her so-called sister, stepmother, and biological father had shown her no concern, save for Fu Zheng, who had tirelessly cared for her day and night. Though she could not open her eyes, she always sensed his distress. Noticing her lack of movement, Wen Wan urged softly, "Hurry upstairs, I'll shield you." In the next moment, Wen Li rose to her feet, but instead of retreating upstairs, she dashed toward the man, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Feeling the warmth emanating from him, she could barely contain her sobs. Fu Zheng. It had been several years since they had shared such intimate contact. The man immediately stiffened, his hands frozen in midair. His cold gaze landed on the soft figure in his embrace, momentarily softening before swiftly returning to its usual state. His voice remained as frigid as ever, cutting like ice. "What is it?" As he spoke, his eyes flickered toward Wen Rong, a steely glint suggesting a protective stance. Though Wen Rong was of the same generation, he was considerably older. Fu Zheng was the late-born son of the Fu family. Even so, the tension was palpable, and he hurriedly explained, "In the recent monthly exam, she came in last. I merely scolded her a bit." The person in his arms began to tremble, unable to suppress her sobs, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Fu Zheng's hand lifted, only to retreat swiftly behind his back. He spoke in a low tone. This isn't the first time she's placed last. What is there to scold her about? When Rome was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter. When Wan, realizing the situation, stepped forward to comfort Wen Li's sister. Don't cry, he'll handle the parent-teacher meeting for you. It's all right, poor grades are just that poor. In time, Mom can spend a little to send you abroad for studies. However, the voices around her did not quell Wen Li's tears. Instead, she clung to Fu Zheng tighter, burying her head in his chest. Fu Zheng's breath caught, and he glanced down at her, instinctively stepping back a half-pace. Wen Li followed suit, resembling a human pendant, her hands tightening around his waist. His prominent Adam's apple bobbed slowly as he turned his gaze elsewhere. Sister, let go, Wen Wan urged, grasping Wen Li's wrist in an attempt to separate them. Yet Wen Li remained unmoved, her grip tightening further. A singular thought consumed her mind. Embrace him. Fu Zheng's eyes flickered as he took note of her reddened arms, previously gripped by someone else. Silently, he raised his hand to gently pat Wen Wan's, who met his cold gaze and paled, instinctively retreating a step. Unaware of the tension, Wen Li gradually felt her emotions stabilize amid the familiar scent enveloping her. Minutes later, she looked up through tear-filled eyes at the still handsome man before her. Will you attend the parent-teacher meeting for me? Fu Zheng responded with a curt his icy voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Let go. In that fleeting moment of reliance, her heart felt as though it had been struck heavily. Wen Li nodded, tears still glistening on her face. Fu Zheng's gaze lingered on her for a few seconds. Let's go. I'll grab my backpack. Wen Li, though unaware of the circumstances surrounding her previous accident, recalled that on the day she arrived, an unmarked vehicle had struck her. After dodging it once, the vehicle had collided with her again, ultimately sending her sprawling to the ground. Had it not been for Fu Zheng's timely arrival, she might not have even had the chance to become a vegetative state. That day, when Wan had invited her out, but following the incident, this so-called good sister hadn't cared for her even once. She vowed to uncover the truth behind the events. Now, she needed to catch up on her studies. As she ascended the stairs, Wen Wan followed closely behind, observing her sister, who had recently expressed disdain for Fu Zheng, now seemingly transformed. She appeared to depend on Fu Zheng greatly. Dear sister, Dad only scolded you verbally, he won't hit you. Please don't go to the Fu family, I can keep you company at home. Didn't you want to see a movie? I'll accompany you. Wen Li focused solely on packing her backpack, only glancing at Wen Wan once she was done, searching her gentle face for any sign of disquiet, but found none. Indeed, if it were truly her, she would have perfected her pretenses long ago. I don't want to go. Wen Li had once cherished this half-sister, as they had always treated her with kindness, indulging her in everything. After more than 20 years of familial affection, she could not fathom why they had never once visited her during her 3 years of vegetative state. In retrospect, it seemed rather odd they had always been reluctant to associate her with the Fu family. She lowered her head to conceal the wariness in her eyes. I need to hide for a while. Seeing her steadfastness, Wen Wan adopted a somewhat intimidating tone. Fu Zheng can be quite fierce. He's even hit people before, you remember? I worry he might hurt you. Wen Li continued to pack her backpack, pausing slightly at this remark. If Fu Zheng would strike her, she would willingly endure it in her past life. She had uttered many harsh words to him. He was arguably the one person most justified in abandoning her. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and looked up at Wen Wan, her tone resolute. I don't want to stay at home right now. At this moment, she simply wished to be closer to Fu Zheng, just as he had been with her throughout those 3 years. Wen Wan sighed, relenting. Then I'll accompany you there. I'm afraid you might be bullied, and I can stand in front of you. Uncle doesn't like anyone getting too close to him. Wen Li had long been aware that Fu Zheng preferred to keep women at a distance, with her being the sole exception. How blind she had been! Wen Wan hesitated at the thought of Fu Zheng's demeanor, but ultimately conceded. Wen Li descended the stairs with her backpack, and Fu Zheng stood waiting for her in the same spot, his impeccably tailored suit accentuating his already superior physique. His expression was indifferent, his gaze following her. He stood still, while the Wen family remained standing as well. The two exited the Wen household, and after a few paces, Fu Zheng suddenly halted and turned to her. When Rong hit you? Wen Li shook her head. No. Fu Zheng grunted in response, his large hand skillfully reaching out to take her backpack, signaling for her to relinquish it. In elementary school, he often carried her bag for her. Or rather, Wen Li had been raised by him all along. Subsequently, he casually slung the bag over his shoulder, the combination of a suit with a powder-pink backpack appearing somewhat incongruous. "Walk ahead," he instructed. No sooner had the words left his lips than he met her gaze, her eyes rimmed in crimson, resembling someone on the verge of tears. Fu Zheng hesitated, retrieving a tissue from his pocket and handing it to her. "It's not your first time coming in last place in an exam. Is it really so tragic?" Before Wen Li could respond, he added, "Next time, just write a few more words in your essay, and you won't be at the bottom." Wen Li remained silent. She accepted the tissue, lowering her head to wipe her tears, and murmured, "Could you please refrain from mentioning my last place finish?" Fu Zheng acknowledged her with a simple and then advised, "Then don't cry." The Fu residence was merely a few minutes' walk away. Logically, given their substantial wealth, they should have relocated long ago, yet they had not. With her mother's connections, the Fu family had always treated her with kindness. The moment Fu Yu spotted her, a smile brightened her face as she inquired, "What happened to little Li? Have you been crying? Did he bully you?" Fu Zheng placed the backpack on the sofa, his voice steady. She didn't perform well and was scolded by Wen Rong. "Don't worry, just do better next time. I have to head to the office today and can't look after her. Little Li, if you want anything, just let your uncle know. He has the means." Fu Yu hurriedly slipped on her high heels and rushed out. The living room was left with just the two of them. Fu Zheng retrieved some fruit from the fridge, washed it, and set it on the table before settling onto the sofa. Wen Li rummaged through her backpack for her books, but could not find a pen. She glanced at Fu Zheng, sheepishly admitting, "I don't have a pen." Fu Zheng looked at her for a few seconds before rising and heading upstairs. After a brief moment, he returned with an expensive fountain pen and handed it to her. "If you have questions, just ask me." Though she had managed to enter university in her previous life, her family had essentially paid for her admission, and she had not truly studied anything afterward. She glanced at the mathematics paper, then pulled out the English paper, swiftly switching to the Chinese paper, which she found somewhat more manageable. Eventually, his phone rang, and he stepped away to answer. "Not going. I'm busy." "Yes, she's doing her homework." After hanging up, he turned to find Wen Li nibbling on the pen's nib, her expression one of hesitation. "Don't chew on the pen." Wen Li immediately released it and, after a moment, looked up at him. "Could you help me find a tutor? I seem to be struggling." Fu Zheng strode over, standing beside her to examine the test paper. For reading comprehension, connect it with the context. Noticing her gaze directed upwards at him, he decided to crouch beside her. "Look here," he instructed, just as he reached a point at a specific sentence in the text. In that instant, Wen Li turned her head to him, as if acknowledging his presence. Fu Zheng's expression momentarily froze, an enigmatic emotion flickering in his eyes. He cleared his throat softly, his tone nonchalant. "Focus on the test paper. My face doesn't have the answers." Wen Li's gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds before she shifted her attention away. Typically composed, Fu Zheng had removed his suit jacket and even unbuttoned 2 buttons after half an hour of tutoring, yet his demeanor remained patient. 3 hours later, Wen Li finally completed her assignments for the week. After sitting for a few minutes, she stood to pack her backpack. Instinctively shaking her head, her ponytail swayed as she raised her hand to tuck a few strands of hair behind her ear. "I'll make dinner for you." The astute man raised an eyebrow in suspicion, prompting a bright smile from Wen Li, her beautiful eyes sparkling like clear pearls. "I can make egg fried rice." Winning a man's heart begins with his stomach. At that moment, the elderly Mr. Fu, clad in traditional attire, entered from outside. Upon seeing Wen Li, he beamed with affection. "Little Li has come. Perfect timing. I have a favor to ask of you. Help your uncle choose a suitable aunt." He handed Wen Li a stack of photographs. Indeed, aside from the 3 years when she was in a vegetative state, Fu Zheng had never shown any romantic inclination towards her. He had never considered being with her. Wen Li half-heartedly selected 2 pictures from the stack, saying, "These 2. Little Li has great taste. I've chosen these 2 young ladies as well. Fu Zheng, take a look, and if suitable, they'll arrange a meeting." Having retired, Mr. Fu now occupied himself primarily with the marital prospects of the younger generation. Fu Zheng didn't spare a glance at the photographs, casually taking the ones from Wen Li and tossing them onto the coffee table, indifferent. "Do as you please." "What do you mean, do as you please?" "You should at least choose a woman you like. Mutual affection is paramount. right, little Li? Mr. Fu insisted. Wen Li glanced at Fu Zheng and nodded earnestly. It's very important. Turning back to Fu Zheng, she added, next time we'll treat you to egg fried rice. With that, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and exited. The Fu residence was adjacent to the Wen home, and it didn't take long for Wen Li to arrive. Entering her house, she found it empty, likely as the three of them had gone to work. Wen Li understood that her most pressing task was to focus on her studies, with less than a year until the college entrance examinations. If she didn't buckle down now, it would be too late. At the very least, after uncovering the truth, she would have the means to fight back. She could certainly seek Fu Zheng's assistance, but she did not wish to manipulate him in any way. After spending about 10 minutes locating her first-year textbooks and drafting a study plan, Wen Li immersed herself in her studies for hours, finally glancing up to see that night had fallen. She took out her phone and stumbled upon photographs of Fu Zheng dining with the daughter of the Shin family. The young lady was strikingly beautiful, with a well-proportioned figure. Looking down at her plain, short-sleeved shirt and unremarkable physique, she felt a fleeting sense of inadequacy, as if she was merely an ordinary girl trying to stand out before Fu Zheng. In the pitch-black night, the streetlights cast shadows on two figures whose distance revealed an air of unfamiliarity. The woman, somewhat tentative, attempted to initiate conversation. The dishes today were quite good. Do you often eat there? The man's voice was cool and succinct. No, my assistant chose them. The woman responded with an "oh," then inquired, where do you usually prefer to eat? I have a penchant for fine dining. The man momentarily halted his steps, and the woman followed his gaze. Not far off, illuminated by the lights, stood a 17 or 18-year-old girl clad in a simple, pure white dress, her hair neatly tucked behind her ear, wearing a pair of black, cartoon-themed flip-flops. The cold demeanor around Fu Zheng softened as he silently lengthened his stride, soon approaching the girl. Wen Li was about to say something when the woman trailing Fu Zheng caught up, her vibrant face radiating warmth. Fu Zheng, who is this? She's my niece, Fu Zheng replied. The woman's smile broadened as she exclaimed, no wonder she's so lovely. I didn't prepare a gift for our meeting, but I'll make sure to remedy that tomorrow. As she spoke, she reached out to pat Wen Li on the head. Wen Li obediently nodded, handing Fu Zheng the bag in her hand. Egg fried rice. At the mention, Fu Zheng's hands, which hung at his sides, twitched slightly, his gaze lingering on her face before quickly averting. Are you waiting for me here? Yes, Wen Li confirmed with a nod. Fu Zheng accepted the bag, his eyes evidently drawn to its contents. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Li summoned her courage to ask, Fu Zheng, could you wait until after my college entrance exams before engaging in matchmaking? Perhaps distracted by the bag in his hands, Fu Zheng inquired why. Because. Wen Li glanced at him again before continuing, because I also want to go on a blind date. As soon as the words left her lips, the man's gaze shifted sharply to her face, his expression contemplative. After a short pause, he queried, are you in a relationship? No. Wen Li shook her head and then, with sincerity, added, he isn't interested. Fu Zheng felt a twinge of discomfort in his brow and rubbed it with his hand, ultimately adopting a stern tone. No early relationships wait until university. I've already hired a tutor who will schedule lessons based on your availability. Fine, I won't pursue early relationships, but you must promise me to avoid matchmaking. Seeing him nod, she waved her hand and smiled warmly. Fu Zheng, good night. As he stepped into the living room, Mr. Fu scrutinized him from head to toe. How did it go? Was it satisfactory? Fu Zheng remained silent, directly walking to the dining table and retrieving the food container from the bag. Noticing this, Mr. Fu approached with satisfaction, promptly exclaiming, this is good, very considerate of you. It was given by Wen Li. Fu Zheng paid no heed to Mr. Fu's reaction, sitting down to eat the egg fried rice, which surprisingly tasted quite good, though soon his brow furrowed slightly. Mr. Fu's expression of delight diminished a little. Well, this isn't quite right. Curiously, he then asked, how was the egg fried rice that little Li made? Let me have a taste. That little girl only thinks of pleasing you and forgets about me. Go outside and turn left, Fu Zheng replied coolly. Mr. Fu was momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could respond, Fu Zheng added, for the next 2 years, there will be no matchmaking. I have no time. I'll marry before I turn 30. Fu Zheng paused momentarily, lifting his eyelids slightly. And have children by 40? Aren't you worried about getting older? Mr. Fu coughed lightly and, hands behind his back, walked away. In his youth, he had discovered he was infertile, so he adopted Fu Yu. Then, at the age of 40, unexpectedly, Fu Zheng's mother became pregnant. At that time, the entire Fu family treated the matter with utmost seriousness. Fu Zheng's mother even refrained from leaving the house for a year to ensure the safety of the fetus. Fu Zheng was a generation older than the children in the circle, often being called uncle by a group of kids. As a child, he found it unpleasant and frequently hid at home. Later, when Wen Li was born, her first word was a sweet, innocent uncle, and Fu Zheng no longer minded the titles, visiting the Wen household daily to spend time with the child. That as Fu Yu consumed her breakfast, Fu Zheng descended from the upper floor. The siblings had shared a close bond since childhood. She scrutinized his expression. Didn't sleep well? You have 2 dark circles under your eyes. Fu Zheng poured himself a glass of water and replied nonchalantly. Fu Yu handed him a pair of chopsticks, and recalling something, she added, these past few days have been quite hectic, and I forgot to ask you what happened during Xiao Li's 18th birthday. Why did you leave so suddenly? Fu Yu could hardly believe he had pressing matters to attend to. He was always involved in anything concerning Wen Li, especially considering it was Wen Li's coming-of-age celebration. Did Xiao Li upset you? She was aware that in recent years, Wen Li had not been particularly fond of Fu Zheng, likely due to her rebellious phase. No. Fu Zheng clearly preferred to avoid this topic. Fu Yu tactfully shifted the conversation, saying, brother-in-law mentioned he'd be cooking at home, inviting you both over for dinner. Sure, they'll come after the parent-teacher meeting, Fu Zheng replied. Fu Yu naturally understood whom he was attending the meeting for, so she refrained from commenting. Wen Li had studied until 3 in the morning the previous night, and when she awoke today, it was already 10 o'clock. The school mandated attendance by 9:30. After all, the workload in the senior year was quite demanding. She immediately sprang from her bed to pack her bag, hurriedly descending the stairs, where Duing and Wenwan were arranging flowers in the living room, glancing over at her. Wenwan spoke up, sister, there's no rush, mom has already helped you take a leave. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Now that her mind was clearer, she realized how fortunate that was. She recalled that in her previous life, Fu Zheng had been the only one to genuinely care about her, while she had repaid him with harsh words. She truly deserved that. Lowering her gaze, she stated, from now on, make sure to wake me up on time. With that, she dashed out the door with her backpack. Wenwan pondered for a moment, shaking her head. Perhaps Dad was too stern yesterday. Wen Li mentioned wanted to go to the amusement park a few days ago, Mom. Could you take her tomorrow? I need to prepare for the debate competition and am quite busy. All right, focus on your studies once you graduate. You can intern at the Wen family. Duing gently patted her hand, giving her a meaningful look. At school, after arriving late, Wen Li found the homeroom teacher turning a blind eye. After all, if the parents didn't care about their child's grades, why should he? With a dismissive wave, he allowed her to enter for self-study. Teacher Pan, Wen Li called out obediently, before shouldering her backpack and entering the classroom. Pan Mingyan opened his eyes and glanced at the girl in the classroom, letting out a surprised "oh." Although Wen Li was not the troublemaker type, she was not particularly compliant either. Wen Li's reputation at school was not stellar. She didn't reside on campus and lacked interest in her studies, resulting in a scarcity of friends. Upon seeing her arrive, her deskmate's voice trailed off slightly as he recited, but the next moment, he was left stunned because Wen Li's voice was quite loud. Yet in the context of the classroom, it felt oddly fitting. The master said, Tang, Hanyu, ancient scholars must have teachers, and teachers are those who impart knowledge and resolve doubts. Students in the rows ahead and behind turned to look at Wen Li, for she would usually be dozing off at this hour. Wen Li noticed their stares and smiled at them. Her natural beauty became even more striking with a smile, instantly making her less bothersome. Throughout the self-study period, Wen Li recited classical Chinese literature, and Pan Mingyan naturally noticed, finding it quite intriguing. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, parents began to arrive one after another. Wen Li leaned over the balcony, waiting for Fu Zheng. After several minutes, she finally saw Fu Zheng's car entering the school. She stepped downstairs, and just as she reached the first floor, she spotted Fu Zheng ascending the stairs, clad in a simple white t-shirt, black trousers, and casual shoes. Although Fu Zheng held a higher status, he was only 26 years old, and to the naked eye, he resembled someone in their early 20s. Fu Zheng. At the same time, Fu Zheng noticed her, but before he could say anything, the man behind him remarked, White-eyed wolf, you're rather polite today. This man was Fu Zheng's friend Bai Siyuan. Although they were friends, they were not of the same generation. Bai Siyuan particularly disliked Wen Li, as Fu Zheng's concern for her was evident. Yet Wen Li treated him coldly, akin to a white-eyed wolf. They had often referred to her as such. She was indeed a white-eyed wolf. Uncle Bai. Sincerity was her secret weapon. Bai Siyuan nearly stumbled on the stairs, glancing up at Wen Li. At that moment, Fu Zheng kicked Bai Siyuan lightly, succinctly instructing apologize. Bai Siyuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, suspiciously regarded Wen Li, noting her significant change after just a few days. I misspoke. Wen Li led the two into the classroom, and Fu Zheng naturally took her seat, while Bai Siyuan somehow acquired a chair to sit beside him. When the homeroom teacher arrived, the students all exited, and Wen Li followed suit. Unlike her classmates, she did not linger by the window as if on a prison visit. In a corner, she quietly recited classical Chinese until she could recite an entire piece. And then the parents in the classroom gradually began to emerge. Bai Siyuan was the first to exit and approached Wen Li, mock seriously threatening. "You're in big trouble, your homeroom teacher is talking about you." Quite impressive, scoring only a few points in every subject I could score higher with my eyes closed. Wen Li looked at him, stating the facts. "This isn't my first time scoring in the single digits." Bai Siyuan. He regarded her with keen interest. A miser is surprisingly generous. Wen Li chose not to respond. Bai Siyuan was notorious for his sharp tongue, capable of leaving others speechless. Noticing her disregard, Bai Siyuan glanced at her, taking in her petite face, delicate features, and fair complexion. No wonder. After a while, Fu Zheng emerged alongside the homeroom teacher, spotting Wen Li instantly and striding over, fixing his gaze on her for a few seconds. "I know you don't want to study." Wen Li's eyes brightened slightly. Although she was not diligent in her studies, she was not at the bottom of the class either. She simply lacked the motivation to engage. Others studied for a brighter future. She could effortlessly achieve success without much effort. Thus, she had become complacent. "I will study diligently." Then, recalling something, she added, "Please keep it a secret. I want to make a stunning impression." She could not let Wen Wan and the others know about her change in attitude towards studying just yet. She also did not wish to doubt them, but the truth seemed to loom before her. Bai Siyuan chuckled. "A stunning impression? If it's for the college entrance exam, scoring at the bottom would indeed be quite remarkable." She paused for a moment before asking, "Will you come to pick me up tonight? I'm a bit afraid of the dark." It was an intentional attempt to interact with Fu Zheng, but she was genuinely a little afraid of the dark. Bai Siyuan volunteered to be the chauffeur, and as they drove out of the school, he casually glanced at her. "Actually, you don't share any blood relation." A few days ago, on the day of Wen Li's 18th birthday celebration, Fu Zheng had suddenly approached him, his eyes filled with a struggle and resistance that eventually transformed into a sense of helplessness. He confessed. He had suddenly realized he felt a romantic flutter towards Wen Li. The youthful stirrings of affection not only came late, but also broke through his moral boundaries. Upon hearing that, Bai Siyuan initially thought the world was ending, but then he realized it was all right, for there was absolutely no blood relation between Fu Zheng and Wen Li. It was akin to the Fu family being an authentic royal lineage, while the Wen family was merely a small, obscure household. The man in the passenger seat turned his head to look out the window, his tone as cold as ever. "Let's not speak of this matter again." Instantly, Bai Siyuan understood his meaning. There would be no crossing that line, not even a little. They had grown up together, knowing that Fu Zheng had never harbored romantic feelings. Initially, he thought Fu Zheng was simply taking on a fatherly role, having lost hope in life. Yet, that was not the case. Chapter 3. The unusual is always suspicious. Wen Li's peculiar behavior drew the keen attention of her homeroom teacher, Pan Mingyan. During evening study sessions, he deliberately approached her several times, only to find her engrossed in her studies each time. The unusual nature of her actions was unmistakable, and it was evident that something was amiss. In the final minutes before class ended, he once again stood beside Wen Li and swiftly seized her book. Instinctively glancing at the items on her desk, expecting to see novels or similar literature, he was taken aback to find high school textbooks instead, their pristine pages half filled with notes. Indeed, after years of teaching, one encounters all manner of strange phenomena. Wen Li's beautiful eyes met his gaze, and Pan Mingyan felt a pang of embarrassment for misjudging his student. He placed the book down, cleared his throat, and continued. "Mr. Pan," Wen Li seized the opportunity to call out to him. Subsequently, she pulled out a physics workbook, opened it, and handed it to him. "Could you explain this problem? I can't seem to solve it." Pan Mingyan hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded, bending down to examine the workbook. Before long, he found himself explaining the solution, surprised to see that Wen Li was keeping up with him in his astonishment. He complimented her. It appears you are not lacking in intelligence. I had thought you might have some cognitive difficulties. Wen Li remained silent. Pan Mingyan, realizing he had inadvertently spoken his true thoughts, quickly backtracked and praised her again. You truly are quite clever. After packing her bag, Wen Li navigated through the throng of students and exited the classroom. Just as she reached the doorway, a group of boys in the corridor began to tease her. Wen Li, renowned for her striking beauty, she often found boys waiting for her in the hall, exchanging a few words from time to time. Instantly, others turned to look. Wen Li glanced over but ignored the group, shouldering her bag and walking away in the midst of their playful shoving. One boy accidentally bumped into her, causing her to stagger momentarily. Had it been her former self, she would have been furious. But now she simply steadied herself and regarded them. The boys, grinning foolishly, offered insincere apologies. Sorry. Suddenly, a large hand pulled Wen Li back slightly. Just as she was about to express her anger, she turned her head to find it was Fu Zheng. He cast a dismissive glance at the group of boys, who were still in the midst of their antics. Feeling emboldened by his presence, Wen Li firmly pushed back against the boys. I'm sorry, but I want to forgive you. The boys, undeterred, quickly backed off upon seeing Fu Zheng, a figure of authority. Fu Zheng and Wen Li descended the stairs one after the other. He opened the rear door of his car, waiting for her to enter before shutting it behind her. Taking his place in the passenger seat, Wen Li glanced at him, sensing Fu Zheng's desire to maintain distance. She opted for silence. At that moment, she had little to say. Turning on the rear seat light, she retrieved her workbook to study. The journey was quiet as the car rolled into the villa district, finally halting at the entrance of the one residence. Wen Li looked up to see the brightly lit villa enveloped in the night, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as though she were trapped in an iron cage, desperately seeking a way out. She felt a growing aversion to the home where she had grown up. Fu Zheng's gaze met hers through the rearview mirror as he murmured an acknowledgement. The driver promptly started the engine. Pulling into the Fu household, where only Fu's grandfather was seated on the sofa, watching television. Hearing the door open, he turned to see who had arrived. Xiao Li has come. Have you eaten? Yes, Wen Li replied obediently. Fu Zheng subtly gestured for her to head upstairs. Go and work in my room. Wen Li nodded and ascended the stairs. After a while, Fu's grandfather inquired softly, What's wrong with that child? Has the one family said something to her? It was uncommon for Wen Li to visit the Fu residence, and even less so to stay there. About that, Fu Zheng replied, retrieving some fruit from the refrigerator. Washing it before bringing it upstairs, he knocked on the bedroom door, then opened it, placing the fruit platter on the table under Wen Li's watchful gaze. I'll be downstairs. If you need anything, just call. As he turned to leave, Wen Li called out, Could you stay with me for a bit? I'm afraid of the dark. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng paused, hesitating for a moment before responding with a reluctant and sat down on the edge of her bed. Wen Li shot him a glance, then took out her homework. An hour later, she declared, I'm done. Let us go, Fu Zheng said, shifting his gaze from his phone and standing up to exit first. In the living room, Fu's grandfather was still engrossed in a war movie, unable to sleep at his age and finding solace in such films. As the two descended, the battle on screen raged intensely. Without a word, Fu Zheng took the remote and abruptly halted the scene. Time for bed. Fu's grandfather immediately glared, attempting to protest. I'll finish this episode and then sleep. Fu Zheng remained silent, merely holding the remote, signaling Wen Li to step ahead of him. Just before they exited, Wen Li caught a glimpse of Fu's grandfather muttering, Am I the elder? Or are you the elder? Her peripheral vision instinctively shifted to the man behind her, handsome yet solemn. Previously, she had struggled to comprehend why he seemed so mature for his age, but now it dawned on her. While being an elder child is indeed precious, it comes with burdens that exceed those of ordinary individuals, leading to greater stress. Fu Zheng had taken on the responsibilities of the Fu family at an early age, and it was clear he had endured significant hardships along the way. Naturally, he would be far more mature than his peers. Fu Zheng, wait for me. I will help you share the burdens in the future. She had only uttered 2 words before catching herself, realizing she had yet to decipher her own matters. Just wait a little longer. Once I am capable, I will surely assist you. She quickly rephrased, Once I have a break, I'll treat you to a meal. Is the one family unkind to you? Fu Zheng's eyes were filled with curiosity as he scrutinized her expression. Wen Li's gaze dimmed momentarily, yet she shook her head. No, they treat me quite well. To the entrance of the one residence, Wen Li waved at Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng, good night. See you tomorrow. With that, she dashed into her home. Upon entering the living room, Doing stood from the sofa, a loving expression gracing her face as she tentatively asked, "Did your uncle come to pick you up?" Wen Li realized that Doing was already aware of the situation. Nodding, she intended to head upstairs, but Doing, smiling, continued, "I've taken leave from your homeroom teacher. Tomorrow I will accompany you to the amusement park." She then picked up an item from the table and handed it to Wen Li, a new gaming console, purchased secretly without your father's knowledge. Please don't be angry with him. He is just preoccupied with the company. Once your sister assists him, your studies won't matter as much. After the college entrance examination, I'll arrange for you to study abroad. And you can continue your dance lessons. Chapter 4. He retreats. She advances. Wen Li had been learning dance since childhood, earning several medals, but once she encountered video games in middle school, she ceased her dance education. Doing's words reminded her that she still possessed a talent, at least a skill she could pursue further. Regardless of the one family's situation, she needed to ensure her own survival. She looked at Doing and followed her lead, saying, "Mom, could you help me find a dance teacher? I want to learn again." Doing would undoubtedly agree. "I'm going upstairs to play games. Please don't disturb me." After saying this, she climbed the stairs with her bag. Once in her bedroom, Wen Li locked the door and switched on the gaming console, turning the volume up to create an atmosphere of gaming. She thought to herself, since she wants to play, there's little I can do about it. Let her have some fun, as the academic pressure has been quite intense lately. Doing took his coat and remarked, "You see her, it's pointless. It only disrupts the harmony at home." Wen Rong rubbed his temples, pondering, what academic pressure does she have? Always ranking at the bottom of her class, how could she possibly take over the company in the future? If it weren't for his promise to Wen Rong's grandfather, he wouldn't bother with whether Wen Li studied or not. Doing was his university sweetheart. They had broken up over minor issues. And after marrying Wen Li's mother, they met again. A few days after Wen Li's mother suffered complications during childbirth, he learned that Doing had given birth to a daughter, slightly older than Wen Li. For both emotional and moral reasons, he felt obligated. But Wen Li's grandfather was aware of his infidelity during marriage and was concerned he might neglect Wen Li in the future. After negotiations, the inheritance rights of the one family company were granted solely to Wen Li, and Wen Rong could only marry Doing under such conditions. Moreover, Wan, though not particularly outstanding, was performing well academically and could assist Xiaoli without issue. Doing said. When Rong's expression softened slightly, Wan was indeed obedient, and with her around, he felt more at ease. A few days ago, Wan had mentioned she wouldn't be studying abroad, stating that he was unwell and would handle work matters after graduation. Doing sighed and gently said, she has always wanted to study literature abroad. When Rong's face reflected his guilt, "I have treated Wan poorly. Although she cannot inherit the company, I won't neglect her. Family members don't speak of family matters. Harmony is more important than anything else," Doing reassured him. He embraced her, kissing her forehead, then glanced upstairs, irritated. "It's so late. Why is she still playing games?" "All right, don't be angry. Let her play." Doing softly patted his chest, trying to soothe him. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, when Rong still heard the sounds of gaming, he sat up, intending to go upstairs, but Doing wrapped her arms around his waist. "You have a meeting tomorrow. Sleep now. Today's children just love to play games." A little one tea hurt. At 2 o'clock in the morning, when Li finished her studies, turned off the gaming console, washed up, and collapsed onto her bed. Having learned from the previous day's experience, she set her alarm for 7 o'clock. Rising was painful, but remaining a vegetable was even worse. By this time, when Rong had already gotten up and come downstairs, seeing her and immediately saying, "If you keep playing games, I'll smash them all." Wen Li had never liked him before, and in this new life, she still did not. For when Rong had always seen her merely as a tool for inheriting the company. Had he and Doing had a son, he would undoubtedly be scheming for that child to inherit the company. However, she understood that when Rong wouldn't take any drastic action against her. Not because of her family, but because of Fu Zheng. Many of the one family projects were intentionally overlooked by Fu Zheng. Noticing that she was solely focused on her breakfast, when Rong slammed his hand on the table. "What are you eating?" "You're not allowed to eat." Wen Li obediently stood up, slinging her bag over her shoulder. "I'm going to eat at the Fu residence." Acting as if she hadn't heard him, she dashed into the Fu household, only to find Fu Zheng emerging from the living room. Their eyes met, and Wen Li quietly complained, "Fu Zheng, when Rong want tea, let me eat breakfast. Go inside and eat." Fu Zheng said, his expression darkening as he stepped aside for her to enter, then instructed the driver, "You don't need to take me. Take her to school instead." "You should take me," Wen Li insisted. Pushing for more, the girl donned her school uniform, comprised of a short-sleeved blouse atop a black pleated skirt, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. Her lustrous, jet-black hair was elegantly tied at the back, with a few wisps framing her face. Her voice was soft and gentle, rendering her requests exceedingly difficult to refuse. Fu Zheng's gaze lingered a moment longer than intended before he quickly averted his eyes, stating with resolve, "I have matters to attend to." "All right," Wen Li replied, adjusting the strap of her backpack. Despite her words, she remained rooted in place, her eyes fixed on Fu Zheng. He had no pressing issues. He was merely avoiding any semblance of impropriety. He withdrew, while she advanced. Otherwise, the two would have no opportunity whatsoever. He only needed to take a small step, and she would take the rest. Fu Zheng felt a tightening in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he raised his hand to check his watch. The chill in his demeanor softened a fraction. Breakfast would be consumed in the car. He instructed her to get in. Not long after his words, Wen Li climbed into the spacious vehicle, a subtle scent of masculine cedarwood cologne wafting through the air, Fu Zheng's signature fragrance. This aroma had been her favorite during the 3 years she spent in a vegetative state, for it signified that Fu Zheng had come to keep her company. She inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. Moments later, Fu Zheng entered the car with breakfast in hand, while Wen Li busied herself with her studies, occasionally stealing glances at the man in the passenger seat. Shortly after Wen Li arrived at school, Duing came to fetch her. Wen Li had already concocted an excuse. "I stayed up too late playing video games last night and didn't want to come. I'll just sleep in the classroom." Noticing the dark circles under Wen Li's eyes, Duing refrained from further questioning, gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear. "Then make sure you rest well in class." After a moment's thought, she added, "This weekend, there's a family banquet. I know you're not fond of such gatherings, so perhaps you could stay at your grandfather's for a couple of days, or arrange to go out with friends." Duing and Wen Wan had long maintained an air of indifference toward wealth and status. Yet, their current situation raised questions. If they truly held no regard for such things, why had they accepted a marriage proposal from the only son of the Qin family? Notorious in Kyoto for his capricious nature, the fact that the Qin family agreed to the engagement with Wen Wan was indeed surprising. "I'm just gaming at home, not coming downstairs," Wen Li stated. Duing hesitated, then urged, "It might be too noisy at home. I worry it could disrupt your gaming." "Then I'll go to the Fu residence," Wen Li countered, taking a step back. Duing immediately shook her head. "That wouldn't be appropriate. Just stay upstairs and game. I'll ensure no one disturbs you." Chapter 5. Growing up compared to other schools, the one in Beijing was far more accommodating, likely due to its strong faculty and respect for students' holiday time. Senior students enjoyed weekends off, albeit with ample homework. On Friday afternoon, after school, her deskmate Zhou Qin packed her bag, hesitating for a moment before addressing Wen Li. "Wen Li, shall we head to the library to study together?" Wen Li, aware of her unpopularity, paused for a few seconds before responding, "I doubt they would like me very much." "You go ahead, you're quite nice," Zhou Qin observed, having taken note of Wen Li's quiet diligence over the past few days, occasionally helping her with assignments. Having had few friends in her previous life, Wen Li contemplated before nodding, "All right." Seeing her agreement, Zhou Qin stood to inform a few other girls. Wen Li noticed their hesitant glances in her direction. Seemingly reluctant, it was unclear what Zhou Qin said, but the group approached, waiting for her to finish packing, appearing somewhat amicable. As they exited the classroom, Wen Li spotted Wen Wan nearby, carrying an assortment of snacks. Her bright appearance, accentuated by her attire, drew the attention of several boys as they walked by. Zhou Qin and her friends recognized Wen Wan, as she often visited and occasionally warned them against bullying Wen Li, a sentiment that sat uncomfortably with them. Over time, they had distanced themselves from Wen Li. Zhou Qin turned to Wen Li, softly asking, "Are you coming?" Then, as she often did, she reached out to gently tug at Wen Wan's hand, displaying a hint of affection. Wen Wan indulgently nodded, "All right, go have fun." She then looked at Zhou Qin and her friends, kindly reminding them, "Please don't bully Wen Li, okay?" Instantly, Zhou Qin and the others bristled at her words. One girl opened her mouth to protest, but Wen Li interjected with sincerity, I'm the only one who bullies them. Sister, you should go now. All right, I'll head off first. Stay safe, Wen Wan replied, departing with her belongings. Wen Li turned to Zhou Qin and the others, noticing their slightly sour expressions. She boldly asked, "Are you still willing to let me join you?" Initially, Zhou Qin and her friends felt a twinge of discomfort, but they soon found themselves amused by her candor. Lin Baozhu looked at her and said, "I thought you only followed your sister's lead." She stuck out her tongue playfully. Wen Li responded earnestly, "People must grow up. If I don't grow up soon, I might die again." Lin Baozhu, with her cheerful personality, laughed heartily, linking her arm with Wen Li's. "I think I'm starting to like you." "I must be quite likable," Wen Li quipped, blinking playfully. "Wow, you're exceedingly confident. Typically, I'm the best in the country." The group of girls chatted and laughed as they exited the school. The library was nearby, just a 10-minute walk away. Wen Li, in comparison to them, struggled a bit with her studies. After 2 hours, Zhou Qin and her friends gradually finished their assignments. Others nodded in agreement, and Lin Baozhu, having grown closer to Wen Li, declared, "I'll keep you company." Once the others departed, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin settled beside Wen Li, soon realizing why she had been slower. When faced with questions she couldn't answer, she flipped through her books, quickly grasping the relevant concepts. After another 2 hours, Wen Li finally completed her assignments. Turning her head, she noticed Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu engrossed in their reading. She whispered, "Let me treat you to dinner." Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu hesitated, not wanting to take advantage of her. "Let us go Dutch." Wen Li smiled, and the three of them exited in single file, leading them into a quaint, old alley. Soon, she pointed to a vintage storefront, asking, "Can we eat here? The food is quite good." Though unaware of Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu's family backgrounds, most students at Beijing schools came from well-off families. Zhou Qin hesitated. "Is it hygienic? I'm quite curious to try," Lin Baozhu chimed in. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Qin decided, "Then let's eat." Wen Li relished the food from this establishment. After her first bite, Lin Baozhu gasped in delight, exclaiming, "It's delicious." "How do you know about street food?" Wen Li swallowed before replying, "I have a weakness for it. My mother and brother forbid me from eating street food." Claiming it's unsanitary, Lin Baozhu grimaced, and Zhou Qin nodded in agreement. Wen Li lowered her gaze, acknowledging, "Indeed, street food is often unsanitary. Yet, Duing and Wen Wan have never discouraged me. They even indulge my cravings. I don't complain or blame anyone. Those who genuinely care for you will impose certain restrictions. It's acceptable to indulge occasionally, but not regularly." Once they finished eating, Lin Baozhu seemed to consider Wen Li a close friend. Leaning in conspiratorially, she whispered, "Wen Li, shall we sneak a peek at a bar later? My brother frequents bars but doesn't he take me, saying I'm not allowed. However, my cousin claims there are many handsome guys inside. And I'm curious. Zhou Qin is timid. I'm somewhat brave, but you must be quite daring." Wen Li remained silent. Seeing her lack of response, Lin Baozhu clasped her hands together. "I really want to go." "Fine, I promise not to blame you," Lin Baozhu exclaimed, pulling her into a hug. For safety's sake, they chose a bar owned by the Fu family. Before entering, Wen Li stowed away her backpack and changed into more casual attire, at least not resembling a student. Fortunately, all of them were of legal age, allowing them entry. Wen Li stood at the center, flanked by Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu, who clung to her sides. Had she been a man, onlookers might have thought she was quite the charmer. Lin Baozhu gasped intermittently, causing the staff to glance at her several times before leading them to a table, offering Wen Li a tablet to order drinks. Wen Li casually ordered 3 drinks, settling the bill with Du Ying's secondary card. Once the server departed, Zhou Qin breathed a sigh of relief that was nerve-wracking. Lin Baozhu chuckled, glancing around. "This bar isn't chaotic at all. My brother deceived me. Wen Li, have you been here before? You seem like a regular. I've even ordered male models," Wen Li teased. But upon meeting the serious gazes of her companions, she laughed, adding, "In the future, don't come here alone. It's too easy to be deceived." When the drinks arrived, Wen Li forbade them from drinking, insisting they could only watch. Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu, aware of their safety, refrained from touching the drinks, instead curiously surveying their surroundings. On the second floor, in the hallway, Bai Siyuan leaned against the balcony, engaged in a phone call. His gaze drifted below, pausing momentarily before lingering longer. Confirming it was indeed Wen Li, He turned and made his way towards the private room where several men were engaged in casual conversation. Wen Li remained downstairs. Chapter 6. He is not her uncle in an instant. All eyes turned to Fu Zheng, who lifted his gaze from his phone, momentarily bewildered, his cool voice carrying a hint of disbelief. What? Wen Li is downstairs, and by the way, so is your sister, Bai Siyuan remarked, glancing at another man. Lin Yichen's brow twitched, instinctively rising to rush downstairs. Lin Baozhu, eager to see handsome men, sought Wen Li's assistance. Spotting a somewhat handsome man after a while, she pointed, "How about that one?" Lin Baozhu's initial excitement quickly shifted to fright as she stammered, "My brother, Wen Li. Thought this is too unfortunate." Lin Yichen flicked Lin Baozhu's forehead, admonishing her, "You are quite bold, coming to a bar." Lin Baozhu shielded her head and shrank back. "I just wanted to take a look." Lin Yichen grasped her hand and turned to Zhou Qin, asking, "Does your sister know you're at a bar?" Zhou Qin cautiously shook her head. Wen Li, unfamiliar with him, attempted to rescue them. "We're here for a social practice assignment for school. We haven't had any drinks." Lin Baozhu's eyes brightened, quickly nodding, "We're just here for social practice. We haven't drunk at all." Lin Yichen found their excuse hard to believe. Scoffing lightly, he turned to the shadow behind him. "Fu Zheng, do you believe your niece's claim that she is here for social practice?" Upon hearing this, Wen Li slightly tilted her head and caught sight of Fu Zheng, clad in a black shirt, his brows knitting together ever so slightly. At that moment, she felt a surge of propriety. Upon realizing he was Wen Li's uncle, Lin Baozhu wore a look of guilt, hastily exclaiming, "It was I who invited Wen Li and Zhou Qin to accompany me. It has nothing to do with them. Rest assured, you are doomed tonight." As Lin Baozhu departed, she kept her gaze on Wen Li, her eyes filled with remorse, but Wen Li was too preoccupied. Her eyes locked with Fu Zheng's. Fu Zheng glanced at the 3 glasses of liquor on the table, then turned to Wen Li, his voice cold as ice, "Follow me." Without waiting for a response, he pivoted and strode ahead, his pace deliberately slow to allow Wen Li to keep up. They entered a pristine private room where Fu Zheng flicked on all the lights and settled into a booth. His jaw clenched. "What brings you to a bar?" he inquired. "Social practice." Wen Li attempted to defend herself. Fu Zheng inquired once more, his tone as frigid as before, sending a shiver down her spine. "Do admire handsome men," she replied candidly. Fu Zheng's expression remained frosty as he crossed his left leg over his right, leaning back against the booth. "Have you seen enough? If not, I could summon a group of men for you to gaze upon." Wen Li could only nod, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Despite this, Fu Zheng's demeanor did not soften. After a brief silence, he instructed, "Write." "What should I write?" Half an hour later, Bai Xian entered, noticing Wen Li engrossed in her writing. He whispered to Fu Zheng, "Yang Mingyi has arrived." Fu Zheng acknowledged with a grunt, rising to address Wen Li, "Wait for me here." Wen Li obediently nodded. Once the 2 men exited, she shook her weary hands and resumed her work on social practice. A short while later, Fu Zheng re-entered, the scent of alcohol permeating the air. Upon meeting her gaze, his voice, tinged with languor, asked, "Have you finished?" "Yes," Wen Li replied, handing him her notebook. As Fu Zheng perused her work, a hint of approval flickered across his brow. "May I wait here for you?" Wen Li inquired. Fu Zheng shot her a sidelong glance, as if to unveil her intentions. "You wish to stay here and play?" His dark pupils constricted momentarily, his thick lashes fluttering. After a long pause, he coolly responded, "I have another hour or 2. "Very well, I will read here," Wen Li replied. After a while, Fu Zheng exited once more. And shortly thereafter, Bai Xian knocked and entered, carrying a fruit platter, which he placed beside Wen Li. "Yang Mingyi is pressing your family's project for approval. Your uncle is drinking with him." He observed Wen Li's expression. Seeing her merely gaze at him, he added with a knowing look, "If you wish to avoid angering your uncle, refrain from visiting bars in the future." Just as Bai Xian was about to leave, Wen Li earnestly stated, "He is not my uncle." Bai Xian looked at her in surprise, but Wen Li offered no further explanation, continuing her writing. After exiting, Bai Xian pondered, only to abruptly collide with a pillar. Exclaiming in pain, a friend passing by teased him, "What were you so absorbed in? Yang Mingyi's alcohol tolerance is too low. He won't last long. If he continues to provoke the one family, Fu Zheng will see to his demise." Bai Xian rubbed his aching temples, glancing sideways at his companion, hesitating to speak. After all, It wasn't the first time Wen Li had asserted Fu Zheng was not her uncle, should he misinterpret her words. It would only bring trouble to Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng draped his suit jacket over his arm. I'm leaving, that's fine. With Wen Li here, I won't see you off, by sign replied. Fu Zheng pushed open the door to the private room. The light revealing that Wen Li was not present, dimming his gaze, at that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Fu Zheng. He turned to see a girl in the dimly lit corridor, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling, holding something in her hand. Where have you been? I went to buy fruit juice. After drinking, some juice will make you feel better. Wen Li emerged from the bag with the fruit juice, inserted a straw, and handed it to him. Fu Zheng, seemingly inebriated, took a moment before reaching out to accept it. The slightly tart grape juice sent a tingling sensation through his chest. He tugged at his collar, and soon after, he buttoned up his shirt, appearing neat yet rigid. After taking a few sips, he declared, "Let's go." As midnight approached, the bar grew more crowded. Wen Li gazed out through the transparent glass elevator, captivated by the intoxicating atmosphere. Suddenly, a hand reached out, obscuring her view for half a minute before it withdrew. Before her stood Fu Zheng, his distinct features illuminated, a straight nose and amber-hued eyes, his skin fairer than most men. 3 years ago, the seeds of affection had already begun to sprout, causing Wen Li's heart to race. She quickly lowered her head, the mechanical voice of the elevator chiming. Floor B1. Instinctively, she stepped out, unaware that the bar's elevator seemed to be intoxicated. Delaying the door's opening, with an unexpected thud, she collided with the elevator door, letting out a yelp as it finally opened, accompanied by the automated message, "We hope to see you again." Fu Zheng instinctively bent down to check on her. Noticing her flushed forehead, frowning, he guided her out of the elevator, signaling for her to get into the car. "Wait here. I will go buy some medicine." Chapter 7. She is merely a pawn. A few minutes later, Fu Zheng reappeared at the car, handing her a tube of ointment. His voice remained as cold as ever. "Apply this." Wen Li did not take it. Instead, she lifted her delicate face, her expression brimming with trust. "You help me apply it." As his fingers brushed against her cheek, Fu Zheng's throat tightened, and he averted his gaze, dipping his fingers into the ointment and carefully applying it to her forehead. They both froze for a moment. Fu Zheng meticulously spread the ointment before sitting beside her, his fingers radiating warmth like a furnace as he crossed his arms. Wen Li placed the ointment in her backpack. Stealing a glance at the man beside her, Fu Zheng, "Don't concern yourself with the Wen family, nor with me. I will take care of myself." Fu Zheng turned to look at her, and after a prolonged silence, he nodded. "Very well." As they approached the Wen family residence, Wen Li retrieved a pin from her backpack and offered it to him. "This is a belated birthday gift for you." She paused, her voice softening. "Fu Zheng, happy birthday." Fu Zheng's birthday fell half a month before hers, and it had been many years since she had given him a birthday gift. Even when she did, it was always under Wen Rong's name. Perhaps the transformation was too great, as just days ago, she had been rather aloof. Fu Zheng glanced at her, his gaze inquisitive. He took the pin from her, his lips parting as if to speak, but no words came forth. Wen Li held the straps of her bag tightly, aware that belated concern is often deemed insincere, yet she wished to express it, and no matter his rejection, she would continue to reach out to him. "From now on, I will be present for your birthdays every year." Fu Zheng, good night. The Fu family. That moment, Old Master Fu and Fu Yu were still in the living room watching television, both turning to Fu Zheng as he entered. An immediate understanding passed between them. Fu Yu, resting on the sofa, blinked teasingly. "Out on a date tonight?" He wasn't picky. Rather, it was that none of the women Fu Zheng favored appealed to him. So he had no particular expectations, except for women. Of course. Fu Zheng tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa, downing the last of his juice and tossing the plastic cup into the trash, purchased by Wen Li. Upon hearing Wen Li's name, Old Master Fu's face fell, his lips pursing as he recalled something. "The Wen family informed us today that there will be a banquet tomorrow. You should see who is available to attend." Whenever the Wen family had matters, the Fu family often extended a semblance of courtesy to Wen Li, ensuring the Wen family knew she had support. Fu Yu sighed. "Tomorrow I have to go abroad." Fu Zheng, "Do you have any matters to attend to? If you do, I'll postpone my trip. No worries, I'll go." Fu Zheng replied, heading upstairs. "I don't believe Shaoli will cook him fried rice. She's still in her rebellious phase." Upstairs, he locked the bedroom door and pulled out the simple black pin from his pocket, devoid of any distinguishing features. He rubbed it gently between his fingers before placing it in a drawer, where a photo became faintly visible, a little girl with twin ponytails, a round face, and crescent-shaped eyes. Quickly, he closed the drawer. Meanwhile, at the one-family residence, as soon as Wen Li stepped through the door, when Rong unleashed a torrent of scolding, clearly having discovered her visit to the bar. This only confirmed her suspicions. In the past, she couldn't comprehend how Rong always seemed to know her every move. Now it was clear someone was relaying her actions to him. You little wretch, at such a young age, engaging in such behavior, going to a bar. You truly have some audacity. I wonder who you take after? Her sister had never frequented bars. It was undoubtedly someone else's influence. I went on my own, Wen Li retorted. This only infuriated Rong further, and she raised her hand to slap her, the sound echoing with fury. Do you realize you are meant to inherit the one family? If word gets out that you went to a bar in high school, who would dare to consider a marriage alliance with you? Though her cheek burned with pain, Wen Li's heart felt as cold as ice. No one in this family had ever genuinely cared for her. Wen Nuan immediately enveloped her in an embrace, pleading, Dad, if you must hit someone, hit me instead. Please don't hit my sister. I won't hit her. She'll just go again, Wen Rong bellowed. Wen Nuan quickly gestured for Wen Li to go upstairs, whispering, Sister, please go upstairs. Wen Li stood frozen, watching the trio's antics, determined to witness their true faces. She felt like a mere pawn, easily manipulated by each of them. Pulled Wen Rong back, defending, Why are you hitting a child? What's wrong with going to a bar? Young people enjoy such places nowadays. We can discuss marriage later. Xiaoli is sweet and sensible. Anyone who can't see that is blind. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you see my phone. It's clear you'll explode with anger. Xiaoli, go upstairs. Nuan, take your sister upstairs. When Nuan dragged Wen Li up to her room, then went to fetch some medicine to apply to her, her eyes brimming with concern. Next time you want to visit a bar, just tell me. I'll help keep it a secret. For a fleeting moment, Wen Li contemplated asking her if she truly harbored any genuine affection for her. But it was evident she did not. She cast aside those foolish thoughts, lowering her gaze. How did you know I went to the bar? Mom was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and Dad had my phone. Somehow, he saw your spending information. When Nuan cast a fleeting glance at her, then continued, Dad is an old relic. It's nothing to go to a bar, but he was too harsh this time. His face is all swollen. I am just so unlucky. Wen Li's downcast eyes bore a hint of indifference, her voice barely above a whisper. Unable to see this, Wen Nuan comfortingly patted her back, be more careful next time. You should rest now. I'll go talk to Dad. Before closing the door, she glanced back at the disheartened Wen Li, then descended the stairs. At that moment, Duing was trying to persuade Wen Rong. Kids these days just love to have fun. It's quite normal. Nuan doesn't enjoy these things. Otherwise, she would join in. You're always angry with the kids. Be careful, she might not want to be close to you anymore. Wen Rong retorted, struggling to contain his ire. If it weren't for the one family, I wouldn't bother with her at all. If Nuan could inherit the company, I wouldn't even feel upset. Dad, I will help my sister. We are family, Wen Nuan said with understanding. Seeing her calm demeanor, Wen Rong's mood softened somewhat, and he replied with a sense of relief, the one family will have to rely on you in the future. Chapter 8. Educating Wen Rong. The following day, around 10 o'clock, a knock echoed through the house. Wen Li, her hair a chaotic mess, went to answer the door, revealing Duing outside, arms laden with food and a maternal expression. You still in bed? Eat first before going back to sleep. If you need anything, call Mom. I'll bring it up. Okay. Thank you, Mom, Wen Li said, leaning against the doorframe, adeptly playing the part of the spoiled child. Duing playfully admonished her. What is there to thank me for? Your dad won't come upstairs today. You can play your games to your heart's content. All right, Wen Li replied, closing the door. After setting down the food, she headed to the bathroom to freshen up. In the mirror, half of her face appeared red and slightly bruised. She poked at it, wincing in pain, muttering, serves me right. After 20 years of blindness, I brought this upon myself. After finishing her meal, she returned to her studies, but after searching for quite some time, she couldn't find her math book for the second semester of her sophomore year. Reluctantly, she decided to search the storage room on the second floor, where she had previously left it in a dark room. Upon entering, she casually shut the door behind her. After locating the math book, she attempted to open the door again, only to find it stuck. She pulled at it forcefully, her frustration mounting. Standing there for a while, she inadvertently glanced through the window and spotted Fu Zheng among the crowd below. Immediately, she pulled out her phone and called him. Soon, Fu Zheng stood up and moved to a quieter spot. "What's wrong?" he asked. Fu Zheng. "I'm in the storage room on the second floor. The door is shut, and I can't get out." Wen Li's voice softened unconsciously in his presence. "All right," Fu Zheng responded. Not long after hanging up, footsteps approached from outside, and the dark door swung open to reveal Fu Zheng, clad in a sleek black V-neck suit. The small space felt even more cramped. Wen Li quickly got to her feet, having just been positioned sideways to him. Now facing him directly, he spoke coldly. "Who hit you?" Wen Li confessed candidly. Fu Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice laced with menace. "Did he eat too much?" Before Wen Li could respond, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the sound of a door locking. Wen Li's gaze fell upon a couple kissing not far away, one of whom was the ever-reasonable Wen Nuan. They appeared completely engrossed in each other, oblivious to the two in the dark room. Suddenly, something was draped over her head, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into her nostrils. She lifted her hand to push aside a corner of the garment, stealing a glance at the man beside her. Before she could utter a word, a large hand firmly pressed down on her head. Fu Zheng stepped back slightly, lifting a hand to discreetly close the door, leaving only a narrow gap. The sounds from outside intermittently reached their ears for several minutes until the door swung open, followed by the voice of a housemaid. Wen Li felt an overwhelming urge to peek, but the hand atop her head remained steadfast, preventing her from witnessing any inappropriate scenes. Another woman's voice, clearly more composed, soon followed. As she shut the door behind her, it was evidently Qin Feng's mother. After a moment, Duing lamented, "It's one thing to lose face for the Wen family, but to lose face for the Fu family is far worse." With these words, the Qin family was compelled to take the matter seriously. Qin's mother shot a disapproving glance at Qin Feng, who was clearly reluctant to have Wen Nuan as a daughter-in-law. However, given the nature of the incident at the Wen family, it couldn't be handled lightly. "Sister Du, we will address this matter privately later. We will certainly provide you with an explanation. Little Nuan has grown up under my watch. She would be a perfect fit as my daughter-in-law. This isn't your fault. Young people can be impulsive, but we must keep this from Wen Li, or she might say something to Fu Zheng, and it will escalate." Duing responded with understanding. Qin's mother, not wanting to offend the Fu family, quickly cautioned, "Let us keep this from others. It wouldn't be good for the two kids. We will visit to propose marriage later." "Well, that's all we can do," Duing concluded. After half an hour, the visitors finally departed. Hearing the door close, Wen Li sensed the pressure above her head ease. She removed the suit, her hair slightly tousled, her crystalline eyes reflecting a hint of innocence. "Do you enjoy long needles?" Wen Li shook her head obediently. Fu Zheng said nothing, merely fixing his gaze on her face. A few minutes later, he opened the door and stepped out. Back in her room, Wen Li searched for information on the Qin family's enterprises and found several projects aligned with the Wen family's interests. A union between the two families indeed held advantages. If it were merely for the sake of the Wen family's company, Wen Nuan and Du Ying would not need to marry into the Qin family. They could simply ensure she remained ineffectual, or perhaps disappear altogether. What else could they be scheming with her? The Wen family. Oh yes, her maternal grandfather's family. She was the sole heir of the Liu family. The Liu family was only slightly beneath the Fu family, far superior to both the Qin and Wen families. Suddenly, she recalled that shortly before the car accident, she had inherited the Liu family's assets. During a time when her grandfather's health was failing, it dawned on her that they desired much more, even when Rome was merely a tool for them, and her mother's death. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She quickly tidied her homework and stashed it in her drawer before switching on her game console. Rising to her feet, she opened the door, only to find Fu Zheng, impeccably dressed. He handed her a bag of medicine, reciting the instructions: "Take one anti-inflammatory pill twice a day, and apply this cream to your face 3 times daily." Wen Li's heart, which had sunk to the depths, suddenly surged with warmth. She felt an urge to embrace him, and indeed, she did. "I promise when Rome 1T hit you again," he assured her. Wen Li released him, tilting her head slightly to meet his gaze. "I 1T let him hit me again." Fu Zheng acknowledged her with a brief sound, not lingering at the bedroom door for long before heading downstairs. As Fu Zheng rejoined the crowd, numerous individuals gravitated towards him, But today he wore a cold demeanor, signaling that he was not to be trifled with. Sensing his mood, they wisely refrained from provoking him. However, when Rong, oblivious to the atmosphere, approached with several business associates, saying, "Fu Zheng, this is General Yi from Liangsheng, General Li from Tian Yi, and General Bai from the Bai family." Fu Zheng didn't even glance at them, offering no courtesy whatsoever, causing Wen Rong's expression to shift uncomfortably. General Bai attempted to alleviate the tension. "Wen Rong, we'll head over to General Yang's place. You carry on." After they left, Fu Zheng turned his attention to Wen Rong, his gaze settling on the man's hands as he issued a direct warning. "Wen Rong, if you lay a finger on Wen Li again, I will ruin the Wen family." Wen Rong instantly realized Wen Li had reported him, hastily defending himself. "She went to the bar yesterday, and then you hit her?" Fu Zheng's tone darkened, coldly adding, "Is your method of education to resort to violence? If so, I can teach you a lesson myself." Chapter 9. Fu Zheng goes on a date. Wen Rong, now in his 40s, felt the humiliation of being reprimanded publicly like a child by Fu Zheng. Yet he managed to retain his composure. He nodded. "I want to lay a hand on her again." Fu Zheng cast him a frosty glance. "I'll be taking her to the Fu family for a few days." "Fine." Wen Rong acquiesced, secretly hoping for a better relationship between Wen Li and the Fu family, as such ties would elevate the Wen family's status. Over the years, the Wen family had attempted to forge a connection with the Fu family, yet their interests seemed solely focused on Wen Li. The banquet came to a close by 2 in the afternoon. Wen Li had just completed a set of exercises and stretched her back when there was another knock at her door. Recognizing the impatient tone, she knew it was Wen Rong without needing to guess. She hesitated for half a minute before slowly opening the door. Wen Rong's voice thundered, "Why are you so slow? Are you playing games again?" Wen Li, uninterested in engaging with his irritable demeanor, instinctively tried to close the door. Wen Rong frowned, initially wanting to express his anger, but then reconsidered, suppressing his temper. "Your uncle is downstairs waiting for you. He'll take you to stay for a few days." He paused before adding, "You know well that Fu Zheng is not your real uncle. If you offend him, he won't show you any mercy." Without the Fu family's support, the Wen family cannot stand in the capital. Observing the middle-aged man's calculating expression, Wen Li had no doubt that he had married her mother for the sake of the Lu family's status. Had it not been for Du Ying's emergence, her grandfather would have undoubtedly supported Wen Rong. "This villa is in my name. It was a gift from my grandfather, so you should move out." Wen Rong, with his current status, could easily purchase several villas, but with the Fu family residing here, should he move out, it would be even more challenging to maintain connections. He was particularly averse to hearing her say such things and instinctively raised his hand. "Wen Rong, if you dare hit me again, I'll cut off your hand," Wen Li said, staring directly at him. Wen Rong, undeterred by her threat, knew that with Fu Zheng downstairs, he would not fare well if he laid a hand on her. Reluctantly, he dropped his hand and hurried downstairs. Wen Li found it difficult to concentrate on her studies at the Wen family home. Staying with the Fu family would prove somewhat better. She closed the door and began packing her backpack. A few minutes later, she descended the stairs, her heavy backpack slung over her shoulder, where Fu Zheng stood at the foot of the stairs, engaged in a phone call. She softened her footsteps slightly. Fu Zheng naturally noticed her, giving a brief acknowledgement before ending the call and slipping his phone into his pocket. He extended his hand towards her, and Wen Li handed him her backpack. He slung it over one shoulder, tilting his chin slightly to indicate she should lead the way. Wen Wan and Du Ying, likely preoccupied with their own thoughts or not wishing for her to remain at the Wen family home, refrained from detaining when Wen Li stepped out of the Wen residence. She took a deep breath. Fu Zheng cast a fleeting glance her way but refrained from uttering a word. The Fu family had always maintained a room for Wen Li, conveniently situated directly across from Fu Zheng's bedroom. It had been many years since Wen Li last resided in the Fu household, and the room was immaculate, with even the small toys she cherished in her childhood still adorning the bed. Fu Zheng set down his backpack and remarked, "I will have someone bring a desk up shortly." As he spoke, he surveyed the room. Wen Li, wishing to avoid causing too much trouble, simply pointed to a small princess desk from her childhood, indicating it was sufficient. "All right," Fu Zheng replied without further comment, exiting the bedroom and closing the door behind him. Downstairs, old Master Fu turned to him, a hint of irritation in his voice as he inquired, "Who struck Shaoli?" "Wen Rong," Fu Zheng replied, having removed his suit jacket. Now clad only in a black V-neck shirt, he detached his watch and tossed it onto the coffee table. "I believe he has lost his mind." He shouldn't be hitting such a young child. After all, she is a girl. What will others think of her at school? Old Master Fu rose and added, I shall pay a visit to the One family. The One family is currently preoccupied with arranging a marriage alliance with the Qin family. Fu Zheng replied, his tone indifferent, showing no concern for the matter at hand. Old Master Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. Does Wen Rong not understand the implications of his actions? If he dares to meddle with Xiao Li's marriage, I will ensure he meets his end before I do. Fu Zheng's expression remained cold. Wen Rong was well aware of the situation. Old Master Fu, though aged, was still sharp of mind. Upon reflection, he recognized Fu Zheng's intent. Seeking an alliance with the Qin family was indeed audacious. My Xiao Li does not require such a fortune. She should simply find a man she loves. Old Master Fu genuinely cared for Wen Li, having watched her grow up in his household. Despite some discord with Fu Zheng over the years, she had always treated him and Fu Yu kindly. At this point, he cast a glance at her and added, You should also find someone you like. Beauty is subjective. I truly do not mind, nor would I ever judge. Having heard this numerous times, Fu Zheng naturally tuned it out, his brow furrowed as he stared at his phone, while Old Master Fu's glare was so intense it caused him discomfort. Ultimately, he abandoned the effort to watch him, opting for the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Later that evening, around 5 or 6 o'clock, a maid came upstairs to summon Wen Li for dinner. Upon descending, Wen Li noticed Fu Zheng was absent, leaving only Old Master Fu present. She instinctively asked, Grandfather, where did Uncle Fu go? He went out on a date. Old Master Fu replied, blinking as he shared a playful jest about Fu Zheng. Wen Li paused momentarily, her hand hovering over her chopsticks, and Old Master Fu continued to gossip. Your uncle has been acting mysteriously these past few days. He has never been like this before and seems too embarrassed to confide in me. If you have the chance, ask him to take you to meet your future aunt. Hearing the last 3 words, Wen Li inadvertently bit her tongue, causing her to wince in pain, tears streaming down her face. Are you all right? Should I call the family doctor? Old Master Fu inquired urgently. No need, Grandfather. Wen Li shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Sensing her distress, Old Master Fu fell silent, worried she might bite her tongue again. After hesitating for half a minute, he set his phone down. Wen Li resumed her studies as dusk enveloped the sky. She rose to turn on the lights in her bedroom, followed by a small desk lamp. In the entire villa, only one bedroom was illuminated, casting a soft yellow glow down the stairs, making the textures of the floor faintly visible. She lifted her gaze to the upper floor, standing there for several minutes before finally stepping inside. Just as her hand pushed open the door on the opposite side swung open, revealing Wen Li's unadorned yet delicate face. Fu Zheng was there, engrossed in his homework. Wen Li walked towards him. Stopping just a step away, her expression earnest. Fu Zheng, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Fu Zheng's eyelids twitched slightly as he replied, I would not. Wen Li's face lit up with a smile, her crescent moon eyes sparkling. Good, then I shall return to my studies. With that, she dashed into her room and shut the door with a decisive click. Time was of the essence for her. If she couldn't excel in her university entrance exams, she would lack the capacity to contemplate anything else. Fu Zheng remained in place, his hand resting against his chest. After a long pause, he suppressed his rationality, allowing a faint smile to break through. Chapter 10. Calling Uncle Fu. The following day, Sunday, Wen Li ventured to the library before anyone in the Fu household had awakened, purchasing several study materials for her first and second years of high school. She arrived at school promptly at 9 o'clock, where Pan Mingyan spotted her at the classroom door and adjusted his glasses, stealing a glance into the classroom. Confirming it was indeed Wen Li. He found it somewhat astonishing. She had been noticeably obedient lately. Zhou Qin immediately noticed the marks on Wen Li's face. Although the redness had subsided, the bruising remained, even appearing somewhat dark. She whispered, Did your uncle hit you? No, he is not my uncle, Wen Li replied, retrieving her Chinese textbook and flipping to the section she needed to memorize. It was an accident. Guangguan Jujiu, on the banks of the river. Zhou Qin was skeptical, clearly seeing the outline of 5 fingers, but this was not the time for discussion, so she joined Wen Li in reciting the classical text. If it weren't for that, they would have selected someone at random. Such matters were typically avoided, and compared to the excitement of the sports meet, the atmosphere in the class was significantly subdued. After all, 1 out of 60 was considerably less than 1 out of 6. Seeing no hands raised, Pan Mingyan reluctantly activated the multimedia projector, muttering to himself, Let's see who this time's warrior is. Instantly, the entire class fixated on the screen as Pan Mingyan clicked the mouse. The names of the class rolling by until he clicked once more to halt the scrolling. The class turned their attention to a specific direction. Zhou Qing glanced at Wen Li's name, then quietly looked beside her. The girl was still absorbed in memorizing the classical text, oblivious to the unfolding events. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Wen Li, it's you." Wen Li recalled that throughout her 3 years of high school, her name had never appeared in such a death scroll, which allowed her to recite with confidence. Upon hearing her name, she raised her head and looked at the white screen, which displayed only her name. "Wen Li?" Pan Mingyan clapped his hands and said, "Congratulations to our class's warrior, Wen Li. You simply need to prepare a recitation. Participation is what matters." Wen Li could only nod in response before returning to her memorization. When class ended, Lin Baozhu approached her, asking, "Wen Li, what happened to your face?" "Just an accident," Wen Li replied, seeing the concern etched on their faces. Unable to resist, she chuckled and teased, "Don't stare. I need my face intact." "It's nothing," she reassured them, already contemplating her performance. Being among the top ranks at the National Day Gala would add significant value to her personal resume, and no need. "I've already made up my mind." She produced a high school math test paper and presented it to the two of them. "Can you solve this?" "Yes, I can help you with it," Lin Baozhu replied enthusiastically. Meanwhile, at the Fu residence. After dinner, Fu Zheng accompanied Old Master Fu as they awaited the family doctor for a checkup. Old Master Fu had a habit of reading the newspaper every morning. "What is wrong with people today? They have no sense of propriety. Your uncle is fond of his niece. If I were his father, I'd rise from the grave just to slap him a few times." Beside him, Fu Zheng's eyelids twitched twice. And after a brief silence, he coldly remarked, "Why has he not yet arrived? If you have pressing matters, feel free to leave. I am not a child in need of company." Old Master Fu waved his hand dismissively, prompting him to depart, then returned to his newspaper, muttering, "What a disgrace." The living room fell silent. Having spent several days at the Fu residence, Wen Li had only seen Fu Zheng upon her arrival, with no further encounters since. Eventually, fatigue washed over her, and she rubbed her eyes, glancing at her phone to find it was nearly 1 in the morning. As if deliberately quieting her presence, she stood at the doorway. And after a few seconds, a tall figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Clad in a white shirt with the collar haphazardly opened and sleeves rolled up, his handsome features bore a faint blush, and the air was filled with the scent of red wine. Fu Zheng seemed surprised to find her still awake, pausing momentarily before fastening the buttons at his collar and lowering his sleeves. "Why are you still awake?" "I was waiting for you," Wen Li replied, dashing across to open her bedroom door and switch on the light, inviting him inside. Fu Zheng's demeanor softened involuntarily, and he raised a hand to feign rubbing his temples, his tone somewhat stiff. "What is it?" Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng's lips parted slightly before closing again. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a cool tone. "Check the arrangements for tomorrow. There shouldn't be time." His demeanor was noticeably more distant than before, and Wen Li inferred he was deliberately avoiding contact with her. It was no wonder she had not seen him these past few days. She hesitated to pressure him, knowing that being overly eager would only push him further away. "All right, then. Sleep well." Fu Zheng stepped into the bedroom, and just as he closed the door, the sight of her delicate face under the influence of alcohol unexpectedly stirred something within him. After locking the door, he tugged at his collar, feeling a sense of frustration. "Fu Zheng, damn you, what nonsense." The gala in the capital was always a grand affair, the expansive playground dazzling with lights. Wen Li, already renowned in school for her looks, appeared resplendent in a classical white gauzy dress, her lustrous black hair cascading down her back without adornment. In the ambience of the lights, she resembled a butterfly glowing against the night. Initially, her movements were simple, but as they grew more intricate, she maintained an ethereal grace, eliciting waves of awe from the audience. During a lull, Wen Li sought Fu Zheng among the crowd. He seemed to blend into the darkness, much like his thoughts, eluding her gaze. As the performance approached its conclusion, she steeled herself, pretending to stumble and twist her ankle, collapsing onto the stage. She refused to believe Fu Zheng would not come. He was there, he just lacked the courage to show himself. The audience gasped, and someone rushed to help her, but it was not Fu Zheng. Wen Li rose, only to fall once more. This time, the impact was more severe. and the pain in her foot flushed her cheeks. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in her ears, and a pair of polished black shoes came into view. Raising her gaze, she looked up to see Fu Zheng. His outline somewhat obscured by the backlight, yet his distinguished features remained pronounced. He was indeed present. She reached out her hand, her voice soft. Fu Zheng. In the next moment, Fu Zheng knelt down, enveloping her in his arms as he stood and strode toward the edge of the stage. At the hospital, after the doctor confirmed there were no serious injuries, just a sprain that would heal with a few days of medication, Fu Zheng replied with a noncommittal mm. Once the doctor left, his gaze fell upon Wen Li's swollen ankle, and he pursed his lips, asking, "Does it hurt?" "Yes," Wen Li replied obediently, nodding. The man fell silent for several seconds, squatting down with his back turned to her. Wen Li wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head on his broad shoulder, her lips curling into a faint smile. Her gaze could not help but wander back to him time and again. Her grip tightening around him. Fu Zheng. He lowered his head to look at her pale arms resting on his chest. His pupils softened momentarily before quickly regaining their steely composure, his gaze shifting forward. He called out to her uncle. Chapter 11 should not involve caring for her, but rather discarding her. It seemed he was attempting to solidify the boundaries between them. Wen Li rejected any notion of boundaries devoid of blood ties, and chose instead to close her eyes. After a long while without hearing her call, Fu Zheng glanced sideways at her shoulder, noticing that she had her eyes shut, her lips pressed together, reminiscent of how she used to ignore him as a child. As the sounds around them gradually diminished, it was only when she sat comfortably in the car that Wen Li finally opened her eyes. Fu Zheng remained seated in the passenger seat, never revealing even a hint of romantic sentiment in her presence. Coward. Wen Li lightly kicked the back of the seat, and in the next moment, Fu Zheng instinctively turned his head towards her. She closed her eyes again, pressing her lips together and murmured, "I accidentally kicked it." On the way, Fu Zheng's phone rang, and his low voice filled the air, clearly indicating he was quite busy. Yet, when it came to her matters, he always found time. After dropping her off at home, Fu Zheng exchanged a few words with the housekeeper before stepping out. "Stay a few more days. Your uncle has been too busy to spend time with you." The old man Fu advised, "I will come back after my uncle finishes his work, Grandpa. Sleep early tonight." Wen Li genuinely cared for the old man Fu. He chuckled, "Such a thoughtful girl. Your uncle only knows how to steal my remote." "Thank you, Grandpa," Wen Li replied without hesitation. This moment. Only when Rong and Du Ying were resting in the living room. Upon seeing the old man Fu enter, both stood up. When Rong greeted warmly, "Uncle Fu." The old man Fu was quite serious about the children's education, and upon hearing her words, he disapproved, stating, "You twisted your ankle. Just apply some medicine. You're in your senior year now. Don't let it interfere with your studies. By the way, I have already arranged for Xiao Li's marriage. You need not worry." Naturally, the suitors from the Fu family were exceptional, and when Rong had no reason to refuse, nodding in agreement. "All right." After the old man Fu left, she assisted Wen Li upstairs and inquired once more, "How did you twist your ankle?" Wen Li set down her backpack and playfully said, "Mom, could you please bring me my game console? You still need to rest more." Doing replied, handing her the game console. Seeing Wen Li quickly engrossed in the game, she stood for a while before exiting the bedroom. Once downstairs, she remarked to Wen Rong, "This child plays games as soon as she gets home." She then added, "Let her play. What else can she do if not play games?" Wen Rong scoffed, already viewing Wen Li as a waste. "At this rate, the one family will be ruined because of her. You always say such things. Outsiders might think Xiao Li is useless. What has she accomplished? If not for her maternal grandfather, could the Wen family allow her to inherit anything? All right, isn't there Nuan? She is now engaged to the Qin family, and they will support Nuan in the future." Doing patted Wen Rong's arm, adding, "Let the children be. Worrying too much is harmful." Although Wen Li ultimately fell, it did not affect the overall performance, and she still won first place in the evening gala, with the school awarding her 3,000 yuan in recent days. Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu had been taking care of her at school. Fetching water, eating, and going to the restroom, they all walked together. Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu were well-liked, which allowed her to interact with many classmates. While they might not be particularly close, they could at least exchange greetings. A certain man persistently played the role of a turtle, yet arranged for a driver to pick her up every day. Wen Li did not reach out to him. Instead, she focused on studying and practicing dance. Her once round face had transformed into a delicate and refined one, exuding a mature grace, and the simplicity of her school uniform imparted an understated beauty. More boys began to gaze at her at the classroom door. Yet Wen Li remained solely focused on her studies, her only realization being that the classroom was growing increasingly cold. On this particular evening during self-study, thunder erupted outside, followed by a torrential downpour. Wen Li despised such weather. Having once gotten lost here as a child, it left her with some lingering shadows. Instinctively, she glanced out the window, observing the wildly swaying branches, the large raindrops, the oppressive sky, and the dim glow of the streetlights. Zhou Qin's voice broke through. "Oh no, I forgot my umbrella." Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu stayed in the dormitory, which was a 10-minute walk from the classroom. Wen Li rummaged through her drawer, producing an umbrella for her, and before she could say anything, she added, "I'll have my family come to pick us up." Zhou Qin, knowing she had someone to pick her up, did not decline, replying, "All right." As the self-study session concluded and the rain intensified, Wen Li packed her bag and took out her phone to call Uncle Jiang. The call connected swiftly. "Uncle Jiang, I don't have an umbrella. Could you come pick me up?" "Be careful," Uncle Jiang replied promptly. "All right, I'll wait for you downstairs." Wen Li hung up and headed downstairs. The area was crowded, presumably with students waiting for their dormitory companions to bring umbrellas. Wen Li stood at the edge, and after a few minutes of waiting without seeing Uncle Jiang, she was about to check her phone when she caught sight of a tall man among the crowd. Holding a large black umbrella, half of his black leather shoes were soaked in rainwater, and as he walked, droplets splashed onto his trousers. How had she repeatedly overlooked him? How had Fu Zheng faced her disregard time and again? Had he truly never felt disappointment? She squeezed through the crowd, rushing into the shelter of the large black umbrella, calling out, "Fu Zheng." Her voice, amidst the rain, radiated unmistakable excitement. Fu Zheng tightened his grip on the umbrella handle, and in the next moment, the black umbrella silently tilted towards her. Fu Zheng reached out to take her backpack, gesturing for her to walk ahead. The light reflected off the ground, illuminating the water stains. Their shoes splashed on the surface, sending droplets flying onto each other as footwear. Wen Li glanced at him knowingly, feigning ignorance. "What brings you here to pick me up today?" Nearby, there were only the school and residential areas, devoid of commercial districts or restaurants, and the Fu group was in the opposite direction. The man hesitated momentarily before resuming his pace, the sound of raindrops growing increasingly urgent around them. His voice, slightly hoarse, replied, "No, Bai Siyuan was merely passing by and dropped me off here." "All right then, no leaks." The thunder roared, startling Wen Li, and suddenly, a large hand wrapped around her back, resting gently on her arm, patting her twice in a reassuring manner. It was almost an instinctive action. Wen Li lifted her gaze, and in the next moment, her head rested against his chest. Fu Zheng's eyelashes fluttered, and he quickly pulled her closer. Uncle Jiang started the car, glancing at Wen Li through the rearview mirror, casually remarking, "Mr. Fu specifically came to pick you up today because of the thunder and rain." Wen Li shot a glance at the passenger seat. Responding earnestly, he said it was on the way. Uncle Jiang had been with the Fu family for many years, serving as their driver since Fu Zheng was a child, so his words were more casual. He chuckled, "He's just teasing you. He called me as soon as the thunder started." "Are you teasing me?" Wen Li suddenly leaned between the driver and passenger seats, turning to look at Fu Zheng, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Perhaps not anticipating her sudden movement, Fu Zheng's pupils constricted for a moment before he turned his gaze back to the window. "Uncle Jiang, drive carefully." "All right," Uncle Jiang replied, focusing intently. The car stopped at the entrance of the one residence, and Wen Li retrieved her report card from her backpack, handing it to Fu Zheng. "This is my score for the recent monthly exam." The rain outside had lessened significantly, and Wen Li chose not to use an umbrella, instead opting to dash into the one home with her backpack. She called out, "Mom, Sister." As usual, she did not address Wen Rong, as they had all grown accustomed to it. Wen Wan immediately rushed over, patting her head with concern. "You've lost weight. Your chin is sharper." "The school food is terrible," Wen Li complained. "I'll have the housekeeper bring you meals from now on." Wen Wan promised. She helped Wen Li take off her backpack and placed it on the sofa, glancing at her. "Teacher Pan praised you for being diligent in your studies lately. I just don't want to be scolded," Wen Li replied, sitting on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Doing shot a disapproving look at Wen Rong. "Look at what you've turned the child into. Studying is important, but health is even more crucial. I'll make soup for you tomorrow to help you recover. By the way, your brother-in-law is coming for dinner tomorrow," Wen Rong added. You should invite the Fu family over to join us for dinner. This was merely an attempt to use the Fu family to enhance the Wen family's reputation or to foster better relations with the Fu family. What are you calling him? Call him uncle. When Rong admonished, Doing lightly tugged at his hand, dissatisfied. The child is still young. She doesn't understand these social niceties. Shaoli is tired. Let her go upstairs to sleep. Wen Li stood up, carrying her backpack upstairs. A while later, when Wan brought in warm water, placing it on the table and praising, "Your scores this time are quite good." Wen Li stood up to lock the door. Speaking mysteriously, "I cheated. I copied my desk mate's answers," she pouted. "I really don't want to be scolded again." "Cheating? Huh?" When Wan chuckled, gently pinching her cheek, and whispered, "Very clever. I'll keep it a secret. Dio, you want to sleep with me tonight?" "No, I want to play games for a while." Wen Li shook her head, smiling. When Wan could only nod, "All right, you play. I'll keep Dad in check." As soon as she stepped out, the sound of the game filled the room. Half an hour later, in Wan's bedroom, Doing closed the door, asking, "Did she do this exam by herself?" "No, I copied," Wen Li admitted. Wan gently patted her back, saying, "She is still in her room playing games. There's no need to worry too much." Doing felt somewhat relieved. "How's Qin Feng treating you?" "Not bad. Considering the Fu family's influence, he won't be too harsh on me," Wan replied that night. As thunder and rain clashed, the floor-to-ceiling window reflected the silhouette of the girl writing her homework, wearing earplugs. In another villa, a man stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on the distant lightning. His fingers gripping the phone, turning slightly pale. The following day, Wen Li descended at 11 o'clock. The meal had already been served on the dining table, yet Qin Feng had yet to arrive. It seemed the previous incident had left him quite displeased in her past life. After their engagement, Qin Feng seldom visited the Wen household, and after their marriage, he rarely came, continuing to indulge in a life of revelry. It is estimated that she is aware of the machinations of Wan and Du Ying. However, by that time, Wan had already ascended to the position of general manager at the Wen family company, even overseeing certain matters related to the Qin family. Rong held her in particularly high regard, never shying away from involving her in any affairs. Even her grandfather had praised Wan's capabilities. In stark contrast, the one with the rightful claim to inheritance appeared mediocre and inept, lacking even a hint of cunning. If she does not perish, who will? At this moment, Rong was too preoccupied to attend to her. It was a rare moment of tranquility. Wen Li ventured into the kitchen to fetch some milk. Qin Feng entered, flanked by the adulation of the Wen family. His gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, not with the lecherous intent of a man, but rather with curiosity and inquiry. He languidly inquired, "Wen Li?" To which Rong replied, "She is Wan's younger sister, come to say hello." After greeting her brother-in-law, Wen Li ascended the stairs once more. Du Ying, with a smile, elucidated, "She has never been fond of socializing since childhood." Qin Feng proceeded to sit directly on the sofa, responding with a nonchalant At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wen Li planned to visit the library to study and complete her assignments. After organizing her backpack, she descended the stairs and fortuitously encountered Qin Feng as he was about to leave. He cast a glance her way and asked, "Where are you headed?" "I can give you a ride." "To the library," Wen Li replied, glancing at Rong as if feeling a twinge of guilt. "All right, let us go." Qin Feng gestured for her to lead the way. Wen Li nodded and, once the vehicle had exited the villa area, she spoke, "Please drop me off just ahead, thank you." Qin Feng shot her a sidelong glance. "What are you afraid of? Fu Zheng is your uncle. I want to harm you. I am merely curious why Fu Zheng would forsake a project worth billions for a niece he has no connection to." At this, Wen Li instinctively looked at him and softly asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Feng leaned back in his seat, his legs positioned at a right angle. "Fu Zheng sought me out and struck a deal, requesting that I look after you in the capacity of brother-in-law. The Fu family is relinquishing overseas export projects for the next decade. You may not fully grasp its significance, but to put it into perspective, it is akin to being the top student in the city and then voluntarily relinquishing the college entrance examination. A small stone creates ripples of impact." Wen Li's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Her gaze lowered. Fu Zheng should not be looking after her. He ought to have discarded her. Stop the car. Chapter 12. Meeting the second from last Fu group, lobby as Assistant Su passed by with documents in hand. He caught a glimpse of Wen Li seated on the sofa, diligently working on her assignments. His footsteps faltered. He had handled many matters on her behalf, and he was aware of the progress at her school. Thus he recognized her. After ascending the stairs, he knocked and entered the CEO's office, saying, "President Fu, here are the documents sent by the original assistant. Please have a look." Fu Zheng gestured for him to place them aside, handing over another set of documents, instructing, "Deliver this to the marketing department." "Understood," Assistant Su replied, taking the documents. "President Fu, Miss Wen is downstairs." The man, who had not yet lifted his gaze, raised his chin, revealing a stern countenance as he asked, "What is she doing downstairs?" "She is working on her assignments. Miss Wen may be waiting for you," Assistant Su informed him. Fu Zheng fell silent for a few moments, setting down the documents in his hands and glancing at his phone. Finding no messages or calls, he stood, donned his suit, and strode out of the office. The exclusive elevator descended directly to the first floor. Upon exiting, his gaze instinctively fell upon the girl on the sofa, who had no place to rest her assignments, balancing them on her lap as she stood on her toes to facilitate her writing. Her cheeks had lost their youthful innocence, now bearing a hint of refinement. He was acutely aware that he could no longer perceive her as a child. His impure thoughts hindered his ability to approach her. Just as his shoes lifted off the ground, a familiar boy appeared, playfully patting the girl on the shoulder. She turned her head, her lips curving into a smile, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling. Song Yuan was taken aback to encounter Wen Li there and exclaimed, "Wen Li, what are you doing here?" Having shared a classroom in middle school, one being the bottom of the class and the other the second from the bottom, they had naturally forged a bond of camaraderie. Their relationship was amicable. Wen Li replied with a hint of surprise, "I'm waiting for someone." He smirked. "So, you've met the second from the bottom in high school?" Wen Li retorted, "That's impossible. I've been to your house before. Your sister mentioned you were out with male friends, and I thought you had made a second male friend." Song Yuan took a seat on the opposite end of the sofa, stealing glances at her before quickly averting his gaze. He lounged comfortably. "What have I done to provoke you? Just say it." "I despise being blocked without reason. I haven't received anything." Wen Li finally realized why only Fu Zheng had visited her during her comatose state. Others had been dealt with unbeknownst to her. Perhaps Fu Zheng was the same, yet he still chose her. Sensing her sincerity, Song Yuan asked, "Really received nothing?" When Wen Li shook her head, he pulled out his phone and unlocked it, saying, "Let us add each other again. I have something on today, but I'll treat you to a meal another day." Wen Li, however, was solely interested in seeing Fu Zheng. After a moment's hesitation, Song Yuan stood and inquired, "Sure, but when is another day?" He paused. "I tend to be quite serious." Wen Li contemplated, "How about tomorrow?" Song Yuan readily agreed. "All right, I'll come to your house to pick you up tomorrow." After he stood and departed, she assumed he had sent the message in error and thought little of it. As 5 o'clock approached, employees of Fu Group began to leave in succession, and by 6 or 7, few remained. The lobby was left adorned only with the grand spiral crystal chandelier. Wen Li twisted her neck, gathered her completed assignments, rubbed her somewhat cold arms, and glanced toward the elevator. Checking the time, she noted it was just past 7 at that moment. Her phone rang from her backpack. It was Wen Wan. She rose and stepped outside, her tone affectionate. "Sister, what is up?" "I'm gaming, Dotto." "With whom are you playing?" Wen Wan inquired. Wen Li whispered, "A group of people, both boys and girls. Don't tell Dad. I'll definitely get scolded." "All right, be careful. Among them is your top-tier uncle. Teacher Pan mentioned that you would have to retake the exam on Monday." The moment she spoke with Wen Li had anticipated this news, so it did not come as a surprise. Yet, it chilled her further, as she dismantled the previous illusions step by step. The two individuals who cared for her most were, in reality, the ones who wished for her demise. She felt fortunate that her 3 years as a comatose individual had laid the groundwork. Otherwise, she would not know how to confront these revelations. Lin Baozhu sent her some comforting words. "I don't believe you cheated. You are clearly very diligent in your studies." Wen Li felt a warmth in her heart. "You might be disappointed." Lin Baozhu replied, "Then I still believe in you. You wouldn't cheat on your assignments. So how could you cheat on an exam? Even if you did, it just shows you have the talent and audacity." Upon reading the last sentence, Wen Li couldn't help but chuckle. "Thank you for the compliment." At that moment, the sound of the elevator doors opening echoed in her ears. It was faint, yet the lobby was quiet enough for Wen Li to hear it. She turned to look. It was not Fu Zheng but Assistant Su beside him. She stood and asked, "Assistant Su, is Fu Zheng still busy?" A figure emerged from the shadows, startling Assistant Su, who, once he regained his composure, replied, President Fu is still dealing with matters. It should take a while longer. You can wait for him upstairs. Wen Li slung her backpack over her shoulder, glancing towards the elevator. Can I go up? I can help you press the button. Assistant Su escorted her to the exclusive elevator, swiping his work card, after which the doors opened automatically. Wen Li stepped inside and pressed the open button, finding it a bit cumbersome. Assistant Su, could you order 2 servings of the meals Fu Zheng usually enjoys? I'll transfer you the money. At this, Assistant Su nodded and replied, all right, I'll bring it over shortly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wen Li transferred 1,000 yuan to Assistant Su as a token of gratitude for his overtime work. In the CEO's office, upon hearing a knock, Fu Zheng did not raise his head, his voice monotonous. Come in, he then added. Make me a cup of coffee before you leave. Thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, Wen Li set down her backpack, approached him, and noticed his desk cluttered with documents. He appeared exceedingly busy, completely oblivious to her presence. She took the black coffee cup and turned to leave. Having grown familiar with Fu Group from a young age, she often engaged in playful antics there while Fu Zheng would chase after her. After preparing the coffee, she entered without knocking this time. Placing the cup beside Fu Zheng and cautiously stepping aside, Fu Zheng picked it up and took a sip, the unfamiliar taste causing him to momentarily lose focus. After several seconds, he set the cup down. Wen Li smiled at him, then gestured toward the sofa. You continue with your work. I'll wait for you over there. Fu Zheng regained his composure, fastening his collar as he asked, when did you arrive? Just now, Wen Li replied, settling onto the sofa while stealing glances at the man seated at his desk. Compared to his usual demeanor, he wore a simple pair of half-black framed glasses while working, his cold features now exuding a hint of mature restraint. The previously unbuttoned black shirt was now neatly fastened, and he had donned a suit jacket, likely out of concern for his uncle's status. Striving to appear composed in her presence, if not for the fear of startling Fu Zheng, she would have liked to say, actually, the more clothes you wear, the more intriguing you become. After all, an unclothed man is far less captivating than a well-dressed gentleman imbued with mystery. She obediently sat on the sofa, waiting. A few minutes later, he removed his glasses with one hand and set them aside, pinching the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers. I'll have Uncle Zheng come to pick you up. Under his gaze, Wen Li cupped her ears with her hands, earnestly stating, I'll wait for you. Fu Zheng's movements froze momentarily, a flicker of tenderness crossing his brow before he resumed his work without further comment. Though his efficiency noticeably waned. Half an hour later, Assistant Su entered with 2 meals, and Wen Li expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Assistant Su exchanged a few words before leaving for the day. After opening her meal, she turned to Fu Zheng. You should eat first. Fu Zheng nodded and rose, walking over to sit across from Wen Li. As the light illuminated his tall frame, he took the chopsticks she offered, but he bypassed her hand to grab the ones on the table, his tone indifferent. Go ahead and eat. Wen Li sat on the sofa for a while, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her, and decided to close her eyes for a brief slumber. After finishing all his work, Fu Zheng rubbed his aching brow, but his gaze uncontrollably drifted towards the sofa. Wen Li leaned against the couch, resting her face on one hand, a stray lock of hair cascading over her cheek. After a moment of slumber, she opened her eyes again, her gaze now clear and alert. He stood up and walked over, looking down at Wen Li from above. Recently, due to the incessant alarm clock, she had become so sensitive to sound that she could wake up at the slightest noise. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately stood up, but in the next moment, she stumbled forward, colliding solidly with Fu Zheng's chest. He instinctively raised his hand, only to retract it behind his back. Are you hurt? Wen Li straightened up, shook her head, and turned to retrieve her backpack, following closely behind him. Once they got into the car, with Uncle Zheng absent, Fu Zheng took the wheel while Wen Li naturally settled into the passenger seat. As the vehicle cruised down the main road, a chill breeze wafted through the window. Wen Li tilted her head, relishing the cool air for a minute or two before reaching out to close the window. Just as they neared her home, a call from Wen Rong came through, and the moment it connected, his furious voice echoed. Wen Li, at your young age, you've already learned to fool around with men. Before she could respond, a large hand snatched the phone from her, the tone icy as Fu Zheng interjected. She's with me. It seemed that Wen Rong did not expect it to be Fu Zheng, leaving him momentarily speechless before ultimately hanging up. Fu Zheng's brow remained furrowed, clearly in a foul mood, as he was known to be fiercely protective. Is Wen Rong like this at home? Wen Li nodded. Affirming, pretty much. Fu Zheng's expression tightened, yet he chose not to comment further, personally escorting her into the one household. Only after watching her ascend the stairs did he leave. When Nuan entered the bedroom as usual to check on her, mentioning that someone had called their father, claiming she was playing games with a boy. Wen Li rubbed her face with both hands, her eyes drooping as she pouted. I'm so unlucky. My classmate found out I cheated. It's all right. I'll stay here for a few days and help you smooth things over with Dad. Wen Wan patted her back and then added, How did you end up with your uncle? I was worried Dad would scold me, so I had him pick me up, Wen Li replied. Next time, try not to trouble outsiders. All right, okay, sis, you're the best. It's 7 in the morning. Are we eating now? Song Yuan sprang up from bed, hurriedly rushing into the bathroom before quickly dashing downstairs. Just as Song Chi was coming down, she bumped into him. Did a meteor collide with Earth? Song Yuan immediately grabbed her. Sister, take me to Wen Li's house. Quickly, Wen Li? The one you were close with in middle school? Is there a rekindled romance? Song Chi asked curiously. I told you it's not like that. Stop making wild guesses. Fine. I happen to be heading to the Fu residence anyway. Upon receiving Song Yuan's message, Wen Li made her way downstairs. As soon as she stepped out the door, she spotted Song Yuan waving from the back seat. Wen Li, over here. She got in, but as she buried her head, she noticed Fu Zheng on the other side, his dark eyes inscrutable. Her body froze momentarily in the passenger seat. Song Chi gently greeted, Wen Li. After Song Yuan closed the door, he realized it was somewhat inappropriate for Wen Li to sit in the middle. Wen Li, why don't you sit here? No need, she replied, casting a sidelong glance at the silent man. Song Yuan said nothing further, then pulled out his phone, suggesting, I remember you like the breakfast from Lao Wangji. Shall we go there? Sure, Wen Li nodded. Just as she was about to call out to Fu Zheng, Song Chi belatedly introduced, Uncle Fu, this is Song Yuan, Wen Li's classmate. Wen Li, this is Uncle Fu. Wen Li hesitated to call Fu Zheng uncle but felt that addressing him by name was also inappropriate, leaving her momentarily speechless. Song Yuan assumed she was nervous and quickly added, Uncle Fu, my classmate is just shy. Fu Zheng's gaze shifted to Wen Li, then back to Song Yuan, as he coldly retorted, What's there to be shy about? I am her uncle. An abrupt silence filled the car, and Song Yuan stammered, realizing the implications of being caught by parents interacting with the opposite sex at their age. He scratched his head, muttering, Good morning, uncle. The atmosphere grew tense again, prompting Fu Zheng to correct him. You should call me uncle. Song Yuan quickly complied, Uncle Fu. Meanwhile, Song Chi found it somewhat awkward to witness this exchange. Afterwards, the four of them headed out for breakfast. While ordering, Song Yuan dragged Song Chi along, leaving only Wen Li and Fu Zheng at the table. Fu Zheng poured a glass of warm water and pushed it toward Wen Li, adopting a mature tone to impart advice. There's no need to hide early relationships from me. It's perfectly normal to date. Just be mindful of your boundaries. Chapter 13. The desire for possession attempting to suppress his reason realizing he had misunderstood. Wen Li instinctively clarified, I'm not in a relationship. We're just friends, truly friends. She nodded earnestly to emphasize her sincerity. Fu Zheng merely responded with a non-committal leaving her uncertain whether he believed her. Just then, Song Yuan rushed back, displaying a somewhat ingratiating demeanor. Uncle Fu, do you have any dietary restrictions? Fu Zheng remained silent for several seconds before answering, None. Song Yuan then turned to Wen Li, clearly familiar with her preferences. You don't eat cilantro or scallions, and you prefer half sugar, right? Fu Zheng's gaze lingered on Wen Li before quickly shifting away. Upon receiving her affirmative nod, Song Yuan sprinted toward the service counter. As Wen Li was about to speak, Fu Zheng stood up and walked toward a tree by the roadside, holding his phone in one hand, his fingers lightly tapping. If someone approached, they would see the screen displaying just the phone's default wallpaper. Once breakfast was served, he sauntered back, taking a seat beside Wen Li. With elders present, Song Yuan hesitated to speak, but he occasionally glanced at Wen Li, noticing a bit of milk foam at the corner of her mouth and quickly offering her a napkin. Concurrently, Fu Zheng's fingers brushed the napkin before he took 2 sheets to wipe his mouth, discarding them in the trash. Song Chi glanced at Song Yuan, then at the time, realizing it was getting late. She attempted to speak, Uncle Fu, shall we leave now? Time is running short. Originally, Fu Yu was supposed to accompany her on a project inspection out of town, but she had caught a cold, leaving Fu Zheng to take her place. As usual, Fu Zheng acknowledged with a simple standing up to walk toward the business car. Just as he was about to enter, he paused momentarily, then bent down to get inside. Outside the tinted glass, a boy leaned close to a girl, speaking softly. He closed his eyes, his fingers resting on his thigh, tightening imperceptibly, a strange possessiveness attempting to overpower his rationality. Once the car pulled away, the tense Song Yuan exhaled. Stretching his legs that had been crossed tightly in disbelief, "Fu Zheng is your uncle?" "No," Wen Li replied, taking a sip of milk. Song Yuan exclaimed in surprise, but Wen Li offered no explanation. After finishing her milk, she settled the bill, declaring, "I have to head to school. I'm going to be late." Upon seeing her stand, Song Yuan quickly rose to follow her, reaching for her backpack. "I'll walk you." However, Wen Li held onto her bag tightly. Shaking her head, "You don't need to come. I can walk by myself." At 20-something, she had finally caught on to Song Yuan's intentions, which she hadn't noticed the previous day. She turned to him directly, stating, "Song Yuan, we're just friends." His expression stiffened momentarily before he scratched his head, replying, "Of course, what else could it be? I'll tell you. I've had 2 girlfriends. I'll send you their pictures tomorrow." In the next moment, Wen Li interjected, "I already like someone." Song Yuan's face fell, adopting an expression more sorrowful than tears, as he feigned indifference. "Oh, really? Who is it?" Seeing his reaction, Wen Li felt a pang of sympathy and reached out to pat his shoulder in consolation. "Let us keep it a secret for now. At school." Wen Li rushed in just in time for class, drawing the attention of her classmates who all turned to stare, their expressions a mix of disbelief and accusation. She accepted their gazes with poise, taking her seat as Zhou Qin quietly reassured her, "Don't mind them." Wen Li signaled that she was fine. A few minutes later, teacher Pan Mingyan entered, clapping his hands to prompt the students to quickly recite classical texts. Then he called out, "Wen Li, please step outside. Rest assured, we won't wrongfully accuse you without reason." He handed her a test paper similar to a monthly exam, instructing her to complete it in the office. Wen Li hesitated for a moment and did not immediately take the paper. "If I didn't cheat, shouldn't the person who reported me apologize publicly? Shouldn't the school impose appropriate punishments?" She asserted, "If there's no corresponding handling method or punishment, I won't do this test. If I don't do it, who has evidence to prove I cheated?" "All right." Wen Li took the paper and sat in the office to complete it. During the break, many classmates gathered at the door to watch. Teacher Pan Mingyan rose to shoo them away, sternly instructing, "Focus on what you need to do. Don't loiter here." "What is so interesting?" He partially closed the door, glancing at the girl diligently working on her paper. "Don't be nervous, take your time." Wen Li, without raising her head, calmly replied, "Teacher Pan, I'm not nervous." By noon, Assistant Su learned of the situation and immediately called Fu Zheng. Managing to connect after 2 attempts, Fu Zheng's tone was cold. "What is it?" "Mr. Fu, the school just reported that someone accused Miss Wen of cheating on her exam. She is currently completing a test in the office." Assistant Su continued, "Do you need me to handle this?" Hearing this, Fu Zheng's brow furrowed deeper, his voice turning even colder. "Book the next flight." After a brief pause, he added, "Keep a close watch on matters at the school. Contact me immediately if anything arises." "But Mr. Fu, didn't you just arrive in D-City?" Assistant Su quickly interjected. "You focus on your tasks. I'll head to the school right away. No more. Book the nearest flight." After Fu Zheng hung up, he directly told Song Qi, "There's an urgent matter. We'll discuss it tomorrow." Although Fu Zheng was younger than her, Song Qi held her tongue, as this project relied on Fu Yu's connections. "I'll head to the hotel to rest and contact you tomorrow." "All right." Fu Zheng turned and left, his pace noticeably quicker than before. In the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, Pan Mingyan had been sitting for most of the day. He stood up, stretching his back, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Wen Li. After completing the first 2 exam papers, he was certain that Wen Li had not cheated. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Otherwise, an unwanted line would have marred his educational resume. Distinguished achievement in student cheating. Noticing that Wen Li's water cup was empty, he refilled it for her and continued with his work. After a few minutes, a knock echoed from the office door. He instinctively looked up and saw a tall figure standing in the doorway, momentarily failing to recognize who it was. He stood up and inquired, "Which teacher are you looking for?" Chapter 14. Should she be wronged? The man's gaze settled on the girl sitting quietly in the room, her petite figure appearing even smaller as she sat there. He stepped inside, standing beside her, his tone neither heavy nor light. "I am Wen Li's uncle. I heard someone reported that she cheated on the exam." The familiar voice caused Wen Li, who had been diligently working on her paper, to abruptly turn her head towards him, her eyes sparkling with a hint of joy as she instinctively called out, "Fu Zheng." "Yes." Fu Zheng's voice softened slightly as he turned to Pan Mingyan. His tone naturally assertive. "She can retake the exam, but only if she has not cheated." He paused, his voice chillingly cold. "I will sue the school. Go suspect my niece without evidence, if that is the case. Should I allege that the principal is embezzling funds? Would that not require someone to verify? It was inherently unjust to force Wen Li to retake her exam based solely on unfounded rumors." Pan Mingyan immediately expressed some regret. "If this isn't handled, rumors will only proliferate. You know it's just gossip. How can she prove her innocence based on mere rumors?" The young, handsome man scoffed lightly, the intent to protect evident in his tone. He leaned on the desk, his voice intensifying. "Should she suffer such indignation? Do you think she has no family?" Wen Li's pen dropped a dot on her paper, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as a ripple of emotion stirred within her. The next moment, she gently grasped Fu Zheng's sleeve. "Wait until I finish." She truly wanted to ask him why he had never suspected her of cheating. As it seemed entirely normal for someone like her to do so, why had he steadfastly stood by her side throughout? Fu Zheng fell silent, watching her work on her exam from behind. By 9 o'clock in the evening, all the exam papers had been completed, 6 of which had already been graded, leaving only the final subject. Pan Mingyan handed the papers to the math teacher. "Teacher Li, please grade these." The math teacher finished grading within a few minutes and returned the papers to Pan Mingyan, who then passed all the papers back to Wen Li, his mind already settled on the outcome. "The scores would not differ much from your midterm results. The school will provide an explanation for this matter." Wen Li rubbed her slightly sore waist. "Teacher Pan, may I know who the informant is?" Pan Mingyan hesitated for a moment, but eventually revealed the name. "Qiu Yi." "Qiu Yi?" Wen Li was somewhat taken aback. Qiu Yi was well liked in class and was one of the few classmates who had been relatively kind to her. Pan Mingyan nodded. "She wrote the report. You two should not resolve this privately. The school will give you an explanation." Wen Li was jostled into Fu Zheng once again, and as she collided with his arm, a hand suddenly draped over her shoulder. The palm was outwardly pressed, with only the wrist resting on her shoulder, concern mingling with an intentional distance. She glanced at him before looking away. From this angle, Fu Zheng's jawline was sharply defined, his nose straight and his eyelashes thick and long. "I want to eat the pineapple bun from the north of the city." Wen Li deliberately chose a distant location, hoping to spend a bit more time with him. After today, he would return to maintaining his distance. Fu Zheng rarely refused her. "All right." This time, Fu Zheng surprisingly did not sit in the passenger seat, perhaps to comfort her. Wen Li remembered something and rummaged through her backpack, producing a paper crane. "This is a paper crane I folded. I only made one, and it's a bit ugly, but I tried my best." Her crafting skills had always been poor, and this one had taken her quite a while to complete. The red paper crane lay quietly in the palm of her hand. Fu Zheng's fingers twitched slightly before he tucked it into his pocket, looking somewhat disinterested. At 10 o'clock in the northern city. Most shops had closed, but fortunately, the pineapple bun shop remained open. Fu Zheng went down to buy a few, and Wen Li fell asleep in the car after eating one or two. The consecutive early mornings and late nights had left her somewhat drained. Upon arriving at the Wen family home, she woke up and, through the car window, smiled at Fu Zheng. "Good night, Fu Zheng." The paper crane should have been in her hand, but now it was empty. His reaction was almost instinctive, his voice hoarse. "Let us go to the northern city." An hour later, the understated black luxury car parked again outside the closed pineapple bun shop, the streets now eerily quiet. Standing at the entrance, Fu Zheng noticed a flattened paper crane underfoot. He bent down to pick it up, gently brushing off the imprints on it. With a furrowed brow, he attempted to restore the paper crane, but the creases stubbornly refused to smooth out. After a long while, he held it like a treasured possession, cradling it carefully in his palm. At the One residence, when Rong and others had gone to the Qin family for a feast. Leaving the house empty, Wen Li sighed in relief, then went upstairs to contact Lin Baozhu. "Do you have Qiu Yi's phone number?" she asked. "I do. I'll send it to you." After a while, Wen Li received Qiu Yi's number and dialed it. The call connected shortly. "Hello," came Qiu Yi's voice. "Wen Li here. Teacher Pan said you reported that I cheated. Is that true?" On the other end, there was an immediate silence, and after a few seconds, faintly, a nurse's voice could be heard. Checking blood sugar for bed 29. The call abruptly ended, and Wen Li did not attempt to call back. A moment later, her phone rang. It was Qiu Yi. Qiu Yi seemed to be on the roadside. With the sound of car horns in the background, "It's me." Who made you do this? Wen Li's tone was devoid of curiosity. She already knew who was behind it, merely needing a confession, like a criminal awaiting judgment. A prolonged silence enveloped the call, lasting half a minute, before Chioi took a shaky breath, her voice barely audible. It was your sister. Back in the first year of high school, she approached me, asking me to disclose your matters to the classmates. I'm sorry, my mother is ill, and I need money. With this confirmation, Wen Li's emotions remained stable. Chioi, I don't need your apology. Just continue with what you're doing. Tell her that a man helped me resolve the cheating issue. After hanging up, Wen Li's gaze fell on the family photo on the table, where all four of them wore smiles, and no one would believe that it was merely a fade. She reached out to cover the frame, rubbing her slightly sore eyes, wondering how it could not be painful. For over 20 years in her past life, she had lived in a loving family. Yet, the truth was it was all for money. Chapter 15. He wants to steal at 1 o'clock in the morning. Wen Li completed a set of exam papers, yawning as she packed her bag. Before standing up, she habitually stood before the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze outside. The night felt different. A dark silhouette stood under the streetlight, chin raised, clearly watching her direction. The indistinct face was shrouded in shadows. But she was certain it was Fu Zheng. Her heart raced for a moment, and she quickly turned and dashed down the stairs, plunging into the suffocating darkness of the night, escaping the courtyard. The road was deserted, only the solitary streetlights standing like sentinels in the night. She lightly kicked the ground, muttering, playing guerrilla warfare. The villa's gate closed again, and the figure concealed in the darkness stepped out. Fu Zheng raised a hand to touch his chest, feeling the strong beat of his heart. Something seemed to crawl out from a tiny crevice, stubbornly and tenaciously, perhaps due to the increased interactions between Fu Zheng and Wen Li in recent days. Duing and Wenwan became aware of a sense of crisis and began to take the matter seriously. The next day, Wen Li woke up early and went downstairs, where Wenwan had prepared breakfast for her. I'll take you to school today. Sis, you're the best. I'm nearly dead from fatigue. Wen Li pouted playfully before devouring her breakfast with a hint of urgency. Wenwan chuckled, feigning concern. Why don't you skip the early study session? I'll ask Mom to call your teacher. Forget it. I'm afraid I'll be the one getting quacked. Wen Li playfully gestured with her hands. As for who the duck was, Wenwan understood perfectly and chuckled several times, whispering, keep your voice down. Don't let Dad hear. Wenwan drove with Wen Li in the passenger seat. While biting into a sandwich, Wen Li asked, Sis, how did you end up engaged to the Qin family? He seems quite the playboy. Wenwan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and started the car. A marriage alliance is beneficial for the family. But you want to have to do the same. You can marry whoever you like. Wen Li responded with a nonchalant "oh," leaning against the window. Taking advantage of the red light, Wenwan glanced at her. How did the school handle the cheating issue? Wen Li explained. My uncle came to the school. Wenwan appeared relieved. Let us hope you don't cheat next time. There's no need to cover for you. I couldn't even solve the first question. What even is a set? Who invented math anyway? It's not useful in life, Wen Li complained. Wenwan laughed in agreement. I think the same at oh. I heard someone say that my uncle fired a pregnant woman. One of his secretaries, as she spoke, her voice lowered, clearly hinting at deeper implications. Had it been before, Wen Li would have automatically assumed that Fu Zheng had slept with the secretary and fired her after she became pregnant. But not now. She feigned anger. There's not a single good man these days. You have also reached the age of 18. Be cautious. On the surface, you and Fu Zhengming share a relationship of uncle and niece. Yet in truth, there exists no blood relation between you at this point. Wenwan's tone took on a more solemn note. Upon hearing this, Wen Li instinctively clutched her chest, appearing frightened, and remarked, Then I shall keep my distance from him henceforth. Afterward, the two exchanged no further words. Upon arriving at school, Wen Li promptly informed Pan Ming'an that there was no longer a need for Chiu Yichuan to apologize to the entire school. For several consecutive days, whenever Chiu encountered Wen Li, he would automatically lower his head and evade her gaze. Yet Wen Li paid no mind to these actions on Friday, as Wen Li exited the school. Song Yuan, riding a bicycle, called out to her. Wen Li? Song Yuan was strikingly handsome, clad in a black hoodie, his hair cut in a trendy style, effortlessly drawing attention as he rode his black bicycle with one hand. Wen Li approached him and queried, What is it? There's a circus performance at Zhongyuan featuring your favorite tiger. Hurry and hop on, Song Yuan urged, patting the back seat of his bike. Before Wen Li could respond, He exclaimed. What? Are you afraid of what your crush might think? Which one is it? Let me take a look. With that, he scanned the vicinity of the school gate, finding no one more handsome than himself. He is not here. If he is not here, that is fine. Now get on, Wen Li. Why are you being so hesitant? Wen Li had no choice but to take a seat on the back of his bicycle. Song Yuan tilted his head to glance at her and said, Hold onto my shirt. Once Wen Li secured her grip, he pedaled forward, exuberantly shouting, Let us go. In a nearby luxurious white car, Fu Zheng observed the bicycle moving away from the crowd. Growing increasingly distant, he pressed the window button, concealing his icy demeanor. By 5 or 6 in the afternoon, when Bai Siyuan arrived at the club, Fu Zheng had already indulged in a fair amount of red wine. Dressed in a white shirt with the collar open, revealing the sculpted lines of his physique from workouts, he wore a cold expression between his brows. What is wrong? In a foul mood. Who could possibly upset you? Wen Li. Did she express her dislike for you again? Only Wen Li had the ability to stir his emotions to such a degree. Others lacked that influence. Upon hearing Wen Li's name, Fu Zheng's movements noticeably paused for an instant. Quickly raising his glass, he downed the contents in one go, placing the empty cup on the table. The wine had begun to take effect, and the usually composed Fu Zheng displayed a hint of irrationality. She is dating someone. I can hardly contain myself. I want to intervene. Bai Siyuan, taken aback, glanced at him and sighed, offering encouragement. If you like her, then seize the opportunity. Life is but a few decades. Don't waste it in hesitation. If you propose to the Wen family, they would likely agree immediately. The prospect of an alliance with the Fu family would have them grinning even in their sleep. The man at the booth remained silent, merely raising a hand to rub his temple. Observing Fu Zheng's dejected demeanor, Bai Siyuan felt a mix of exasperation and concern. What are you worried about? You're only 8 years older than Wen Li. It is not your fault that you're of a higher generation, and besides, Wen Li doesn't regard you as an uncle. When has she ever called you that? She always addresses you as Fu Zheng. I am telling you, you two are childhood sweethearts. Fu Zheng suddenly seemed to awaken to a realization. Yes, only 8 years. Bai Siyuan, believing he had come to terms with it, poured him another glass of red wine and added, Indeed, 8 years is nothing. A man being older by 8 years is ideal, mature and stable. I'm heading abroad. Keep an eye on Wen Li for me. After saying this, Fu Zheng closed his eyes and leaned back against the booth, as if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength. You're truly being a coward. Bai Siyuan wanted to say something, but upon seeing Fu Zheng's state, he found himself at a loss for words. After several days without seeing Fu Zheng, Wen Li found herself missing him. The following morning, she brought fruit to the Fu residence. Elder Fu and Madame Fu were in the garden feeding fish. The plump creatures resembling nothing of their kind, with bellies as round as if they were pregnant. Upon spotting Wen Li, Madame Fu stood up affectionately, exclaiming, Little Li, you've lost weight. Your cheeks are so thin. A bit of weight loss can be beautiful, Wen Li replied softly. Elder Fu shot her a disapproving glance, stating, It's better to be plump. It's healthier. I'll have the aunt prepare some delicious dishes for you. All right. After handing the fruit to the aunt, Wen Li looked around and asked, Is uncle not home? Elder Fu immediately pouted, appearing displeased. Your uncle didn't want to hear me pressuring him to marry? So he left for abroad early. By the time that troublesome project overseas is finished, he'll be an old man. He'd rather toil for a meager sum than consider marriage. Just look at how irresponsible your uncle is. Wen Li was taken aback, perhaps not anticipating that Fu Zheng would evade her by going abroad. In her previous life, their encounters had been few, and Fu Zheng had never traveled abroad. Thus he would not have fled due to Elder Fu's marriage pressures. Elder Fu continued to vent, Your uncle is 26 and doesn't he have a woman by his side? I'm concerned about his sexual orientation. His tone grew increasingly somber. If Fu Zheng wished to be the third party, he was perfectly normal. For the first time, Fu Zheng, who would always answer her calls, hung up on her, only to send a message moments later. I'm working. Wen Li pouted, poking at her phone screen in frustration, then jabbed it multiple times. Old man, coward. Perhaps yearning to see Fu Zheng too much, the most arduous time of her senior year flew by in the blink of an eye. A heavy snowfall blanketed Kyoto in winter, followed by a series of gentle rains as spring arrived. June ushered in summer. At this time, Kyoto was still bearable, yet the atmosphere in the classroom had reached a peak of intensity. Wen Li caught a glimpse of Zhou Qin slumped over her desk, her eyelids drooping heavily. Wen Li reached out and nudged her. Zhou Qin immediately sat up, patting her face. I'm so tired. I must persevere for a few more days. Wen Li chuckled softly, retrieving a piece of mint candy from her drawer and offering it to her. Suck on this. Zhou Qin had tried it once before and found it overwhelming. She immediately shook her head, retreating as if to say, I'm awake now. Just then, Pan Ming'an entered through the back door, clapping his hands and cheerfully announcing, lift your spirits. It's the last couple of days. Let us give it one final push this afternoon. We'll take the class photo, and then you can relax for a bit. Wen Li found it difficult to endure as well. The relentless studying was exhausting. She unwrapped 2 mint candies and popped them into her mouth, instantly feeling invigorated. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all senior classes gathered on the playground for their class photos. After taking her class photo, Wen Li spotted Bai Siyuan, who was waving at her with a beautifully crafted cake in one hand. Just as she was about to approach him, Song Yuan unexpectedly appeared, calling out, Wen Li, congratulations on your graduation. He then presented her with a bouquet of pink roses. What brings you here? Wen Li inquired as she accepted the flowers. Song Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. I climbed over the wall. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily fell upon her. The girl wore a simple white-collared long dress, her hair cascading down her back, framing her delicate face that carried an air of striking beauty. At that moment, Bai Siyuan approached, casting a glance at Song Yuan before looking back at Wen Li. Though Song Yuan was handsome, he paled in comparison to Fu Zheng. If Fu Zheng were to consider being the third party, he stood no chance. He then turned to Wen Li and said, congratulations on your graduation. Upon hearing this, Wen Li knew Fu Zheng would not be showing up today. She asked, could you take a photo of me and send it to Fu Zheng? Bai Siyuan took out his phone and waved at Song Yuan. Could you step aside a bit? Once Song Yuan moved away, he snapped several pictures, sending them to the man who was unwilling to be the third party. After tucking his phone away, he decided not to interfere with Wen Li's romantic affairs any longer, saying, I'll take my leave now. Once he departed, Song Yuan took out his phone. Wen Li, let me snap a few pictures for you. He approached her with a sneaky demeanor. As Bai Siyuan drove away, he caught sight of Song Yuan walking and laughing foolishly with his phone. He honked deliberately, watching as Song Yuan dropped his phone in shock. Satisfied, he drove off. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, located on the top floor with panoramic glass windows overlooking the playground, the principal nodded and handed Fu Zheng a list after a moment. Wen Li's grades are quite impressive. If she performs normally, she should have no problem getting into Kyoto University. And Fu Zheng neatly folded the report card and added, thank you for your trouble. In the spacious back seat of the car, the man took out his phone and tapped a few times, revealing a solo photo on the screen. With a voice laced with restraint, he instructed, to the airport. While the driver was en route to drop her off, the car experienced a malfunction. It seemed to bear the mark of those 2 women. She resided at the Fu household. Yet when Wan and Doing dared not reach out, they likely did not concern themselves with her academic performance. In the past 6 months, the school had implemented a policy to safeguard students' health, keeping grades confidential from parents. Thus Doing and the others were unaware of her precise scores. During the 3 days of the college entrance examination, Elder Fu, perhaps following Fu Zheng's instructions, personally escorted her. Wen Li successfully endured the 3 days of exams, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon their conclusion. Immediately afterward, she packed her bags and booked a flight to Countryel. Days prior, she had learned Fu Zheng's address from Elder Efud. As she descended the stairs, Doing happened to be at home and, noticing her dragging a suitcase, instinctively asked, Little Li, where are you off to? Wen Li stretched her arms lazily and replied, I've finally finished my prison sentence, Mom, but I'm going out for a stroll for a few days. It's getting late. Why not leave tomorrow instead? Doing suggested with a smile. Wen Li shook her head, playfully pouting, I've made plans with my classmates. All right then, but do be careful. Doing acquiesced tenderly. Wen Li remained silent as Durong interjected. She just finished her college entrance exams. She's going out to unwind for a few days. She can't go far. She's meeting with the Gu family tomorrow. Wen Rong stated sternly, making it clear she intended for Wen Li to attend a blind date. Doing shot Wen Li a knowing glance, signaling her to leave quickly. Wen Li grabbed her suitcase and headed outside. But Wen Rong immediately called out, Stop right there. All right, if the child wants to go out, let her. Meeting someone can happen any day. In Countryel, the city, a black business vehicle pulled into a residential area, coming to a halt in front of a standalone villa. The headlights illuminated a petite figure, clearly visible. The driver glanced at the man in the rearview mirror and remarked, "Mr. Fu, there's a woman at the entrance." Fu Zheng merely replied with a nonchalant hum, opened the door, and stepped out. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the side, causing his footsteps to come to an abrupt halt. He stared, somewhat stiffly, at the figure not far away. It had been quite some time since Wen Li last saw Fu Zheng. His appearance had not changed much, but he exuded an aura of greater composure. She released her grip on her suitcase and walked toward him. After a few steps, she broke into a run, finally crashing into his embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around him. Fu Zheng, I have missed you. Chapter 17. Fu Zheng, will you marry me? She suddenly leaped forward, catching Fu Zheng off guard, causing him to take a half step back before regaining his balance. Looking down, he clearly saw a cascade of soft, black hair gently swaying in the breeze, brushing against her and then settling back into place. A tingling sensation stirred within his heart. His dark eyes flickered slightly, and finally, he placed his hand on her back, allowing her to hold him. He lifted his gaze to the distance, his voice cool yet tinged with something else. Have you been wronged? Wen Li tilted her head back, her brows curving upward like a radiant crescent moon in the night sky. No, it's just that I have missed you, I have missed you. The weight of those words struck him like a hammer, reverberating within his chest. Fu Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed in the darkness, his fingers clenched behind him, his jaw slightly raised. After a long pause, he spoke in a flat tone, "Let's go inside." Wen Li released him and softly said, "I'm hungry, I'll come over after the exam." Fu Zheng nodded, moving to retrieve her suitcase as they entered the villa, one after the other. Before Wen Li could step into the living room, a woman's voice interjected, "Oh, who is this?" Wen Li turned to see a woman in a black Chanel suit seated on the sofa, her long, dyed golden curls exuding maturity and intellect. She instinctively looked toward Fu Zheng, who seemed entirely unfazed, clearly permitting this woman to reside there. She knew Fu Zheng would not entertain feelings for anyone else. Yet she also understood his perspective on marriage. He had never contemplated marrying her. "She's my niece," Fu Zheng briefly explained, then turned to Wen Li, saying coolly, "Have a seat on the sofa." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen. Jian Ningxue looked at the kitchen in surprise, then curiously assessed Wen Li, speaking to herself, "This is my first time seeing him in the kitchen. I thought he couldn't cook. I'm a classmate of your uncle's and temporarily living here." Wen Li responded with a noncommittal and fell silent, pondering what advantages she might have over the woman before her. After a long pause, she found none. Half an hour later, Fu Zheng emerged with a bowl of fried rice, gesturing for Wen Li to come eat. She approached and began to eat, but after a while, she felt overwhelmed, a knot forming in her heart, uncertain of the nature of Fu Zheng's relationship with Jian Ningxue. The fact that they could share a living space implied a mutual interest. Was she about to become the unwelcome third party? Distracted, she prodded her rice with a spoon, and Fu Zheng glanced over, pressing his lips together. "Don't you like it?" It was evidently his bedroom. "You can stay here tonight. I'll have someone prepare the adjacent room tomorrow." "And where will you sleep?" Wen Li asked instinctively. Fu Zheng picked up his nightclothes from the bed. "Downstairs." As he spoke, he noticed her beautiful eyes fixed on him, and he felt his gaze falter, his eyelids involuntarily drooping. "If you need anything, just call me." "Will you sleep with her?" Wen Li stared at him, unmoving. At her words, Fu Zheng furrowed his brow, realizing her implication. "She's the ex-girlfriend of Bai Siyuan. She just arrived here and hasn't found a place yet. She'll move out in a few days. I'll sleep on the sofa downstairs." Wen Li felt her heart relax, and in the next moment, she swiftly closed the door and locked it, leaning against it. She took a deep breath and exhaled, looking at Fu Zheng. "Fu Zheng, you are not my uncle." The bedroom fell into silence. Perhaps having heard this too many times, Fu Zheng's gaze dimmed slightly, though his expression remained inscrutable. Sleeped, he reached for the door, his large hand grasping the doorknob when Wen Li's voice broke the stillness. "Fu Zheng, can you marry me?" Fu Zheng's eyes widened in shock, filled with incredulity. Even a man accustomed to life's storms could not mask his astonishment. After a long while, he stood upright, his voice hoarse yet restrained. "Wen Li, do you understand what you are saying?" "I do. Fu Zheng, I like you." Wen Li felt uncertain, her heart racing after uttering those words, yet she could not retreat. If she did, their relationship would forever remain that of uncle and niece. While Fu Zheng could maintain that boundary, She found herself unable to. Her feelings for him were genuine. The room was enveloped in silence, the air almost palpable, the weight of the moment pressing heavily. The man's breathing grew noticeably deeper. After a minute or two of tense standoff, Wen Li's legs began to weaken, and she straightened herself, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. In the dim light, half of his face lay in shadow, the other illuminated, his voice a low rasp. "Let us pretend you never said that today. Please do not bring it up again." As expected, he rejected her, but Wen Li felt no sorrow. She replied softly, "Not this year. I will ask again next year. Until you agree." The bedroom fell silent once more, though this time it did not last long. That Fu Zheng's tone turned stern as he admonished, "I am your uncle. Regardless of our blood relationship, that will not change. If you need anything, just ask me directly." He believed Wen Li must have been influenced by something or desired something to speak such outrageous words. Undeterred, Wen Li insisted, "You are not my uncle. I'm just letting you know my feelings will not change." Without another word, Fu Zheng opened the door and left, seemingly thrown off by her declarations. Wen Li exhaled sharply, collapsing onto the bed, patting her chest, finally covering her flushed and heated face with her hands. Her first confession had naturally come with anxiety. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng drove away, eventually stopping on a secluded roadside. Rolling down the window to retrieve a pack of cigarettes, before long, the scent of smoke filled the car. He rarely smoked, only indulging occasionally when his rationality wavered. With a cigarette perched between his fingers, his hand dangled outside the window, the swirling smoke casting shadows across his face, his slightly narrowed eyes revealing a complexity of emotions: restraint, possessiveness, and moral conflict. An inexplicable urge for possession surged within him. He took a deep drag, coughing slightly from the unfamiliarity, taking a moment to regain his composure. After a while, he flicked the cigarette butt away and leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes tightly. When Li's delicate face invaded his thoughts, he abruptly opened his eyes, a hint of red creeping into his gaze. The following morning, Wen Li anticipated that Fu Zheng would avoid her for a few days. However, he acted as if nothing had occurred, sitting at the dining table with her for breakfast. Jian Ningxue was also present, but she hurriedly left for work after finishing her meal. Once Wen Li was left alone, Fu Zheng collected the dishes and said nonchalantly, "The flight is at 3 this afternoon. I will take you to the airport." Under his gaze, Wen Li covered her ears with her hands, her expression earnest. "Unless you carry me to the airport, I will not go." With a crash, the bowl in Fu Zheng's hand shattered on the floor. He closed his eyes briefly before quickly reopening them. "Do you realize the nonsense you were spouting?" This was the first time he had spoken so harshly to Wen Li. She pouted slightly, replying, "I do." After that, she bent down to pick up the broken pieces. As her fingers reached for the shards, a large hand grasped her wrist, pulling her aside before quickly releasing her. He said nothing more, cleaning up the mess before changing into a suit and leaving. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Fu Zheng arranged for a driver to take her to the airport. Wen Li pretended not to hear, knowing the driver could not forcibly take her there. Instead, she took some local currency and went to the supermarket. Seeing flour smeared across Wen Li's face, Jian Ningxue couldn't help but chuckle. "Niece, you have flour on your face. I didn't know. He.'s usually not home at this time." Jian Ningxue took out her phone, saying, "Let me make a call for you. I'll join you for a meal. It smells delicious." Wen Li retrieved 2 sets of chopsticks. Sitting at the table to clarify, "He is not my uncle." Before she could finish, Jian Ningxue continued, "I'm pursuing him." Jian Ningxue was taken aback. "This is the first time I've heard a girl say she is pursuing him. He.'s not easy to win over, but you never knowed I pursued by Siyuan for half a year and eventually caught up." Wen Li picked up a piece of food and confidently stated, "I am ready. Very good. The flavor is just right," Jian Ningxue praised, then offered her advice from experience. Someone like Fu Zheng won't be swayed by cooking. He.'s dined at countless high-end restaurants and won't be touched by a simple meal. Wen Li looked up at her. "How did you manage to pursue by Siyuan?" His words should be quite difficult to navigate. Jian Ningxue nodded in agreement. "His words are like a weapon in wartime. The country never lacks bullets." After a brief encounter, she said, "I once picked him up when he was at his most vulnerable." Wen Li nodded, and after finishing their meal, she left some food in the kitchen and waited in her bedroom until 2 in the morning. Ultimately, she decided to sleep. The bedroom light had been off for half an hour when a car drove into the villa. Fu Zheng's tall figure appeared in the living room, then made his way to the kitchen. On the counter lay several dishes, and Fu Zheng's gaze lingered for a long moment before he picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to eat a little. He barely touched the food, and unless one looked closely, there would be no evidence of his presence. He set down the chopsticks, leaning against the counter, tugging at his collar, his peripheral vision landing on the food, a faint, nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. For several days, Wen Li did not see Fu Zheng. The weather in L country fluctuated between cold and warm, and she soon found herself unwell, inevitably succumbing to a fever. Feeling unwell, she sniffled and pulled out her phone to call Fu Zheng. But after a long wait without a connection, she finally gave up. Wrapped in her blanket, she returned to bed on that afternoon. Jian Ningxue did not see Wen Li and instinctively began to search for her. She called out several times at the bedroom door, but received no response, leading her to believe that Wen Li had stepped out. Before the call could be answered, she hung up, glancing at her phone and sensing something amiss. The bed was conspicuously disheveled, with a furry head peeking out from under the covers. The weight lifted from her heart, and just as she was about to turn and leave, her peripheral vision caught the flush on Wen Li's cheeks. Striding over, she bent down to feel the astonishing warmth emanating from her. In an instant, he pulled out his phone and dialed for assistance. Jian Ningxue hurried downstairs to fetch a fever-reducing patch, applying it to Wen Li and fretting. I can't tell how long she has been burning up. Fu Zheng observed the now slumbering Wen Li and turned to fetch a set of her clothes, offering them to Jian Ningxue to help change her. After doing so, he stepped outside. An hour later, the doctor returned to check Wen Li's temperature, which had finally lowered. He advised, if she develops a fever again in the middle of the night, administer more medicine, and if her temperature has not stabilized by morning, take her to the hospital. Fu Zheng acknowledged with a grunt, and once the doctor departed, Jian Ningxue descended the stairs. The bedroom was left with only the two of them. Wen Li remained in a deep slumber while Fu Zheng reached out to turn off the main light, leaving only the bedside lamp on, and settled beside her, keeping watch in the dim light. The girl's face still bore a rosy hue, her lips a deeper shade of red than usual, with strands of hair cascading over her face, obscuring her eyes. He hesitated for a moment, his hand suspended in midair before gently tucking the stray locks behind her ear, revealing her delicate features. In the middle of the night, when Wen Li awoke, the first thing she saw was Fu Zheng by her bedside. Her eyes brightened instantly, and on instinct, she reached out to grasp his hand, pulling it to her chest and contentedly closing her eyes again, murmuring, "It must be a dream." The soft sensation of his fingers made Fu Zheng, who had been drowsily squinting, open his eyes wide, his breath hitching. Wen Li blinked, her vision momentarily blurry before focusing, her voice reminiscent of a duckling. Fu Zheng. Chapter 18. If one were to ponder deeply, she truly wished to be his aunt. Fu Zheng responded with a habitual hum. Rising to fetch water, the moment he grasped the cup, his fingers tilted slightly, causing water to spill onto the table, revealing a hint of emotion. He switched hands to pour the water again, then offered it to her, inquiring as usual, "What would you like to eat?" Wen Li took a few sips, her throat less parched than before, and shook her head, "I don't want to eat." As she spoke, she quietly scrutinized him, but his gaze remained averted from hers. Fu Zheng said nothing, taking the cup from her hands and turning to head downstairs. After a moment, he returned with a bowl of clear noodle soup. Wen Li stole a glance at him, mustering the courage to say softly, "Feed me." Fu Zheng paused, his expression as impassive as ever. "Dimichum." Wen Li had little appetite, and after he fed her, she managed to eat only half before feeling nauseous and finally stating, "I can't eat anymore." Her head felt heavy, her eyelids drooping, yet she feared that if she closed her eyes, Fu Zheng would leave. "Fu Zheng, can you stay?" Her illness rendered her voice soft and frail, and Fu Zheng swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. After a long pause, he replied, "All right." Hearing this, Wen Li lay back down, stealing glances at him before reaching out to grasp the hem of his shirt. It wasn't long before she drifted off to sleep. Fu Zheng watched her delicate fingers gradually release their grip, tightening and loosening again, until they finally fell away, suspended in the air beside the bed, slender and graceful. The warmth from their earlier contact lingered in his palm as he stared at it for a long while before leaning against the bedside table to rest. The next day, the gray light of dawn filtered through the window, gradually revealing a hint of white. Wen Li opened her eyes, immediately spotting the man close by, a faint shadow of dark circles visible beneath his eyes, a testament to his vigil throughout the night. During those 3 years of her being unresponsive, he must have sat like this, waiting for her to wake, looking even more haggard than he did now. 3 years he had endured more than she had. She got out of bed quietly, still in her pajamas, when Fu Zheng's cool voice broke the silence. Awake. Wen Li was about to speak when her throat felt scratchy. Prompting a few coughs, I need to use the bathroom. Fu Zheng stood up, retrieving a pair of slippers from nearby and placing them before her as she entered the bathroom. Moments later, a loud thud echoed from within, and he instinctively rushed to the door, his voice laced with urgency. Wen Li? A few seconds later, the door swung open to reveal Wen Li, her face slightly pale. She tilted her head up, confidently asserting, Fu Zheng, you actually like me. Her unmasked feelings caught him off guard, and his expression shifted momentarily before he regained his usual cold demeanor. Responding, Wen Li, we can only maintain a nephew-uncle relationship. Oh, Wen Li pouted. Shutting the door with a soft click, Fu Zheng leaned against the wall, hand resting on his chest, feeling an unusual heartbeat, inhaling deeply before releasing a slow breath. Clearly, he was struggling against the allure of Wen Li. He remained by the door until she emerged safely from the bathroom. Wen Li was drenched in sweat, hastily finding clothes and heading back to the bathroom. She glanced at the man standing in the bedroom. I am fine now, you can go to work. Without waiting for a response, she closed the bathroom door again. When she finally stepped out, Fu Zheng was still waiting by the door. A faint fragrance filled the bedroom as Fu Zheng glanced at his watch. Noting it was a little past 8, he turned to Wen Li, remaining silent for several seconds before reaching out to check her forehead, relieved to find her temperature had dropped. Just then, rain began to patter outside, and soon the window was covered in a flurry of droplets, causing the room to cool further. Wen Li turned her head and sneezed several times. Suddenly, she felt a heavy weight on her shoulders and looked down to find a black suit jacket draped over her. It fit Fu Zheng perfectly, but on her, it seemed as if a child had borrowed an adult's clothing. Noticing this, Wen Li looked up at him, rubbing her nose and displaying a triumphant grin. Good. Her playful demeanor resembled that of a pet cat, causing Fu Zheng to avert his gaze and press his lips together before swiftly exiting the bedroom. As they left Country L, the rain persisted, ushering in a bone-chilling cold that felt like the onset of winter. Wen Li wore another of Fu Zheng's oversized suits, the hem reaching her thighs, rendering her petite frame even more delicate. At the airport, many eyes were drawn to her, prompting Wen Li to pull her scarf up to reveal only her eyes. I in first class. Fu Zheng indicated a seat for her, and as she settled in, her peripheral vision caught sight of him sitting in the left rear position. It was evident that he had deliberately arranged this, perhaps thinking it would create a distance between them, or shield his own thoughts. She turned her head to gaze out the window, pulling her scarf over her eyes to continue resting. Intermittently dozing until the plane landed, Wen Li felt the warmth enveloping her. The stuffiness prompted her to remove her scarf and shed the suit jacket. Upon exiting through the VIP corridor, she spotted Bai Siyuan in a crisp white suit, waving at them. Over here. He was still surprised to learn that Wen Li had sought Fu Zheng out and couldn't help but glance at her. Teasing little niece, you're quite bold. Seeing her shake her head, he laughed. I isn't this bold? When I was 18, I didn't even dare to leave the province. Wen Li corrected him. I'm not your little niece. In truth, she wished to be his aunt. She shot Fu Zheng a glance, about to speak when he interrupted. Let us go in the garage. Bai Siyuan instinctively moved toward the passenger seat, hoping to create an opportunity for the two. But as he took a few steps, Fu Zheng abruptly blocked him, commanding, you sit in the back. Bai Siyuan had no choice but to join Wen Li in the back seat. The atmosphere inside the car felt unusually tense. Although it had been quiet before, it was never as suffocating as it was now. Clearing his throat, Bai Siyuan asked, Wen Li, what made you think of looking for your uncle? I'm pursuing him. Wen Li's voice was soft yet explosive, like a bomb waiting to detonate. Bai Siyuan stared blankly, his expression one of shock as he replied, Huh? Clearly, he didn't comprehend her meaning. Wen Li continued, Don't call me your little niece anymore. I don't want to engage in incest. Bai Siyuan finally grasped her implication. Wen Li. Fu Zheng's voice was low and frigid, laced with anger. The car came to a steady halt at the roadside as Fu Zheng exited briskly, vanishing from view. After a long pause, Bai Siyuan raised his thumb at Wen Li. When did you start having feelings for your uncle? Or rather, for Fu Zheng? Wen Li remained silent, her shoulders slumped, her head resting against the seat, her delicate face appearing somewhat defeated. She could feel Fu Zheng's genuine rejection of her. Noticing her silence, Bai Siyuan crossed his legs and advised, "Be more affectionate, show vulnerability. Fu Zheng can't resist you." He glanced at her with a serious expression before continuing, "Wen Li, don't toy with Fu Zheng, or I want to let the Wen family have it easy." He understood better than anyone that although Fu Zheng appeared aloof, he was deeply sentimental. If Wen Li were merely toying with him for some ulterior motive, it could cost Fu Zheng dearly. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, it was 8 in the morning. "I'm tired," Wen Li said. When Wan approached and hugged her lightly, helping her fix her hair, "I've started my internship at the company and will have to work overtime these days, so I can't accompany you. I'll ask Mom to take you out for some fun. By the way, I've picked a few schools abroad for you. They have looser management, so you might like them. I'll send you the email shortly. Just let me know once you've made your choice." Wen Li nodded. "Okay. Sis, I'll head upstairs first. I'm exhausted." She dragged her suitcase upstairs, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and planned to head to the library. With an older man pursuing her, she couldn't afford to slack off in her studies. In her recollection, when Wan had only recently joined the company and was due to sign a multi-billion-dollar project with the Fong Group. From that moment on, when Rong had complete trust in Wen Wan's capabilities, she intended to dismantle Wen Wan's ambitions from the outset, much like the calculations they had made against her throughout their lives. Before this, she needed to clarify one matter: the cause of her biological mother's death. This issue proved to be somewhat convoluted. The Liu family must have investigated it back then, and if there were no problems, they would not have let the Wen family off the hook. With this thought, she picked up the phone and dialed. The call connected, yet there was no response from the other end. Her eyes reddened as she softly uttered, "Grandpa." Perhaps due to the indulgent upbringing by Wen Wan and Du Ying, she instinctively disliked Lu Zhongwei's stern demeanor, even believing he harbored disdain for her. The two individuals she should have trusted the most had become those she was most reluctant to engage with. On the other end, Lu Zhongwei immediately spoke up. "What is the matter? Has someone from the Wen family bullied you?" "I'll come to get you." "No." Wen Li paused before continuing, "Grandpa, I'll come to visit you in a few days." Lu Zhongwei, having lost his wife early and his daughter in middle age, had only Wen Li as his blood relative. How could he bear to neglect her? "All right, come whenever you wish." He paused again and added, "Do you want to attend Jing University?" Although he was frustrated that she wasn't studying diligently, he still planned the best path for her. Wen Li wiped her eyes and sniffed, "I can get in on my own." Lu Zhongwei, taken aback by her response, replied, "Grandpa believes in you." Aware of her academic performance, he still chose to trust her. Tears streamed down Wen Li's face silently. She feigned a cheerful tone. "Okay, I'll bring my report card when I visit." Meanwhile, Bai Siyuan found Fu Zheng at a private club. As brothers for over 20 years, he could tell without asking that Fu Zheng's mind was a tangled mess. He patted Fu Zheng on the shoulder, sitting beside him, and advised, "The more you think about it, the more complicated it becomes. Wen Li likes you, and you like Wen Li. Everything else is inconsequential. You two share no blood relation, not even a recognition ceremony. If you think like that, we might as well be uncle and nephew. Shouldn't I be calling you uncle?" "I see that Wen Li is quite serious." Fu Zheng remained silent, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before exhaling slowly. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "She's only 18 and doesn't understand. Does that mean I don't either?" Before Bai Siyuan could respond, Fu Zheng's handsome face appeared weary and powerless amidst the smoke. "She's 52, I'm 60. Who will take care of her? If I were a few years younger, I would have done whatever it took. But alas, I am 8 years older." Bai Siyuan pondered and realized he had a point. Age was not a concern when young, but it became a significant issue as one grew older. When young, one is handsome, wealthy, and labeled as mature with a G. In old age, one becomes unattractive, prone to ailments, and is regarded as having the smell of age. You raise her, and she'll care for you until death. That seems fair to me. In the morning, Wen Li saw news about Fu Zheng dating another woman flooding her phone. Multiple articles detailing the affair. "Can you come help me keep an eye on things?" Upon hearing this, Wen Li felt a weight lift from her heart. She had suspected such a development from the beginning. All right. Before visiting the Fu family, she dressed up, donning a slightly more mature dress and curling her hair. When she arrived at the Fu residence, Fu Zheng and her little aunt were already there, feeding the chubby fish in the yard. Qin Wani sat on the stone railing, several plump fish eagerly crowding around her. "Fu Zheng, your fish are so fat." "Yeah." Thankfully, Wen Li had prepared herself. Fu Zheng would undoubtedly put on a show to make her give up hope. Instead of approaching the two to seek discomfort, she went to greet the elder Mr. and Mrs. Fu. Perhaps due to the joyous occasion, Mr. Fu appeared particularly spirited. He whispered, "Xiaoli, what do you think of this little ant?" "I think she is quite nice." "Well, it's south, not my place to choose. I'm just glad your little uncle found someone." Wen Li would never confess her feelings for Fu Zheng in front of Mr. and Mrs. Fu. She replied earnestly, "She seems good. If Fu Zheng genuinely liked another woman, she would accept it, but as long as he had feelings for her, she would not let go." During the meal, under everyone's gaze, Fu Zheng served some dishes to Qin Wanit. Mr. Fu beamed with delight, typically consuming one bowl, but today devoured two. Wen Li paid him no mind, not even casting a glance in his direction, though her heart was somewhat troubled. Suddenly, Qin Wanit called out, "Fu Zheng, serve some dishes to your niece." Only then did Wen Li look up at them. Fu Zheng replied in a low voice, "She can serve herself." He then proceeded to serve more dishes to Qin Wanit. Chapter 19. Fu Zheng is gay. He is deliberately performing for her. In this brief moment, Wen Li noticed that the woman across from her did not like eating green peppers. Yet, that certain someone remained oblivious, continuously serving the plate of green pepper stir-fried pork in front of him, unwilling to reach for anything farther away. "Aunt, do you like green peppers? I'll serve you some." With that, she kindly used the serving chopsticks to help her. Mr. Fu, puzzled, thought Wen Li was being considerate and polite, chuckling, "My Xiaoli is truly thoughtful." Wen Li smiled sweetly and served Mr. and Mrs. Fu their favorite dishes. Finally, she served Fu Zheng some food, biting her lip with a mischievous smile. "Little uncle, let me help you," as if pretending he didn't know how to serve. "Old man, play along a little longer. Later, your little uncle and the others will go out to watch a movie. You should join them." Mr. Fu clearly wanted Wen Li to help gauge how his little aunt was, realizing he was too old to follow along. A child's presence wouldn't interfere with their date. However, he could never have guessed that the root of the irregularity was Wen Li herself. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fu instinctively coughed, signaling him to tone it down. As Wen Li was still a child, he said, "Then let us take Xiaoli to the movies." Wen Li had lost interest in whatever Fu Zheng had to say. Not a single word was to her liking. "Grandpa, I still have homework this afternoon. I'll go when I have time." Hearing this, Mr. Fu instinctively asked, "You still have homework after the college entrance examination?" "I'm preparing in advance." Wen Li was not lying. Her major was already set, and she must inherit the one family's legacy, a result of her grandfather and mother's efforts. Whatever Wen Wan and Doing desired, she would pursue. Mr. Fu nodded in approval. "All right, there are dogs in the yard. Fu Zheng, you take Xiaoli out." Though Wen Li was not afraid of dogs, she had developed a slight phobia after being chased by the Fu family's dog, which loved to circle around her, jumping up to lick her face. As a result, she had a bit of a psychological scar. Fu Zheng did not refuse this time, simply acknowledging with a sound and standing up to walk ahead, while Wen Li lagged behind. The large wolf dog on the leash stood up and wagged its tail, prompting Wen Li to muster her courage to approach and gently stroke its head. When it jumped up, she hurriedly dodged, then looked at Fu Zheng, playfully sticking out her tongue and making a face. The petite figure before him vanished at the villa's entrance, and Fu Zheng's tightly pressed lips curved slightly as he lowered his gaze. Mr. Fu, thinking the same, realized that Wen Li would frequently visit, and he nodded. "Have someone take it to the backyard later. You all should go watch a movie. Wani, come visit more often when you have time." Qin Wani smiled and nodded. "All right, Grandpa and Grandma. We'll be off now." As the luxury car drove out of the villa, Fu Zheng's demeanor shifted back to his usual coldness, adopting a businesslike tone. "I'll have my assistant handle the Qin family matters this afternoon." Qin Wani expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Fu. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me." "Mei Chim," Fu Zheng replied. Not long after Wen Li returned home, when Rong knocked on her door, this time surprisingly sweet-talking her. "You'll meet Gu Lieming this afternoon." Fearing she might not grasp the stakes, he added, "The Gu family is the one family's largest partner. A union would be beneficial for you." Wen Li refrained from provoking Wen Rong at this moment. It was too early, and she lacked the ability to counter him. "All right, send me the address." She had initially thought he would argue, but to her surprise, she readily agreed. When Rong's expression softened slightly, "Rong Useaf, be mindful of your words. Try to say pleasant things." "Okay." Wen Li closed the door, retrieving a photograph from her drawer, revealing Fu Zheng's stern face. She poked it, huffing, "Old man." After a few seconds, she gently touched the spot she had just poked, letting out a small sigh. She murmured. I'll marry you. An hour later, at Rongyuaf, when Wen Nuan arrived at her seat, Gu Lianming had yet to appear. She sipped her coffee, nearly finishing half a cup. Just as she contemplated leaving, a shadow fell over her, signaling someone had approached. She looked up to find an unexpectedly handsome man, his features softer than Fu Zheng's, exuding a non-threatening aura, resembling a typical scholar, yet the upward tilt of his eyes hinted at a certain languor. He seemed somewhat familiar, but she couldn't place him right away. Gu Lianming's gaze upon her felt oddly recognizable, even somewhat familiar, as he teased. Does your little uncle know you're out on a blind date? You know I'm Fu Zheng's nephew. Why would you agree to Wen Rong's suggestion? Gu Lianming chuckled lightly, taking a sip of his coffee. My family has been pushing for marriage, and I happened to run into an acquaintance. So I thought I'd just play along. The Wen family shouldn't be in such a hurry. It's only been a while since you finished the college entrance examination. If your little uncle finds out, he might peel his skin off. Mentioning Fu Zheng made Wen Li's eyes flicker, and she suddenly proposed. Since you don't want to go on a blind date, let us make a deal. We can help each other out. Fu Zheng, that old fossil, clearly needed a bit of a jolt. Otherwise, he wouldn't cross boundaries. Gu Lianming raised an eyebrow, contemplating briefly before a smile tugged at his lips. Are you sure your little uncle Wen Ti caused me trouble? He Wen Ti. You must keep it a secret. Only the two of us know, and Fu Zheng must remain oblivious. Wen Li thought that since Fu Zheng could hire someone to act, she could do the same and see who would concede first. Having been pushed for years, this was indeed a good choice for Gu Lianming. Yet Wen Li's identity as Fu Zheng's niece gave him pause. While others might be unaware, he and Bai Siyuan were well aware that Fu Zheng was protective of his niece with no blood ties to the Wen family. Upon encountering his silence, Wen Li remarked, Are you actually afraid of my uncle? The provocation tactic won't work on me, but I have acquiesced. Gu Lianming cast a sidelong glance at her and added, If feelings develop, I shall not be held accountable. I am gay. Were she not Fu Zheng's niece, he would not have been so forthright, for he had never disclosed this matter within his circle. Fu Zheng and the others are unaware as well. At this revelation, Wen Li looked at him in surprise. Gu Lianming, with his arms crossed and a semblance of a smile, questioned, Is it truly that astonishing? And your uncle also gay? In the 20th chapter, titled An Older Man, both aged and staid, Wen Li nearly choked on her coffee and looked up at him, somewhat speechless. Where did you hear such rumors? He has never had a woman by his side. It is improbable for a man to lack desires. Gu Lianming raised an eyebrow and replied, A fake gay. Wen Li responded, I've had my fill of coffee. I shall take my leave. Gu Lianming lightly tapped the table with his fingers and rose. Accompany me to the Jin family's banquet. It's fortuitous. With no reason to decline, Wen Li glanced at her attire. Is this outfit acceptable? Quite, Gu Lianming affirmed, gesturing for her to lead the way. The Jin family's banquet was nearby, and Gu Lianming escorted her into the hall, where numerous individuals approached them. Du Xiao, who is this? My companion. Gu Lianming raised his hand, noticing Wen Li remained still. Once the crowd dispersed, he turned to her. Shy? Gu Lianming observed her and remarked, I never engage with those within the circle. I will introduce you to some people. Just as Wen Li was about to nod in agreement, a voice interrupted. Xiao Li? Following the sound, she saw Wen Wan, adorned in a black spaghetti strap dress, approaching with Qin Feng. When Rong suggested a match, I feel it is quite suitable. Wen Li pursed her lips. What makes it suitable? He is 9 years older than you. Be obedient and tell him it is inappropriate. I shall speak with father about it. Wen Wan's gentle demeanor took on a serious tone. Wen Li shook her head. Let us leave it for now. Amid their conversation, she caught a glimpse of Wen Wan, who, during illness, had never exhibited such a countenance. Xiao Li, you must heed my advice, Wen Wan insisted with a firmer tone. Quickly softening, Xiao Li, be good. I would never steer you wrong. I rather like Gu Lianming. He is handsome and comes from a good family. Wen Li appeared earnest. At that moment, Qin Feng approached and reminded Wen Wan, President Wang has arrived. We should make an appearance. Once Wen Wan and Qin Feng departed, Gu Lianming approached, scrutinizing her. Shall we continue? Wen Li nodded, and they intermittently mingled with several individuals from the circle, marking Wen Li's debut as a member of the Wen family in such social spheres. Among them was a close friend of Fu Zheng's, who promptly excused himself to call Fu Zheng. Old Fu, Gu is bringing your niece to the banquet as his companion. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before Fu Zheng finally spoke. Has Gu Lianming overindulged? His friend chuckled softly. Can't blame him. His family is pressuring for marriage. He likely has taken a liking to your niece. I think it's acceptable. With your connection, Wen Li would not suffer in a union with Gu Lianming. The call abruptly ended, clearly indicating disapproval of the match. Wen Li had met several people when Gu Lianming suggested she rest in the nearby lounge and enjoy some refreshments. She seized the moment to glance at Wen Wan, who was leveraging the Qin family's connections to network with others. Her beauty was a distinct advantage, complemented by her commendable abilities. Qin Feng, being presentable, naturally brought her into the fold. It appeared when Wan was somewhat muddled. Her choice of Qin Feng was indeed prudent. Despite Qin Feng's flirtatious nature, it was paramount that he was the sole heir, without question the inheritor of the Qin family. However, the Qin family was somewhat lesser than the Gu, Fu, and by families. Otherwise, Wen Wan would not have displayed such an expression earlier, perhaps fearing the support from the Gu family. Is it illegal? Wen Li inquired, taking a bite of a small cake. Gu Lianming, intrigued, fixed his gaze on her. Not illegal, merely what others say. Compared to your sister, you seem like a waste. He set down his wine glass and was about to rise when his attention was drawn to a man in a deep blue suit striding towards them. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Gu Lianming chuckled. Are you feeling brave enough to speak so boldly? He glanced at Wen Li, then continued, Shall your uncle escort you, or shall I? You shall. Wen Li replied decisively. Gu Lianming adjusted his suit jacket and raised an eyebrow at Fu Zheng. I am leaving. Let us meet tonight. As they approached the vehicle, Wen Li glanced back, still no sign of Fu Zheng. She couldn't help but lightly kick the car door. Let Fu Zheng play the role of the patient one. He is quite good at it. Gu Lianming entered the car behind her and, once the door closed, looked at her. What is the matter? Have you been intimidated by your uncle? Let us forget about the collaboration. Wen Li turned to him. What is that supposed to mean? Do men not keep their word? Ah? No wonder you are family. You talk with the same fire as your uncle. Very well, if you are undaunted. I shan't be either. Gu Lianming seemed entertained, laughing several times. Wen Li glanced at her phone, finding no messages or calls, and decided to close her eyes. Old man, may you choke on your own words. At the entrance of the One family estate, Wen Li stepped out of the car, symbolically waiting for it to drive away. As soon as it was gone, she turned and spotted Fu Zheng not far off. His raspy and cold voice pierced the air. Wen Li, do you know what you are doing? I do. I am on a blind date, she replied, pressing her finger on the fingerprint lock, causing the gate to slowly swing open. Suddenly, her wrist was gripped tightly, and she was forcefully pulled away from the One family gate. Swiftly ushered into a car, the door slamming shut behind her. Fu Zheng released her wrist, his voice strained yet restrained. You are merely 18 and already on blind dates. Do you take responsibility for yourself? If you do not wish to marry me, then do not concern yourself with me. Wen Li was somewhat unnerved by Fu Zheng's demeanor, yet she steeled herself to continue. If you agree, I will never go on another blind date. His gaze darkened ominously, and after a long pause, his expression returned to normal. Gu Lianming is not bad. Bring him to see me sometime. You may leave now. At this point, Wen Li was genuinely irked. Her beautiful almond eyes fixed on him as she pushed open the car door. Fu Zheng, you old man. So antiquated and rigid. With that, she slammed the door shut, perhaps still unsatisfied, giving it a kick as she stormed back towards the One family house. Wen Li, in no mood to engage with him, dashed upstairs, locked herself in her room, and collapsed onto her bed, rolling around. Old man. In the 21st chapter, his gaze towards Wen Li was anything but innocent. At 8 o'clock that evening, in a private bar on the second floor, the lighting was a dance of illumination, exuding an air of opulence and debauchery. This was the first time Fu Zheng had taken the initiative to invite someone for drinks. Bai Siyuan, a bit puzzled, rushed over to find Fu Zheng and Gu Lianming already partaking. The table was strewn with empty wine bottles, indicating they had not been drinking casually. He loosened his suit, casting it onto the sofa. What is going on? Have you two decided to drown your sorrows? What could possibly trouble you both so? Gu Lianming tilted his head towards him, his voice rich and magnetic from the intoxication. My blind date is his niece, and she is currently causing me trouble. And no wonder, the usually composed Fu Zheng appeared rather irrational. Bai Siyuan immediately cleared his throat. He instinctively glanced at Fu Zheng, whose half-shadowed face revealed no discernible emotion. Sitting between the two, he remarked, Do you know you are still going on dates? It's clear she is just a source of trouble. The pressure from home to marry is unbearable. Having a little girl to deflect is not a bad idea. Jiu Lianming took a sip of red wine and looked at Fu Zheng, saying meaningfully, to be fair, Wen Li has matured quite nicely. She aligns well with my taste. This. The man beside him suddenly stood, crossing the gap between them, and seized Gu Lianming by the collar. The usually steady Fu Zheng's eyes were now suffused with a red hue. Though still somewhat rational, his voice was dangerously low. Anyone is acceptable, but not Wen Li. The two had never quarreled in their lives, highlighting Wen Li's significance to Fu Zheng. Bai Siyuan quickly interposed himself. Calm down. Let us discuss this civilly. However, Gu Lianming, undeterred, met Fu Zheng's fierce glare with a relaxed demeanor. Fu Zheng, do you genuinely believe Wen Li is merely your niece? There are no other implications? Gu Lianming raised an eyebrow. I originally thought you had feelings for Wen Li, so I was willing to step aside. But since you do not, I shall not. The room fell silent. Fu Zheng downed the remaining wine in his glass and scoffed. In the future, when we meet, call me uncle. Jiu Lianming fell silent. After that, the two exchanged no further words, merely consuming drink after drink, neither willing to concede. Ultimately, they both succumbed to intoxication. Bai Siyuan, somewhat exasperated, pulled out his phone, initially intending to call their assistance, but reconsidered and decided to contact Wen Li directly. Since the issue lay with Wen Li, she should handle it. Before the other end could respond, he added, if you don't have time, I can have someone else come to fetch him. I have time. I'll be there shortly, Wen Li replied before hanging up, quickly tidying up before heading downstairs. Meanwhile, when Rong and Duing were conversing in the living room, turning to her as they heard the commotion, Wen Rong instinctively frowned. Where are you off to at such a late hour? Duing tugged at Wen Rong's hand, indicating that Wen Li could go out. The child is of age. She can go where she pleases. Xiao Li, be careful when you go out. Wen Li hurried out of the Wen family residence. At this hour, the family chauffeur had already turned in for the night, so she had to hail a cab. Half an hour later, at the bar, the door to the private room swung open, and only Bai Siyuan looked up. The other two had either closed their eyes to rest or were deliberately ignoring each other. He clapped his thigh and stood. Who do you wish to bring? Wen Li's gaze was fixed on Fu Zheng, whose cold visage bore traces of intoxication, his eyes slightly reddened. Instinctively, she called out, Fu Zheng. In an instant, the man snapped his eyes open, momentarily alert before drifting back into a haze, evidently having drunk too much and unable to control his body. After a few seconds, he glanced at Bai Siyuan with a warning that lacked any real menace. Bai Siyuan coughed, pretending he had seen nothing. Wen Li was expected to play along and provoke Fu Zheng, yet she did not. Instead, she approached Fu Zheng and extended her hand to support him as he rose. Observing her small hand on his arm, Fu Zheng's pupils constricted slightly. His fingertips twitched before he closed his eyes once more. In the next moment, he wobbled to his feet, leaning on Wen Li's support as they exited the private room. Bai Siyuan observed the situation, realizing that with Fu Zheng in such a state, he was utterly incapable of resisting Wen Li. Sitting beside Gu Lianming, he mused, did you see that? There's mutual affection at play. Curiosity piqued, he asked, how do you know Fu Zheng's thoughts? Gu Lianming chuckled lightly, tilting his head slightly to reveal his prominent Adam's apple. The way he had been looking at Wen Li recently was anything but innocent. In business, he can't hold a candle to me, but when it comes to women, I'm far superior. If I don't provoke him, he might never admit it in his lifetime. If they were to marry, I would have to take the main seat. Wen Li assisted Fu Zheng out the door, the June breeze carrying a hint of coolness that lowered the warmth on her cheeks. Her small hand wrapped around Fu Zheng's waist, attempting to tighten his clothing. Fu Zheng, are you cold? His eyes fluttered slightly as he straightened his tilted form, gently pushing Wen Li's hand away, his voice devoid of any inflection. You needn't support me. As he spoke, he removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, then closed his eyes once more. Stealing a glance at the jacket draped over her, Wen Li let out a soft hum and wrapped her arm around his. If you're drunk, there's no need to put on a brave face. I won't take advantage of you. After opening his eyes briefly, Fu Zheng quickly closed them again, the warmth of his earlobes unmistakable in the night. His breath hitched suddenly. Taxi! Wen Li called out to the roadside, and as the car came to a halt, she helped the man towards it. Fortunately, Fu Zheng retained some awareness, making it not overly strenuous for him to get into the vehicle. Despite this, Wen Li still found herself slightly breathless. Driver, take us to Qinyunjing. All right. The driver, seemingly working the night shift, enjoyed engaging in conversation. With that, the car fell into a comfortable silence as Fu Zheng, eyes closed, shifted slightly, his previously restless heart suddenly still. What was he thinking? Wen Li explained, "He's not my brother." "Your uncle then? He looks quite young." The driver remarked, somewhat surprised. "No, he's my future boyfriend," Wen Li replied. The driver cleared his throat, uncertain of how to respond. Not that Fu Zheng was particularly old, but the atmosphere between them hardly resembled that of a couple. He awkwardly commented, "You two seem quite well matched." After that, the car fell silent until they reached the Fu family's residence. Without waiting for Wen Li to open the door, Fu Zheng pushed it open and stepped out. As Wen Li fished her phone out to settle the fare, the driver glanced at the man outside and kindly warned, "No matter how wealthy a man is, if he doesn't pay, he is not worth keeping." Wen Li replied earnestly, "I prefer men who don't pay." "Take care on the road, uncle." With that, she exited and closed the door. The taxi drove away, leaving the two of them. For the first time, Fu Zheng unbuttoned his collar in her presence, though whether it was due to intoxication or other factors remained unclear. "No need," he said in a low tone. Wen Li stood motionless, her large eyes fixed on him defiantly. "Did I insist?" Chapter 22. She kissed him. After a tense half-minute, Fu Zheng turned to walk towards the Fu household, and Wen Li hurried to keep pace beside him. The living room was shrouded in darkness, and the hallway was devoid of light, clearly indicating that the elderly couple was not home. Wen Li adeptly switched on the light, and they headed straight upstairs to the bedroom. Without uttering a word, Wen Li slipped into the bathroom, quickly emerging with a slightly damp washcloth, gesturing towards the bed. "You sit there. I'll help you wash your face." "If you don't let me, I want to leave." Fu Zheng inhaled deeply, rubbed his temples, and ultimately relented, sitting on the edge of the bed, tilting his head back slightly with his eyes tightly shut. His hands pressed against the bed, leaving imprints on the satin sheets. There was an air of restrained allure about him, and Wen Li's heart raced unexpectedly, stealing glances at him. If he were sober, he would have appeared cold and mature. Indeed, a drunken man possesses a certain charm. The cloth fell onto his face, causing his lashes to flutter before returning to their usual state. Wen Li diligently wiped his face, and once it was clean, she returned to the bathroom, soon reappearing with a basin of foot-soaking water. "Let us wash your feet." He remained silent for a few moments, seemingly at a loss for how to handle her. Before quickly soaking his feet, Wen Li took the basin back to the bathroom and returned shortly, advising, "You should lie down and sleep. Showering can wait until tomorrow." His voice held a hint of unspoken restraint. Wen Li stole another glance at him, her gaze lingering on his cheek for a few seconds. Suddenly, she leaned in and kissed Fu Zheng on the side of his face. He turned to look at her in surprise. She swiftly turned and fled, calling back, "Fu Zheng, good night." She realized that mere words were ineffective with someone as stoic as him. Bold actions were necessary. As her footsteps faded away, Fu Zheng's handsome face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily stunned in place. After a long pause, he raised a large hand to touch the warmth lingering on his cheek, as if half of him had suddenly gone numb. Just then, a knock came at the door, and she quickly emerged from under the covers, rubbing her face to appear normal. "Who is it?" "It's me," the warm voice called from outside. After a few seconds, Wen Li opened the door, gesturing for her sister to enter. "I'm so sleepy. Sis, I just want to ask a few questions. Do you really like Gulianming?" Wen Wan gently patted her back, offering comfort. Wen Li sat on the edge of the bed, feigning weariness. "Isn't that what blind dates are for? If you don't like someone, then don't bother. Choose someone you do like." Wen Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as her voice turned hoarse. Wen Li, sensing the change, turned to her and asked, "Sis, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just don't want you to walk the same path as me. Look at my blind date with the Qin family. There's no emotion, no common interests." Wen Wan raised a hand to wipe at her eyes. She took Wen Li's hand gently, adding, "Our family has me to support you. You should pursue what you love and the people you fancy. Gulianming is fine, but he is 9 years older than you. It's not suitable. After a few days when I go abroad, you can date a handsome boyfriend over there, and Dad won't be able to control you from here. For the time being, I'll take the heat for you. If Dad tries to set you up on blind dates, just tell us in secret. If it weren't for Wen Li having lived a second life, she might have believed all this. Indeed, if it weren't for her second chance, how could she have realized she was merely a pawn for others' interests? Wen Li immediately embraced Wen Wan, resting her head on her sister's shoulder, her eyelids shielding her eyes as she whined, "Sis, you're the best. Have you looked into schools abroad?" Wen inquired. Wen Li nodded. "I have, but I haven't decided which one to choose yet. I want to pick a school that's more fun." "All right, take your time. There's no rush." After exchanging a few more words, Wen stood and left. Wen Li locked the door again, rubbing her stiff face. Uncertain how much longer this charade would continue, in the deep of night, the man tossed and turned, ultimately rising to the balcony, the cigarette glowing in the darkness like stars, flickering intermittently. The pungent scent of smoke provoked an involuntary cough. The night breeze chilled him until he felt numb all over, his hand slowly falling to his cheek. 8 years. How could there be an 8-year difference? Old Master Fu had been so pleased to tell her that before long he would be welcoming little brothers and sisters. Wen Li dared not push too hard. If a monkey were cornered, it might lash out. If Fu Zheng were to feel pressured, he might marry just anyone. She could not bear that outcome. Coincidentally, these days, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin had invited her to go shopping together. Having just completed their college entrance examinations, their families had given them supplementary cards, granting them the freedom to spend. Wen Li seized the opportunity to replace all her school attire, buying clothes without checking prices. Even Duing, who had always supported her spending, couldn't help but question, "Xiao Li, why didn't you invite me to go shopping with you?" Although the one family was wealthy, they couldn't just buy clothes without regard for prices, especially since Du Ying's card had limited funds. After all, the family's finances were still under Wen Rong's control. "I have classmates," Wen Li said, lounging on the sofa, watching television. Duing chuckled lightly. "Some of these clothes aren't quite suitable for you. Tomorrow, let us return them, and I'll accompany you to buy some that fit better." Wen Li feigned exhaustion, saying, "Mom, I don't want to. I feel fine with these." She cast a discreet glance at Duing, then added, "Mom, isn't my graduation gift something I can choose?" "Go ahead." Duing would naturally not refuse her. Wen Li immediately took out her phone, scrolling to find an image to show her, eagerly exclaiming, "Mom, please buy me this." "All right, let us buy." Du Ying's words halted mid-sentence as she gazed at the image, which depicted a limited edition necklace worth over 10 million. She had the money, but she hesitated to spend it. Pretending not to notice her mother's expression, Wen Li smiled sweetly, saying, "Mom, you're the best. Thank you." After a moment of hesitation, Duing spoke up, "Xiao Li, that necklace isn't suitable for you. It's too old-fashioned. If you like necklaces, go to your sister's room and pick one. She has plenty. No, I want this one." Wen Li pouted, rising in displeasure. "I'm going upstairs." With that, she dashed up the stairs as she neared the second floor. She caught a glimpse of Duing below, her expression somewhat dazed, likely taken aback by the high price of the item. Only when they crossed her boundaries would the true nature of their feelings be revealed. If they were going to indulge her, they should go all in. Chapter 23. Fu Zheng. It hurts. Duing shook her head, glancing upstairs with a worried expression, and she did not come down for lunch. When the maid went to call her for a meal, she still did not respond. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "She wants a necklace." When Wen looked upstairs and asked softly, "Which necklace?" "The KF limited edition." "Over 10 million." Duing sighed, as she truly couldn't casually offer such an expensive item. Upon hearing this, Wen's expression turned astonished. Why is she suddenly asking for something so pricey? She never liked these things. Since childhood, Wen Li had shown little interest in clothing or jewelry, wearing whatever the family bought. The only high expenditure she had was on video games, which was trivial for Duing. Perhaps now that she was older, she had developed a sense of competition. A few days ago, she bought a few million worth of clothes, and I was astonished, Duing added quietly. After a moment of silence, Wen said, "I'll give her the necklace from my bedroom." "No way, that was gifted to you by the Qin family," Duing instinctively objected. "We can't keep her angry indefinitely, can we?" After saying this, Wen ascended the stairs and soon knocked on Wen Li's door. Typically, a single knock would suffice to open the door, but today, after much persistent knocking, it remained shut. Wen's voice, laced with a teasing warmth, called out, "Xiao Li, it's me." After a considerable delay, the door finally creaked open, revealing Wen Li, who pouted and reclined back onto her bed, exuding an air of disinterest. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Wen leaned in closer to examine her, then produced a box from behind her and presented it, asking, "What do you think this is?" "I adore that necklace. Sis, doesn't Mom like me? She won't even buy me a necklace," she lamented, casting her gaze out the window as she spoke the latter part. How could that be? Mom adores you. She simply thinks that necklace is too old-fashioned. When Wan raised the necklace in her hand, further explaining, this one is more suitable for you and even a bit more expensive than your current one. Just wear it for now. In a few years, I'll get you that other necklace. After a few seconds, Wen Li finally turned her attention to the necklace, reluctantly accepting it and pouting. All right, thank you, sis. When Wan exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, reaching out to ruffle her hair. What is there to thank me for? Come downstairs for a meal. You haven't eaten, and neither has Mom. Okay. Wen Li tucked the necklace into a drawer and followed her sister downstairs. Doing looked at her with red-rimmed eyes and urged, let us eat. Sure, Doing wiped the corner of her eye, a smile gracing her lips. Once when Wan departed, Wen Li ascended the stairs once more and retrieved the necklace. Searching on her phone to discover it was worth 15 million. When Wan and Du Ying were willing to spend money and care for her. Apart from the Liu family, she couldn't fathom what else was worthy of such investment. After a moment of contemplation, she tucked the necklace away and made a trip to the Fu residence. There, only an aunt was present, and she placed the necklace in her bedroom. Before she could secure it, footsteps approached, causing her eyes to brighten as she opened the door. Before her stood a man clad in a well-tailored suit, one hand resting on the doorknob, poised to enter, though it was her home. He bore the demeanor of a trespasser. Fu Zheng, it seemed Fu Zheng was equally surprised to find her at the Fu residence at this hour. He stiffened for a few seconds before turning to regard her with a casual indifference. After speaking, he took a step back. Wen Li, noticing his movement, was about to say something when he pushed the door open and quickly shut it behind him. Listening to the silence outside, Fu Zheng grabbed his clothes and headed to the bathroom. Emerging after half an hour, he opened the bedroom door to find Wen Li crouched down, engrossed in her phone, who looked up upon hearing him, her delicate face brightening with curiosity. Her expressive and beautiful eyes sparkled with a certain allure that momentarily took his breath away. He pressed his lips together, his voice low and husky. What is the matter? Wen Li instinctively stood up, but having crouched for too long, she stumbled forward, her head colliding with the wall. She cradled her head dramatically, letting out a pained whine. Fu Zheng, my head hurts. Raising her head, her eyes glistened with tears, a concoction of genuine pain and feigned distress. Fu Zheng, almost instinctively, bent down to inspect her forehead, which had developed a slight bump. All right, Wen Li obediently nodded, stealing a glance at him from the corner of her eye, her lips curving upward before she quickly suppressed her smile. She whined again. Fu Zheng. It hurts. Fu Zheng paused momentarily, abruptly turning to face her. Wen Li's heart fluttered, fearing he had discerned her pretenses. She prepared to shed a few tears. Instead, she found herself lifted into Fu Zheng's firm, warm embrace, the scent of wood enveloping her, instilling a sense of security. Her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, her head resting against his chest as she shut her eyes, continuing to murmur, Fu Zheng, it hurts. Feeling her breath against his neck, Fu Zheng's pronounced Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He tilted his head back slightly, his strides lengthening as he carried her. The driver opened the car door for them, and Fu Zheng set Wen Li down in her seat. Loosening his grip, though her hands remained clasped tightly around his neck, he looked down at her, her unadorned face peaceful, eyes shut tight. Clearly feigning sleep, a flicker of helplessness mixed with an unreadable emotion passed over his features. Fu Zheng, do you need any assistance? The driver inquired, noticing the scene. Fu Zheng's voice was even hoarser than before. No need. He then settled into the back seat, with Wen Li nestled on his lap. As the door closed and the car roared to life, Wen Li cracked her eyes open just a sliver. Fu Zheng, avoiding her gaze, turned to look out the window. How sly of you to evade me but not to abandon me. Old man, at the hospital, under Fu Zheng's insistence, a CT scan of her brain was conducted, revealing no issues, and several medications were prescribed. Apply it 4 to 5 times a day, and take the painkillers twice daily. Got it? Wen Li glanced at Fu Zheng, who blinked, feeling an inexplicable heat rising within him. He reached to unbutton his collar, but quickly reconsidered and fastened it again. The two emerged from the hospital, where a sleek black luxury car was parked with its hazard lights flashing. Wen Li? A boy's voice drifted over from a distance, soon drawing closer. Wen Li, what happened to your forehead? Song Yuan rode up on his bicycle, feet planted on the ground as he tilted his head toward Wen Li. The once soft-spoken Wen Li stood tall, responding in a steady tone, "It's nothing. I just bumped it. That looks rather severe. Your forehead is swollen." Song Yuan expressed his concern. "Don't worry. I'll ensure she gets home safely," he added, turning to her uncle. "You can go now." Song Yuan instinctively glanced at Wen Li, noting her serious demeanor, leaving him momentarily speechless as he finally managed to stammer, "Isn't he your uncle?" "He is not my uncle. There is no blood relation between the Wen family and the Fu family," Wen Li stated firmly, unwilling to let him harbor any false hope. If it were her past life, she might have considered Song Yuan, but in this life, her heart was solely set on Fu Zheng. She continued, "Fu Zheng is the most significant person in my life." Although Lu Zhengwei treated her well, Fu Zheng was the only one who continued to show concern despite her malicious treatment. This revelation struck Song Yuan like a bolt from the blue. He had braced himself for the worst, perhaps that the boy Wen Li liked also reciprocated her feelings. He had thought he could wait a few more years, confident that he could surpass any boy, but he had no faith in surpassing Fu Zheng. With the Fu family's esteemed lineage and Fu Zheng's acumen in business, he was often lauded at home. Song Yuan could barely measure up to his sister, let alone Fu Zheng. Momentarily stunned, he struggled to process this information. Wen Li chose not to elaborate further, simply raising her hand to hail a taxi. Departing without another word, to her, Song Yuan was indeed a friend, and she had no intention of harboring deceit over trivial matters. As she stepped out of the cab, Song Yuan arrived at the entrance on his bicycle. Panting, "Wen Li, can we still be friends?" It seemed he was not ready to give up. Wen Li silently approached the Fu family's entrance, standing still for a moment before delivering a kick to the door. Followed swiftly by another, Fu Zheng's actions had irked her, and she needed a scapegoat. The Fu family's door was particularly displeasing today, ugly and uninviting. On the day the college entrance examination results were released, Wen Rong waited at home, accompanied by Du Ying and Wen Wan, all exuding a facade of familial warmth. Yet Wen Li knew it wouldn't be long before their true colors were revealed. At 10 o'clock, Wen Wan assisted in logging in, entering numbers as she comforted, "It's all right, don't be nervous." Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Li clicked confirm, and the screen immediately displayed a score of 0. "What? How could it be 0? Wen Li, how could you score 0? Wen Li was momentarily stunned, instinctively terrified, but as a thought crossed her mind, the panic dissipated. She timidly retreated beside Wen Wan. "I don't know. I answered every question." Wen Rong slammed his palm on the table, furious. "What nonsense is this? Who gets a 0 on their college entrance exam? You've embarrassed me beyond measure. You might as well forget about college." "Wen Rong, don't say such things. Grades aren't everything. We can pay for her to study abroad," Doing interjected. "Pay for what? With a score like hers, no amount of money will help," Wen Rong retorted. "The Wen family will eventually fall into your hands. You'll squander it all." Wen Rong continued angrily, "The company will be handed over to your sister. You'll just sit around and wait for meals." "Dad, how can you say that about my sister?" Wen Wan defended. Wen Li surveyed the three of them, lowering her gaze, her tone dismissive. "I don't care about your company." Fine. If you don't care, then get out. This home is mine. Without me, you won't even be able to pay the property fees. From today on, you won't see a single cent from me." Wen Rong, furious, stood up, his hand raised in anger, only to freeze midair. "Fine. If you don't want to give me, I have money." Wen Li turned and ascended the stairs. Just as she reached the top, a cacophony erupted from the living room. Wen Rong's enraged voice echoed, "Look what she has become. From now on, none of you are allowed to give her money. If anyone does, I'll immediately cut off your cards." Not long after entering her bedroom, Wen Li received a notification that Doing had frozen her card, shortly followed by the freezing of her own. However, this did not affect her, as Fu Zheng had given her a card when they were young. Though she hadn't checked its balance over the years, she knew it boasted at least 10 million each year. Confidently, she linked that card, feeling no burden of conscience. One day, she would be Fu Zheng's wife, and using her husband's money was only right. As noon approached, Wen Wan visited her room, handing Wen Li 20,000 in cash. "Use this for now. I'll give you some more in a few days." During lunch, their father remained in a foul mood. Wen Li responded with an "oh," and, accompanied by Wen Wan, stepped out of the Wen household, essentially being thrown out. Having experienced this scenario a second time, the sting was far less than the first. Back then, she couldn't comprehend why Du Ying and Wen Wan would push her out at such a time. Shouldn't they be more concerned for her? Now, she understood. She was the extraneous one in that household. She pulled out her phone and messaged Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng, I've been kicked out of my house. After a moment's thought, she added a pitiful emoji, enabling anyone to envision her current plight. Moments later, Fu Zheng called her, and Wen Li rubbed her nose before answering, adopting a soft tone. Fu Zheng. Where are you? Fu Zheng's deep voice inquired. At your doorstep. Wen Li rubbed her nose a bit too vigorously, resulting in an uncontrollable sneeze that made her voice sound even more peculiar. Come to my room. Fu Zheng stepped out of the conference room without hesitation. Wen Li let out a soft sound as she walked towards the Fu residence, heading straight for Fu Zheng's bedroom. With a pitiful demeanor, she boldly asked, Fu Zheng, may I sit on your bed? Fu Zheng's voice softened considerably. Could you give me the photo from your bedside? Fu Zheng, do you like me? Amidst the intermittent sounds of chatter, time passed unnoticed until a knock echoed from the bedroom door. In an instant, Wen Li sprang to her feet and dashed towards the shadowy figure at the entrance, wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist. Overwhelmed with inexplicable emotion, she murmured, Fu Zheng, you still feel wronged for those people. Fu Zheng responded with a soft hum, raising his hand hesitantly to rest on her back, gently patting it a few times. I'm here. That unexplainable sense of security made Wen Li's eyes well up. Burying her face into his chest. Fu Zheng's body instinctively bent, his voice shedding its chill, infused with a hint of tenderness. I'm here. Chapter 24. Male model. I'm talking about you. It turned out he preferred gentleness over harshness. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Li held on a little longer. After a few minutes, she looked up and said, I'm hungry. Fu Zheng cast a glance at her thin dress and handed her a coat. Wen Li raised her hands, signaling for his assistance in putting it on. When he failed to respond, she sniffled. Still, there was no reaction, so she sniffled again. Fu Zheng's gaze flickered, his breath subtly deepening, and finally, he draped the clothing over her shoulders. What did Wen Rong say to make you leave? He said I could only muddle through and to get out. Wen Li replied, Fu Zheng, I have no home anymore. She looked up at him. Fu Zheng's jaw tightened, his expression darkening. You have a home? Where? Wen Li blinked innocently. Fully aware she was fishing for information, Fu Zheng still replied, the Fu residence is your home. Wen Li's eyes brightened. Just as she was about to speak, he continued, I am your little uncle. She let out a small huff. You are not my little uncle. Then she added with determination, I want to be your wife. Perhaps due to some mental preparation, Fu Zheng maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly ignoring her last statement. Let us eat. She hadn't seen the elder Fu couple for several days and instinctively asked, Uncle, where have Auntie and Uncle gone? Fu Zheng paused, his brows furrowing as he contemplated her words. After a few seconds, he responded, correcting her gently, call them Grandpa and Grandma. Wen Li pretended not to hear, casting a sidelong glance and quietly added, in the future, I will call you Mom and Dad. The living room fell silent. After a moment, the man removed his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and entered the kitchen. Fu Zheng had always treated her kindly, yet she remained oblivious. I'll wash the vegetables, she declared as she stepped into the kitchen. Fu Zheng glanced at her, then walked into the living room. I want tea. Wen Li grabbed some greens from the side and stood at the sink. Fu Zheng pressed the switch with a serious expression. You're about to start your period. I am your little uncle. Fu Zheng turned to open the refrigerator, his gaze landing on the vegetables, his large hand rummaging inside, his thoughts momentarily scattered. Suddenly, Wen Li's face appeared in his mind as she whispered, You are not my little uncle unless you show me your household registration. With that, she turned and walked out. His heart raced unexpectedly as Fu Zheng retrieved a box of beef from the fridge, moving to the other side. He placed the beef on the countertop and instinctively rubbed his chest. Feeling a dull ache. An hour later, Fu Zheng emerged with the dishes, placing them on the table and removing the apron from his waist. I have business to attend to at the company. I'll be going. All right. Wen Li naturally wouldn't disturb his work, fully aware that Fu Zheng was retreating once again. Fu Zheng acknowledged, if you need anything, contact Andy. After changing into a different outfit upstairs, he descended and caught a glimpse of Wen Li eating properly in the living room. His hand instinctively tugged at his collar, causing a button to pop off. The Wen family. Wen Rong's assistant recognized Fu Zheng and quickly escorted him to Wen Rong's office. Inside, Wen Rong and Wen Wan were discussing company matters. As Fu Zheng entered, both paused their work and turned to him. Wen Rong spoke first, Wan, please step out for a moment. Wen Wan glanced at Fu Zheng, clutching her documents as she exited. Closing the office door behind her, Fu Zheng sat on the sofa, legs crossed and leaning slightly forward. Resting his hand on the armrest, he looked up coldly and said, "Wen Rong, are you not clear about our agreement? What gives you the right to expel Wen Li? The Wen family is not yours, nor is it doing S or Wen S. It belongs to Wen Li." Wen Rong's face paled, clearly embarrassed, yet he explained, "She scored 0 on her college entrance exam." Fu Zheng scoffed softly, his gaze tinged with disbelief. When has there ever been a 0 score on the college entrance exam? The capital has a 0 score protection policy. Wen Rong was well aware of the protection policy, yet how could Wen Li score among the top 10 in the city? It was impossible for her. Fu Zheng's narrow eyes glinted with coldness, his tone sharper. How can it be impossible? You can cheat in marriage. Why can't Wen Li be in the top 10? If Bai Siyuan were present, he would certainly record this moment. His words held weight. However, many doubted him, claiming he spoke nonsense. Mentioning infidelity, Wen Rong's expression darkened. Fu Zheng, this is my private matter. Private matter? What right do you have to claim that? Fu Zheng mocked. He raised his gaze to meet Wen Rong's. The moment I withdraw my investment, the Wen family will go bankrupt tomorrow. It is not Wen Li who is idly waiting for death. It is you? Wen Rong asked. Those words hung in the air. The atmosphere in the office felt frozen. Wen Rong's face flushed, rendered speechless. Indeed, the Wen family had developed through their ties with the Fu family. Fu Zheng remained unfazed, his words precise and piercing. You all depend on Wen Li for survival. If anyone needs to leave, it is you. With that, he stood, casting a casual glance at Wen Rong before striding out. Wen Wan, standing outside, instinctively called out, "Little uncle." Fu Zheng halted, his words cutting sharply. When have I ever been your little uncle? With others present, Wen Wan's face changed instantly, quickly morphing into a forced smile. In the afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, Fu Zheng received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, are you Wen Li's guardian? I am the director of the admissions office at H University. Does Wen Li have any interest in attending our school? Our campus is beautiful and the faculty and students are friendly. We will consider it." Fu Zheng exchanged pleasantries before hanging up. Not long after, he received calls from 3 or 4 other schools, clearly indicating Wen Li's excellent college entrance exam results. He noted down the names of these schools and began searching for them online. When his assistant knocked and entered, she caught a glimpse and instinctively asked, "Did Miss Wen's scores come out?" Fu Zheng replied affirmatively, his expression softer than usual. "How are these schools? They are quite competitive. I nearly missed the cutoff myself. However, these schools are located out of town. Are you comfortable with Miss Wen studying away from home?" The assistant inquired. Upon hearing out of town, Fu Zheng's eyelids twitched, and he pressed his lips together. She should be independent. The assistant wanted to say he must be worried, but refrained from voicing it. Meanwhile, Wen Rong received a text from the Education Bureau reminding him to check Wen Li's results. He searched for them on his computer. The screen displayed a total score of 723. After a moment of shock, he double-checked the name, confirming it was indeed Wen Li. After a while, he rubbed his eyes, his expression revealing a hint of joy. For him, it was most fitting for Wen Li to inherit the Wen family business, as the support from the Fu and Lu families would propel the Wen family further. This was why he had always kept an eye on Wen Li's academic performance. He dialed a number. "Wan Wan, come in." A few minutes later, Wen Wan entered the office. "Dad, what is up?" "Come look. Wen Li's college entrance exam score is not 0, Wen Rong said, his tone noticeably pleased. Wen Wan paused, a bit confused by his meaning, and asked as she walked, "How much did she score?" 723, third place in the capital, Wen Rong replied. Wen Wan's expression shifted dramatically, quickly reverting to normal as she glanced at the screen, struggling to comprehend the reality of the score. How could she score so high? Could it be a system error? Thinking it possible, Wen Rong quickly logged out and tried to log back in, but the screen displayed a refresh failure. He exclaimed in frustration. How could Wen Li score 723? Am I going crazy? As he spoke, the screen suddenly displayed Wen Li, total score 723. Wen Wan refreshed the page multiple times, and it consistently showed 723. Her normally gentle face turned slightly grim, but she eventually managed a forced smile. Sister really scored 723. She clearly saw the joy on Wen Rong's face, knowing that from a young age, he had been motivated by self-interest rather than paternal affection. Wen Rong laughed. Tell your mother to unfreeze the bank card and let her use it. All right, Dad. I have other matters to attend to. I'll step out for now. Wen Wan turned and exited. Meanwhile, Wen Li checked her results. slightly exceeding her simulated exam performance by more than 10 points, which meant she could easily gain admission to Kyoto University, and they would likely seek her enrollment. This was her first step accomplished. Lin Baozhu called to inquire about her results. Li, did your scores come out? Zhou Qin's scores just came out, 706. I bet yours is out too. Is it better than hers? 723, Wen Li replied. Lin Baozhu exclaimed in surprise, genuinely praising, Li, you're amazing. We're going out for a meal, right? Absolutely. I'll treat you all tonight. Wen Li had long wanted to find a chance to treat them, as they had been very supportive of her at school. Okay, I'll come with Zhou Qin to pick you up. Are you at home? I'm next door. Just call me when you arrive. Before Wen Li could finish her sentence, Wen Rong's call came in. After ending her call, she dialed him back, needing to placate Wen Rong. Her tone was stiff, indicating her lingering displeasure. What's the matter? Wen Li? He responded, clearly surprised, meeting up with classmates for dinner today. I don't have time. Then tomorrow. Wen Rong, with a demeanor both generous and graceful, inquired, Is there anything you desire? Do not hesitate to express it. I wish for a necklace, a limited edition, priced over 10 million, Wen Li replied, exhibiting no modesty whatsoever. Very well, send me the pictures, Wen Rong assented without the slightest hesitation. All right. After hanging up the phone, Wen Li promptly removed Wen Rong from her blacklist and sent over the images. She could nearly envision the expressions on Du Ying and Wen Wan's faces upon seeing the necklace. They must be feeling quite anxious. At around 4 or 5 o'clock, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin arrived to pick her up. As soon as she entered the car, the two leaned in closer, exclaiming, Xiao Li, you are truly impressive. Wen Li could not help but chuckle, just average, ranked third in the city. Instantly, the three erupted into laughter, as their scores were quite similar, making it evident that they would all attend the same university. Zhou Qin, aware of Lin Baozhu's desired university, inquired, Li, are you applying to Jing University? Yes, for the management program. Wen Li nodded in affirmation. Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin chimed in unison. So are we? Seated between them, Lin Baozhu held one of their hands, glancing left and right. Soon, the three of us can be together again. My brother said I could go to a bar today. Are you in? Seeing the anticipation in both their expressions, Wen Li decided to accompany them. Let's go. But my brother wants to come with us. Li, do you mind? Lin Baozhu asked. Wen Li shook her head, expressing no objection. After dining, they headed straight to the bar, where Lin Baozhu's brother had already reserved a private room. Upon entering the booth, Lin Baozhu lamented, Why a private room? It would have been much better outside. But at least we can drink a little. My brother and his friends love to drink, and I want to taste it. A tall and handsome waiter entered with several bottles of red wine, pouring each of them a glass, presumably having been instructed to limit their consumption. Lin Xiao will be here shortly. Wen Li had tasted red wine in her previous life, so she was not particularly curious. However, seeing the two of them drinking, she took a glass and sipped it. The flavor was rich and aromatic, clearly a fine vintage. Zhou Qin, who seemed particularly weak with alcohol, had only a little and was now holding her head, looking dazed. Lin Baozhu burst into laughter. Qin, you are hopeless. Just look at me with that. She downed her glass of red wine in one go. Both girls turned their attention to Wen Li, who cooperatively finished her wine, probably aware that there was no danger involved. She kept pace with Lin Baozhu, drinking glass after glass. They soon polished off several bottles of wine. Although Wen Li had experienced red wine before, her body was not accustomed to it this time, and unfortunately, she began to feel tipsy. Lin Yiqing, not one to accompany several young ladies alone for drinking, naturally brought along Fu Zheng and a few others. Fu Zheng had initially declined, but agreed to come upon hearing that Wen Li would be there. As they pushed the door open, everyone froze momentarily. The three girls were huddled together, their cheeks noticeably flushed, appearing rather silly. Fu Zheng's brow furrowed instantly. Before he could utter a word, Lin Baozhu exclaimed, Ah, there's a male model. Zhou Qin pleaded. Let me see just once. Wen Li also struggled to sit up and peek towards the door, scanning the area, and suddenly pointed at Fu Zheng, tipsily declaring, That male model is handsome. I like him. Bai Xian burst into laughter, playfully nudging Fu Zheng, signaling him to go over. Male model. We're talking about you. As the scene unfolded, Fu Zheng's lips formed a tight line, and he turned his gaze towards Lin Yiqing, his voice as cold as ice. Who allowed you to give her alcohol? Lin Yiqing, fully aware that Fu Zheng had a precious niece, felt somewhat guilty, stammering, I thought a little drinking would be fine for them. Then, recalling something, he strode over, frowning at Lin Baozhu. Did you order a male model? I've ordered hundreds of male models, Lin Baozhu replied, her expression insisting on her honesty. After her boast, she added, don't worry. I have money. She then pointed at Wen Li and Zhou Qin. You two choose. I'll pay. My brother gave me several million. The sound of Fu Zheng's voice. Wen Li's intoxication receded slightly, and she made an effort to focus on him, though her vision remained blurry, with 3 or 4 indistinct figures. She shook her head, attempting to clear her sight. To others, it appeared she was earnestly selecting a male model. Bai Xian was doubled over with laughter, playfully slapping Fu Zheng's shoulder. Male model. Hurry up. Fu Zheng shot him a warning glance, and Bai Xian immediately toned down his teasing. These young ladies needed to be put in their place. They dared to order a male model. It seemed that the evening's drinking was not going to happen. As they spoke, he slapped Gu Lianming's shoulder. Let us go. We'll head out first. Bai Xian shot him a knowing look. We'd best avoid this mess. If Zhou Qin finds out we took her sister out drinking, neither of our families will have peace. Zhou Qin's gentle demeanor was largely due to her fiery older sister, Zhou Qin, who was fiercely protective. Anyone who dared to harm her sister would find themselves confronted by a group of bodyguards. With 3 men escorting 2 girls, the private room was left with only Fu Zheng and Wen Li. Wen Li could not discern Fu Zheng's expression, but she could sense that he was indeed upset. When older men got angry, they tended to fixate on people without moving. She instinctively attempted to stand, but after several tries, she realized she could not rise, likely due to her stubbornness from intoxication. Just as a thought of anger arose, it vanished the next moment as she found herself enveloped in a sturdy embrace. I am not angry. I'm not angry, she thought, for Fu Zheng was holding her. She looked up, the man's face blurred under the lights, swaying slightly, which annoyed her. How can he sway like this? Suddenly, Fu Zheng halted, his eyelids lowering as her delicate hand cupped his face. The girl's eyes widened, and she earnestly instructed him. Don't move. Fu Zheng's throat tightened, his gaze deepening, a tinge of red appearing at the corners of his eyes. He freed one hand to gently remove hers from his face, but she stubbornly placed it back, insisting, don't move. Let me see clearly. Where are your eyes? Don't move. Her hands wandered over his face haphazardly, and Fu Zheng's voice turned hoarse, tightening his grip around her wrists. Wen Li instinctively struggled, yet the large hand restraining her was unyielding. She widened her eyes, her pupils blooming like flowers, akin to whirlpools. As Fu Zheng felt her gaze, his breath hitched, and he released her hands, covering her eyes instead, quickly stepping away as if he were in a panic. In a flurry, she exclaimed, I can't see. Wen Li grasped his hand, her gaze barely peeking through, only for his large hand to cover her sight once more. The short journey felt longer as Fu Zheng's handsome face flushed slightly. He bent down to fasten her seatbelt, a sigh of relief escaping him as he settled into the driver's seat. Wen Li leaned back against the seat, tilting her head to observe the driver for a moment, feeling drowsy, and ultimately closed her eyes. Not long after, she opened them again, rubbing her temples. I feel so dizzy. Fu Zheng glanced at her, slowing the car down before rolling down the window. Wen Li leaned against the window, feeling the breeze, which revived her somewhat. She glanced at the driver again, noting his usually meticulous hair now disheveled across his forehead, likely due to her earlier meddling. His suit was not in much better condition, clearly wrinkled. She could scarcely bear to think how heartbroken he would be after her demise. Fu Zheng, tonight, may I sleep beside you? Is that all right? She meant to imply she would take the sofa, though sleeping in the bed would be preferable. In an instant, the car came to a screeching halt, causing her to collide with the windshield, tears streaming down her face as she cried out. Fu Zheng. Before long, the car stopped by the roadside. Fu Zheng unfastened his seatbelt, leaning over to look at her. Her forehead, which had been slightly better, was now red and swollen again. He pressed his lips together, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes as he reached out to rub her forehead. Wen Li exaggeratedly whimpered. It hurts. It hurts. Seizing the opportunity, she made her request. Fu Zheng, can I sleep at your place tonight? No, Fu Zheng replied, his lips pressed together, refusing without hesitation. It hurts. It hurts. She continued to feign distress, fully aware she was being deliberately dramatic. Fu Zheng took a deep breath, lowering his head, conceding, you can sleep in the bed. I'll take the sofa. All right, Wen Li readily agreed, her eyes brightening, a radiant smile illuminating her face as her pain seemed to dissipate. Fu Zheng secured his seatbelt once more, choosing not to say anything further. Wen Li's intoxication began to resurface, and she decided to close her eyes and rest. At the Fu residence, the car came to a steady halt. Fu Zheng unbuckled his seatbelt and glanced over at the girl, who was now leaning against the window, clearly asleep. He opened the car door, walked around to the other side, and gently opened the passenger door, causing her to tumble into his arms. Despite the commotion, Wen Li remained oblivious, utterly intoxicated. Fu Zheng supported her back, bending down to unfasten her seatbelt, carefully cradling her in his embrace. In the living room, Grandpa Fu and Grandma Fu were watching television, initially failing to recognize Wen Li. It wasn't until Fu Zheng carried her upstairs that Grandpa Fu quietly asked, "Is that the girl from last time?" "I can't see clearly," Grandma Fu replied, shaking her head. Grandma Fu was not particularly anxious about Fu Zheng's marriage prospects. Believing there was no rush, it was better to marry for love. Grandpa Fu had considered it, but there had been no woman in Fu Zheng's life for years, and he was uncertain how much longer it would be until he found someone he truly cared for. With a sigh, he mused that he wished he could live a few more years. Grandma Fu patted his hand, advising him not to dwell on such thoughts, as the doctor had warned him against worrying. "All right, I want to live a few more years," Grandpa Fu reassured her. Upstairs, passing by Wen Li's room, Fu Zheng hesitated for a few seconds before swiftly carrying her into his own bedroom, laying her down on the large bed. He squatted to remove his shoes, then pulled a thin blanket over her. Standing at the edge of the bed, he gazed down at Wen Li, his deep-set eyes softening gradually, though he soon turned and entered the bathroom. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, gently falling upon Wen Li's eyelids, prompting her to awaken. The gray curtains felt somewhat unfamiliar. Instinctively, she sat up, reaching to feel her clothing. The next moment, her gaze landed on Fu Zheng, who was still asleep on the sofa. He leaned against the sofa, clad in a black satin nightgown with a slightly open collar, revealing his well-defined abs. How did she manage to fall asleep last night? Otherwise, she could have taken advantage of being intoxicated and stolen a kiss. Wen Li, obediently, uttered a soft "oh," and just as she was about to step out, Fu Zheng suddenly inquired, "Have you booked the male model?" Wen Li was momentarily taken aback, and before she could respond, Fu Zheng continued, "Now that you've graduated, you can date. I wish to date." Wen Li shot him a sidelong glance and replied, a touch brazenly, "You not dating me." Fu Zheng's jaw tightened, his voice deepening as he reiterated, "Wen Li, I can only be your little uncle. I won't interfere with your dating life. It's entirely up to you." Upon hearing this, Wen Li swung the door open, slamming it shut behind her as she entered the opposite bedroom, muttering, "Old man. He claims not to interfere with dating. Who does he think he is?" She pulled out her phone, noticing that the one family had made over a dozen calls, momentarily setting aside the old man's stubbornness. The voice on the other end, Wen, sounded somewhat anxious. "Sister, have you seen the news? They saying your exam results were fabricated and they're going to investigate this." Wen Li felt no surprise. She had anticipated that Wen and the others would take action, likely believing it was the doing of the Liu and Fu families manipulating her scores from behind the scenes. She responded, her voice tinged with panic, "I didn't cheat. I have no idea why I scored so high. If you didn't cheat, let them investigate. They clear your name. There's nothing to fear." Wen, however, simply could not believe that Wen Li could achieve a score of 723. After all, during her final year, she had been at the bottom of her class. Unfortunately for her, Wen Li proved her wrong. "I'm a bit scared," Wen Li admitted. "Don't be afraid. I'll accompany you to the investigation. We'll clear your name. There are several media outlets waiting outside. They'll follow us." Wen reassured her. While her words seemed caring, Wen Li sensed a hidden agenda. She expressed her reluctance. "Sister, I don't want to go. I can't even recall how I answered those questions. What if the teacher made a mistake?" "No way. How could a teacher make a mistake? Someone must be framing you if you don't go. People will doubt your results." Wen further consoled her, "Even if the teacher made a mistake, that's their problem. It won't affect you." Persuaded by her sister, Wen Li reluctantly agreed. After hanging up, she changed her clothes and headed downstairs. Upon exiting the Fu residence, she immediately spotted a throng of reporters at the entrance, numbering around a dozen. If her scores were indeed fraudulent, she would never be able to establish herself in Kyoto. Her dear sister had shown her true colors as she approached. The reporters swarmed around her, bombarding her with questions. Wen Li, did you cheat on your college entrance exam? It said you were at the bottom of your class from first to third year. Is it true that your grandfather is Lu Zhongwei? I believe my sister wouldn't cheat if she did. I'd like to apologize on behalf of all exam candidates. Wen Li looked at her sister, feeling a mix of realization, discomfort, and relief, eventually lowering her gaze as she was ushered into the car under Wen Nuan's protection. On the way, Wen Nuan kept her arm around Wen Li's shoulder, offering comfort. It's okay, don't be nervous. I'll always be by your side. If she had looked closely, she would have noticed the redness in Wen Li's eyes, a gradual confirmation of her suspicions. As this entire ordeal remained somewhat hard to accept, she held no feelings for Wen Rong, yet she shared a deep bond with Du Ying and Wen Nuan. Who reported me? Wen Li murmured. The scores were confidential. Only family members knew. But Dad, Mom, and my sister would never report me. Wen Nuan playfully pinched her cheek. Why would we report you? We've always hoped you'd score even higher. Perhaps someone found out. Then I'm truly unlucky. Wen Li responded with self-deprecation. The public outcry over this incident was immense. Principals from various schools in Beijing and the head of the Education Bureau had arrived, determined to provide society with a fair outcome regarding the college entrance examination. The conference hall was filled with dozens of reporters, all focused on Wen Li, leaving her nowhere to hide. When Nuan spoke up, "The investigation can begin," the principal replied. "Please wait a moment." After several minutes, the once quiet hall erupted with hurried footsteps as the principal rushed forward, addressing Fu Zheng. The Fu Group had long been an investor in Beijing, thus entitled to participate in this investigation. The principal announced to the reporters, "Everyone is present. We will officially begin the investigation. Please ensure your records are accurate." Wen Li raised her gaze to Fu Zheng, feeling a sense of calm wash over her, her posture straightening slightly as she stated, "I am open to the investigation, but I will not tolerate slander." The head of the Education Bureau nodded. "If it is found that no cheating occurred, we will demand that all media outlets clarify and apologize, and we will thoroughly investigate the source of these rumors." All right, Wen Li agreed. Dozens of machines were to life. Sealed envelopes were opened, and the examination papers were displayed for the reporters to see. The teachers responsible for grading the 7 subjects re-evaluated the papers, subsequently showing them to the journalists. The scores were confirmed to be accurate. The principal expressed no surprise at the outcome. The college entrance exam was graded by machines, which were relatively strict, and Wen Li's score of 723 was without question. Wen Nuan intently studied the papers, noting that every mark was unmistakably Wen Li's handwriting. How did she score 723? Chapter 26, Admit It, You Like Me Too. Once the investigation concluded, the principal and the head of the Education Bureau made a statement in the conference hall. Fu Zheng, Wen Li, and Wen Nuan exited ahead of the crowd. Wen Nuan linked her arm with Wen Li's, her tone comforting and complimentary. They clarified everything. There's nothing to worry about, you're amazing. Li, despite her seemingly calm demeanor, Wen Li detected a hint of insincerity. If Wen Nuan desired something, it was the union of the Wen and Lu families. Now, Wen Li undoubtedly posed a threat to her ambitions. They were not afraid of her existence, but rather of her drive to succeed. Wen Li let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "You scared me. I was terrified. I'm just so lucky." However, Wen Nuan did not buy into her usual optimism. 723 points requires not only time but also effort. It's impossible to achieve purely by luck. You'll need to rely on luck going forward. Wen Li was well aware of her sister's skepticism but chose to feign ignorance. When they reached the ground floor, Fu Zheng's private car awaited them. He turned to Wen Li and said coolly, "Get in. The old man is looking for you." Likely worried after seeing the news, Wen Li nodded and entered the car, while Wen Nuan instinctively followed. Fu Zheng's cold voice cut through the air. "My car is not for strangers." Wen Li shot a sidelong glance at Fu Zheng, secretly pleased, yet she spoke softly. "Fu Zheng, let my sister come along." She knew Fu Zheng would refuse. He had always been distant towards Wen Nuan and Du Ying, showing them the least kindness. Were it not for her surname Wen, she had no doubt Fu Zheng would have obliterated the Wen family. Fu Zheng grunted in response, but upon entering the vehicle, the driver quickly closed the door, and they soon departed. Out of the corner of her eye, Wen Li caught a glimpse of Wen Nuan's expression changing. After this incident, she would likely be on her guard against her. Perhaps another scheme was afoot. Nevertheless, Wen Li was prepared. Suddenly, the low voice of the man beside her broke through her thoughts. Which school are you planning to apply to? Jingda, majoring in management, Wen Li replied candidly. Fu Zheng fell silent for a moment, crossing his legs as he unfastened his suit jacket. Why management? You've never liked it. Whether in the past or present, Wen Li had never held a fondness for managing a company. But this time she would not shy away. She intended to support both the Wen and Lu families. Furthermore, she aspired to walk alongside Fu Zheng. She was determined to become a woman worthy of Fu Zheng, ensuring he would not feel wronged. With sincerity, she stated, management suits me best. He acknowledged her sentiment. I want to continue dancing. Could you help me find a good teacher? Wen Li asked without hesitation. Although Doing had found her a teacher, they were merely average, offering little opportunity for growth and simply wasting her time. Zhou Qing quickly answered the call, her tone laced with concern. Li, have you seen the news? I have. The investigation is underway. There's nothing to worry about. Wen Li reassured her. It's strange. Who would report you? Your grades in the last semester were excellent, Zhou Qing remarked, her eagerness apparent. I'll have my sister look into it for you. No need. It's already been resolved. Wen Li trusted the Zhou and Fu families to uncover the identity of the informant, but she had no desire to raise alarm just yet. Your little uncle didn't he hit you? Did he? She asked, oblivious to the fact that he was unaware of the report against her. Wen Li cast another glance at Fu Zheng beside her, reaffirming her earlier thoughts. He was indeed handsome. If she could, she would borrow money left and right. No, he didn't hit me. Thankfully, my brother nearly hit me, asking where I got the male model. Lin Baozhu said, frustrated. He believes a drunk person's words? I don't know how he hasn't driven the company to bankruptcy. Wen Li chuckled, chatting with her for a while before hanging up. Before long, the car pulled into the Fu residence. At this moment, the elder Mr. Fu sat beside the fish pond, feeding the fish. Upon seeing Wen Li alight from the car, he quickly rose. How did the exam paper investigation go? Did you face any injustice? Wen Li smiled and shook her head, then inquired earnestly, Grandfather, why don't you suspect I cheated? The elder Mr. Fu chuckled heartily, pride radiating from him. I know what kind of character my own family possesses. When you were little, we forbade you from eating candy, yet you would sneak a piece, and when your little uncle asked, you would confess. Besides, who could cheat on the college entrance exam? It's not like before. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. Scoring 723 is impressive. You're almost on par with your little uncle. The Fu family had always treated Wen Li well, with the elder Mr. Fu regarding her as his own granddaughter. Wen Li was genuinely fearful of frightening them in the future, yet she also did not wish to give up on Fu Zheng. The thought of such pressure made her shoulders droop momentarily before she straightened up again. She could bear this burden. Thank you, grandfather. For what? Come help me check if the pearls are sick. They've been lying at the bottom of the tank. Wen Li had been interested in fish since childhood, often feeding them for the elder Mr. Fu, and over time, she learned to recognize when a fish was unwell. She bent down to observe the white fish in the pond, noting that its belly resembled a dumpling. Concluding, it's fine. It's probably just overeaten. The elder Mr. Fu chuckled. Perhaps I fed them too much last night. I was in a good mood. Why? Wen Li instinctively asked. Master Fu cast a sidelong glance at Fu Zheng, then beckoned to Wen Li, prompting the two to step away a bit. He suggested that she eat before resting, assuring her of their open-mindedness. In that moment, Wen Li realized that Master Fu had mistaken her for someone else. Before she could speak, Fu Zheng's voice resonated behind her, announcing his departure for the company. Instantly, Master Fu shot him a disapproving look, emphasizing that he should focus on his own life matters. After all, the company wouldn't vanish, and they had plenty of food at home, courtesy of his mother's shopping spree. Fu Zheng remained silent as the three of them entered the living room in succession, with Wen Li excusing herself to the restroom. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and remarked, It's already 10 o'clock. Let her come down for breakfast and then sleep. Fu Zheng's brows furrowed slightly. Questioning, what do you mean? It's about Wen Li. Fu Zheng replied coolly. Master Fu was unconvinced, retorting that he could not be misled by excuses concerning Wen Li, stating, Do I not recognize her? Wen Li halted in her tracks, fixing her gaze on Fu Zheng, realizing that this older man was deliberately speaking for Fu Zheng's benefit, perhaps with intentions of matchmaking, hoping to extinguish her hopes. It was quite normal for couples to argue. After all, he was a man. After today, I will no longer agree to your requests, Fu Zheng declared as he rose and retreated upstairs. Upon hearing this, Master Fu hurriedly replied, all right, I will check immediately. Once Fu Zheng was out of sight, he turned to Wen Li and quipped, "What's up with your uncle lately? He seems rather eccentric. Perhaps he's just getting old," Wen Li commented. After a while, she too ascended the stairs, knocking on Fu Zheng's door, which opened promptly. He had changed into a casual outfit, a black crewneck short-sleeve shirt paired with deep gray trousers, his hair still slicked back attractively, and his facial features strikingly defined. His eyelashes were longer than average, and in the backlight, his eye color remained elusive, his eyes deep and enigmatic. In the next moment, Wen Li rose onto her toes and, catching him off guard, planted a kiss on his cheek, without allowing him time to react. She hurriedly asserted, "Fu Zheng, let us go on a blind date." She introduced herself earnestly. "I am Wen Li, standing at 1.67 meters, possessing a good temperament, capable skills, youthful and beautiful." The warmth of her cheek against his was overwhelming. Fu Zheng's pupils constricted sharply as he took a step back, gazing intently at the girl at the door. His irritation was palpable as he raised his voice, "Wen Li, I am your uncle." Wen Li stepped closer, tilting her head to meet his gaze, boldly stating, "If you hit me once, I will stop pursuing you." Fu Zheng instinctively raised his hand but hesitated to bring it down. Wen Li's smile gradually broadened as she teased, "You can't bear to do it, Fu Zheng. Admit it. You like me too." The man retreated another step, turning his head away from her, clearly pushed to his limits. He coldly commanded, "Get out." Wen Li stood her ground, insisting, "Fu Zheng, you can wed the woman you love, but you cannot marry just anyone. Would you consider me?" As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with sincerity. "Leave." Fu Zheng's voice was both cold and hoarse. Wen Li studied him for a few seconds before turning to exit. Just as she was about to leave, she heard him declare, "I do not like you. From the beginning, I have only regarded you as my niece." Although she knew his words were disingenuous, Wen Li felt a pang in her chest, casting him a glance before walking away. "Wen Rong, you must fill out your application. Aim for Jingda, majoring in management," her father insisted. "Dad, let my sister decide on her own regarding her aspirations." When Nuan interjected, doing added her support, "Let the child make her own choices." "Let her choose. She will undoubtedly select something useless," Wen Rong retorted. Wen Li's eyes suddenly brightened with a glimmer of hope, and she cautiously requested, "Let me see it first." Wen Rong stood up to fetch it from her room, quickly returning with a box and opening it for Wen Li to see. "All right, I will fill it out immediately." Wen Li's eyes sparkled with the desire for the necklace under Wen Rong's watchful gaze. She submitted her application for Jingda's management program. True to her word, Wen Rong handed over the necklace, advising, "If your grades are good, I will buy you whatever you want in the future." When Nuan and Doing exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their disapproval, which Wen Li feigned ignorance to. She held out the necklace, saying, "Sister, help me put it on." "Sure," Wen Nuan replied, taking a minute or two to fasten it on her, somewhat hesitantly stating, "It looks nice." Wen Li glanced at her reflection before looking up at Wen Rong, puzzled. "Dad, why didn't you buy one for sister?" "She will receive one once she performs well." Wen Rong replied neutrally. However, his attitude only darkened Doing's expression, which quickly returned to normal. "Should we hold a banquet?" "Absolutely, the more extravagant, the better." Wen Rong, being someone who valued appearances, then turned to Wen Li. "Tell your grandfather to come stay for a few days." Wen Li pursed her lips, clearly reluctant to get close to the Liu family. "I won't say anything. You can if you want. I am heading upstairs." With that, she scampered up the stairs. "You?" Wen Rong wanted to explode in anger but restrained himself, turning to Wen Wan, "Please inform the Liu family." Liu Zhongwei had not been particularly friendly toward Wen Rong and Doing but was a bit kinder to Wen Wan. In her bedroom, Wen Li held Fu Zheng's photo, giving it a few flicks, noticing the imprint left on it, which comforted her slightly as she gently stroked it, attempting to smooth it out. She grimaced at the photo, exclaiming, "Old man, what are you staring at? Your nose is longer than the Great Wall, and to see you, I need to take a plane." Before long, Wen Nuan knocked on her door, and after closing it behind her, she gently caressed Wen Li's head and softly asked, "Do you not want to attend Jingda for university?" Observing Wen Li's expression closely, she noticed the girl's lips pouting in reluctance. Wen Li nodded, appearing extremely unwilling. This eased some of Wen Nuan's earlier concerns. "You can change your application. Just do it secretly to be why the time the acceptance letter arrives, Dad won't he have a say. But will he hit me? Wen Li asked, a hint of temptation in her voice. She had previously been blind to the fact that such coddling was a form of love, like boiling a frog in water. Wen shook her head reassuringly. No, Dad wouldn't he dare hit you. How do I change it? Sister, you do it for me. I don't want to study management at all. Wen Li opened her laptop, signaling for Wen to assist her in modifying her application, urging, apply to K University for the dance program. Hurry. Wen helped her revise her application, and after submitting it, she smiled gently. It's done. I'll keep it a secret, but you must too. Otherwise, Dad will find out. As the day progressed, after Wen departed, Wen Li altered her application again and changed her login password. To prevent Wen from checking her application again, she decided she could no longer stay at the Wen household. In the afternoon, she packed a few items, planning to visit the Lu family to see her grandfather, that stubborn old man who surely missed her. Initially, when she had faltered in her studies, Lu Zhongwei had sworn never to care for her again. In truth, he had secretly visited her a few times. Now that her scores had improved, she felt it was time to face him and explain herself. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she descended the stairs, finding Du Ying and Wen Rong in the living room discussing the graduation banquet. Wen Li resolved not to let them know she was visiting the Lu family. Once they discovered her association with them, both parties would likely conspire against the Lu family. I'm going out for a few days, she announced. Wen Rong had previously shown no inclination to nurture her, especially since she had struggled academically. However, now that she was doing better, he said, your sister is going out to discuss business. You should accompany her to learn. She is still a child. Why rush her into learning? Du Ying interjected, glancing at Wen Li before looking back at him with reproach. This time, Wen Rong didn't acquiesce to her request, insisting, tomorrow you can play. Today, you'll go with your sister to discuss business. Change into something more formal. I don't want to go, Wen Li protested, reluctant. Though Wen Rong did not raise his voice, his tone was firm. Whether she wanted to or not, she would go, for it was an opportunity to broaden her horizons. Otherwise, the next time you wish to buy something, it will be out of the question. At that moment, when Wen emerged from her room wearing a fitted white suit that suited her graceful demeanor, exuding a blend of gentleness and maturity, she smiled encouragingly. Sister, you should go. Wen Li's eyes flickered with skepticism. Typically, when Wen wouldn't bring her to such events. Okay, she replied, then retreated upstairs. However, she didn't change her outfit and came back down. Most of her clothes were quite similar. Changing wouldn't make much of a difference. When Rong frowned, Wen, find something suitable for her to wear. Tomorrow we'll take her shopping for a few decent outfits. This was a privilege that had never been afforded to her before. It was clear that value begets privilege. Perhaps in order to impress clients, when Wen glanced over and said, no worries, this black dress hasn't been worn yet. It will fit you perfectly. Now hurry and change, and I'll help you with your makeup. She gestured toward the bathroom. Wen Li took the dress into the bathroom, and upon trying it on, she admired her reflection. The dress was modest yet elegant. It fit beautifully, much like a vase, but she was not merely a vase. Stepping out of the bathroom, when Wen paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of her sister in the dress. The black gown accentuated Wen Li's tall figure, her delicate features radiating a vibrant allure, reminiscent of the woman in the photographs adorning Wen Rong's room. Lu Muyud, a sense of threat washed over her. But she quickly buried that thought. Come here. Let me do your makeup. Wen Li had good skin. A light layer of foundation sufficed, enhancing her naturally fair and luminous complexion, topped with a striking lipstick. Paired with high heels, she appeared more mature than ever as they descended the stairs. When Rong glanced at Wen Li, momentarily stunned, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his expression, revealing some lingering feelings for Lu Muyu. Suddenly, he spoke with concern for Wen Li. Take care of your sister. Upon hearing this, Du Ying's countenance shifted, her gaze darting toward him before quickly returning to normal. Wen, please look after your sister, she urged. Wen nodded, leading Wen Li to the car. Normally, Wen would chat with Wen Li during the ride, but now she closed her eyes as soon as they got in, perhaps a reflection of Wen Rong's change in attitude. Wen Li turned her head to look out the window, remembering something. She picked up her phone, extended her arm, and snapped a full-body photo of herself. Zooming in on the image, her long, straight legs appeared quite alluring, and she promptly sent it to Fu Zheng. That old man was both brooding and timid. It was a mystery how he had developed an eye for someone as vibrant as her. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the vehicle came to a halt in front of a hotel. The driver turned to Wen Li and said warmly, "Miss, we have arrived." Awakened from her slumber, Wen Li disembarked with a slight awkwardness, having not donned her high heels properly, causing her to walk with a noticeable limp. She resorted to a pigeon-toed gait. Upon entering the hotel, Bai, lounging on a sofa in the lobby, took immediate notice of her. However, the pair headed straight for the elevator, oblivious to his presence. Hilariously, it was the first time he had witnessed someone in high heels look so clumsy. At that moment, Fu Zheng had just concluded a meeting and, feeling his phone vibrate, opened it to find a picture sent by Wen Li. Instinctively, he clicked on it, and her charmingly radiant face appeared before him, accompanied by her long, straight legs, his breath caught in his throat. Assistant Su, intending to discuss the upcoming work with Fu Zheng, was startled to see him collide headfirst into a precious potted plant in the office. The valuable tree swayed perilously, indicating the force of the impact was substantial. He quickly inquired, "President Fu, are you all right?" Fu Zheng silenced his phone, stepped back, and brushed off his suit, responding coolly, "Move the potted plant aside." Assistant Su murmured in confusion, "But didn't President Fu say that moving it would affect the feng shui?" Fu Zheng merely acknowledged with a casual "oh," without elaborating, and strode purposefully towards his office. Ultimately retreating to the lounge, he tossed his heated phone onto the bed and turned towards the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face repeatedly. Finally, he leaned over the sink and gazed into the mirror. His handsome face marred by water stains, his deep-set eyes subtly reflecting a mix of desire. He lowered his head, a hint of tension evident in his tightly pressed lips. He could deceive others, but not himself. Since Wen Li turned 18, he could no longer regard her as merely his niece. Her once simple face had grown increasingly vibrant. After a lengthy pause, he scrutinized his reflection again, his mature features appearing rigid and dull, devoid of the youthful exuberance and courage he once possessed. Had he been 3 or 4 years younger, he would have pursued Wen Li without hesitation, confident in his ability to care for her for a lifetime. Yet, at 22, she was in the prime of her youth, while he had reached an age where stability and family took precedence. An 8-year age gap left them with no shared interests or thoughts, and he pondered how she could possibly develop feelings for him in the coming decades. His gaze turned melancholic. Just then, his phone rang incessantly from the bed, and after composing himself, he answered, "What is going on? Are you all right?" Bai Xian's voice was tinged with concern. Fu Zheng replied succinctly, "I'm fine, I just saw Wen Li looking lovely as she headed to the Sky restaurant. Did you see the video I sent? It had me in stitches." Bai Xian chuckled but then turned serious. "On a more pressing matter, I spotted that sly old fox, Chun Shang, heading upstairs. The Wen family has recently been collaborating with him on a project. Keep an eye on things, as I have urgent matters to attend to." He intentionally sought to create an opportunity for Fu Zheng and Wen Li to interact. Before Fu Zheng could respond, Bai Xian added, "I have to go. President Wang has arrived." Fu Zheng reopened the video he had sent, watching Wen Li awkwardly navigate her way, her gait exuding an inexplicable charm. After several viewings, he chuckled softly. When Wan turned to Wen Li, advising, "Just do whatever President Wei says when he arrives. This is one of the few major projects for the company this year." "Understood," Wen Li nodded. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue suit appeared, exuding a mature allure. When Wan promptly stood and extended her hand, "Hello, President Wei," before Wen Li could utter a word, he remarked, "She looks just like her mother." When Wan's expression stiffened momentarily before she nodded, "Yes, this is my sister, Wen Li. Greet President Wei." Wen Li stood and said, "Uncle Wei." Wei Chunsheng chuckled, taking a seat. "I remember holding you as a child at your grandfather's place, though I haven't seen you at the Liu family residence in recent years. I heard from your grandfather yesterday that you scored 723 on your college entrance exam. You're even more impressive than your mother." "My mother was exceptional in her studies?" Wen Li inquired with curiosity, having never previously asked about her mother, who had left no trace in her life, rendering her a stranger. Wei Chunsheng nodded. "Praising indeed, she was remarkable, achieving first place in the arts during her entrance exam. Had she not passed away prematurely, the Liu family would surely have risen even higher. Back when your mother and Uncle Wen were dating, we joked about their union being a power couple. What a pity. The Wen family, now only represented by Wen Shiding, had once been on par with the Fu family before the latter's rise to prominence. Attributed to Fu Zheng's business acumen, Wen Li had met Wen Shitting only once in her past. Though middle-aged, he retained his striking looks, and she imagined he must have been quite handsome in his youth. As for Wen Rong, he paled significantly in comparison. She wondered how her mother could have chosen Wen Rong over someone as remarkable as Wen Shitting, feeling as if she could never let go of Fu Zheng. The two conversed while Wen Wan remained on the sidelines, eventually breaking in. "President Wei, shall we discuss the project?" "No need for discussion. Considering this girl, we can sign right away." The cunning Wei Chun-sheng readily agreed to the project. When Wan was taken aback, she had invested considerable effort for this collaboration, only to be eclipsed by Wen Li's mere presence. The stark contrast twisted her insides. Casting a glance at Wen Li, she quickly forced a smile. "President Wei, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Tomorrow, my sister will bring the documents to my company." Wen Li instinctively looked to Wen Wan, obediently suggesting, "Let my sister handle it. I'm not very familiar with these matters. President Wei, my sister just graduated from high school and doesn't yet understand the intricacies of the project." Wen Wan interjected, "If this little girl doesn't come, I won't sign." Wei Chun-sheng teased, though the seriousness in his tone was unmistakable. Wen Li was slightly taken aback. The Wen family and Lu family were not particularly close, merely collaborators. Even if their relationship were amicable, such a significant project would not be so easily signed off. Yet, she couldn't pinpoint the underlying reasons. Wei Chun-sheng wasted no time and stood, saying, "Little girl, see you tomorrow." With that, he adjusted his suit and exited. Leaning against Wen Wan's shoulder, Wen Li's innocent demeanor shone through as she blinked. "Sister, that was so easy. We wrapped it up in less than 10 minutes. She knew this comment would sting Wen Wan, as what came effortlessly to her required tenfold effort for her sister. While she understood jealousy, she could not fathom the intent to harm, especially when she bore no ill will. Wen Wan's expression soured, and she struggled to muster a smile. "Sister, I'm not feeling well. I need to use the restroom." In the next moment, she stood and walked away, disappearing from Wen Li's view. Wen Li did not display any delight at her sister's discomfort. Instead, she gazed vacantly out the window. The weather had warmed, yet she felt an icy chill within. June's summer juxtaposed with December's winter, unable to coexist. Meanwhile, in the restroom, when Nguyen dialed a number, "I'm at the restaurant." After hanging up, she regarded her reflection in the mirror, revealing a smile that did not belong to her face. Wen Li turned her head to observe her sister in silence for a moment before suddenly smiling. "All right." She rose and walked ahead, her smile vanishing, her hands clenched tightly by her sides, fingertips digging into her palms. Soon, she halted, feeling a bit shy. "I need to use the restroom. Wait for me a moment." With that, she flashed a smile. The man nodded, "Sure." Wen Li entered the restroom, locked the door, and sent Fu Zheng a message. "Fu Zheng, an unfamiliar man has come to pick me up. I'm at the Sky Restaurant." She knew that in the face of danger, only Fu Zheng would arrive swiftly. "Wen Li, I'm currently in the restroom." Moments later, Fu Zheng replied, "I'm at the door. Come out." Her eyes brightened as she opened the restroom door and hurried out, encountering a tall figure clad in black. His meticulously styled hair now bore a few stray strands. Her eyes sparkled. "Old man," she said, while inwardly aware that despite his verbal protests, he was more concerned about her than anyone else. The man glanced at Fu Zheng and instinctively nodded before turning to leave, but he was soon flanked by two imposing bodyguards, who closed in on him, causing his expression to shift to one of panic. "Miss Wen?" Wen Li chided seriously. "Mother always warned against following strangers. Didn't your mother teach you that?" Fu Zheng shot a glance at the two men and commanded, "Take him to the police." Wen Li understood that they could argue their way out of this, as no harm had yet befallen her, but she refused to put herself to the test. She was certain that a normal person wouldn't come to pick her up without a word, especially not a face she didn't recognize. She would carefully guard her life, mindful of her responsibilities towards her old my sister would never send an unfamiliar man to pick me up, especially since you look like a bad person. Remember to cooperate with the police when you get to the station. Hey, everyone, please leave a comment. Writing without feedback is so dull. Love you all. Chapter 28. The old man is just stubborn. Not unfond of her before he could respond, she flashed a mischievous smile, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. "What a coincidence," she said, clearly setting a trap for him. Fu Zheng's gaze drifted from her face to the surroundings as he replied coolly, "Just handling some matters here." Wen Li responded with a playful, "Oh, what a coincidence indeed. You could have arrived a moment later." As she spoke, she gestured with her fingers, then, with a feigned pout, she added, "I might have been kidnapped." Fu Zheng, unable to resist her charm, found himself stealing glances at her, ultimately pursing his lips and rubbing his temples. "I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry." Wen Li fixed her gaze on him, unblinking. After several seconds of silence, Fu Zheng finally relented. "All right. Originally, I assumed that Fu Zheng's claims about work were mere fabrications. Little did I know, they were indeed true," as he led her into a private room. Bai Xian, along with two other young men, was present, engaged in drinking and discussing matters. The dishes on the table remained largely untouched. Instantly, her posture straightened, and the softness in her expression faded away. Fu Zheng, noticing her subtle shift from the corner of his eye, pulled out a chair for her. After Wen Li sat down, he took the seat beside Bai Xian. With a fleeting glance, Wen Li rose amidst their scrutiny, pulled out the chair next to Fu Zheng, and wordlessly settled into it. Fu Zheng's eyelids drooped slightly as he raised his hand to signal a nearby waiter for red wine. Soon, the waiter brought a glass. Gently swirling it before taking a sip, Bai Xian cast a meaningful glance at Wen Li, realizing that with a man as complicated as Fu Zheng, a direct approach was necessary. He then introduced her to the two men beside him. "Wen Li, the granddaughter of Lu Zhongwei." Upon hearing this, the two men lifted their glasses in her direction. Reflexively, Wen Li picked up the glass of red wine poured by the waiter and cast a sidelong glance at the men. She tilted her head back and downed the wine in one gulp. Before she could finish, a large hand snatched the glass from her grasp and set it aside. "She doesn't drink," Fu Zheng's cool voice stated. Wen Li flashed a bright, even smile, echoing, "I don't drink." After speaking, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Bai Xian glanced at him, a smirk forming, sensing that Fu Zheng was completely under Wen Li's spell. He added, "She just graduated high school this year. We'll drink, and she will simply dine beside us." As the men continued their conversation, Wen Li indulged in the meal, rotating the table to select dishes that pleased her palate. This restaurant was a first for her. The fish was tender and fresh. Fu Zheng, who had never been fond of pork, had a particular liking for fish. She boldly scooped a generous piece into Fu Zheng's bowl. Mid-sentence, Fu Zheng paused, instinctively glancing at his bowl, his thick eyelashes fluttering slightly before he resumed. "The batch of materials from Sun Ming Isen is satisfactory." After a minute, observing that Fu Zheng had yet to eat, she discreetly tugged at his shirt hem beneath the table. When he turned to her, his brows arched in curiosity, she subtly gestured toward his bowl, her soft hand gently grasping the edge of his suit. As if tugging at his heart. Fu Zheng stiffened momentarily, then, after a pause, lifted his chopsticks to eat the fish in his bowl, while Wen Li lowered her head, a smile playing on her lips. Once satiated, Wen Li sat back, listening to the men's discussions, absorbing snippets of business acumen. Previously, she had doubted Bai Xian's business acumen, but now she was taken aback by his confidence in navigating the conversation. If the gentle and demure Jian Shui could keep up with him, she had reason to suspect that she too was quite adept with her words. Fu Zheng, on the other hand, contributed little to the dialogue, only voicing pertinent remarks, causing her gaze to drift toward his profile. His chiseled features, pronounced nose, and prominent brow created a strikingly deep gaze. His handsome bone structure exuded an air of aloofness when his expression was devoid of emotion. To put it succinctly, he was not one to attract frivolous romantic entanglements. After half an hour, the other two men rose, Bai Xian unbuttoning his coat, appearing somewhat languid after drinking. Just as he was about to speak, a figure in a suit stepped in, blocking his view. He reached for it, glancing sideways. "All right then," he said, straightening up, fastening his buttons and donning his jacket. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Wen Li, he is in your hands." As he concluded, he cast her an encouraging glance. "All right." After Bai Xian departed, Wen Li turned to Fu Zheng, inquiring if he wanted to eat something. Fu Zheng shook his head, then retrieved his phone. Before he could dial, Wen Li preemptively blinked at him. "I'm scared that I want to go with anyone but you," she added quietly. "Uncle Jiang can't be of assistance today. I have psychological trauma." Upon finishing, she widened her eyes, feigning a genuinely frightened demeanor. How could he not recognize her theatrics? The man tugged at his perfectly aligned black tie, loosening it before deciding to remove it entirely. Let us go. Wen Li's eyes lit up, and she quickly stood to follow him, though her high heels proved uncomfortable. Opting to carry them in her hand, she hurried barefoot to catch up with Fu Zheng. Her fair feet appeared even more radiant against the pristine tiles, causing Fu Zheng to halt abruptly upon noticing. He took a step, then paused once more. He draped his suit jacket over her shoulders, then bent down to lift her into his arms, his large hand deliberately resting on her thigh over the jacket. Wen Li glanced at him, gently resting her cheek against his chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat betraying his emotions. Fortunately, the older man merely feigned indifference. He did not truly dislike her. It seemed he too sensed the unusual quickening of his heartbeat, his strides lengthening as they reached the car. Upon placing Wen Li down, Fu Zheng instinctively headed for the passenger seat. Uncle Zheng quickly interjected, "The passenger seat has the old master's potted plant. Mr. Fu, please take the back seat." This. Wen Li suppressed a smile, discreetly shifting to the opposite side. Once Fu Zheng settled beside her, she gazed out the window, her smile radiant. "This plant is beautiful. Grandpa has exquisite taste. Not only is it lovely, but it also has an eye for quality." Uncle Zheng, now at the wheel, chuckled in response. "It was transported from the southern city to the company. Miss Wen, I heard you scored 723 on your college entrance exam. Congratulations. I bought you a gift. It's in the trunk. I'll give it to you later." "Thank you, Uncle Zheng." Wen Li expressed her gratitude. Uncle Zheng smiled, waving her off. "No need for thanks. You've gifted me plenty." Wen Li turned to Fu Zheng, playfully extending her hands. "Fu Zheng, what about my graduation gift?" "It's in my suit pocket," Fu Zheng replied, glancing out the window. Initially, she thought Fu Zheng had not prepared anything. Upon hearing his words, she felt a rush of excitement as she reached for his suit pocket. Inside lay a simple sapphire necklace, modest in size yet perfect for daily wear. In the past, she might have deemed Fu Zheng uncreative, but now she understood that he would not bestow something upon her without significance. Distracted by the necklace, Wen Li refrained from pestering Fu Zheng for the time being, even until they exited the vehicle, still pondering its meaning. "Fu Zheng, I'm going to my grandfather's house tomorrow." "Fu Zheng nodded. "Sister, you scared me. A stranger said you sent him to pick me up." "Thankfully, I'm clever and discreetly called the police from the restroom," Wen Li exclaimed, her wit shining through it. "Sister," she continued, "you frightened me. That man didn't seem trustworthy. He had tattoos on his fingers. I thought he might kidnap me for ransom since I'm rather valuable." "Sister, why do you suddenly have business to attend to? Is there something urgent at the company? I saw Old Duck at home." The line fell silent, seemingly caught off guard by her question. Wen Li continued, "Is it the Qin family looking for you?" "Yes, your brother-in-law has a matter to discuss with me. This is your sister's fault. Please forgive me," Wen Wan cooed gently. Wen Li quickly forgave her, smiling brightly. "All right, I forgive you, sister, but don't do this again. What if the police misunderstand and think you sent someone to take me away?" Wen Wan's heart jolted, and before she could respond, Wen Li added earnestly, "My sister wouldn't do that. She's the best sister in the world. I want a hamburger." After hanging up the phone, Wen Li's expression turned pensive as she tossed her phone onto the bed, soon retrieving the necklace Fu Zheng had given her from her pocket. She raised her hand, scrutinizing the necklace closely. Aside from its beauty, it held no particular significance, not even an inscription. A thought struck her, and she snapped a photo to send to Lin Baozhu, who was more knowledgeable about such things. "Baozhu, what do you think of this necklace? That's a piece from a recent auction. It's said to be an heirloom from a foreign royal family, believed to have healing properties. Many people bid on it, and the price was steep. My brother wanted to bid but was outmatched." Wen Li glanced at the necklace again, pondering its healing properties. She leaned in to give it a quick kiss before swiftly removing the necklace from her neck and putting on the one Fu Zheng had gifted her. Presumably, Wei Chunsheng and Wen Rong had discussed their collaboration, as Wen Rong had specifically instructed her to meet with his assistant to sign documents the following day. He had not inquired about how she secured the contract. With the names of the Fu and Lu families backing her, the Wei family simply acquiesced. Wen Li set her chopsticks down, feigning reluctance. "Why must I go again?" "I don't want to. You must go. Regardless of your whims, you've been spoiled by this little attitude of yours," Wen Rong admonished, casting a reproachful glance at Du Ying. "What are you blaming Mom for? It's not her fault." Wen Li retorted unhappily, "If you glare at Mom again, I'll glare at you. Mom, don't be upset. Initially ignoring Wen Rong's gaze, felt somewhat awkward when her daughter brought it up but still comforted. You read always so good, Li. Wen Li chuckled lightly, then seemed to recall something, her tone brightening as if casually inquiring, Sister, has that uncle from the police station come out yet? Wen Wan paused, instinctively glancing at Wen Rong, who wanted to brush it off with a response about him being out and asking where they planned to go next. However, Wen Rong interjected, What police? Wen Li playfully stuck out her tongue. I didn't mean to. Upon hearing this, Wen Rong frowned, casting a reproachful look at Wen Wan. Why weren't you more prudent in your actions? Dad, I'm sorry. I had some urgent matters. Wen Wan felt guilty. Even if it's urgent, you can't be careless. What if something goes wrong? I had planned to make you the project manager, but it seems you still need some training. Upon uttering this, both Du Ying and Wen Wan's expression soured. Du Ying quickly regained her composure, assisting in reprimanding Wen Wan. She is still young. She just needs a bit more practice. Wen Li, seemingly oblivious to their desire for the project manager position, leaned back in her chair, cheerfully proclaiming, Sister, you'll have time to play with me this summer. We don't care about being project managers. It's too much work for too little pay. Wen Wan took a while to muster a smile, stiffly replying, All right, I'll accompany you. Wen Li feigned ignorance, turning to Wen Rong, Transfer some money to me. I want to go out tomorrow. Once the contract is signed, I'll have my assistant transfer it to you, Wen Rong conceded, now readily accommodating Wen Li's requests. Upon hearing this, Wen Li rose and ascended the stairs. After closing the door, she reached up to touch the necklace resting against her neck. She let out a long sigh. The following day, at the Wei Group's presidential office, Wen Li and Wen Rong's assistant entered to find Wei Chunqing seated on the sofa with another middle-aged man. Both engaged in sipping tea. The middle-aged man looked up, his mature features exuding a certain masculine charm. Wen Li recognized him as Wen Shitting. Wei Chunqing stood up to introduce. Little girl, this is Uncle Wen. Wen Li nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Uncle Wei, Uncle Wen. Wei Chunqing gestured towards the sofa. Please have a seat. I will have someone bring the contract. Reluctantly, Wen Li took a seat on the opposite end of the sofa. Her peripheral vision unable to resist glancing towards the side, harboring a degree of curiosity about her mother's university boyfriend. At this age, he bore no signs of aging, appearing significantly younger than his contemporaries. How did her mother come to be enamored with Wen Rong? At that moment, Wen Shitting spoke. Wen Li? Instinctively, Wen Li nodded. The man's expression seemed to drift into nostalgia, likely reminiscing about someone from the past. He then spoke in a low voice, Your mother adored pear blossoms. After that, he fell silent. After a while, Wei Chunqing handed her the signed documents. Once the others had departed, he turned to the man on the sofa. Doesn't she resemble her? When I saw her yesterday, I momentarily thought it was her. Indeed, but she lacks her mother's vivacity. Wen Shitting closed his eyes, massaging his aching temples. Wei Chunqing sat beside him, patting his shoulder with a touch of consolation. Have you noticed how this little girl's lips resemble yours? You both share a similar shape. Honestly, I do not believe that Muyu would terminate your child. Perhaps a DNA test would suffice. Upon hearing the name Muyu, a flicker of pain passed through Wen Shitting's eyes as he murmured, She would. She is quite petty. Chapter 29. Fu Zheng, is the moon brighter, or am I? After the contract was signed, Wen Rong had 1 million transferred to her bank card. The moment Wen Li received the funds, she rushed to the mall to purchase several outfits and a few bags. In less than an hour, she had exhausted the entire sum. Wen Rong likely received word of this. At dusk, at the Liu residence, the sound of the doorbell rang. The elderly butler emerged to open the door. Pausing in surprise before his face brightened with joy, young miss, as he spoke, he swung the door wide. Had she been a bit more astute and considerate, he might still be alive. Her eyes reddened. And she whispered, Grandpa Sunday butler's son had worked at the Liu household since his 20s, watching both Liu Muyu and Wen Li grow up, thus forming a deep bond with them. Seeing the girl's tear-filled eyes caused his own to mist up as he rasped. Ah, come in. The master has been thinking of you, yet he cannot bring himself to seek you out. I am sorry. Wen Li's apology was directed at butler's son. For his concern over her, he shook his head. No need for such words. Your presence brings joy to the master. I heard you were coming, and he waited in the yard every day. Today he waited for 2 hours but saw no one. So he has gone upstairs to rest. The master's health has not been well lately. He refuses to go to the hospital. Young miss, perhaps you should persuade him. Lu Zhengwei's health had been deteriorating since Lu Muyu's passing. The doctor stated it was due to emotional turmoil, and unless he could find a way to move past it, his condition would not improve. Wen Li had never been particularly close to the Lu family and had not paid much attention to these matters. Or perhaps she knew but did not care for him. Lu Zhengwei would have done anything to pave a path for her, yet she consistently overlooked those who cared for her. The one who had created this deadlock was herself. She could not blame anyone else. Fortunately, she still had the chance to make amends. She knew Lu Zhengwei must have aged considerably, but she was unprepared for how frail he had become, his hair grayed, his eyelids drooping, and his entire frame exceptionally thin. He emerged from the bedroom, moving slowly, but upon seeing her, his eyes sparkled with joy and unspoken guilt weighed heavily on Wen Li, causing her to feign composure as tears rolled down her cheeks. One after another, she nearly dropped to her knees, choking out, "Grandpa." Lu Zhengwei would not hold her past mistakes against her. He had never blamed her. His only concern was who would protect her if he were to pass away. He reached for her hand, gently patting her knuckles, quickly reassuring her, "You child." Seeing her weep uncontrollably, his voice trembled as he asked, "Did Wen Rong and the others bully you?" Wen Li shook her head, and in the next moment, she embraced him, recalling he was a tall man, well over 6 feet, known for his decisiveness. Now, however, he was painfully thin, reduced to mere bones. "Grandpa, I am so sorry. It is my fault. I was inconsiderate. I caused your suffering." She could atone for them, yet she could never absolve herself of the guilt, fully aware that they had suffered because of her. Lu Zhengwei hurriedly comforted her. "It's all right. Grandpa is healthy. Please do not cry." But Wen Li buried her face into his chest, weeping unabashedly. After what felt like an eternity, she gradually quieted, wiping her tears away. Soon, she looked up, a smile gracing her lips. "Grandpa, I bought you some clothes." Upon saying this, she could not contain her tears again, lowering her head as she choked out, "They are too big, Grandpa. I am sorry." Lu Zhengwei chuckled through misty eyes, his gnarled hands gently patting her back. "It's all right. Grandpa can wear them. Do not cry. It is not a big deal. If they truly do not fit, we can go out and buy a couple more tomorrow." "Okay." Wen Li forced herself to quickly collect her emotions. Determined not to dampen Lu Zhengwei's spirits, she took his hand and led him outside. "I will accompany you to the hospital for a checkup." Lu Zhengwei had no choice but to follow her. Turning his head to wipe the corner of his eye with his other hand, "Grandpa is fine. There is no need for a checkup." "Yes, there is," Wen Li insisted. The trio arrived at the hospital, where Lu Zhengwei underwent a full examination, with results to be awaited the following day. Wen Li had initially hoped to stroll with Lu Zhengwei and exchange a few words, but he seemed unwell. Sitting on the sofa after dinner, she remained silent. Butler's son nodded, quickly handing Lu Zhengwei the clothes, softly commenting, "The young miss has matured significantly this time. She must have suffered some grievances." Lu Zhengwei pressed his lips together, then took out a short-sleeved shirt, holding it against himself. "It is not too large. It fits quite well indeed. It fits well. The young miss is quite considerate, knowing you dislike wearing light-colored clothing. She did not purchase a single item in that shade," Butler's son remarked. Lu Zhengwei carefully set the clothes aside, sighing softly, "This child is just like Muyu, so meticulous and kind-hearted." As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I must have committed many wrongs in my past life." Butler's son, having witnessed the demise of both Lu Muyu and her daughter, lamented how the Lu family, known for their kindness, faced such a fate. Fate truly seemed blind. He consoled, "Master, the young miss is here. If she sees your eyes swollen tomorrow, she will surely worry about you." Lu Zhengwei gazed upstairs, his expression softening considerably. Meanwhile, Wen Li rummaged through an old photo album, recalling it contained pictures of Lu Muyu. In the past, they had seemed unremarkable, but now, seeing a woman who resembled her made her heart ache. She reached out a finger to gently trace the image, whispering, "Silly mama, if her death was connected to Du Ying and the others, why choose someone as unremarkable as Wen Rong?" The silence that followed was palpable, and after a long moment, she placed the album back in the drawer. Turning her gaze to the window, she noticed the crescent moon shining brightly. She wondered what Fu Zheng was doing. She took a photo of herself with the moon and sent it to Fu Zheng. "Am I brighter, or is the moon brighter?" Simultaneously, Fu Zheng, amidst socializing, opened his phone. the photo appearing unexpectedly before his eyes. The girl's eyes were crescent-shaped, yet they outshone the moon. The headache induced by the alcohol eased slightly, yet the feelings buried deep within him surged uncontrollably. Wen Li, after saving the photo, he closed his phone and stood up, casually stating, "I am tired. Let us discuss this tomorrow." He donned his jacket and exited. Once in the car, he pulled out the photo again, quickly opening a certain video. Moments later, he chuckled softly. The handsome face of a man flickered on the screen. She displayed no trace of feminine restraint, softly saying, "Fu Zheng, I miss you." After a few seconds, the phone screen went dark, clearly indicating the man had flipped the camera. She let out a soft hum, then leaned her face towards the phone. Her face filled the screen. She was certain Fu Zheng could not remain indifferent. With deliberate emphasis and sincerity, she declared, "Fu Zheng, I truly miss you." Her small face, separated by the screen, seemed to stand right before him, causing Fu Zheng's heart to stutter. His eyelids fluttered, yet he indulgently kept his gaze fixed on her. "Hey," Wen Li responded softly, knowing what he was about to say. She was not fond of being called little niece, so she preemptively said, "Fu Zheng, good night." After hanging up, her face vanished from the screen, the darkness creeping in. Fu Zheng looked up at the night sky, the bright moon ultimately replaced by Wen Li's small face. The wind outside howled past his ears, seemingly carrying whispers to "Fu Zheng, I truly miss you." The following day, the hospital results arrived. Lu Zhongwei still suffered from a heart condition, requiring family support to alleviate his distress. Wen Li had initially intended to seek Lu's assistance in investigating the circumstances surrounding Lu Muyu's difficult childbirth. Now, however, she dared not let Lu Zhongwei know. If it were the work of another, he would likely feel even more guilty and distressed. She also did not wish to approach the Fu family. Nor would she. She desired that her relationship with Fu Zheng remain untainted by such matters. In the end, she settled on Gu Lianming as her confidant. In the afternoon, at a CF, upon entering, Gu Lianming spotted Wen Li waving at him. He strode over, taking a seat across from her, raising an eyebrow. "Aren't you afraid Fu Zheng might get jealous?" Wen Li replied earnestly, "I am here to discuss serious matters. I do not need your assistance in dealing with my family." "May I propose another request?" Wen Li spoke with gravity. Gu Lianming lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "What request?" Wen Li hesitated momentarily before softly stating, "You must not tell anyone else, not even Fu Zheng. Otherwise, I shall leak your secret to the media. Go on. I need your help to investigate my mother's hospital records from when she gave birth," Wen Li said. Upon hearing this, Gu Lianming paused, his hand poised to grasp his coffee. Not responding immediately, he took a sip, then locked eyes with her. "Why not seek out Fu Zheng? This matter would be a mere trifle for him. I hold affection for him." Wen Li's voice was both gentle and resolute. Gu Lianming took another sip of coffee, for the first time regarding Fu Zheng's niece with a measure of respect. He did not wish to owe anyone a favor. "Owe me a favor? We are collaborators. Should you require assistance, I shall undoubtedly lend my hand." A hint of pleading adorned Wen Li's delicate face. If Gu Lianming were to decline, she would find herself at a loss for someone to investigate this matter. Gu Lianming remained silent for several seconds before responding. "Very well. Thank you." A clear sense of gratitude washed over Wen Li's expression. Just as Gu Lianming was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of something, a smirk gracing his lips as he turned his gaze backward. Instinctively, Wen Li followed his glance, her eyes landing on Fu Zheng, who had just entered the CAF, his casual black shirt tucked effortlessly into his trousers. His legs long and straight. Beside him stood a woman clad in a black dress, her figure curvaceous and her countenance strikingly radiant. They indeed made a fine pair. Gu Lianming's voice, neither too soft nor too loud, reached her ears. "Jiang Shuyi, a renowned beauty in Kyoto, has pursued Fu Zheng for 3 years." He anticipated seeing Wen Li flustered. However, she merely sipped her bitter coffee and murmured, "Fair competition." Were it not for the presence of others, she likely would have cast another glance at her own chest. The only aspect of her that lacked confidence was perhaps her underdeveloped bosom. Gu Lianming chuckled lightly and praised her. "Quite confident. I see." Upon hearing this, Wen Li straightened her posture and nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Gu Lianming found her amusing, crossing his arms and tilting his head, laughing heartily at her for several moments. Yet, Wen Li could not summon a smile. While her words exuded confidence, her gaze involuntarily darted towards Fu Zheng. Fortunately, The atmosphere between them remained cool and distant, as if they were merely discussing business. But why conduct business here instead of at the office? Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, failing to notice an approaching waiter, and collided with him, scalding coffee spilling onto her and leaving a burning sensation on her arm. The waiter hurriedly apologized. "I am so sorry," as he spoke. He offered her napkins to wipe off the mess. "It's quite all right. It was my fault. How much are these 2 cups of coffee?" As Wen Li inquired while dabbing at her stained clothing, her eyes suddenly fell upon a pair of black dress shoes. Looking up, she found Fu Zheng standing before her, having removed his black shirt, revealing only a black tank top that showcased the defined contours of his arms, exuding an air of strength. In the next moment, his shirt draped over her shoulders, shielding her from the coffee stains on her chest. His gaze fell upon her reddened arm, and with a frown he urged, "To the hospital." In truth, Wen Li was mostly unharmed, yet she instinctively clutched her arm, her expression betraying a hint of pain. "It hurts." As she prepared to leave, she turned to Gu Lianming and requested, "Please cover the cost of the other 2 cups of coffee." Once in the car, Wen Li cradled her arm, making soft noises of discomfort, hoping to elicit some concern from Fu Zheng. His brow furrowed deeper, and finally, he commanded, "Uncle Jiang, drive faster." However, upon reaching the hospital, the doctor gestured for her to indicate the location of the burn. Wen Li gazed at her perfectly intact arm, which showed no signs of pain or redness, her eyes widening slightly. There was nothing to point out. She touched her nose awkwardly and replied, "My body has a remarkable ability to heal. Doctor, I am fine." The doctor chuckled at her, and after confirming her well-being, gestured for them to leave. They took the elevator to the parking garage. Stopping at the basement level, Wen Li suddenly grasped Fu Zheng's wrist. Meeting his gaze as she turned, her small face was filled with seriousness. "Fu Zheng, are you shallow?" "I am actually fine, just a bit." "Haha, can you guess Fu Zheng's expression?" "Haha." Chapter 30. They merely wished to render her useless. Wen Li softly sighed and stated earnestly, "We are adults now. There is no need to feel shy." "Wen Li," Fu Zheng inhaled deeply and retorted coldly, "Who taught you to say such things to men?" "I did not inquire about others. I only asked you." Wen Li raised her hand in assurance, clasping her hands together and mustering her courage. She asked, "Do you think my chest is small?" Fu Zheng's face tightened, adopting a stern demeanor as he admonished, "There shall be no next time. If I hear such words again, I will take action." He seemed genuinely afraid she might utter something further. Soon, the car window opened, revealing a delicate face with a noticeable red mark on her forehead. His fingers curled slightly, and he coldly averted his gaze. Wen Li pressed her palms against the window, blinking her eyes, seemingly oblivious. "If you are too shy to speak, just blink once. If you blink, it means you do not mind." Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, a hint of helplessness evident in his expression. At that moment, Wen Li spoke again. "You blinked, from now on? You must not mind my small chest." The last 2 words were merely mouthed. "Uncle Jiang, take her away." The man's voice was as cold as ice shards. The car quickly departed, vanishing around the corner, while Fu Zheng remained rooted in place, unmoving for quite some time. Eventually, he raised his hand to strike Wen Li but hesitated, lowering it, only to lift it again to touch his burning earlobe. The Lu household. Wen Li searched the living room for Lu Zhongwei but found no trace of him. She proceeded to the study, only to discover it empty as well, prompting her to inquire with Butler Sunday. Butler's son explained, "The old master was taken away by Miss Wan. He is likely out to eat." Naturally, Miss Wan refers to Wen Wan. A thought struck Wen Li, and she asked, "Does she often take grandfather out for meals?" Butler's son hesitated before responding, "Young miss, there are some things I am uncertain whether I should disclose. I do not know if Miss Wan has said anything." This was not the first time Wen Li had heard such words. Butler's son often sought her out to convey similar sentiments, cautioning her to be wary of Wen Wan. The coincidence felt too uncanny. Could Butler's son's demise be connected to Wen Wan? If so, Wen Wan had clearly lost her sanity. With this in mind, she solemnly declared, "Grandpa's son, please do not speak of this to anyone but me." Butler's son promptly nodded. "I have not spoken of it. Such matters should not be mine to reveal. I merely worry for the old master's health." Wen Li understood his good intentions, yet perhaps it was this very kindness that cost him his opportunity for a peaceful old age. Very well. After waiting in her bedroom for 2 to 3 hours, She finally heard the sound of a car downstairs. Pulling back a corner of the window curtain, she saw Wen Wan assisting Lu Zhongwei out of the car. Perhaps Wen Wan had never intended to harm her, or perhaps it was a desperate attempt to appease him, believing that by doing so, the elderly master would leave his inheritance to her. That she had begun to entertain thoughts of ending her life. Once the car at the entrance departed, Wen Li turned to descend the stairs, pausing at the top to poke her face. Reminding herself not to let emotions from her previous life affect her, she jogged down the stairs, colliding softly with Lu Zhongwei as he entered. Grandfather. Lu Zhongwei's eyes held a complex expression, but when he looked at her, a hint of joy emerged. Have you eaten? Lu Zhongwei repeated the word goodwise. Good, good. Let us eat. During the meal, Wen Li occasionally served Lu Zhongwei dishes, but he did not eat much, likely having already dined. Butler's son soon understood, casting a glance at Wen Li before heading to the bedroom. Wen Li suspected Lu Zhongwei had something he wished to communicate, and sure enough, in the next moment, Lu Zhongwei spoke in a low tone. All the assets of the Lu family will be left to you in the future. Whatever you desire, your grandfather will do his utmost to fulfill. Young people often do not appreciate the elderly. I understand. Tomorrow, you may go wherever you wish. I will ensure funds are transferred to your account. He likely assumed Wen Li was seeking to charm him for money. Wen Li hesitated before responding, remaining silent for several seconds before raising her head. Grandfather, if I say I do not seek these things from you, will you believe me? She was uncertain how much trust Lu Zhongwei still held in her. Having disappointed him deeply, yet Lu Zhongwei nodded without a moment's hesitation. I believe you. Wen Li's nose tinged with emotion as she lowered her gaze to the pristine white table, devoid of any blemish. She quietly articulated, Grandfather, everyone in the Wen family treats me insincerely. They wish to extract something from me. And Wen Wan had always been kind to her throughout her life. Lu Zhongwei was aware of this, hence his slight tolerance toward Wen Wan. After all, children should not bear the consequences of adults' mistakes. Upon hearing this, he looked up at Wen Li, prepared to say something. But she continued, I do not know what Wen Wan has told you, but grandfather, please believe me one last time, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. For an 18-year-old to express such sentiments is no longer mere frivolity. Lu Zhongwei struggled to articulate his thoughts, his throat momentarily constricted. He turned his head to wipe away a tear, and after a long while, he hoarsely stated, If the Wen family dares to bully you, your grandfather will not let them off easily. They have not bullied me. They have merely rendered me useless. Wen Li looked up at him, her naive eyes filled with thoughts beyond her years, and added, Grandfather, let me handle this on my own. She wished to let Wen Wan and doing know that it was not their cleverness that had ensnared her, but rather her love for them. Love can blind one's judgment. For the first time, Lu Zhongwei felt the weight of Wen Li's maturity. He had always wished for her to be more understanding, and now that she had reached this point, he could not help but feel his eyes moisten. It is your grandfather's fault. I have shown you too little care. It has already been much. It is I who failed to see, Wen Li sniffled, taking a tissue to wipe Lu Zhongwei's tears. Grandfather, let us not cry. After 2 consecutive days of emotional turmoil, Wen Li's eyes were noticeably swollen. She splashed her face with cold water and, staring at her reflection in the mirror, patted her cheeks. Wen Li, it is all right. You still have one more chance. Chapter 31. What about this little ant? With only 2 minutes left to submit her college application, Wen Li dialed Wen Wan's number, pouting, her voice tinged with a sob. Sister. Wen Wan's voice came through the phone, instinctively concerned. What's wrong? Grandfather knows about my application choices. I changed it to Jingda again. Sister, I do not wish to attend Jingda. I want to dance. Wen Li muttered sullenly. You changed it? Wen Wan seemingly blurted out. Wen Li replied, feeling wronged, yes, otherwise grandfather said he wouldn't buy me jewelry. And I recently spotted a necklace priced at 20 million. Soon, her tone brightened. Sister, I will ask grandfather to buy you a necklace too. Let me attend Jingda. I can learn to dance there as well. The silence on the other end of the line stretched on, and she called out a few times. Sister, sister? Your signal is poor. Never mind, I'll hang up now. After concluding the call, the conversation may have shattered her warm dreams. Leaving her and doing restless tonight in high spirits, she had dialed Fu Zheng's number, and after the incident of his illness, he would no longer ignore her calls. The man's voice, laced with drowsiness, revealed that he was clearly asleep. What's the matter? Without the usual feeling of intruding, Wen Li softly confessed, I miss you. She gazed at the phone, contemplated for a moment, then hung up, swiftly rising from her bed. She truly yearned for him. At the Fu residence, the bedroom lay in darkness. After a while, the faint sound of footsteps echoed, followed by the curtains slowly parting to let in the light. The night was moonless. Illuminated only by the glow of streetlights, Fu Zheng retrieved a cigarette from the pack, lighting it and holding it between his fingers as he took a slow drag, exhaling a plume of smoke into the night. His eyes, shrouded in the haze, displayed a struggle before settling into tranquility. Uncertain of how long he had stood there, he discarded the cigarette but, intending to return to sleep when suddenly his phone vibrated on the bedside table. Displaying the name Wen Li, the emotions dulled by smoke reignited, compelling him to rub his brow and reach for the phone. He attempted to mask something with a cold tone. However, Wen Li's unexpected words on the other end exposed his facade in an instant. Fu Zheng, I'm outside your door. Can we meet for 5 minutes? He strode with long strides towards the balcony, where beneath the streetlight stood a petite figure. His throat felt parched as he turned and hurried down the stairs. Slowing his pace as the iron gate creaked open, he looked towards the figure illuminated by the streetlight. Just as he felt a frown beginning to form, the petite silhouette dashed into his embrace. Perhaps due to the nicotine, his demeanor appeared momentarily dazed. She had never seen him smoke, nor did she know he even did. She tilted her head to gaze up at him, even rising onto her toes in an attempt to discern his expression. Instinctively asking, Are you feeling down? Did something happen at the company? A sensation clawed its way up his throat, yearning to escape, but Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, tilting his head back slightly as he crossed his arms. Exuding an air of detachment and coldness, his voice, chilling in the darkness, struck a sorrowful note. Wen Li, is this amusing to you? Is pursuing your uncle entertaining? Once back in the car, her shoulders sagged and she rubbed her face. Attempting to encourage herself, during this time, when Rong had visited, using the excuse of checking on her, exchanging a few words with Lu Zhongwei. That morning, she instinctively checked Fu Zheng's chat window, her fingers hovering over the keyboard before quickly deleting her thoughts. She quietly reassured herself, just give him a little more time. Grabbing a book nearby, she resumed reading, but soon her phone rang, and she instinctively turned her head, only to feel disappointment wash over her. It was Gu Lianming. Found it. You can come to the office to collect it. All right. 40 minutes later, under the guidance of an assistant, Wen Li entered Gu Lianming's office, where he was busy with work. After a few minutes, he finally lifted his gaze to her. Handing her a document from his drawer, he stated bluntly, Old Master Fu is ill. Are you aware? Upon hearing this, Wen Li instinctively looked up, clearly oblivious. When? Is it serious? About half a month now, rather severe. He is still in the hospital. Gu Lianming stood to grab a glass of warm water, taking a sip before continuing, Jiang Shui has been keeping him company these days. Men are most easily swayed during such times. Old Master Fu has a dedicated doctor and ward. His health has been poor for a long time, sometimes staying for 2 or 3 months at a time. Wen Li understood the gravity of the situation. Upon arriving at the hospital, she found Jiang Shui conversing with Old Master Fu. Fu Zheng sat on the sofa, his head bowed as he peeled an apple. While Fu Old Madam sat beside him, at first glance, they resembled a family. She hesitated at the entrance, not entering immediately. Suddenly, the man on the sofa looked up towards the door, their eyes meeting. The long peel of the apple fell to the clean floor. Fu Zheng's eyelids flickered as he bent to pick up the peel and tossed it into the trash. Meanwhile, Wen Li stepped into the ward, grandfather, grandmother. She glanced at Fu Zheng, uncle. At this moment, she could not let Fu Zheng feel more pressure. She had been too eager previously. Perhaps it had been a while since she called him uncle, for Fu Zheng glanced at her before quickly excusing himself to the bathroom, emerging moments later. Jiang Shui had already vacated her seat for Wen Li, sitting beside Fu Old Madam. She looked up at Fu Zheng and remarked, So it's my niece, and no wonder you were so anxious last time. Fu Zheng merely responded with a hum, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Old Master Fu leaned towards Wen Li, winking as he whispered, What do you think of this little ant? Chapter 32. Can you give her a chance? Jiang Shui was renowned in Kyoto for her beauty and talents, coming from a good family. Wen Li could not speak ill of her simply because she was a rival. She nodded sincerely, very well. But that depends on Fu Zheng's wishes. Ultimately, She hoped Fu Zheng would find a woman he liked. It wasn't about being deeply enamored, but at least they should be able to converse. Fu Zheng, why don't you take Shui out for a meal? Little Li is here. It was evident that Old Master Fu wished to facilitate some interaction between the two. That moment, Wen Li felt much like a third party, lacking the courage to look up, her gaze fixed on her fingers. Expecting to hear Fu Zheng's affirmative response, she was instead met with his distant rejection. I have matters to attend to at the company. Old Master Fu shot him a disapproving glance, but before he could speak, Jiang Shui, seemingly unfazed by Fu Zheng's demeanor, or perhaps accustomed to it, gracefully stood up. Fu Zheng has company matters. Uncle Fu, don't worry about me later. I'll bring some soup for you. Shui, no need to trouble yourself. I appreciate the thought. Old Master Fu warmly replied. Jiang Shui smiled. It's no trouble at all. I'll take my leave now, Uncle Fu. All right, Fu Zheng, see her off, Old Master Fu instructed. This time, Fu Zheng did not refuse, rising to escort her out. Once they departed, Old Master Fu sighed. Shui is a fine girl, beautiful, capable, and can cook well. Little Li, make sure to discreetly ask your uncle about his feelings. He never shares such things with us. I don't even know which one he truly likes. Old Master Fu could discern that Fu Zheng held no particular affection for Jiang Shui, but he couldn't rule out the possibility of him being a closed book. Wen Li naturally did not refuse. All right, grandfather, I'll step out for a moment. She rose and headed to the doctor's office, inquiring carefully about Old Master Fu's health. The doctor explained it was due to ailments from his youth, and he could only recuperate slowly. Old Master Fu was notoriously known for his relentless work ethic, particularly after Fu Zheng's birth, when he still ventured into new industries to secure a better future for him. Wen Li understood and empathized with Old Master Fu's eagerness to hold his grandchildren. Reflecting on her own age, she sighed. 18, truly a dreadful age. The predicament with Fu Zheng lay not merely in their uncle-niece relationship, but in their 8-year age gap, compounded by Old Master Fu's already fragile health at 67. This urgency was precisely why Old Master Fu pressed Fu Zheng to marry. He harbored no regrets in life, only a desire to witness Fu Zheng wed and bear children. With her head bowed, she exited, only to bump into a wall of flesh, stumbling back a step. Looking up, she found Fu Zheng gazing down at her. His eyes cast low. Normally vocal, Wen Li quietly circled around him, as she had yet to devise a compelling argument to persuade Fu Zheng to give her a chance. A pursuit without preparation was akin to acting recklessly. Just because Fu Zheng was older, she couldn't abandon sincerity. The doctor, noticing Fu Zheng's silence, took the initiative to speak. Mr. Fu, is there something you need? Fu Zheng glanced at him, pondering her purpose. The doctor recognized Wen Li. Having seen her a few times before, Miss Wen is here to inquire about Old Master Fu's condition. Indeed, Fu Zheng turned and re-entered the ward, his gaze instinctively drifting to the petite figure by the bed. Before settling onto the sofa, I'll come back this afternoon. Let your uncle take you. I'm not at ease with you traveling alone. Old Master Fu signaled with his eyes, indicating for her to seize the opportunity to inquire. Once she clarified her thoughts, she would pursue Fu Zheng. She couldn't allow him to think her interest was merely a fleeting whim, or a youthful, reckless infatuation. As she spoke, Old Master Fu seemed to recall something. Expressing his dissatisfaction, he should set aside those company matters. Yet it was merely a fleeting remark. He understood the immense pressure Fu Zheng faced. Exiting the ward, Wen Li entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Just as the doors prepared to close, a tall figure strode in. Fu Zheng. It's not easy to hail a cab here. I'll give you a ride, he said in a low tone. Wen Li, feeling disheartened, merely responded with an "oh," leaning against the elevator wall in contemplation. AT-22. She reflected that Old Master Fu was 72. If all went well, she would be 23 by the time she had children. This felt barely acceptable, provided Fu Zheng would consider marrying her by then. Older men often possessed hearts as hard as stone, impenetrable and devoid of any cracks. Not yet. Wen Li leaned back against the elevator wall, wishing Fu Zheng were an egg, so at least she, like a fly, could find a way to penetrate. The two emerged from the basement level, and this time, Wen Li took the initiative to sit in the back seat while Fu Zheng occupied the driver's seat. Gripping the steering wheel, Fu Zheng's hand tightened momentarily before he relaxed, driving towards the Liu residence. The car remained enveloped in silence, their breaths echoing in the stillness. After an indeterminate time, they arrived at the Liu family home. An inexplicable restlessness surged within her. At that moment, a white car pulled up behind them, and Lu Zhongwei stepped out. Recognizing Fu Zheng's vehicle, he approached with warmth. Fu Zheng. Uncle Lu, Fu Zheng greeted through the window. Lu old master smiled. Let's have a meal together. It's been a while. Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, uncertain of his own feelings, but ultimately nodded. All right. The two entered the Lu residence in tandem, and upon spotting them, Butler's son remarked, the young lady just went upstairs. I'll go call her. Where has she gone? Lu Zhongwei inquired instinctively. Uncertain, I ventured out for a brief while this morning. After a few words from Butler's son, he ascended the stairs and soon returned with Wen Li. Just as Wen Li was about to call out to Lu Zhongwei, her gaze fell upon Fu Zheng's silhouette, and her already tumultuous heart became a whirlwind of confusion. Emotions are peculiar. She could not pinpoint when her fondness for him began. Yet, she was acutely aware that her feelings were not born from mere gratitude, as such sentiments would render her feelings for him akin to those for a beloved uncle. Lu Zhongwei lifted the item in his hand and remarked, your favorite pineapple cake. Wen Li's eyes sparkled with delight as she approached, opened the box, pinched out a piece, and took a bite. It was delectable. As long as it tastes good, she thought. Lu Zhongwei chuckled softly and gestured for Fu Zheng to take a seat at the dining table. He inquired, how has your father been lately? Not very well. Fu Zheng replied. Lu Zhongwei was aware of the elder Fu's health and sighed. As one ages, the body becomes prone to ailments. Fu Zheng nodded, intending to share more, but his gaze fell upon a piece of pineapple cake. He turned to see a girl with a fresh visage. His heart momentarily faltered. He reached out, took the piece, and bit into it. The overly sweet flavor was hardly to his liking. Lu Zhongwei, observing the two, said with a smile, you two have grown up so quickly. I remember when Wen Li used to run after you, calling you uncle, and I would often feel envious since she called you first. Just as he was about to continue, Lu Zhongwei suddenly interjected, Fu Zheng, my health has not been great these past years. I might depart at any moment. I know you care for Wen Li, so I must awkwardly ask you for a favor. After I am gone, please look after her, grandfather. Wen Li's eyes began to glisten. With a stubborn yet resolute tone, she declared, you and grandfather Fu will live to be 100. Lu Zhongwei was amused by her innocent words, gently ruffling her hair, his gaze filled with reluctance as he replied, very well. As they conversed, Lu Zhongwei glanced at Fu Zheng and, seeing him nod, smiled, signaling Butler's son to have the dishes served. During the meal, Lu Zhongwei and Fu Zheng exchanged occasional pleasantries. After dining, Fu Zheng did not linger at the Lu residence and soon took his leave. While retrieving his car keys, he discovered a few of his favorite chocolates had found their way into his pocket. He stared blankly for several seconds before unwrapping one and tasting it. Wen Li accompanied Lu Zhongwei in the garden, sipping tea. Her hands clasped and unclasped as she gazed at him, hesitating to speak. After several attempts, Lu Zhongwei noticed her unease. What is it? He asked. Wen Li carefully regarded him and, after deliberation, said, grandfather, what I am about to say may be difficult for you to accept, but I still want to express it. Go ahead, my heart is strong. It will not be a problem, Lu Zhongwei reassured her. Lowering her gaze to the table, Wen Li murmured, I like Fu Zheng. Noticing his silence, she looked up to see his astonished expression and summoned the courage to continue. I mean, I like him in the sense of wanting to marry him. I'm not joking. After a long pause, he finally asked, does Fu Zheng know? He knows, but he does not agree, Wen Li replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. Lu Zhongwei contemplated his response, seeing her earnest yet cautious demeanor. Ultimately, he said, as long as you are happy. Wen Li had anticipated his disapproval or a lack of response. Hearing his words left her momentarily speechless. Grandfather, really? She asked, her heart swelling with hope. Having experienced the loss of both wife and daughter, Lu Zhongwei only desired Wen Li's health and happiness, allowing her wishes to unfold. Besides, Fu Zheng was a fine young man. With him around, no one would dare to bully Wen Li. Admittedly, he harbored selfish motives. I only wish for your well-being. Everything else, I respect your choice. Wen Li felt a lump in her throat and whispered, what if you do not agree? If Lu Zhongwei were to oppose her, another hurdle would arise between her and Fu Zheng, and she could not disregard Lu Zhongwei's feelings. Anyone or anything you cherish. I cherish as well, Lu Zhongwei insisted. Marriage is not a trifling matter. I hope you consider it carefully before proceeding. Your mother, he abruptly ceased. leaving the thought unspoken. Returning to her bedroom, Wen Li opened the documents Gu Lianming had given her. Inside were various prenatal records for Lu Muyu, along with a list of doctors for the delivery. Upon reviewing the records, it appeared that Lu Muyu's checkups during pregnancy were all normal. She extracted the list of doctors and nurses, noted them down, then placed the documents back in the drawer, weighing them down with other items. Later, as dinner approached, Wen Li took the nourishing soup prepared by the maid and drove to the hospital to visit grandfather Fu. To her dismay, Zhang Shuyi, her rival, was present in the ward, though Fu Zheng was not there. "Grandfather, grandmother, I brought soup. Would you like some? I just had some. Save it for your uncle. He is probably on his way and hasn't eaten." Grandfather Fu replied. Hearing this, Wen Li remained silent, placing the lunchbox on the table before settling onto the sofa. After about 10 minutes, the door to the ward swung open, and instinctively, Wen Li looked up, only to hear Zhang Shuyi call out, "Fu Zheng!" A pang of jealousy surged within Wen Li. She had never liked the taste of vinegar, and now it was even less pleasant. Fu Zheng acknowledged her with a curt response before taking a seat. Grandfather Fu pointed at the lunchbox on the table, saying, "You haven't eaten, have you?" "Go ahead, I have already eaten," Fu Zheng replied, not even glancing at the lunchbox, his long legs crossed elegantly. Grandfather Fu, considering Wen Li's kind gesture, remarked, "If you won't eat, I will. Wen Li's soup is surely delicious." At this, Fu Zheng instinctively turned his gaze towards Wen Li, then back to Grandfather Fu, and replied tersely, "The doctor said you shouldn't eat too much." He then took the lunchbox and quietly began to eat. After a while, Zhang Shuyi's phone rang, presumably an urgent matter. After hanging up, she bid farewell and left. Shortly thereafter, Fu Zheng finished the last of the soup and excused himself to the restroom. Upon returning, he glanced at the time before looking at Wen Li. With a slow rise, Wen Li met his gaze and asked, "Will you give me a ride?" "Sure," Fu Zheng replied, grabbing the car keys from the coffee table and stepping outside. This time, Wen Li boldly settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with ease. Meeting Fu Zheng's gaze, her eyes sparkled, and her lips curved into a smile that Fu Zheng's eyelids fluttered momentarily before he turned his attention back to the road. Steering the car onto the spacious avenue, the wind whipped against them, carrying a hint of exhilaration. Wen Li rolled up the window, stealing glances at the scenery before returning her focus to the front. She gently patted her thigh, attempting to bolster her courage. "Fu Zheng, I've made up my mind." After a pause, she continued, "I will be 22 when I graduate from university. We can first obtain a marriage certificate, and then have children. This way, I won't delay my graduate studies, and it will satisfy Uncle Fu's desire for grandchildren." Suddenly, the tires screeched against the pavement as the luxurious black car came to a halt at the roadside. Meeting the sharp, dark gaze of the man beside her, Wen Li summoned her courage once more, declaring, "I have seriously considered our situation. This is a solution I have pondered all afternoon. I want to marry you. And this is not a whim. Can you grant me the opportunity to pursue you?" In the periphery, Wen Li's youthful countenance radiated with vigor, seemingly unaware of the profound impact her words would have on her future. Did she lack understanding? Did he not, either? Fu Zheng's hands rested on the steering wheel, his brow furrowed as he struggled to contain the words that nearly spilled from his lips. The logo on the dashboard blurred before his eyes. His tone was calm yet somewhat rigid as he replied, "Wen Li, I can only be your uncle." Wen Li had anticipated this response and felt no discouragement. With her hands entwined, she directly asked, "Are you planning to marry Zhang Shuyi?" Before he could respond, she added, "Fu Zheng, I will be even better than her. Give me 2 years, okay? If after 2 years you still feel the same way, I will let go. Perhaps by then, I may have given up." She spoke deliberately, fearing Fu Zheng's refusal. The car fell into silence. After half a minute, Fu Zheng closed his eyes, only to open them again. His dark gaze now focused on her. He was left with no choice. In a cool, measured voice, he said, "I agree. After 2 years, we will remain as uncle and niece." Upon hearing his consent, Wen Li's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. She turned to him, admiring the flawless contours of his profile. "For these 2 years, you cannot treat me as your niece, nor can you refer to yourself as my uncle," she declared, extending her hand to form a pinky promise. "If you break this promise, you will be a little dog." When they were younger, Wen Li loved making pinky promises with Fu Zheng. He had never broken a promise made during such moments. Why did he agree to her now? What was he yearning for? Fu Zheng, you're not a child anymore. Fu Zheng, perceptive enough to notice, held the steering wheel with one hand while the other fumbled with his shirt collar before he quickly closed it, ultimately rolling down the window. The wind rustled through his hair, bringing a touch of warmth. Tomorrow, we will hold the graduation banquet at Lanyue Hotel. Lu Zhongwei gently patted her arm, signaling his understanding. Do you truly not want my assistance? No need, rest assured. I have inherited the high intelligence of you and my mother. The one family cannot outmaneuver me, Wen Li replied half-jokingly. She merely possessed an omniscient perspective. Lu Zhongwei chuckled at her jest but remained somewhat concerned. In any event, should anything arise, go to the Fu family first. Grandfather Fu and Fu Zheng will certainly look out for you. I know, grandfather. You need not worry, Wen Li responded earnestly. The next day in the morning, at the one residence, when Rong gestured to a nearby makeup artist to attend to Wen Li.it, was evident that Wen Rong placed great importance on the upcoming graduation banquet. After all, how many children from various families could gain admission to Jing University? Moreover, this was a significant business collaboration. Wen Li, temporarily at the mercy of others, donned a pink spaghetti strap gown, its fabric smooth and flowing, tailored to her form while gently flaring at the hem. Simple yet elegant, her hair was entirely tied up in a bun, adorned with a crown designed to resemble petals, in both attire and adornments. When Rong had clearly spared no expense, Wen Li glanced at the crown through the mirror, the diamonds glimmering with an enchanting brilliance, leaving her to wonder about its worth, a curiosity she would soon satisfy. Du Ying and Wen Nuan, elegantly adorned, emerged from the bedroom, their gazes immediately drawn to the crown atop her head, its value evident. Wen Li feigned ignorance, reaching up to adjust the crown, and with a pout, remarked to the two, "Mom, sis, this crown is so tacky. Who even wears crowns these days?" She scrunched her lips, muttering, "It's hideous." Then turning to Wen Nuan, she asked, "Sis, why aren't you wearing a crown? Do you think it's ugly? If you don't wear one, then neither will I." Wen Nuan's expression faltered for a moment before she quickly regained her composure, reassuring her, "Only our little princess gets to wear it. It's not ugly. It looks lovely. Why haven't you bought one for your sister?" Wen Li shot an irritated glance at Wen Rong. At this remark, the living room fell silent for a few seconds, though Wen Rong showed no sign of embarrassment. Adjusting her suit, she had already gifted one during the graduation banquet. "Indeed, dear sister, wear it. It looks beautiful, just like a little princess," Wen Nuan added to ease the tension. Despite her own simmering anger, she forced herself to calm down and comfort Wen Li. Wen Li raised her eyes slightly, then reached up to adjust the crown once more, her disdain evident as she conceded, "Fine." The family of four boarded a business vehicle en route to Lanyue Hotel, where the grand hall was already bustling with guests. When Rong turned to Wen Li, taking her for the first time to meet others, as it was usually Wen Nuan who accompanied her for toasts. Wen Li gestured towards Wen Nuan, bluntly suggesting, "Let my sister go. I don't want to." "What do you mean? The one family fortune is yours to inherit, not your sister's," Wen Rong asserted, causing Du Ying and Wen Nuan to exchange troubled glances. Pretending not to notice, Wen Li reluctantly replied with an indifferent "oh," following Wen Rong to offer her toasts. Behind her, Wen Nuan instinctively tightened her grip on Du Ying's arm. Du Ying glanced at her, placing a reassuring hand over hers, and softly said, "Ask when Qin Feng will arrive. He's already on his way," came the reply. Meanwhile, Wen Li's ears filled with the names of various executives, Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, Mr. Sun, until she finally heard the simultaneous mention of Mr. Fu, prompting her to lift her gaze in surprise. Fu Zheng, clad in a crisp white shirt, a fitted black vest, and an open black suit jacket, held a glass of red wine gracefully in one hand. He raised it slightly to his lips, taking a sip, a gesture that showed respect towards Wen Rong. Wen Li approached Fu Zheng, holding her wine glass with both hands, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she called out, "Mr. Fu." The pink spaghetti strap dress she wore was modest, yet from Fu Zheng's elevated perspective, a hint of her neckline was visible. He instinctively raised his gaze, and as their glasses clinked, Wen Li tilted her head back to sip some wine. Many eyes were upon them, and Fu Zheng, not one to shy away, took another sip from his glass. At that moment, a male voice interjected, "Wen Li." She turned to see Song Yuan, also clad in a black suit. He was handsome in his own right, yet next to the mature Fu Zheng, he appeared almost juvenile, as if a child had borrowed an adult's attire. Throughout her life, she had never been particularly fond of her peers. Many boys had pursued her, yet none had captured her interest, leading her to briefly question her own inclinations. Now, she realized her preference lay with older, more sophisticated men. Song Yuan, having recently discovered Wen Li's impressive academic achievements, raised his glass and offered a toast. Congratulations. Wen Li took another sip of her wine, while Fu Zheng cast a sidelong glance, pursing his lips before striding away to mingle elsewhere. Once Fu Zheng had departed, Song Yuan produced a small box from his pocket and handed it to Wen Li, saying, "A gift for you," he added. "I'm heading abroad soon," his tone tinged with disappointment. He had assumed Wen Li would accompany him to gain some worldly experience, only to be taken aback by her admission to Jing University through her own merit. "Well, congratulations to you," Wen Li replied with an air of nonchalance. Just then, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin approached, with Lin Baozhu appraising her from head to toe, exclaiming, Li, you look absolutely stunning. You all look beautiful too," Wen Li blinked in response. Lin Baozhu looked around, not spotting her brother, and took a glass of red wine from the table, clinking it against Wen Li's as she congratulated her on her acceptance into Jing University. After chatting for a while, Wen Rong came to usher Wen Li to meet various executives, likely buoyed by the presence of Fu Zheng. As members of distinguished families like Bai Si Yuan had also arrived, a testament to Wen Rong's status, her face glowed with pride. Although Wen Li had not consumed much wine, the sheer number of attendees left her feeling slightly dizzy, prompting her instinctively to seek refuge in the restroom. Just as she entered, she heard the resounding sound of a door locking behind her. Spinning around, she was startled to find a young man, his demeanor suggesting he was sober. She took a step back, glancing at the open stalls, confirming they were empty. This was the women's restroom. Before the young man could speak, Wen Li dashed into a stall, slamming the door shut. Just as she locked it, she heard a forceful bang as he attempted to break in. She stumbled to the side but quickly regained her balance. Without her phone, she had no means to call for help, and she couldn't shout. Being discovered in this compromising situation would tarnish her reputation. Perhaps it was intended to fulfill someone's agenda. The relentless banging on the restroom door persisted, and Wen Li forced herself to stay calm. Timing the impact of each hit, she slipped off her high heels, silently counting, and as the door was hit again, she swiftly unlocked it. The moment she did, the man crashed through, caught off guard and falling to the ground. Wen Li raised her high heel, striking him, careful not to use the pointed end. After all, if he died, she would face serious consequences. With each blow becoming increasingly forceful, the man raised his hands to shield his face, finally pleading, "Stop." Wen Li continued to strike until he succumbed to unconsciousness, panting heavily as she paused, putting on her heels and preparing to exit. Suddenly, she heard her sister's concerned voice from outside the door. "Sister, are you in there?" Soon after, Wen Wan added, "I saw my sister come in. Why is no one responding?" Kick the door down. "I'm worried something has happened." Wen Li knew that the commotion outside must have drawn a crowd. Regardless of the situation, she was certain it would be all over the news in Kyoto the next day. She quickly scanned her surroundings, her gaze landing on a large trash bin nearby. After a brief moment of contemplation, she pinched her nose and opened it, finding it filled with refuse. With her eyes closed, she leaped into the bin, closing the lid with a small gap left for air. An unpleasant odor assaulted her senses, and she fought back the urge to gag but managed to stifle it. Moments later, the door was kicked open from the outside, revealing Fu Zheng as the first to enter, followed closely by others. Spotting the unconscious man on the floor, Wen Wan continued calling out, "Sister, where are you?" They had checked several restrooms and found no sign of her. She glanced at the man on the floor and then back at the others, her worry escalating. "Has something happened to my sister?" Fu Zheng's gaze fell on the unconscious man, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, he noticed a hint of pink fabric by the trash bin. Instinctively, he took a step forward but quickly halted. Addressing the others, what could possibly happen? She's not in the restroom. She might be outside. This man is drunk. Have the security take him away. The security personnel swiftly carried the man out, while Fu Zheng remained in the women's restroom, coldly instructing everyone, "Please leave. I need to use the restroom." The onlookers, unsure whether to correct him about the restroom's designation, decided to remain silent and dispersed. Locking the door behind them, Fu Zheng turned, and the moment he did, Wen Li emerged from the trash bin, gasping for fresh air. She reached out to Fu Zheng, her voice laced with feigned innocence. "Fu Zheng, carry me out. It stinks." Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Zheng strode over and lifted her from the trash bin. As soon as I entered, he tried to assault me, but I knocked him out with my high heel, Wen Li explained, glancing down at her dress, now marred in several places. It was beautiful but stained. Hearing this, Fu Zheng's expression darkened. His lips pressed into a thin, cold line. He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number, requesting the new Star Series, size M, delivered to the women's restroom. He often arranged for clothing to be sent to Wen Li, so he was well aware of her preferred brands and styles. After what felt like an eternity, a knock sounded at the door. Fu Zheng opened it and retrieved a bag from Assistant Su, who had arrived with the requested clothing. He promptly turned off the power to the hall for 10 minutes. Once the door was closed again, Wen Li quickly changed into a clean dress, placing the stained one into the bag. This time, the restroom lights went out, and the commotion from the hall echoed into the restroom as Fu Zheng opened the door and gently said, "You can come out now." Wen Li stepped out, and the hall was plunged into darkness. She glanced sideways, her eyes darting, and then, on a whim, she tiptoed and pressed a quick kiss on Fu Zheng's cheek before sheepishly darting away. The memory of his stunned expression made her chuckle softly. She then requested an ice cream from a passing waiter, entering the hall with it just as the lights flickered back on. The moment when Rong spotted her, she strode over, her face stern. "Where have you been?" "I went to ask the waiter for ice cream," Wen Li replied, feigning confusion as she took a couple of bites from her ice cream. Just then, when Wen approached, giving her an odd look as she surveyed her, "Sister, there was a drunk man in the women's restroom earlier. I thought you were in there, and it scared me to death." "What man?" Wen Li asked curiously, offering her sister a spoonful of ice cream. "Sis, this ice cream is delicious." That moment, Bai Siyuan's astonished voice rang out, "Fu Zheng, how come there's lipstick on your face? Don't tell me some daring woman kissed you in the dark." Before he could finish, laughter erupted around them. It was a rare sight to see Fu Zheng flustered, and naturally, it became a subject of jest. Wen Li silently observed the striking profile of the man marked by the unmistakable lipstick stain. She bit her lip, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her, before quickly indulging in another spoonful of ice cream. Licking her lips shortly after, the color of her lips seemed to have faded. A cold voice, belonging to Fu Zheng, echoed by her ear, commanding her to be silent. Shortly after, he vanished from the sight of the crowd, leaving a hint of hurried retreat in his wake. Wen Li continued to lower her head, savoring the ice cream, which was quite delightful. She was referring to Fu Zheng's face, which appeared as cold as ice but, in truth, was rather soft. If the old man knew what she was contemplating, he would likely adopt a stern demeanor and remind her, "Wen Li, I am your uncle." Bai Xian patted Gu Lianming on the shoulder. Unable to suppress his amusement, he had incurred a significant loss this time, and he wondered who possessed such audacity. Jiu Lianming cast a glance in Wen Li's direction, setting down his wine glass, and remarked, "You ought to concern yourself with your ex-girlfriend." "What kind of person are you?" Bai Xian kicked him lightly, as if to say he was raising an irrelevant topic. As the banquet concluded, in a secluded corner devoid of people, Wen Wan observed the unconnected phone call with a tense expression before she rose to inquire with the hotel security. "Excuse me, could you tell me to which hospital the gentleman from the restroom was taken?" The security guard replied, "We examined the surveillance footage and discovered he intentionally headed towards the women's restroom, so he was sent to the police station." "The police station?" Wen Wan's tone involuntarily heightened, though she quickly regained her composure. The guard nodded, "Yes, Mr. Fu has already arranged for someone to take him there. We will certainly provide an explanation regarding this matter." Wen Wan's expression shifted slightly as she realized the hotel was under the Fu family's name. She tentatively asked, "Can I view the surveillance footage?" "Certainly," the guard replied, opening the footage of the man entering the restroom for her to see. "Is there no way to view the footage from earlier?" Wen Wan inquired. The guard shook his head. "Unfortunately, we lack the authority to access earlier footage. We only managed to send the recordings to the police station." "Rest assured, Miss Wan, we will handle this matter appropriately." Just as Wen Wan was about to respond, Wen Li suddenly peeked her head in, asking, "Sister, what are you discussing?" "Nothing much, just inquiring about a guest." Wen Wan smiled at the guard before leading Wen Li away. After walking a few paces, Wen Wan turned to Wen Li, her tone laced with concern. "Sister, how come I didn't see you when you came out of the restroom?" Wen Li mysteriously grasped her hand and whispered, "Sister, I actually knocked that person out. As soon as I entered the restroom, he followed me in and startled me. Thankfully, I had my high heels. I managed to hit him a few times, and he passed out. There were so many people earlier, I didn't dare admit it. I was afraid others would misunderstand and think something happened to me. She shook Wen Wan's hand, adding, "Sister, am I clever?" She had no intention of hiding this from Wen Wan, knowing it would soon be uncovered. Once she connected with that man, it would inevitably be revealed that she was the one who had struck him. By confessing, Wen Wan would not doubt her. She would only think she was fortunate. Wen Wan immediately displayed a worried expression, asking, "Did he do anything to you?" "Let me see." As she spoke, she scrutinized Wen Li, trying to detect any signs of the man's advances. If there were even a hint of it, Wen Li needn't guess. She would undoubtedly make headlines the following day. No, he was just a scrawny fellow. What could he possibly do? Wen Li's small face displayed a hint of pride as she continued. Why was that person following me? If I weren't concerned about my reputation, I would have gone to the police station to report him. Humph, who knows, perhaps someone is simply envious of my admission to Jing University. Wen Wan's heart sank at this thought, and she instinctively looked at her flustered demeanor suggesting it was merely a casual remark. We absolutely cannot go. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, the media will concoct all sorts of stories tomorrow. Wen Li, with a knowing expression, replied, I understand, which is precisely why I didn't dare to mention it earlier. At that moment, Lin Baozhu jogged over, calling out, Li, come play at my house for a bit. She spoke without casting a glance at Wen Wan, clearly not fond of her. Wen Li nodded, all right, sister. I'm going out to have some fun. Please tell Gaga for me. With that, she linked arms with Lin Baozhu and left. The Lin family's villa was significantly larger than the Wen family's, resembling a small castle. Wen Li had never encountered such extravagant opulence. Lin Baozhu was accustomed to the expressions of those who visited her home. She sheepishly remarked, my family belongs to the extravagant faction. Why grandfather says I am a little princess and should reside in a castle. It was evident that Lin Baozhu was the cherished princess of her family. Her personality carefree and uncalculating, reminiscent of her past life. However, the Lin family was not the Wen family, and Lin Baozhu was not her. Wen Li agreed, indeed, a little princess should reside in a castle. The exterior was luxurious, and the interior was equally impressive. Lin Baozhu occupied an entire floor, complete with a study, game room, and cinema. Lin Baozhu led her directly to the bedroom, closed the door, and then faced Wen Li, saying, Li, I have something astonishing to share with you, but you must not tell anyone. Wen Li's expression grew serious as she raised her hand in assurance, I won't breathe a word at anyone. Despite this, Lin Baozhu hesitated, sitting on the bed for a long while before finally saying, what if I told you that Zhou Qin likes my brother? Would you believe it? Would you be surprised? If Wen Li did not harbor feelings for Fu Zheng, she might have been startled by the news, but in light of her own feelings, she could easily accept that Zhou Qin liked Lin Yichen. She sat beside Lin Baozhu, hoping to diminish the shock through comparison. If I said I like Fu Zheng, would you be less surprised by Zhou Qin's feelings for your brother? Lin Baozhu blinked, her playful face momentarily blank, before mechanically responding, you like your uncle? Wen Li earnestly clarified, there is no blood relation. He merely holds a higher position in the family hierarchy. Lin Baozhu replied with an oh, then fell silent, eventually managing to utter, now I have one more thing to be astonished about. Does your uncle know? Yes, but he rejected me, Wen Li admitted, feeling both candid and aggrieved. Lin Baozhu, once the astonishment wore off, curiously asked, so what will you do? I plan to pursue him, Wen Li replied. Li, I've realized you truly possess great courage. Zhou Qin's affection for my brother is kept under wraps. I only found out by accident when I glimpsed her diary. Lin Baozhu pouted, perplexed, and added, I don't understand why she likes my brother. He's both despicable and unattractive. Matters of the heart are complex and often beyond control, Wen Li noted. True, but should I try to matchmake them? Let Zhou Qin decide for herself. Some people prefer to keep their feelings hidden. We shouldn't meddle in their affairs. Upon hearing this, Lin Baozhu reflected carefully, not wanting to lose Zhou Qin as a good friend. All right, I'll pretend I don't know. Exiting the Lin residence around 4 in the afternoon, Wen Li took the opportunity to visit the nearby Minqing Hospital, on the 7th floor of obstetrics and gynecology. Wen Li meticulously examined the doctor's introduction board, but not a single chief physician was named Liang Mei. She approached an older female doctor in the office and asked, Doctor, do you know Dr. Liang Mei? The doctor adjusted her glasses and looked up, seemingly the right person to ask, Dr. Liang. She resigned many years ago. What do you need her for? She resigned many years ago. Wen Li replied, it's nothing serious. I was admitted to university this year, and my mother said it was thanks to Dr. Liang's assistance during my birth, so I wanted to express my gratitude. Wen Li smiled innocently upon hearing this. The doctor congratulated her, explaining, Dr. Liang has been away from the hospital for many years, and I'm not sure if her old phone number will still connect, but I can give you one. Wen Li's eyes brightened as she cheerfully replied, thank you, doctor. By the way, do you have any idea when Dr. Liang stopped working here? My mother says she was quite remarkable, and I'm curious why she resigned. If she knew someone was thinking of her, she'd surely be delighted. After saying this, the doctor handed her a written number. I can't guarantee it will connect, but you can give it a try. Thank you, doctor. Wen Li exited the office with the phone number. 17 or 18 years ago, which was around her age. It was quite a coincidence. She had just undergone surgery, and her mother was ill. Moreover, she was an out-of-town doctor. Given how challenging it was for local medical students to get into Minqing Hospital, let alone those from outside, it seemed a bit odd for her to resign so easily. Upon dialing the number on the slip of paper, the call connected to a non-existent number. The phone number had been deactivated, which came as no surprise. Soon after, she called Gu Lianming. Meanwhile, Gu Lianming was seated in a private room with Fu Zheng and a few others, gathering once a week, and they all happened to be available today. He glanced at the phone, instinctively looking towards Fu Zheng before answering. Xiao Li, what's the matter? As soon as he spoke, Fu Zheng and the others turned their attention to him. Gu Lianming crossed his legs, resting one arm on the sofa, listening to the voice on the other end of the line. Could you help me with one more thing? Please check the current address of Dr. Liang Mei at Minqing Hospital. Wen Li's voice was quite soft, as one cannot be too forceful when asking for a favor. Additionally, she felt a bit guilty for not being able to assist Gu Lianming with anything at the moment. Gu Lianming responded with a casual casting a glance toward Fu Zheng's direction, and said, we'll discuss it when we meet tomorrow. No need. Just find out and send it to me. Before Wen Li could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected, leaving her somewhat bewildered, though she did not dwell on it. Gu Lianming placed his phone on the table, and Lin Yichen gave him a light pat on the shoulder, exclaiming, you don't really have feelings for Fu Zheng's niece, do you? The girl seems quite interesting, and besides, your uncle has already given his approval. Bai Xian, unable to hold back, spat out his red wine, glancing at Gu Lianming and saying, you actually dare to call him uncle? I truly admire you. However, he added, at least with Wen Li, we need not worry about you bullying her. As they conversed, both men stole glances at the silent Fu Zheng, who remained unresponsive. After a moment of waiting, he still showed no reaction, clearly indifferent. Yet, the fingers gripping the wine glass were faintly pale, quickly relaxing. For Gu Lianming, gathering information about someone was a simple task. And that very night, he sent the details to Wen Li. The address was located in the city center of K City, seemingly still situated in a villa area. It was quite normal for a doctor at Minqing Hospital to be wealthy. Wen Li noted the address and was about to tidy up when she heard faint footsteps nearby. Instinctively, she shut off her phone, covering the paper with her arm, and turned to see Wen Wan standing behind her. Having appeared without her notice, sister, why didn't you knock? I observed your earnestness and initially thought you were engaged in solving problems, so I refrained from disturbing you. What are you so mysteriously engrossed in? Do you harbor secrets from me? Allow me a glimpse. With a warm and gentle smile, I reached for the paper beneath her in an instant. Wen Li leaned over it, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she protested. Sister, you mustn't look. What is this? Have you found love? Wen Wan's gaze was appraising. Wen Li buried her face in her arms, her muffled voice tinged with embarrassment. I have a virtual romance. Tomorrow I'm meeting my online friend. After saying this, she extracted the paper and handed it to her, adding, we're meeting here. Fortunately, she had merely scribbled a general location, leaving Wen Wan with little room for suspicion. Upon glancing at the location written on the paper, Wen Wan found nothing extraordinary, chuckling as she returned it to her. All right, I shall keep it a secret. Do you want me to book your plane ticket for tomorrow? Our little Li has grown up and is now in love. What does this young man do? Just be sure to take care of yourself and exercise caution, Wen Wan gently reminded her. Instantly, Wen Li's face flushed and she covered her cheeks. Sister. After locking the door, she whispered, Wen Li is going to K City tomorrow to meet her online friend, who happens to be a tattoo artist. Let her go. Doing glanced at her before whispering, will Su Changchun expose you? No, he was inebriated. The police lack evidence. Wen Li, how does she always manage to evade capture? Du Ying's voice carried a note of confusion. Wen Wan found this perplexing as well, but Wen Li had never concealed anything from her. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. The next day, Wen Li departed with her suitcase, and Du Ying happened to be in the living room. She rose and inquired, "Where are you headed?" "Mom, I'm going out to have some fun." Wen Li's expression bore a trace of guilt, clearly not wishing to reveal the truth. Du Ying feigned ignorance and cheerfully replied, "Go ahead. Enjoy yourself for a few days. I'll take care of your father." "Thank you, Mom." Wen Li dragged her suitcase out. 2 hours after Wen Li's departure, Du Ying called Wen Rong, her tone laced with concern. "Little Li left this morning with her suitcase. Is she going to meet her online friend? I've noticed her glued to her phone these past few days." Wen Rong frowned. "Why didn't you stop her?" "It didn't occur to me until just now. I asked Wan, and she mentioned that Little Li seems to have a tattoo artist as her online love interest." Du Ying felt a pang of guilt and added, "You must find her quickly. What if she gets deceived by a man?" Wen Rong immediately hung up, discovering only that Wen Li had gone to K-City but unable to ascertain her precise whereabouts. He quickly called Fu Zheng. "Xiao Fu, Wen Li is heading to K-City to meet a male online friend. Could you assist me in tracking her down?" Chapter 35 can be set aside for later use. Assistant Su, upon hearing Fu Zheng answer the call, quickly stood and walked outside. His pace hurried, clearly preoccupied with something. After relaying this information, he hastened to follow, entering the office. Before he could speak, Fu Zheng cast a sidelong glance at him. His voice low and grave, "Investigate Wen Li's current location. At this." Assistant Su promptly retrieved his phone. Wen Li's device displayed a location, swiftly revealing her exact whereabouts. She was currently in Launching Lane, K-City. "Mr. Fu, should I go there?" "I will," Fu Zheng asserted. "Book a flight." Just then, Fu Zheng's phone rang again, still Wen Rong, who spoke through gritted teeth. "Xiao Fu, I heard from Wan that Wen Li's online love interest is a tattoo artist. And now I can't reach her by phone. Could something have happened?" "I will handle it," Fu Zheng replied, hanging up as he tore off his tie and tossed it onto the desk, unbuttoning his collar to reveal a glimpse of his collarbone. He then dialed Wen Li's number, but it indicated that the call could not be connected. A flicker of urgency crossed his brow. He needed to hurry. "Yes, Mr. Fu, the plane ticket has been purchased. I will take you to the airport right away." Assistant Su responded efficiently. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Zheng strode out, his long legs moving purposefully. Shortly thereafter, in the car, Assistant Su could distinctly sense that the atmosphere inside was more tense than usual. A sidelong glance at the man's austere face revealed a hint of strain. He dared not inquire in K-City. Wen Li planned to stay for a few days, thus she was not in a rush to seek out Dr. Liang Mei. She needed to familiarize herself with the surroundings first. Otherwise, she might not gain entry into the villa district where Liang Mei resided. She booked a 5-star room, and after stowing her luggage, set off to explore the area. Midway through her outing, she discovered an issue with her phone card, which indicated an S-card malfunction. Consequently, she had to visit the service center, taking half an hour to resolve the issue. "You are the love of my life." Subsequently, she ventured to a supermarket, purchasing a box of contraceptives, keeping only a few and discarding the rest to imply prior usage. Due to her acceptance into Jing University, Wen Wan and Du Ying had become wary of her. At present, her capabilities were insufficient to contend with the two of them, and she possessed no evidence. She needed to convince them that she was a hopeless case, allowing them to continue their actions so she could gather evidence. Until she acquired all necessary proof, they would never conceive of escaping imprisonment. Upon returning to the hotel, Wen Li placed her belongings haphazardly in her suitcase without zipping it closed. After a shower, she changed into fresh attire, comfortably lounging on the balcony to enjoy the breeze, when she suddenly thought of Fu Zheng. She swiftly retrieved her phone to call him, but the line indicated it could not be connected. Likely because the older man was preoccupied with work. Time passed, and suddenly, the sound of a key card being swiped at the door caught her attention. Instinctively, she turned her head, and the door swung open. The front desk staff had yet to complete their sentence when her gaze fell upon the imposing figure of a man entering, his dark eyes exuding a chill. "This is troublesome. You should leave," he instructed, prompting the front desk employee to exit immediately and close the door behind them. Fu Zheng surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze landed on the contraceptive box in the suitcase. His eyes narrowed, and he turned towards the bathroom, which remained unoccupied. The mirror in the bathroom reflected his expression, a mix of coldness and suppressed anger. He slowly closed his eyes, then opened them again, restoring his usual indifference. Turning to face Wen Li, she instinctively sensed his unusual demeanor. "What brings you here?" The tattoo on her arm caught Fu Zheng's attention almost immediately. Fixating on her arm, he could no longer contain his frustration. "Wen Li, you are of age. Do you not think before acting?" Instantly, the room fell silent. Fu Zheng could not help but rub his temples, averting his gaze as he coldly instructed, "Get that tattoo on your arm removed." At his words, Wen Li instinctively glanced at her arm's tattoo, realization dawning upon her as she quickly explained, "This can be removed with a solution." "I was just playing around, is that so?" Fu Zheng scoffed, pointing at the contraceptives in the suitcase, his tone growing even colder. "And you bought those for fun as well?" She certainly knew how to select, opting for the extra-large size. The older man likely realized she had come to this place to meet her tattoo artist online love interest. Her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively covered her face, raising her gaze to meet his, cautiously asking, "If I said yes, would you believe me?" His gaze bore into hers before he quickly turned away, taking a deep breath. "Wen Li, I do not oppose your desire to date. It is your freedom. But do you lack common sense? Have you never encountered a man before?" It was as if a meticulously nurtured princess had been sullied by an unknown individual. If only it were Song Yuan, he would not have uttered such words. Wen Li shook her head, covering her face, then nodded. "I have common sense." With tattoos and contraceptives involved, she felt a sense of helplessness, as if her words were inadequate. Shaking her head, she lowered her hands and declared, "I have matters to attend to." Fu Zheng, who had been about to say something, suddenly found her rushing toward him, tightly embracing his waist. His body stiffened for a moment, muscles tensed. Wen Li tilted her head, explaining, "Fu Zheng, I do not have an online love interest. In a few years, I will surely explain everything to you. Can you trust me this once?" She could not keep relying on him for everything. He had enough burdens on his shoulders, and she knew without saying how exhausting it must be. Before Fu Zheng could respond, she raised her hand to assure him, "I will keep that contraceptive. We will use it." As she spoke, her voice grew softer, tinged with embarrassment. "Wen Li," Fu Zheng's tone escalated, pushing her away with a hint of anger as he exclaimed, "I see you." His words trailed off, the reproach left unspoken. He composed himself, and after several seconds, said, "You are no longer a child. You ought to be sensible. I have made myself clear. How you proceed is up to you." With that, he turned to leave. Wen Li hurriedly positioned herself in front of the door, gazing at Fu Zheng with her hands clasped together, earnestly stating, "Fu Zheng, please believe me this once." A hint of pleading glimmered in her eyes. As his previously agitated emotions began to stabilize, Fu Zheng regarded her, and after a few seconds of contemplation, relented. "I will stay here with you." Delighted at the prospect of his presence, Wen Li's eyes sparkled with joy. "Great!" she exclaimed, adding, "I will sleep on the sofa, and you take the bed." Before he could respond, she donned a look of understanding. "Otherwise, you won't feel at ease with me." What if her sentence was abruptly interrupted as the man cut her off. "I will sleep on the sofa." The room fell into silence. Wen Li sat at the desk, engrossed in writing and sketching something. Fu Zheng's voice reached her ears. "Found it. She is here on vacation." No matter how angry or disbelieving he was, he still defended her in front of others. Wen Li stole a glance at the contraceptive box that Fu Zheng had discarded, her ears flushing a shade of red. She would surely find a use for it in the future. After half an hour had passed, she turned to Fu Zheng, announcing, "I have drafted our travel itinerary. Tomorrow we will explore nearby attractions." Perhaps fearing she would seek out her tattoo artist online love interest, Fu Zheng did not refuse, merely responding with a grunt. Wen Li lowered her head, suppressing a smile, her expression triumphant. She stood up, declaring, "I will accompany you to buy clothes." Fu Zheng remained silent, and the two exited the room, Wen Li trailing beside him, stealing glances at him now and then. The hotel's second floor housed a shopping mall, and upon entering a men's clothing store, Wen Li eagerly helped Fu Zheng select garments. After all, he donned shirts and suits daily, and she was somewhat visually fatigued by them. She picked out a light beige knitted V-neck short-sleeve shirt and handed it to Fu Zheng, saying, "How about this one?" Fu Zheng said nothing, taking the shirt and entering the fitting room. After a while, he emerged, the fitted knit top accentuating his physique. Wen Li observed for a few moments, nodding silently, before selecting a few items and handing them to him. The man was undeniably a perfect model, looking splendid in whatever he wore. In less than half an hour, the two emerged from the store. As they passed by a nearby shop, Wen Li paused, her gaze fixed on the display window. Fu Zheng followed her line of sight to see two mannequins inside, one tall and one short. The female model donned a white, round-neck dress, while the male model wore a white short-sleeved shirt paired with black trousers, presenting a couple's outfit. Wen Li glanced at him and pointed at the clothes in the window, saying, "Fu Zheng, let us buy matching outfits, shall we? If I call it a couple's outfit, you probably won't agree to it." Fu Zheng remained silent for a moment, fully aware it was not a matching outfit for uncle and niece. Yet he found himself inexplicably responding with an mm. Wen Li's eyes lit up. "Really? Mm." Fu Zheng strode directly into the store and informed the clerk of their sizes. Stepping out, Wen Li cast him a sidelong glance, but chose not to say anything. Indeed, a little excitement was necessary for life. In the early morning, Wen Li underwent the grueling training of her senior year. At precisely 7, she opened her eyes and instinctively glanced toward the man on the sofa. The tall figure, curled up on the sofa, had long legs that were particularly conspicuous. His hair, usually styled with wax, now hung loosely over his head, partially obscuring his brows, softening his typically austere demeanor. Having cared for her since childhood, he had unconsciously begun to assume a paternal role. As she got out of bed, the man on the sofa sat up, glanced at her, and rubbed his forehead. Wen Li took out the matching outfit they had purchased the previous day in front of him and headed into the bathroom. After several minutes, she emerged, fully dressed. "You should change as well," Fu Zheng remarked, catching a glimpse of her. Wen Li looked stunning in the white dress, her fair skin appearing even more luminous, with her dark hair cascading down her back, tucked behind her ears. Her petite face, no larger than a palm, framed expressive, sparkling eyes. She knew he wouldn't dare to resist. Upon exiting the hotel, Fu Zheng noticed her small face puffed up, a clear indication she was in no mood to engage with him. He lowered his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, before quickly reverting to his usual demeanor. The renowned attraction of K-City was a mall shaped like a dolphin, bustling with visitors eager to take photos. Many photographers were present, and upon spotting the two of them, several approached, asking, "Would you like a photo? I take great couple pictures. Take a look." "Take one for her." Fu Zheng was about to step aside when suddenly, a small hand tightly grasped his wrist. Almost instinctively, Wen Li leaned against his arm, clutching him tightly. "Help us take a picture." Fu Zheng's pupils dilated, his lips parted in surprise. Before he could respond, he caught sight of her beaming smile, her eyes twinkling with delight, causing his heart to flutter. After the photographers departed, he turned to Wen Li and said, "Wen Li, I was wrong. I'll amend my ways next time." Wen Li's eyes sparkled with mischief. Effectively silencing his unspoken words, Fu Zheng inhaled deeply, pressing his lips together, feeling utterly helpless against her charm. The two wandered nearby, passing through the luxurious villa district of Longqing Alley, where Wen Li glanced at the opulently decorated security booth. Seizing the opportunity, she declared, "I'm going out to buy something." Upon hearing the door close, Fu Zheng ran his fingers through his hair, ruffling it slightly, then tugged at the already loose collar of his shirt. Meanwhile, at the security booth, Wen Li stood at the entrance and said, "Hello. I'm here to find someone, Dr. Liang from Building 7. The guard instinctively scrutinized her, noting her unfamiliarity, and asked, "What do you need Dr. Liang for?" "She is my mother's doctor. I need to speak with her about something. You'll need to register," the guard replied. Wen Li nodded, "Thank you." After completing the registration, the guard allowed her entry. Upon reaching the entrance of Building 7, Wen Li promptly rang the doorbell. Shortly after, an elderly lady appeared and inquired from behind the iron gate, "Dear, who are you looking for?" "Hello. I'm looking for Dr. Liang," Wen Li replied softly. Seeing her as merely a child, the elderly lady opened the door, saying, "She's upstairs. I'll go call her." "Thank you, Grandma." Wen Li had barely entered the living room when she heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Turning her head, she saw a slightly gaunt middle-aged woman. Liang Mei's expression changed drastically upon recognizing the familiar face, and she instinctively took a step back. If one were to encounter the visage of a deceased victim, panic would undoubtedly ensue. In that moment, Wen Li felt a surge of anger for her long-lost mother. She stood up and declared, "Dr. Liang, I am Wen Li, the daughter of Lu Muyu." Upon hearing the name Lu Muyu, Liang Mei's already pale face grew even more ashen. "I don't know her." Whether she acknowledged it or not was inconsequential to Wen Li. She merely wished to uncover any hidden truths surrounding her mother's difficult labor. Now, it was clear without needing to ask. You should have memories of her difficult labor, Dr. Liang. Liang Mei stood frozen, speechless, her body trembling visibly as she rasped, "Come with me upstairs." However, Wen Li remained rooted in place, pulling out a note from her pocket and placing it on the table. "If you wish for leniency in your judgment, call this number after you've thought it through. I believe you wouldn't want to spend the rest of your life in prison. You can also disclose the identity of the person who coerced you into this. But Dr. Liang, these years must have been difficult for you, living in such a grand villa yet feeling no sense of enjoyment. Do you often regret the choices you made back then?" As she turned to leave, she had taken only a few steps when Liang Mei called out to her, tears glistening in her eyes. "Wait." Wen Li turned to face her, noticing Liang Mei's posture had hunched slightly, fear and guilt etched across her face. "Years ago, when my mother fell gravely ill, she needed a substantial sum for surgery. A few days before your mother gave birth, someone approached me, insisting that your mother's child be delivered stillborn." She continued, "Your mother indeed had a malposition. During her difficult labor, I ought to have saved the baby. Yet your mother held onto my hand, pleading for me to save you. The situation was dire. I could only choose one." When Li's expression froze, her thoughts interrupted by Liang Mei's voice. "Afterward, that person gave me 3 million. I was in urgent need of money and accepted it as my doing. That's not possible. If there was a malposition, it should have been detected during the prenatal checkups," Wen Li replied calmly. Liang Mei coughed, her face reddening slightly from the exertion, and after regaining her composure, she said, "Your mother's position was consistently abnormal. I suggested several times that she terminate the pregnancy. The prenatal reports were falsified. She insisted on protecting the unborn child from external harm." Wen Li's vision blurred in an instant as she cast her gaze downward, fixating on her toes, feeling immense disdain for herself for not having visited Lu Muyu even once over the years. She gently lifted her foot, questioning, "Why didn't you save her?" "At the time, I intended to save your mother. She warned me that if you did not survive, I would lose my job. She truly loved you." Liang Mei confessed, her voice heavy with remorse. It dawned on Wen Li that the true cause of Lu Muyu's demise was Liang Mei. Had it not been for her, perhaps her mother would still be alive today. Essays often extol the greatness of maternal love, a notion she had always dismissed, for she had grown up without a mother's affection. Little did she know that her mother had bestowed upon her all her love in the very moment of her birth. A wave of emotion washed over Wen Li, and she asked, "Do you remember who that person was?" "I do not know her identity, but she had a small mole near her earlobe," Liang Mei rasped, adding, "If needed, I can testify." Having worked tirelessly since childhood to enter the best hospital in Kyoto, Liang Mei had become a renowned department head before turning 40. Her once bright future lay in ruins, all for the sake of money. Yet, she admitted, "If I had the chance to do it all over again, I would still choose the same path." She had been unable to witness her mother's death, yet her conscience would forever bear the weight of her actions. Doing has a small mole on her earlobe. I often asked her why she had that mole, innocently praising her. "Mom, your mole looks like a fairy's." Wen Li lowered her head, taking a long moment before finally lifting it to say, "I will contact you when the time comes." With that, she turned and exited. Knocks sounded at the door, prompting Fu Zheng to rise and stride toward it. Upon opening the door, he had yet to see who it was when he suddenly felt a tightening in his embrace. Looking down, he saw a small head of dark hair. He pressed his lips together and asked lightly, "What is wrong? Were you bullied?" The small head shook gently, and after a moment, it slowly lifted to meet his gaze, the little face serious to Fu Zheng. "When we have children, will you accompany me to the delivery room?" Fu Zheng frowned, his voice steady yet laced with an undertone of warning. Wen Li, she swept past him into the room, where the table was cluttered with documents, clearly indicating Fu Zheng was quite occupied. Fu Zheng closed the door and, with long strides, returned to the sofa, where he resumed his work. Just a few documents left to review. He paused briefly, crossing his legs. "There's a cruise tonight." Upon hearing this, Wen Li's eyes sparkled and she turned to him, instinctively asking, "Are you taking me along?" Her eyes glimmered like grapes, and Fu Zheng blinked, diverting his gaze to the documents in his hands, adopting a businesslike tone. "I am going for an inspection. Unfortunately, His affection had already been laid bare in the previous life. Wen Li merely replied with an "oh," her soft voice tinged with mischief. So the president is also going to inspect the cruise? Fu Zheng, you must be working too hard. She elongated the final syllable playfully. Fu Zheng's hand paused momentarily as he held the documents, quickly returning to his reading, as if her playful tone looped in his ear like a catchy tune. So the president is also going to inspect the cruise? Fu Zheng, you must be working too hard. His earlobes flushed slightly, and he couldn't help but touch them before dropping his hand in irritation. Tugging at his collar in frustration, he picked up the phone and walked out to the balcony, saying, "Assistant Sue, could you send me today's documents via email?" Assistant Sue, who had just reached the floor below, paused in confusion. Hadn't he just delivered the documents? Mr. Fu, do you really need them emailed? Was there something unclear? Fu Zheng leaned against the balcony rail, lowering his gaze. No need. Did Mr. Fu buy the old tree? Assistant Sue was puzzled. When had Mr. Fu inquired about the old tree? Moreover, it had already arrived yesterday, prominently displayed in the office. It felt as if he were searching for conversation. Did Mr. Fu have any dissatisfaction with his performance lately? The elderly man feigned seriousness, and Wen Li made a silly face at him. However, Fu Zheng did not notice, and she contentedly reclined on the bed, unaware of when she had succumbed to slumber. After attending to his documents, Fu Zheng stood up and caught a glimpse of a pair of fair, long legs. The white dress, already somewhat short, appeared even shorter as she lay on the bed. Her unguarded demeanor causing a slight ache in his brow, he approached and draped a light blanket over her, his gaze inadvertently landing on the tattoo adorning her arm, causing him to momentarily freeze before diverting his eyes. On the balcony, Fu Zheng settled into a rattan chair, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He extracted one, lit it, and took a gentle puff, exhaling softly into the open air. Recently, his craving for nicotine had intensified, seemingly spiraling out of control. The once bright sky abruptly darkened, and a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. The man instinctively rose, peering through the glass window to see the girl still peacefully asleep in bed. He rubbed his brow with both hands before returning to the rattan chair. After a few more rumbles of thunder, the sky quickly brightened again, sunlight filtering through the clouds. 8 in the evening. Aboard the cruise ship on the top deck, a waiter opened the door to the room, addressing Fu Zheng and Wen Li. "Mr. Fu, your room." Once the waiter departed, Wen Li stood by the transparent glass window, gazing out at the dazzling city lights reflecting beautifully on the water's surface. Fu Zheng, "Let us have our wedding on the cruise ship," she suggested. Perhaps due to her frequent nonsensical remarks, Fu Zheng paused, choosing to ignore her, and seated himself on the sofa. Wen Li cast him a sidelong glance, shaking her head contentedly. She called out to him with a casual rhythm, "Fu Zheng, Fu Zheng, Fu Zheng." Fu Zheng raised a hand to massage his brow and turned to look at the girl, whose small face radiated joy. He swallowed hard, uttering, "Wen Li." She seemed oblivious to the caution in his tone, her eyes sparkling as she pressed further, "Fu Zheng, let us go outside to watch the performance." Not wishing to be alone with her in the room, Fu Zheng stood and headed out, with Wen Li eagerly following. They traversed the long corridor, where the top floor was sparsely populated but offered numerous attractions. After selecting a suitable spot, they settled in to enjoy the show. Those who could afford to spend time on the top deck were either wealthy or influential, and it was not long before a woman in a red, strapless gown, holding a glass of red wine, took a seat beside Fu Zheng, her alluring figure on full display. She raised her glass towards him. "Hello, handsome." Fu Zheng's expression remained indifferent as he continued to gaze at the stage. Suddenly, the woman reached out, her fingers brushing against his arm. Fu Zheng instinctively recoiled, but before he could react, a soft hand struck the woman's hand with a resounding clap. The woman gasped in surprise as Wen Li interlaced her arm with Fu Zheng's, her politeness tinged with rudeness. "Sister, this is my boyfriend." He looked down sharply to see her delicate, fair fingers resting firmly on his arm, causing his heart to race and his throat to constrict involuntarily. That moment, the woman stood up, flicked her hair provocatively, casting a glance at Wen Li's chest, and sauntered away with a wave of her black curls, exuding an air of seduction. Wen Li glanced down at her still developing figure, momentarily contemplating breast augmentation. Under his watchful gaze, Wen Li extended her right hand and playfully tapped her left, asserting, "See, this is what happens when you misbehave." She looked earnestly at Fu Zheng, claiming, I have disciplined it. In response to her demeanor, Fu Zheng slowly closed his eyes, only to reopen them moments later, his voice low and serious. Wen Li, are you having fun? The tension in his jaw was palpable, his icy demeanor intensifying. As the 2-hour cruise concluded, a gentle evening breeze swayed along the riverbank. Wen Li instinctively covered her skirt with her hands to prevent it from blowing up. The next moment, the man who had been behind her silently moved to the windward side. His shadow casting a slant across when Lit felt like a gentle caress, sending shivers down her spine. With her gaze fixed on his broad shoulders, she walked forward, stepping into his shadow. The following day, at the entrance of the one-family home, Fu Zheng escorted Wen Li back. When Wen, who was home alone, paused upon seeing them enter, then smiled and greeted, "Sister." Wen Li hurried over, grasping her hand. "Sister," she exclaimed, her expression one of feigned grievance. After placing the suitcase down, Fu Zheng said nothing and turned to leave. Once outside, when Wen turned to Wen Li, "How did Uncle come to pick you up?" "I was caught by him," Wen Li replied, feeling wronged. When Wen exclaimed in surprise, "How did he know?" She then reassured her. "What happened? He scold you, did he?" "He did," Wen Li pouted in response. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance, causing Wen to pause momentarily before smiling warmly. "It seems like you've become closer to your uncle recently." "Of course. The old duck said our family's business relies entirely on the Fu family, so I just wanted to help ease the burden a little, to charm him," Wen Li declared, displaying a sense of cleverness, completely unaware that the man had returned. Meanwhile, the figure at the door halted and soon stepped inside. Upon hearing the commotion, Wen Li abruptly turned her head towards the entrance, locking eyes with Fu Zheng's stern face, her heart skipping a beat. The man retrieved Wen Li's phone from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table, his gaze never lingering on her, not even uttering a word. Before striding out the door, Wen Li's eyes followed his retreating figure, her raised foot lowering again. At that moment, when Wen whispered in her ear, "Sister, it seems like Uncle heard you." Realizing the implications, Wen Li anxiously stamped her foot. "Oh no! He's definitely going to target our family now. I need to explain." With that, she hurriedly dashed outside. Just as she stepped out, Fu Zheng had already entered his sleek black luxury car, which promptly drove away. Instinctively, she dialed Fu Zheng's number, but it went unanswered, her fingers tightening around her phone. When Wen soon emerged, concern etched on her face. "What should we do?" "Forget it. I wasn't really keen on placating him anyway. He can't possibly hold a grudge against a mere child," Wen Li replied, stretching her arms and shaking her head, yawning. "I'm exhausted. I'm going upstairs." After a few steps, she pulled up her sleeve to show Wen her tattoo, exclaiming, "Sister, look at my tattoo. Isn't it beautiful?" Wen smiled warmly. "It's lovely. Why didn't you get more?" "I'm afraid of the old duck seeing it. I'll get more once I'm in college." "Sister, I'm going to sleep now." As soon as Wen Li reached her room, she took out her phone to call Fu Zheng again. Despite there being no indication of it being off, no one answered. It was evident that her previous words had hurt him. She closed the door, dialed a few more times, but still, there was no response. She lightly slapped her lips, realizing the challenge of pursuing the older man had just become even more daunting. In the private club, within a booth, Bai Xian pushed open the door to find several empty bottles of red wine on the table. He glanced up at the man in the booth, whose expression was as composed as ever. It was precisely this calm that hinted at the complexity of the situation. Why was he drinking red wine when he had no taste for it? "Just for fun," Fu Zheng replied, lightly swirling the wine in his glass. He leaned back against the booth, downing the wine in one gulp, yet his throat still felt parched and uncomfortable. "Of course. The old duck claimed that our family's business relies entirely on the Fu family. So I thought I could help share the burden, charm him," he reflected bitterly. The veins on the back of his hand were prominently visible, yet his expression remained unchanged. "Well, it appears to be a matter concerning Wen Li. Could it be that she really went to meet her online boyfriend with a tattoo?" Bai Xian had heard about this from his mother and initially dismissed it, for Wen Li had professed her affection for Fu Zheng. However, seeing Fu Zheng's demeanor, he began to believe it was indeed the case. Before Bai Xian could speak, he winced. When did this girl learn to seduce men? His tone grew colder as he continued. It wasn't solely because Fu Zheng was his brother. It was also due to Fu Zheng's exceptional kindness towards Wen Li, his non-blood niece. If it weren't for this bond, One could easily mistake Wen Li for Fu Zheng's own daughter. It would be utterly heartless to manipulate Fu Zheng's feelings. If Fu Zheng didn't have feelings for her, it would be one thing, but the fact remained that he did. The man's dark, cold gaze bore into Bai Xian, who hurriedly raised his hands in surrender, glancing over. I was just trying to matchmake you two. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Wen Li isn't suitable for you. She is too young. You might end up treating her like a cherished ancestor. I don't mean to be harsh, but the One family is currently dangling their hopes on you, seeking profit from the Fu family. If I were part of the One family, I would feel utterly ashamed to act like this. Please refrain from bringing up such topics in the future, Fu Zheng warned, his voice low and laden with a hint of threat. All right, I won't mention it again. Who would dare speak ill of Wen Li? That little ancestor? Bai Xian raised his glass to toast with Fu Zheng, adding, what can you do if she is dating someone online? No one can control the stirrings of youth. With a sidelong glance, he remarked, take you for example. You only began to stir at 26. Seeing that Fu Zheng was unable to manage his own emotions, it was even less likely that Wen Li could be guided. Let her run into a wall and she would eventually understand who truly cared for her. You've been too protective of her. She is 18 now, yet still lacks discernment. Doing even brought up Wen Li's online romance. Clearly not a kind-hearted individual. Yet, Wen Li believes her stepmother and stepsister are good to her, which will inevitably lead to her downfall. If it weren't for you and the Liu family's connections over the years, she wouldn't have fared so well. Just then, Bai Xian's phone rang. He pulled it out, glancing at the caller ID with annoyance. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Answering the call, he looked at Fu Zheng and stood to leave, only to sarcastically remark at the door, little ingrate, what do you want? Where is Fu Zheng? I can't get through to his phone. Wen Li's anxious voice came through the line. Bai Xian leaned against the railing, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What are you asking him for? Is your online romance not enough? Are you planning to board another ship? I need to find Fu Zheng urgently, thank you. Wen Wan's tone was unusually soft, a rarity in her interactions with him. Bai Xian, however, remained unyielding. He harbored no affection for Wen Li, were it not for her previous promise that had compelled him to regard her with a modicum of respect. He would have had no desire to answer this call. His tone grew more severe as he addressed her. Wen Li, if your feelings for Fu Zheng are not genuine, do not toy with emotions. Fu Zheng is a man of deep affection. If you possess even a shred of conscience, do not deceive him. Of course, if you lack such a conscience, I have nothing more to say. Silence lingered on the other end for a few moments before a serious voice replied. I have not deceived him. Spare me. You might fool Fu Zheng with such words, but you cannot deceive me. Without allowing Wen Li to finish her retort, Bai Xian abruptly severed the call. He then re-entered the private room, where he observed Fu Zheng pouring himself another glass of red wine. Striding over, he snatched the glass from Fu Zheng's hand. Fu Zheng did not protest. After a short while, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. The sight confirmed Bai Xian's suspicion that Fu Zheng was in a foul mood. It was rare for Fu Zheng to drink and smoke, save for moments of profound agitation. Bai Xian did not prevent him from smoking. Were he to refrain, it would likely feel as though he were suffocating. At such a young age, Fu Zheng bore the demeanor of a man in his 40s or 50s. Bai Xian had never witnessed Fu Zheng cry. During his heartbreak, he had wept inconsolably. After a lengthy silence, the door was unexpectedly flung open. Bai Xian instinctively glanced up to see Wen Li, breathless and flustered. He raised an eyebrow, amused. Oh, quite clever of you to find your way here. Wen Li ignored his sardonic tone and turned her gaze to the man beside him, her eyes locking onto the cigarette that glowed conspicuously in the darkness. She softly called out, Fu Zheng. The man instinctively lifted his head to look at her, though his deep-set eyes appeared dimmed, gazing at her with an unmistakable disappointment. Wen Li's heart twisted painfully at the sight. It was the last expression she wished to see on Fu Zheng's face. She felt an overwhelming urge to chastise herself for her reckless words. Though she wished to speak, the words caught in her throat. Faced with the desolate figure of the older man, her mind was a blank slate. And she mechanically approached him. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. Bai Xian was about to speak when, to his astonishment, Wen Li cupped Fu Zheng's face and kissed him. Their lips met, even during his most significant financial losses. He had never been so startled. Fu Zheng's eyes widened in shock, and instinctively, he pushed her away. But in his moment of surprise, he lacked the strength. causing Wen Li to stumble backwards and fall to the ground. She couldn't help but let out a small gasp, but disregarding the pain in her ankle, she quickly rose to her feet. Wen Li turned to the furious man and softly said, "Fu Zheng, please calm down." He was likely intoxicated, yet was still able to witness Wen Li's bold kiss. As she stepped outside, the door closed behind her, and she remained motionless, gazing at Fu Zheng with tear-filled eyes. "Fu Zheng, I have not deceived you. My feelings for you are real. If I were to lie, may I remain a vegetable for eternity." As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. To her, nothing could be more damning than the vow of a vegetable. Lying immobile on a hospital bed, voiceless, the man remained silent, and she lowered her gaze, saying, "Fu Zheng, they wish to extract something from me that belongs to you. I refuse to comply." In that instant, Fu Zheng shot his head up to meet her gaze. His voice sharp, "What have they done to you?" Wen Li spoke steadily, trying to suppress her emotions. "I do not wish to discuss this with you. You are already exhausted, and I do not want to rely on you any longer. I am always troubling you, always causing you worried. I wish to strive harder, to stand beside you, and in the future, I wish to protect you. I am sorry." Before he could respond, she continued, "I approached Gu Lianming to help me investigate my mother's medical records. My trip to K-City was to find the doctor. From that time, the online relationship was merely an excuse, as was the tattoo." After laying bare her intentions, she stood there, awaiting Fu Zheng's reply. Uncertain whether it was the excessive smoking, drinking, or the unexpected kiss, Fu Zheng's usually sharp mind felt hazy. The rhythm of his heart was palpable against his chest. Seeing that he remained silent, Wen Li felt a flicker of anxiety. She was not a trustworthy person. She had uttered too many hurtful words to Fu Zheng. Yet, she knew he would continue to treat her with kindness. "Fu Zheng, I do not wish to be a vegetable." Her implication was clear. She would not deceive him. Suddenly, Fu Zheng rose, bent down, and lifted her into his arms, placing her gently on the booth. He crouched to examine her swollen ankle, his voice hoarse yet firm. "Wait for me here." "All right." Wen Li nodded. At the door, Bai Xian, who had been eavesdropping, found himself caught in Fu Zheng's gaze. He chuckled nervously. "I didn't hear a thing." Fu Zheng bypassed him without a word, quickly returning with 2 ice packs, shutting the door behind him to shield their conversation from Bai Xian's prying eyes. Bai Xian clicked his tongue. It seemed that Wen Li had cast a spell over Fu Zheng. In the private room, Fu Zheng elevated her foot onto the booth, applying the ice pack to her ankle, securing it with his large hand. The room fell into a profound silence, the music from outside barely audible. After an extended period, Fu Zheng finally spoke, his voice low. "I have never considered you a burden, Wen Li. I am your uncle, and it is my duty to protect you." "You are not my uncle," Wen Li insisted. She shot him a quick glance before lowering her gaze once more. "I will only marry you in this lifetime. Of course, if you find someone you love, I will not interfere. But as it stands, you do not have anyone. So I am free to pursue you. I am willing to marry and have children at 22. Fu Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed as he fought to reason with her. His demeanor cold as he retorted, "You wish to marry and have children at 22. Do you not have aspirations for your own life?" "I do," replied Wen Li, cautiously pointing at him, her voice unwavering. It was evident that Fu Zheng had indulged in too much alcohol. His heart pounded heavily within his chest. Yet, he would not allow himself to act recklessly. He was 8 years her senior. A fully grown adult with a clear understanding of the stakes involved. It is impossible. Song Yuan is quite suitable, and the Song family is respectable. He had evidently conducted his research on the Song family. "I do not like him. I only like you." With those words, silence enveloped the room once more. Wen Li cast him a sidelong glance, cautiously wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her head on his broad shoulder. Her gaze fixed on his face. She quickly pressed a kiss to his lips before shutting her eyes. Fu Zheng staggered slightly but soon strode purposefully towards the elevator, descending rapidly as the doors opened. Wen Li sensed that his mind was likely in turmoil and that he needed time alone, so she refrained from speaking. As she watched the car drive away, Fu Zheng's hand, which had been resting at his side, suddenly lifted to his lips, then quickly dropped back into his pocket. What was he contemplating? The one family. Wen Li entered the living room, where she could predict the impending confrontation with her family. She lowered her gaze and ascended the stairs. "Stop, Wen Li, you seem utterly unrestrained. An online relationship? You truly have no limits." when Rong approached her, angrily pointing at her wrist. "You are out of your mind." At that moment, when Wan stepped forward, appearing apologetic, "Sister, I am sorry. Dad has been asking me incessantly." Before Wen Li could respond, when Rong seethed, "You might as well give up on college. Just stay home and wait to die. Look at other children who finish their college entrance exams and immediately start learning the family business, while you run off into an online relationship. Tell me, have you been intimate with that man?" "Dad, my sister is an adult. She has the right to make her own decisions." When Wan interjected softly, with a resounding slap, when Rong struck her, "What rights? At such a young age, you should be focusing on your studies. If you become pregnant, your life will be ruined." When Wan, taken aback by the unexpected slap, covered her face and looked at her sister, while Doing rushed over to check on Wen Wan, her voice rising in anger, "How could you hit a child? Young people today have the freedom to date." Wen Li stared at Wen Rong, thinking to herself, "Am I an animal? Feel free to scold me. Say whatever you wish. This tattoo is merely a temporary one. It can be removed with medication. I went to K-City to buy you medicine." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, and shortly thereafter, tossed a box of medicine down from the second floor. It was the health supplement that Wen Rong regularly consumed. This medicine is hard to find. Only the hospital in K-City sells it. Usually, Doing goes to K-City to purchase it. From now on, do not speak of such things carelessly. Transfer 5 million to her bank account tomorrow so she can buy some clothes. When Rong took the medicine and retreated to her bedroom, at 10 o'clock that night, Wen Li knocked on Wen Wan's door, which opened almost immediately to reveal her sister's pale, swollen face. Lowering her gaze, she expressed guilt. "Sister, I am sorry for dragging you into this." Soon after, she added, "Fortunately, I am clever. I bought him some medicine, otherwise I would have been in serious trouble today. Sister, let me massage your face." She reached out to rub Wen Wan's cheek, which only intensified the pain, causing Wen Wan to wince. Perhaps due to her bad mood, she suddenly snapped, "Let go, I'm sorry. I didn't know he would hit you." Wen Li smiled, her heart lightened. "Thank goodness. It was a stroke of luck that I saw you buy him medicine last time, which helped me understand what he was taking, and also, I managed to smooth things over with Uncle. I would never harbor anger towards my elder sister. It is all the fault of that old duck, that antiquated relic. Online romance is all the rage now," Wen Li exclaimed in indignation, observing her. Doing felt somewhat relieved and chuckled. "Stop saying such things. If your father hears, he will scold you again. Take a break." A single appeared on the screen. "Fu Zheng, good night." Meanwhile, at the Fu residence, the elderly Mr. Fu sat beside Fu Zheng, noticing him engrossed in his phone, instinctively wanting to take a glance. Just as he was about to do so, Fu Zheng abruptly powered off his phone and tucked it away, stating coolly, "Do not interfere with the One family's business in the future." Upon hearing this, Mr. Fu recalled the pressing matter at hand and replied solemnly, "The One family is truly ungrateful. The Fu and Lu families have offered them so many business opportunities, hoping they would treat Wen Li well, yet they remain oblivious. Investigate that matter concerning Wen Li's mother. This child has never lied since childhood. She must have discovered something. What's more, this child should have informed us about such a significant issue. She likely has found out something." Remembering Wen Li, Fu Zheng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he rubbed his temples, then rose to say, "You need not worry about the Wen family's affairs. If Wen Rong has any issues, let her come to me directly. What can I manage at my age? I can't even oversee your marriage." Mr. Fu shot him a glance and added, "Call Shui over for dinner tomorrow. She has taken care of us at the hospital for quite a while. I do not fancy her, but if you do, then marry her." After uttering this, Fu Zheng ascended the stairs. Mr. Fu glared at him, exclaiming, "Not fond of this, not fond of that. There isn't a woman in all of Kyoto whom you like. Even Shaoli says Shui is good. Your standards are too high, and as you age, it becomes increasingly difficult to find someone. Nowadays, young people fancy those little milk dogs and little wolf dogs, and you don't seem to fit at all." Fu Zheng paused on the stairs for 3 seconds, turned his head slightly to look at him, and replied coolly, "What does it matter to me what they like?" Mr. Fu was momentarily taken aback and shot him another glare. "Tomorrow, I will have Shaoli teach you a lesson. Only she can manage you. You strut around before me. If you have the ability, try being so before Shaoli." The only response he received was the man's broad back as he continued upstairs and closed the door. When Li's foot had been swollen for 4 to 5 days, and when the pain subsided slightly, her longing to see Fu Zheng soar to new heights. Wen Rong wore a troubled expression inside. "What have you said to your uncle that is so unpleasant?" Upon hearing this, Wen Li realized that Fu Zheng had not assisted with matters concerning the Wen family, and she retorted unhappily, "He is not my real uncle." After saying this, she quickly dashed upstairs. "Dad, Qin Feng said he has spoken with Mr. Sun, and there should be no issues with this matter." Wen Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Reaching for a teacup to take a sip, feeling somewhat frustrated yet concerned, "You should still persuade her when you have the chance. Do not indulge her completely. Offending the Fu family would result in a significant loss for the Wen family's business. She also should not be mingling with the Liu family." "Dad, my sister is right. Fu Zheng is not her biological uncle after all. She is now an adult, and if she continues to follow Fu Zheng around, others might think we are selling our daughter." When Wan spoke softly, "As for business matters, the Qin family can also lend a hand. There is no need to rush. You need not worry about grandfather. He only has one granddaughter." Upon hearing this, Wen Rong's troubled expression eased somewhat, and he refrained from saying anything further. Yet, he missed Fu Zheng dearly. However, she held back her feelings, diligently visiting the library every day to study, occasionally spending time with Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin. On the eve of the new semester, Wen Li took the initiative to message Fu Zheng. "Tomorrow is the first day of school. Could you possibly give me a ride?" She added a pitiful emoji, hoping to stir the old man's heart. The dialogue box indicated that he was typing, but soon fell silent. She quickly sent another message. "Lin Baozhu's brother and Zhou Qin's sister will be taking them. But I will be all alone, I'm scared." Fu Zheng replied, "I will have someone take you. I have something to attend to." Wen Li poked her phone screen, then set it aside. There was no rush. She had 4 years of university ahead, and she did not believe she could not catch up to Fu Zheng. After all, the old man was apprehensive about a fierce girl pursuing him, and she was fiercer than any. The next day at 10 o'clock, when Rong and the others were preoccupied and unable to escort her, so they asked the family maid to accompany her. Had this been her previous life, she might have cared, but now she felt indifferent. She told the maid, "Auntie, you need not escort me." At the entrance of the Wen family home, Fu Zheng's black business car quietly awaited her. Uncle Jiang opened the door for her and took her suitcase to the trunk. Wen Li entered the car. She glanced inside with anticipation, but found no sign of the man, prompting her to hum softly in disappointment. Kyoto University was situated on the outskirts of Kyoto, requiring a 2 to 3 hour drive. While scrolling through her phone, Song Yuan sent her a message, "Happy first day of school." She replied, "Thank you." Then she clicked open Fu Zheng's chat box, contemplating what to say but ultimately refrained. If Fu Zheng truly had no pressing matters, he would certainly have accompanied her to school. She was trying to be a bit more understanding. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the car finally arrived at the gates of Kyoto University. Uncle Jiang unloaded her luggage, saying, "Miss Wan, I will go park the car. Please wait here." Uncle Jiang waved his hand. "No need, I have money. Just wait for me while I park the car." There were many upperclassmen at the school gate welcoming the new students, and upon seeing Wen Li's beauty, 3 or 4 boys quickly approached her. Exuding a strong scent of sweat, "Fresh woman, may I help you with your suitcase?" "What major are you in?" Wen Li waved her hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. "I will escort you. Kyoto University is vast, and you may not know your way around. Let's go." One curly-haired boy seized her suitcase's handle, striking a pose he believed to be charming. Wen Li did not release her grip, stating, "Senior, no need." A familiar voice and scent made Wen Li abruptly turn her head to the side. Catching sight of the man's profile, which appeared slightly thinner, he wore a white diagonal collared shirt that revealed a glimpse of his collarbone, adorned with a simple silver necklace around his neck, and his lower half was clad in loose black trousers. His usually meticulously styled hair had been cut shorter, taking on a casually tousled look that softened his maturity, imparting a youthful vibe suitable for his age. Wen Li had previously doubted that someone's appearance could impair one's intelligence. But now she believed Fu Zheng could render her utterly foolish. A smile tugged at her lips. Fu Zheng's eyelashes fluttered as he acknowledged her with a soft hum, reaching for the suitcase and walking ahead. Wen Li unabashedly gazed at him, her eyes sparkling under the sunlight as she declared, "Fu Zheng." The man replied, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Wen Li let out a soft hum, hinting at a sense of entitlement. "I knew you would come to send me off." Fu Zheng's pace faltered for a moment, yet he remained silent, well aware of the paths at Kyoto University. He led her to the School of Management. After completing her enrollment, they proceeded to the dormitory. Wen Li was assigned a double room, and the other girl was already unpacking her belongings. In the shared dormitory, only personal items were required. In the next moment, the girl grasped his wrist, her voice softening. I'm hungry. Even when Li's other hand joined in, as if to say he could not leave without feeding her. Let's go. Fu Zheng relented, pursing his lips in concession. Wen Li immediately released her grip, and they descended the stairs one after the other. Coincidentally, they ran into Lin Chen and Lin Baoju. She's starting school, Fu Zheng briefly explained. Haven't eaten yet. Let me treat you to a meal. We will be just a few minutes. Did you not say you would take me to buy clothes later? Li, I will treat you to a meal tomorrow. Hurry up. Lin Baoju pulled Lin Chen toward the dormitory. Lin Chen remarked, why are you so rude? If you eat, you can buy clothes afterward. Have some manners. I don't know what merits you possess. Lin Baoju scoffed, dumb as a pig, yet you can win Zhou Qin's favor. Recently, Lin Chen had noticed that she often insulted him. What have I done to annoy you? I am your brother. Show some respect. After saying this, he playfully tapped her on the head. Meanwhile, Wen Li and Fu Zheng casually found a nearby restaurant. Wen Li took the initiative to order and then handed the menu to the waiter. It became clear that he simply did not wish to converse with her, or perhaps he was afraid of speaking with her. She quietly pulled out her phone and sent him a message. Isn't my phone as good-looking as I am? The next instant, the man abruptly lifted his eyelids, his dark gaze fixating on her petite, sun-kissed face adorned with light makeup, striking a chord in his heart. His heart raced uncontrollably. He quickly lowered his eyelids, placing his phone aside, and then rose to excuse himself to the restroom. He turned on the faucet, cupping his hands to splash water on his face, attempting to stabilize his emotions. Yet, a fire raged within him, threatening to consume his rationality. Her delicate visage lingered incessantly in his mind. At that moment, two boys entered, chatting away. Did you see? That girl in the dress is stunning. Her legs are long and straight, and she's so fair. I wish I could touch her. As soon as the words left his mouth, the boy was unexpectedly struck, stumbling slightly, but the boy beside him caught him. They turned to see the towering figure of Fu Zheng standing nearby. The boy who had been hit, though brash, felt a twinge of fear and merely retorted, "Who the hell are you? You go around hitting people." No sooner had he spoken than he received another punch, and the two boys immediately charged at Fu Zheng. While Wen Li was still pondering how long Fu Zheng would hide in the restroom, she suddenly heard someone shout, "There's a fight in the restroom, hurry!" She did not presume it to be Fu Zheng, yet he was indeed in the restroom. Instinctively, she rose and rushed over. The men's restroom was now crowded with people, and she squeezed through the crowd in her line of sight. Fu Zheng's expression was cold and fierce as he pinned one boy against the wall. The boy's face flushed with embarrassment. Another boy sat on the floor, rubbing his head, seemingly dazed. She had never witnessed Fu Zheng in a fight. He was quite mature among his peers, and she instinctively called out, "Fu Zheng." Upon hearing her voice, Fu Zheng turned his head to look at her. Today, she wore a pair of white casual trousers, not revealing an inch of leg. If Bai Siyuan were present, he would surely comment that Fu Zheng's reason had been devoured by dogs. Chapter 39. The old man deceives her. The boy clutched his neck, coughing repeatedly, pointing at Fu Zheng. "Call the police. I want to report him." She quickly glanced at the two boys and confidently declared, "Go ahead and call the police. Let us see whether the fault lies with you or him. He certainly wouldn't resort to violence without cause." The two boys had yet to report to the police when the officers arrived, bursting into the scene with a commanding presence. "Everyone, calm down. Who was fighting?" One of the beaten boys continued to point at Fu Zheng, exclaiming, "He assaulted us and even choked me just now. This is attempted murder." "You're talking nonsense. Who would want to murder you for no reason? You're not worth much, and no one commits murder in public," Wen Li retorted. Instinctively, she wanted to follow Fu Zheng, but he coolly replied, "You stay here and eat." Wen Li shook her head, gesturing towards the police, whispering, "They will definitely need family to come forward." After a brief pause, she added, "I am family." Fu Zheng swallowed hard, his gaze shifting away from her as he strode out. The four of them were split into two police cars, parked outside the station. The officers began taking statements. "Why were you fighting in the restroom? What was the reason?" The beaten boy replied, "As soon as we entered the restroom, he attacked us. I suspect he has mental issues." "You re the one with mental issues." Wen Li snapped back in her peripheral vision. She noticed Fu Zheng crossing his legs, his demeanor shifting from irrationality to a calm and composed presence, accepting whatever punishment was deemed appropriate. Wen Li instinctively looked at him, unable to believe he would strike without provocation. He was not the type to silently endure. Unless, of course, there was something he couldn't voice. Hearing this, the two boys demanded, "Compensate us for medical expenses, 20,000, and then apologize." The police frowned, stating, "Medical expenses cannot be thrown around casually." At that moment, a boy in a white sleeveless shirt rushed in, his hair cut short. "Officer, I'm here to be a witness." These two were insulting a girl in the restroom, remarking on her long, straight legs and wanting to touch her. I was going to confront them, but this guy acted first. Wen Li immediately turned to Fu Zheng, realizing the fight had stemmed from her. The older man always pretended to be indifferent, but in truth, he cared for her deeply. The beaten boy protested, "We were just talking. We didn't even touch her." The officer rapped the table, admonishing them to learn to respect women and to refrain from such reckless talk. "However, it's also wrong for him to hit you. You will receive a reasonable compensation for medical expenses." Agreed? The two boys had little to counter. Fu Zheng's phone remained in the restaurant, and Wen Li paid 5,000 for the medical expenses, then turned to the boy who had testified, saying, "Thank you." The boy, likely a jock, waved it off. "No need for thanks. Such scum should indeed be taught a lesson. I have things to do. I'm out with that." He dashed out of the police station. Wen Li and Fu Zheng walked side by side out of the station. As she glanced at him, ready to speak, her eyes suddenly fell on his arm, where there was a scrape. Instinctively, she raised his hand. "Fu Zheng, you're hurt. Wait for me here." She scanned the surroundings and noticed a pharmacy across the street. Running instinctively towards it, suddenly, a large hand grasped her wrist, a raspy voice stating, "There's a car." Their eyes locked. Wen Li smiled and pointed towards the sidewalk. "I'll go that way." She could clearly sense that Fu Zheng was no longer resisting her presence as he had before. Perhaps the past 2 months of business trips were just a facade. The real contemplation lay beneath. A sense of uncontainable joy flickered within her. As she crossed the road and entered the pharmacy, Fu Zheng's craving for a cigarette resurfaced. He approached a passing man who was smoking, asking, "Could I buy a cigarette?" The man clicked his tongue but generously handed him one, lighting it without charge. Fu Zheng inhaled the cheap smoke, the acrid taste unpleasant yet momentarily numbing his troubled mind. However, overwhelming emotions soon surged forth. He took another deep drag, slowly exhaling, his gaze returning to his arm. After several seconds, he extinguished the cigarette, tossing it into a trash bin. The two walked in silence. Upon spotting them, a restaurant server handed them a phone, stating, "Someone has been calling for you repeatedly. It seems urgent, thank you. Your father suddenly fainted and has been taken to the hospital." Lady Fu's voice quivered slightly. "Don't worry, your sister is already there." "Okay, be careful at 5 in the afternoon." Fu Zheng strode into the hospital room, finding his grandfather with an oxygen mask, for fluids running into his wrinkled hand, displaying bruises from the needles. His fingers instinctively tightened. "What has happened?" Fu Yu, with reddened eyes, gestured for him to step outside. They stood at the stairwell as Fu Yu spoke. "He had a cerebral infarction. He is not in immediate danger, but one side of his body is immobilized. The doctor said the chances of a full recovery are slim. We can't allow this to happen again." Those words. Fu Zheng instinctively reached into his pocket, finding nothing, his brow furrowing. "I'll contact doctors abroad." Fu Yu gently patted his shoulder, speaking softly, "Xiao Zheng, I didn't want to mention your marriage, but you know how much Dad wishes to see you married. You should consider it seriously," to ease his mind. His gaze lingered on the bandage on his arm, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him as he leaned against the wall. After a long pause, he finally replied, "All right." Fu Zheng stood silently at the stairwell, his expression unreadable, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts. Minutes passed before he tore the bandage from his arm and tossed it into the trash. Lady Fu shook her head gently, murmuring, "Your father has had a hard life. He worked hard when he was young and has often fallen ill in his old age." Fu Zheng remained silent, his hand resting on his thigh, his fingers pressing tightly against the fabric of his pants. Once he was discharged, he would go to the Zhang family to propose. Lady Fu glanced at him, momentarily at a loss for words. "Your father wants you to marry, but what he desires most is your happiness. I know you don't have feelings for Shui." She paused, lowering her voice further. "Be honest with me. Do you have feelings for Xiao Li? Fu Zheng stiffened, meeting her gaze without confirming or denying that in that moment. Lady Fu understood everything. Over the past year, he had consistently avoided Wen Li yet remained concerned about her affairs. She sighed softly. I hope you find happiness. You needn't worry too much about the rest. However, don't mention this to your father for now. He is quite traditional and may not accept it immediately. We can discuss it once he recovers. Xiao Li is a good girl, well known, and I trust her. Mother, his lips parted slightly, attempting to deny it but finding himself unable to voice it, his eyes feeling dry. He cradled his face in his hands, his head bowed low. Could it truly be? Was he really about to ruin Wen Li's youth? At 10 that evening, Wen Li hurried into the hospital room, immediately spotting the man standing by the window. Despite Fu Zheng's cold demeanor, he was deeply sentimental. It was no wonder that Fu's grandfather had fallen ill so many times. It explained why Fu Zheng had never revealed his emotions in the past. During those times, he must have been in great turmoil, forced to choose between two sides. She clenched her hands tightly, softly calling, Fu Zheng. The man slowly turned, appearing somewhat dazed, as if he still thought he was imagining things. Standing still and staring at her. When would the illusion fade? In the next moment, the girl rushed towards him, just as before, diving into his embrace, the clarity of her actions causing him to stiffen. Her small hand gently patted his back, offering solace. After a long while, he raised his hand, for the first time lightly resting it on her back, and in the next moment, he pulled her close. His voice hoarse, Wen Li, why did you come to stir me? Can you bear the consequences? Can you bear the consequences? I can. Fu Zheng, I can take responsibility for my actions. Wen Li's voice was firm yet gentle. The crumbling walls of his defenses gave way, and Fu Zheng's grip tightened, ultimately succumbing to desire over reason. Fine. No one is allowed to retreat. He would shoulder the weight of the Fu family and external pressures. She merely needed to stand firm. Wen Li struggled to break free from his embrace, extending her pinky finger in the dim light. The faint glow from outside illuminated her indistinct features. Whoever retreats is a puppy. Fu Zheng closed his eyes, reopened them swiftly, extending his finger until they touched, binding them together. All right. Just then, footsteps approached from outside, and the two hastily separated. In the next moment, Fu Yu entered, catching sight of the two contrasting figures. Xiao Li, it's me, Aunt Fu, Wen Li replied softly. I'll be leaving soon. Okay, please keep an eye on things. I need to visit the doctor with your uncle, understood. Once they exited the room, Wen Li sat beside Fu's grandfather's bed, gazing at him, gently adjusting the blanket. All right, she stood, taking only a few steps before Fu Zheng called softly, I'll walk you down. They descended the stairs and soon entered the parking lot, where a black business car awaited not far off. Fu Zheng halted, his dark gaze resting on her before quickly averting. If anything happens, call me immediately, understood. Wen Li nodded obediently, scanning the surroundings. With no one around, she tiptoed and kissed his cheek. Fu Zheng, no takebacks. Before he could respond, she dashed towards the black car, sliding inside. Moments later, she rolled down the window. Fu Zheng, good night. During the military training over the past few days, temperatures soared to 38 degrees, leaving nearly everyone sunburned. That afternoon, Wen Li finally met up with Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qian. As they gathered, laughter erupted among them. Zhou Qin was particularly amusing, wearing glasses during training, leaving her eyes pale while the rest of her face was tanned. Lin Baozhu laughed. Qin, you're a national treasure now. Zhou Qin covered her face. Once training is over, I'll work on whitening. Haha. Lin Baozhu stood between them, holding each of their hands. Li, I've seen in the school group that people are constantly asking for your contact details. It seems beauty shines everywhere. There are indeed some handsome boys in our school. I've seen quite a few. I can't stand my brother. He once let me date, saying that with my brain. I'll only end up getting hurt in love. Wen Li and Zhou Qin couldn't help but laugh, with Wen Li nodding in agreement. Your brother makes a fair point. All right, Li, you're doomed. Lin Baozhu playfully scratched her, while Wen Li, being ticklish, could only retreat, inadvertently bumping into someone. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry that it turns out you are also from Peking University. The speaker was the young man who had previously assisted Fu Zheng as a witness. Wen Li instinctively nodded. Thank you for what happened last time and no need to mention it. Su Muan replied, dressed in military training attire, his wheat-colored skin radiating health and charm. After the boy departed, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin simultaneously turned their gaze towards her. Wen Li raised her hands in surrender, declaring, "I have no thoughts whatsoever." Lin Baozhu seemed ready to say something but held back, casting a glance at her and then at Zhou Qin, perhaps puzzled as to why a young girl would fancy older men. The heir of the Fu family was on a date with the daughter of the Zheng family at a CAF, a match made in heaven. She clicked on the image, the profiles of the couple so exquisite they could rival stars from the entertainment industry. Silently, she opened Fu Zheng's chat, typed a lengthy message, only to send a single word, dog. She knew Fu Zheng would not easily concede. An old man, old and deceitful, specifically targeting naive girls like her. An old man. She was genuinely furious. Chapter 40. Wen Li, are we still playing? Not long after sending the message, her phone displayed a low battery warning before shutting down without hesitation. Staring at the black screen, Wen Li poked at it and stood up to search for her data cable, only to realize after a few seconds that she had lent it to her roommate. She tossed the phone onto the table. Upon hearing this, Li Qin immediately flipped the table and then apologetically exclaimed, "Oh no, it's with my boyfriend. Sorry, can I give it back to you this afternoon? Just a few days into the semester." Li Qin had already started dating a senior in her second year. Although Wen Li found it somewhat unreliable, it was ultimately someone else's affair. Moreover, her own feelings were already too tangled to sort out. "All right, please let me have it in the afternoon," she replied without causing her any trouble. As military training approached, Wen Li dared not delay, donning her hat and heading towards the playground. Around 3 in the afternoon, while standing in military posture, the sky suddenly darkened. She occasionally glanced at the sky, fearing a sudden thunderclap would startle her and cause embarrassment. The instructor appeared beside her without her noticing, casually commenting, "Hoping for rain? Should I go to the podium and pray? I can offer you 2 incense sticks." Wen Li. Fortunately, there was no sudden thunder. It only became overcast at 6 o'clock, with clear signs of impending rain. The evening military training was temporarily on hold. If it hadn't rained by 7, they would continue. Wen Li hastened her pace, but as she approached the dormitory entrance, her steps faltered. Among a group of girls in military attire, a man holding a large black umbrella stood out like a crane among chickens. He wore a simple white short-sleeve shirt, part of a matching outfit, with hair styled by a professional. The man strode towards her, naturally tilting the umbrella in her direction. Their eyes met. Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, revealing a hint of emotion, the sound of the rain pattering coldly as he asked, "Who is the dog?" Wen Li was taken aback by his sudden appearance at school, momentarily stunned as she stared at him. Pouting, "You are the dog." "Old dog." Fu Zheng's gaze fell on her clothing, prompting him to change. He paused for a moment before adding, "I'll wait for you." Wen Li replied with an "oh," and the next second dashed towards her dormitory. A few minutes later, she emerged from her wardrobe wearing a white dress. After quickly applying some lipstick and glancing at the mirror, she deemed herself presentable, albeit with slightly tanned skin. Wen Li initially intended to grab her phone but, recalling it was dead, decided against it. At that moment, Li Qin spoke up. "Wen Li, my boyfriend's roommate wants to add you on social media. Are you willing?" "Not really," Wen Li replied politely with a smile, then opened the door to go downstairs. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, she noticed 2 girls shyly conversing with Fu Zheng, even pulling out their phones. It was evident they were trying to add him as a friend. Just as she was about to approach, Fu Zheng suddenly looked at her, his voice casually dropping like a stone into her heart, "My girlfriend." Wen Li froze, staring blankly at him, for the old man's sudden shift was too stark. Yet Fu Zheng did not allow her time to process. He walked closer under the umbrella, calmly asking, "What do you want to eat?" He said nothing further, motioning her to follow as the rain intensified, the sound threatening to shatter the umbrella. Wen Li's dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her fair thighs as she instinctively covered the hem, her steps becoming more cautious. Noticing her actions, Fu Zheng paused, offering her the umbrella. Under her gaze, he effortlessly lifted her, one hand securely holding her skirt. The handsome face beneath the umbrella was obscured, but his deep-set eyes appeared much gentler than usual. It turned out the old man hadn't deceived her. He had kept his promise. Whispers of rain filled the air as the man explained in a low voice. "It's not a date. I told her not to come to the Fu family anymore. I have a girlfriend now." Wen Li's heart raced unexpectedly, switching the umbrella to her other hand and wrapping her arms around his neck, murmuring, "I thought you were deceiving my feelings, Grandpa. How is Uncle Fu?" "He is undergoing rehabilitation therapy. He can walk now, but his hands are still immobile, Fu Zheng replied. He glanced at her, noting her sun-kissed complexion. Yet her beautiful eyes remained bright. He pressed his lips together. Are you tired from military training? Exhausted. I've become tanned. As soon as Fu Zheng finished his sentence, a warm flush crept across his cheeks, and he halted, quickly advancing forward. Once inside the car, Wen Li settled into the passenger seat while Fu Zheng took the wheel. What do you want to eat? Anything works. My boyfriend decides. She cheekily winked. Although it was a rainy day, she felt unusually warm. Fu Zheng started the car, steering with ease. They hardly spoke during the drive, and as the rain poured heavier, Wen Li felt relieved she wouldn't have to train that evening. Approaching a high-end residential community, she instinctively asked, "Are we eating private cuisine? Have you been here before?" Yes. Fu Zheng held the umbrella over her as they exited the car, leading her towards one of the buildings. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor, a single apartment per landing. Wen Li sensed something was amiss when the man extended his finger to unlock the door, saying, "I'll do it." He placed the umbrella at the entrance and bent down to retrieve a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet, handing them to her. "This house is for Grandpa." Realizing he had misspoken, he pursed his lips and corrected himself. "It's for my father." Wen Li responded with an "oh," slipping into the slippers and glancing at the room's decor, which appeared to be a newly purchased, finely decorated European-style apartment. "I asked their food?" "Yes, just let Annie know in advance when you want to come, and she will prepare everything," Fu Zheng said as he stepped into the kitchen. Wen Li stood at the kitchen entrance, tilting her head to watch the man's figure, feeling a silly grin spread across her face. "Fu Zheng, can I borrow your phone? I want to check with Bao Zhu if we have military training later." With his hands wet from washing vegetables, Fu Zheng flicked them dry and replied, "Here." Wen Li immediately approached, extending her hands like a little rabbit. Fu Zheng glanced at her, paused, and quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket, placing it in her hands. "The password is 6 zeros. You might as well not have one. Should I help you change it?" Wen Li opened the phone, hearing him hum in agreement. She swiftly changed the password without any embarrassment. "To my birthday." Then she dialed Lin Baozhu's number. A serious voice answered on the other end. "Uncle Fu. What's the matter?" "It's me, Wen Li," she responded. Lin Baozhu sighed in relief. "You scared me. I thought it was your uncle. Has he come?" "Yes. My phone is dead. I wanted to ask if we have military training later." "No military training. A notice was just sent in the group." "Okay, thank you." Wen Li hung up, returning the phone to Fu Zheng's pocket. "There's no military training tonight. I can stay here." Fu Zheng, with his vegetables in the washing basin, picked them up again to rinse under the water. Seemingly oblivious to her words, however, his body betrayed him, a faint blush creeping onto his earlobes. Wen Li naturally noticed, poking his earlobe and teasing, "Fu Zheng, your ears seem to be having an allergic reaction." "Oh, why are they getting redder? Should we see a doctor?" She poked again as she spoke. In the next moment, a damp hand grasped her wrist, and Fu Zheng's hoarse voice, laced with a hint of warning, resonated. "Wen Li, go sit on the sofa." "Fu Zheng, am I your first love?" She was uncertain if Fu Zheng had dated during his student years, but she knew from a past life that he had a female classmate in college, and they had been quite close, likely with intentions of engagement. Fu Zheng took a deep breath, drying his hands before walking towards Wen Li. He lowered his head to gaze at her, his cool demeanor now tinged with a mature danger. Sensing the threat, Wen Li instinctively recoiled, only to find herself restrained by something around her waist, preventing her retreat. Fu Zheng gently pulled her towards him, and she found herself pressed against his chest, heat flooding her face as her voice shrank to a whisper. "Fu, are we still playing?" Fu Zheng bent slightly, his gaze fixed on her, his tone indifferent. After all, he was an adult, and in this regard, Wen Li could not compete. Wen Li's heart raced, feeling as if it might leap out of her chest. She quickly shook her head, retreating like a turtle. "I don't want to play anymore." Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng released her, only to scoop her up in the next moment, striding towards the sofa and placing her behind it. He then pulled out his phone and handed it to her. "If you need anything, buy it yourself." Before she could respond, he turned and walked back into the kitchen. Wen Li stared at the phone, clutching her chest as she murmured, "The charm of an old man." The aroma from the kitchen wafted into the living room, and Wen Li tilted her head to watch the man's busy silhouette. Just then, Fu Zheng's phone rang. It was Grandpa Fu calling. She promptly walked towards the kitchen. "Uncle Fu, it's a call from Grandpa." "Answer it," Fu Zheng replied, one hand stirring the vegetables while the other held a recipe. Grandpa Fu's voice came through the phone. Today, the old Zheng family came by, saying you bullied Shuyi. What did you do to her? I told them I don't like her, Fu Zheng replied as he plated the food. Grandpa Fu didn't scold him. Even if you don't like her, you should be more tactful. Have you seen Xiaoli? She is right beside me, Fu Zheng said. Wen Li instinctively chimed in, Uncle Fu. Grandpa, how is your health? Much better. How are you doing at school? Pretty well. You asked your uncle to buy you things, inquiring about any necessities. The elderly Mr. Fu, with a cheerful demeanor, expressed his concern. While you are in college, do not solely focus on your studies. If you encounter a suitable young man, it is perfectly acceptable to engage in a romantic relationship. Otherwise, like your uncle, you may find yourself without a suitable girlfriend at that moment, Fu Zheng interjected. You ought to take your medicine and refrain from watching television tonight. Clearly exasperated by his words, Mr. Fu concluded, Xiaoli, I must hang up now. Your uncle is quite verbose. Do not seek a boyfriend of his ilk, or you will find yourself under his strict control. Wen Li, however, not only found such a type but mirrored it, responding sheepishly, Grandfather, please take care of your health and rest early. Very well, you need not worry about me. I am fine, Mr. Fu replied kindly. After hanging up the phone, Wen Li inquired, when can we come clean to Uncle Fu? It feels wrong to keep this from him. Once you reach the legal age, Fu Zheng will speak to Mr. Fu, though not just yet. The two of you have only just begun your relationship. At least wait until it stabilizes before informing Mr. Fu, for otherwise, should anything go awry, he would likely be the most upset. She nodded in agreement. After a while, dinner was served, and Fu Zheng preferred silence during meals, leading to an uncomfortable stillness at the table. Stealing a glance at him, Wen Li tentatively asked, could you perhaps say a few words? Fu Zheng paused, dropped some food into her bowl, and replied nonchalantly, are the boys in college handsome? Wen Li gasped in surprise, meeting his gaze, uncertain of his intent, and candidly answered, some are quite handsome. Fu Zheng merely hummed in acknowledgement, placed a piece of food in his mouth and stated matter-of-factly, you have no chance for regret. Upon hearing this, Wen Li understood his implication and blinked rapidly, asserting, I will not regret. After that, Fu Zheng fell silent again, finishing his meal before heading to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Li ventured into the bedroom and found the wardrobe filled with pristine clothing. Nearly everything was prepared. When Fu Zheng emerged, she searched for a film to play, selecting a youth romance drama, only to be greeted by an unexpectedly intense opening scene. She quickly fast-forwarded, stealing a glance at the man beside her, whose expression remained unfazed, suggesting he had grown accustomed to such content. She still felt too young, having not experienced this in her past life. After an hour or two, Wen Li began to feel a bit bored with the plot, repeatedly fighting the urge to close her eyes while Fu Zheng remained engrossed. Once the film concluded, she stood up and announced, I'm going to take a shower. Fu Zheng said nothing, and when she returned, the living room was empty, the door to the guest bedroom closed, indicating the older man had retreated inside. Glancing down at her unremarkable chest, she quietly knocked on the door. After a few seconds, it opened to reveal Fu Zheng clad in a black satin robe, blocking the entrance. What is it? He inquired. Wen Li knew well that they would not rush into anything so soon. Fu Zheng, much like Mr. Fu, held traditional views. Yet, she sought to tease him, gesturing toward the room. Fu Zheng, shouldn't we sleep in the same bed? In that moment, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze both alluring and perilous. The next second, Wen Li felt a sharp pain on her forehead, instinctively covering it and looking up at Fu Zheng in disbelief. For who would dare poke their girlfriend's forehead in such a manner? Old man, she huffed, before swiftly turning on her heel and darting into the opposite bedroom. As she was about to close the door, Fu Zheng's voice drifted from behind. If you wish to entice me, wear less. Wearing more is of no use to me. This was not the sort of playful banter Fu Zheng typically engaged in. Caught off guard by his sudden remark, Wen Li collided with the door, quickly slamming it shut with a resounding thud. How amusing it was to discover that the old man was, in fact, a cunning wolf in disguise. She couldn't help but wonder how he had managed to restrain himself for so many years. A while later, Fu Yu called, updating her on Mr. Fu's condition before falling into a contemplative silence. I heard from Mom that you have romantic feelings for Wen Li. Fu Zheng remained silent, but did not deny it. Simply responding with a soft that Fu Yu continued to ponder, rubbing her temples. How could you have feelings for Wen Li? Never mind. Matters of the heart are unpredictable. How do you plan to discuss this with Dad? Or what are your thoughts? There is an 8-year age gap between you two, and given Dad's current health I understand, Fu Zheng replied, standing by the window and gazing at the crescent moon, luminous and reminiscent of a gentle gaze. Sister, I wish to fight for my own chance. I will bear the consequences, whatever they may be. At this, Fu Yu sighed, acknowledging the burdens he had carried over the years. We can discuss this further later. I just hope you find happiness. At 8 o'clock, military training commenced, and Wen Li rose at 7, careful not to disturb Fu Zheng's slumber. Upon entering the living room, she was surprised to find Fu Zheng seated on the sofa. Engrossed in his phone, he looked up at her, indicating the breakfast laid out on the table. I have eaten. I will take you to school. The mature man's approach to romance lacked flowery words, his serious demeanor betraying none of the playful remarks he had made the previous night. Indeed, he was the epitome of a reserved yet passionate man. I have work to attend to at the company, but I will drop by when I can, Fu Zheng stated, setting down his phone and moving closer to her. Wen Li glanced at him, noting how his fitted black suit accentuated his physique, and she wondered if it would feel as good to the touch as it looked. Clearly, she was no innocent soul herself. Taking a large gulp of milk, she silently consumed her toast. After a brief drive of 7 to 8 minutes, they arrived at the school gate, where Fu Zheng parked directly beneath the dormitory building. He suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder, his throat bobbing as he spoke softly. Why not steal a kiss now? Wen Li's eyes widened in surprise, and before she could comprehend the situation, she felt a gentle warmth on her lips as Fu Zheng straightened up. You may go now. Wen Li, though in her 20s, felt a blush creeping onto her face, her youthful shyness resurfacing. The thought of an older man being so adept in such matters was disconcerting. She had mistakenly believed Fu Zheng to be dull and uninteresting, when in truth he was anything but. Without waiting for further words, she closed the door behind her and headed towards her dormitory. The man in the driver's seat rested his hands on the steering wheel, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he drove away. In the dormitory, after changing into her military training attire and donning her cap, Wen Li checked her phone to find multiple missed calls from Wen Rong, Doing, and Wen Wan. Unfazed, she recalled how, during her years abroad, Wen Rong always seemed to be aware of her actions, particularly the less favorable ones. Clearing her throat, she replied, I fell ill and went to the clinic for N4. Li Qin, upon hearing this, quickly exited the dormitory. Wen Li cast a cold glance in her direction, then informed her sister, I must go for military training now. Be careful, Wen Wan replied. By the time she arrived at the training ground, a considerable number of students had already gathered. Just as she stepped into line, her instructor called out, Wen Li, come here for a moment. Wen Li stepped out of line, and the female instructor inquired softly, Where were you last night? Your family was unable to reach you. I was ill and went to the clinic, Wen Li explained. The instructor nodded and encouraged her, You may return to training. How did you know? Wen Li asked, surprised. I heard from your classmates that Wen Li from Finance Class 1 did not return home last night. Lin Baozhu interjected. I have already advised her not to speak of it. Wen Wan and Doing were clearly intent on tarnishing her reputation, but Wen Li had grown accustomed to it, candidly admitting, I was with Fu Zheng that I suspected as much, but I didn't mention it for fear of others embellishing the story. Lin Baozhu, not comprehending the situation, remarked, Staying out all night in college is quite normal. Why is everyone fixated on you? Shrugging, Wen Li teased, Perhaps it is because I am exceptionally beautiful. While she had intended to share her relationship with Fu Zheng, the moment was too brief, and she doubted her sister would be able to process the news. She decided to wait until after the military training to find an appropriate time. After standing in military posture intermittently for an hour or two, when they were finally released, Wen Li sat down to rest her legs. At that moment, Li Qin approached and squatted beside her. Wen Li, want to grab lunch together? My boyfriend is treating us. Wen Li recognized that Wen Wan had likely bribed Li Qin and did not refuse. Standing up to agree, sure. The two walked out of the training ground together, and Li Qin waved to a couple of boys approaching. Li Qin's boyfriend, Bai Songxi, was tall and slender with an artistic flair, while his roommate was strikingly handsome, embodying the current trend of the charming little milk dog type, fair-skinned, with long lashes and a refined appearance. Wen Li's assessment was that he paled in comparison to Fu Zheng. Bai Songxi introduced his roommate. This is my roommate, Liang Wanshen. Wanshen, this is my girlfriend's roommate, Wen Li. Liang Wanshen shyly extended his hand toward Wen Li. Hello, I apologize. My hands are quite dirty. Wen Li politely declined the handshake. As they walked toward the school gate, she naturally caught Liang Wenxin's gaze, realizing that when Wan thought she would be interested in such a young man with little substance, she had not liked them in her past life. And her feelings had not changed. Halfway through their walk, she bumped into Su Muin, who was also dressed in military training attire. Su Muin glanced at Bai Songxi and his friend before addressing Wen Li. "I need to speak with you." Wen Li instinctively followed him to the side, as Su Muin was not one to meddle in others' affairs, but he had formed a positive impression of Wen Li after their previous encounter. He spoke in a low voice. "Those two sophomores are not good people. They specifically target freshman girls, so be cautious." Wen Li expressed her gratitude. "I understand. Don't worry." Seeing her response, Su Muin said nothing further but recalled something else. "Remember my number. Call me if anything urgent arises." Being considerate of others' goodwill, Wen Li did not want to make him uncomfortable, especially in a public setting. She took out her phone to save his number before heading back toward Li Qin and the others. Li Qin, linking arms with her boyfriend, turned to Wen Li and asked, "Is Su Muin pursuing you?" Wen Li shook her head. "How do you know him?" "I don't really know. I just heard his name mentioned before." Li Qin clearly did not wish to speak of Su Muin. Wen Li, too, refrained from probing further. The group arrived at a restaurant, where they settled by a window that carried a slight chill. Bai Musong removed his coat and draped it over Li Qin's shoulders. Observing this, Liang Wenxin also shed his outerwear, presumably having flirted a tad too much. Without asking Wen Li, he casually placed his garment upon her as well. "Thank you," Wen Li remarked, lowering her gaze to inhale the scent, contorting her face in distaste as she exclaimed, "Why does it smell like body odor?" The moment her words escaped, the table fell into an uneasy silence. Realizing her faux pas, Wen Li quickly apologized. "I didn't mean to imply you have body odor. I was referring to the coat. It must have absorbed someone else's scent during military training." She returned the coat to him, adding, "There's a laundry detergent that effectively eliminates body odor. You should purchase some from the supermarket." Liang Wenxin's fair complexion flushed crimson, rendered momentarily speechless. Yet, Wen Li, seemingly lacking in social awareness, continued, "I apologize. I am quite sensitive to such odors." "Wen Li, please order," came the prompt. "Very well," she replied, taking the menu and decisively ordering, "No pig intestines. They are far too pungent." She swiftly selected 2 dishes before handing the menu to Li Qin, who was engrossed in her phone. At 10 o'clock, Fu Zheng had informed her of his arrival at the company. She cast a glance at the unresponsive young man beside her and silently messaged Fu Zheng. "They seem to have found a little puppy to entice me." Meanwhile, Fu Zheng was in a meeting, speaking while glancing at his phone. "The project is not progressing well." Resigning to make way, his voice trailed off as he fixated on the screen, where another message appeared moments later. "No little puppy can compare to your fragrance. Fu Zheng, you smell the best." His pupils constricted imperceptibly, fingers tapping lightly on the table. After a pause, he slammed his phone onto the surface. Revising the project details to be submitted by tomorrow. Having just displayed an icy demeanor, he suddenly softened, leaving the higher-ups slightly taken aback. "Has Wen Rong been here these past few days?" Assistant Su inquired. "The Qin family has been negotiating business for the Wen family. Should I say something?" "No need," Fu Zheng replied, pausing for a moment, his silence prompting Assistant Su to believe he was contemplating work matters. In the next instant, the man inquired in a businesslike tone, "What is generally given as a gift to a girlfriend?" Assistant Su, taken aback, exclaimed, "Huh? I've given all my salary to my girlfriend. After work, I went to see a movie, occasionally using my private funds to buy flowers." Fu Zheng acknowledged with a curt signaling him to leave. Disinterested in taking a midday nap, Wen Li headed straight to the library. There were prying eyes in the dormitory, and everything she did was under scrutiny. She was unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. The backlash against her would likely be the most painful for them. Having raised a waste of space from childhood, their sense of defeat at her refusal to conform must be unbearable. Moreover, the incident from her past life, was it a deliberate act or merely an ill fate? To maintain her act, Wen Li changed after military training in the evening and was about to head out when Li Qin asked, "Where are you going?" Wen Li glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Adorned in a black and white floral long dress paired with a thin black knit top and a pair of sandals embellished with fine rhinestones, her hair cascading loosely behind her. After a final touch of light lipstick, just as she finished, the dormitory door swung open unexpectedly. Wen Li hurried inside to retrieve her phone from the table, nearly forgetting it, I'm leaving, she announced before stepping out. Once outside the dormitory, she activated her phone, which displayed a recording in progress. After saving it, she replayed the audio. Wen Li stored the voice message in a file, alongside a previous recording from her visit to Dr. Liang's home. These pieces of evidence would serve as crucial documentation for Wen Wan and Du Ying's impending incarceration. Now, her motivations extended beyond herself. They encompassed her mother, whom she had yet to meet but loved dearly. In the brightly lit neighborhood, Wen Li entered the code to unlock the door. The vintage, opulent main light in the living room shone brightly, blindingly illuminating the space. She instinctively assumed that Fu Zheng had forgotten to turn off the light upon leaving and snapped a picture to send him. You left the light on, and no sooner had she sent the message than the sound of footsteps reached her ears. She looked up to find the story's male protagonist, clad in a bathrobe, with water droplets adorning his hair and face. "What brings you here?" he asked coolly. "I had an unexpected matter to attend to tonight, stayed late at the office, and arrived quite late, planning to contact you tomorrow." Wen Li replied, her eyes brightening with excitement. "They have arranged for spies in the dormitory, and I am playing along." Fu Zheng's brow furrowed slightly, though he chose not to comment, respecting Wen Li's decisions and actions. "As some matters were not for outsiders to meddle in, if you need to discuss anything with me, I won't hold back." Wen Li pointed towards him, her face alight with anticipation, a curious blend of shyness emerging as she asked, "Fu Zheng, may I hug you?" Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, his hands lifting slightly. In a sudden burst of energy, Wen Li leapt forward, wrapping her arms around his waist. The scent of his shower lingered in the air, intensifying. "Fu Zheng, you smell wonderful. May I kiss you?" In chapter 42, she mused on whether he was incapable of kissing. What was she doing at home? Had she been bullied? Later, in university, when boys had certain needs, he remained entirely devoid of desire, even while taking over the company. The scenes of romance were abundant, yet he never indulged in women, finding the scent of their perfumes or other fragrances distasteful. Bai Xian and others labeled him as sexually frigid. He had long believed this, until Wen Li's 18th birthday banquet, where she donned a voluminous white dress, her hair cascading smoothly, her eyes sparkling like the moon. An inexplicable flutter seized his heart, abruptly altering his feelings towards Wen Li from familial affection to something more. This sudden shift plagued him at night, tormenting him, as he felt powerless to act on his feelings. Even too afraid to admit his affection, he was her uncle. Had it not been for Wen Li's boldness, he would have concealed his thoughts for a lifetime. Wen Li offered no teasing words. Yet her presence ignited a fire within him. Fu Zheng, feeling the heat radiating from her, dared not look down at the girl nestled in his embrace. With a gentle motion, he pried her away, his restrained voice suggesting, "You should shower. Once you do, you will smell delightful." Wen Li was taken aback by his words. The mindset of an older man was indeed different. Dressed to the nines, she didn't believe she exuded a lack of allure. Since middle school, she had garnered the attention of many boys. How could she possibly lack charm? Puzzled, she tilted her head and asked, "Fu Zheng, tell me the truth, do you dislike my small chest?" Fu Zheng fastened the buttons of his bathrobe, rubbed his temples, and in the next moment, bent down to lift her, placing her atop a nearby 1-meter-high cabinet. "You are petite. I am of normal stature, and you attract me, but you are still young. Wait a few years." His voice gradually softened, marked by restraint and rationality. "By then, you won't need to say a word. I won't let you slip away." That moment, Wen Li resembled a painting hung on a wall, suddenly docile. Her legs crossed, she whispered, "Please let me down." Fu Zheng lowered her gently, yet his grip remained firm. Suddenly, their lips met, and in the next moment, Wen Li had already stepped towards the bedroom. With a triumphant yet bashful tone, she called out, "Fu Zheng, good night." Fu Zheng turned his head to look at her, and with a soft click, the door closed, a portion of her dress caught in the doorframe, fluttering like its owner, confident and vibrant. Moments later, the door creaked open again, revealing a glimpse of her fair leg, followed by her delicate face, tinged with a hint of pink. A smile graced Fu Zheng's lips, his voice deep and magnetic. "Wen Li, good night." Feigning nonchalance, she rummaged for her clothes to shower. In the opposite bedroom, the phone was on speaker, Bai Xian's voice resonating through the room, somewhat exasperated. "Fu Zheng, where have you been? I haven't seen you around lately. If it weren't for the fact that you're single, I do think you were in a relationship. Fu Zheng refrained from discussing relationships, especially since it concerned Wen Li. He wished to leave her an avenue to reconsider. He was, however, resolute in his stance. If you have something to say, I am here. I am looking for you. I'm out of town. Bai Xian was momentarily silent before asking, is Jian Ningxue still staying with you? I don't know, Fu Zheng replied, having never paid her much attention. Had Bai Xian not persistently begged him to take Jian Ningxue in, he would never have allowed her to reside in his home. Women today can be so fickle. She wasn't like this when she pursued me, Bai Xian mused, perplexed. She just walked out without a word. What am I to do? I'm already handling things with my mother. Her running away is no big deal. Although he had feelings for Jian Ningxue, his family disapproved due to her modest background. They had quarreled over this matter countless times, leaving Bai Xian feeling helpless. Torn between his mother and girlfriend. Fu Zheng, hypothetically, if your girlfriend were to do this, what would you do? Reflected in the glass window was Fu Zheng's well-built frame as he leisurely donned his sleepwear. Replying calmly, given my capabilities, she cannot escape the capital. Bai Xian fell silent for a moment, contemplating whether it would be particularly humiliating to act so shamelessly if he were to make a fuss over a woman. Gu Lianming and the others would surely find it amusing. I know you wouldn't, since you don't even have a woman. You lack the qualifications. Wanting to maintain purity while also seeking accolades, do you wish to have it all? Fu Zheng stated the facts before adding, Gu Lianming is currently too preoccupied to mock you. His situation is quite chaotic. What do you mean? Bai Xian inquired, intrigued. Fu Zheng ended the call, and soon after, a message popped up. Fu Zheng, I think I might miss you a little. Can you come out so I can see you? In the following moment, another message appeared. Just a quick glance will do. The image of her youthful face flitted across his mind, infusing his somber demeanor with a rush of vitality. He chuckled softly, his finger tapping the screen. Open the door. He had just arrived and opened the door when the door across from him swung open as well. Wen Li, clad in a gray nightgown adorned with a black bow at the neckline, had her damp hair cascading down either side of her face. Fu Zheng suddenly spoke. Come in. Wen Li was taken aback. Perhaps not expecting Fu Zheng to invite her into his bedroom, she felt a surge of nervousness, contemplating retreat. Yet she reminded herself that Fu Zheng was nearly 27 years old in her previous life. He had cared for her for 3 years. Thus, it was only right that she put in a little more effort in this lifetime. It's all right, Wen Li, don't be nervous. Just close your eyes and the night will pass. She reassured herself. Before she could say anything, he had already turned and entered the bedroom. Wen Li glanced down at her unremarkable nightgown, which somehow seemed to draw Fu Zheng's attention. Hesitantly, she stepped into the bedroom. Attempting to calm herself, the next moment, she saw Fu Zheng emerge with a hairdryer in hand. He gestured toward the bed and said calmly, sit here, I'll dry your hair. Wen Li stared at the hairdryer in disbelief. The older man harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished to help her. After plugging in the hairdryer, Fu Zheng stood beside her, his fingers intertwining with her dark hair. After a few minutes, most of her hair was dry. He set down the hairdryer, glanced at the time, and said, you should get some rest. You have military training tomorrow. Wen Li did not want to linger too long, knowing that a poor night's sleep would make the next day's training unbearable. Just a few days prior, a boy had fallen asleep while standing and toppled onto the instructor. She certainly did not wish to embarrass herself. All right, she replied, standing up and taking a few steps before tentatively asking, can I not sleep next to you? She merely wanted to be closer to Fu Zheng. They had no time to see each other during the day, and this was the only moment they had at night. Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, sighed, and, realizing he had no choice, conceded, go get the pillow and blanket. Wen Li's eyes brightened at his words, and she turned to fetch the pillow and blanket. The next moment, she saw Fu Zheng sitting on the sofa with the blanket and pillow in his arms. Nevertheless, she did not move from her spot. Fu Zheng's deep gaze fixed upon her, and he soon placed the pillow and blanket on the bed. Wen Li quickly climbed onto the bed, covering herself with the blanket and shifting to leave ample space for him. Before long, Fu Zheng joined her, turning off the main light, leaving only the bedside lamp on. Wen Li could clearly see the man's thick eyelashes, yet she felt an unease settle within her. Perhaps it was the comfort of those 3 years together that made her feel secure beside Fu Zheng. She whispered, Fu Zheng, I dreamt that I became a vegetable, and you took care of me for 3 years in my dream. You always secretly wiped away your tears. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng did not immediately respond. But from the corner of his eye, He could see Wen Li's delicate face. You will not become a vegetable, of course not. I have my grandfather, and you, no one in Kyoto would dare to harm me. Wen Li smiled and added, if I truly become a vegetable, Fu Zheng, please don't cry. All right. Fu Zheng turned to face her, saying, Wen Li, I dislike such hypotheticals. Oh. Wen Li closed her eyes, inhaling the faint scent in the room that carried Fu Zheng's essence. Her tense nerves gradually relaxing as she slipped into slumber. However, Fu Zheng found it difficult to fall asleep. He was a normal man, and to not have any thoughts at that moment would be disingenuous. Nevertheless, rationality prevailed. The next day, the outside world was still shrouded in fog when Wen Li woke up before her alarm. She opened her eyes to find the man merely inches away. His angular features were smooth, and his strikingly handsome face was an exquisite sight to behold. Fu Zheng was undoubtedly the most attractive man she had ever seen. She propped herself up on her hand and boldly pressed a kiss to Fu Zheng's cheek. In the next moment, the man abruptly opened his eyes, and just as Wen Li prepared to smile, her hand wavered, causing her to tumble onto him. Feeling guilty, she quickly got up and exited the bedroom with haste. Some part of her body had already awakened, and Fu Zheng, with a sigh of resignation, entered the bathroom. After a few minutes, he emerged. Noticing that Wen Li had yet to come out, he turned and made his way to the kitchen, heating milk and toasting bread. Moments later, he heard footsteps behind him and glanced back. The girl was dressed in a sleeveless collared shirt adorned with beautiful floral patterns on her chest, paired with a black, fitted pleated skirt. Even in slippers, her lovely legs were undeniably attractive. You should go out first, she suggested. Hearing this, Fu Zheng turned to look at her, noticing a red mark on her neck. Furrowing his brows in concern, he asked, is it itchy? No, it's just that spending the night out inevitably leaves some marks, Wen Li replied while glancing at him. Then, lowering her head, she mumbled, you didn't dare kiss my neck? So I had to do it myself. Fu Zheng felt a prickly sensation at her words. Aware of her youthful age, he had exercised restraint, but she seemed utterly unconcerned about a man's desires. Rubbing his temples, he finally waved her off, saying, go and do your own thing, Wen Li. It seemed one should not harbor expectations of older men. Once again, he escorted her to the entrance of the dormitory. This time, without waiting for Fu Zheng to say anything, she took the initiative to give him a quick kiss before getting out of the car. Upon entering the dormitory, Wen Li found Li Qin just waking up, sitting on her bed and looking at her. Wen Li busied herself tying her hair up, exposing the red mark on her neck, and then changed into her military training uniform, which conveniently covered the mark. After all, she did not want to tarnish her reputation throughout the school. Li Qin got off her bed and asked, Wen Li, are you in a relationship? A wave of shyness washed over Wen Li as she felt caught. Unable to meet Li Qin's gaze. How did you know? You have a hickey on your neck. Li Qin wore a curious expression, adding, is your boyfriend from school? No, he doesn't attend school. As Wen Li donned her military training cap. She caught a glimpse of Li Qin in the mirror. Li Qin exclaimed in surprise, your boyfriend is a working adult? Yes, his family situation isn't great. He started working at 18. Fortunately, I have money and can support him. Wen Li signaled for her to keep it a secret and then placed her phone on the table to charge. I have to go now. Their relationship had progressed slightly. After all, she had taken the pillow and blanket to Fu Zheng's bedroom, and he would certainly not say he would sleep on the sofa. After military training, the school granted a 5-day national day break, and Wen Li wasted no time heading to the Fu group. As Fu Zheng was at work, she was quite fortunate to run into Assistant Su downstairs, who allowed her to use his access card to reach the top floor. All right, you go ahead, thank you. Wen Li cast a glance at Fu Zheng's office, which was adorned in a rather somber black decor. She sat on the sofa for a moment before heading into the break room to use the restroom. Just as she was about to step out, she heard footsteps. Upon opening the door, her mouth fell slightly agape as she saw the man unbuttoning his long shirt, his hands working on the 5th button, revealing a well-defined chest. That moment, Fu Zheng caught sight of her and instinctively buttoned his shirt back up, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Why didn't you let me come to pick you up? I wanted to surprise you. Wen Li, blushing, pointed at his chest and said, quite a surprise indeed. He took a clean shirt into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. A few minutes later, he emerged, saying, I have a meeting in half an hour. Wait for me here. Okay, you go ahead, Wen Li replied. Nodding. Fu Zheng approached her, bending slightly to meet her gaze. Wen Li smiled, playfully leaning in to kiss his lips instead of his cheek. The girl seemed to be teasing him, and the affection in Fu Zheng's eyes was palpable. He chuckled softly, cupping her face with his hands, compelling her to look at him. His cool voice laced with mischief. "You don't know how to kiss? Let me teach you." Chapter 43. She went out to have fun with her uncle. Upon hearing this, Wen Li closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly. After a moment of silence, she opened one eye to find the man gazing at her with a smile. The usually aloof man now exuded an inexplicable allure. Just as she was about to tease him about being playful, darkness enveloped her as their lips met, igniting a tingling sensation that made her want to reach deep into her heart. Noticing his movements had paused, she looked up at him in confusion. The man removed his tie, tossing it onto the nearby bed, and proceeded to unbutton his shirt, revealing his long neck. Although Fu Zheng masked his emotions well, Wen Li could still sense that he would not. She whispered, "You've never kissed before, have you?" Fu Zheng's body stiffened, his eyes darkening slightly. Finally, he hoarsely admitted, "Yes, I've never kissed anyone." Wen Li responded with an "oh," just as she was about to say something. However, a hand firmly held her head, and her waist tightened as Fu Zheng drew closer. He may not have known how, but that didn't mean he wouldn't learn. In fact, he was quite intelligent, and the moment their lips touched, his gaze deepened. A surge of heat coursing through him. Wen Li felt her strength dissipating. Had Fu Zheng not supported her waist, she might have crumpled to the floor. After a minute or two, Fu Zheng released her, waiting until she steadied herself before letting go. "Wait for me here." Wen Li nodded eagerly, and once he left, she sat on the bed, clutching her chest as if she had just drunk a fine wine. Feeling exhilarated yet slightly dazed, her hands covered her face, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her emotions. Meanwhile, Assistant Su observed Fu Zheng exiting his office, sensing something amiss. The usually meticulous man appeared somewhat disheveled. He couldn't help but steal a few glances until he finally noticed something and quickly reminded him, "Fu Zheng, you forgot to wear your tie." Though he was an adult, he still felt a hint of shyness. "No need, no one is allowed in the office without my permission." "Understood," Assistant Su replied. "Zhouqin, tomorrow I'm hosting a birthday party and have prepared beautiful dresses for you all. Come to my house to change. They are exceptionally lovely, designed by a designer my sister invited from abroad, Lin Baozhu. I'll come early tomorrow." "Wen Li, I'll be there too." After a while, Zhouqin sent a somewhat evasive message. "Will you all come individually tomorrow? I need to prepare things." Wen Li could guess that she was hoping Linichin would attend. Lin Baozhu also sensed this, though unable to appreciate her friend's taste. Nevertheless, she would fulfill her birthday wish. "Lin Baozhu, my brother, that little shadow, will definitely come with me tomorrow." "Wen Li, will your uncle be coming?" Upon reading the last sentence, Wen Li stifled a laugh, pondering for a moment, but ultimately deciding not to share the matter of her uncle being her boyfriend with them. After all, old Master Fu was still unwell, and if he were to hear about it from outsiders, it might aggravate his condition. It wasn't that she didn't trust them. She simply had to be cautious. She had no second chance at this life. I don't know. After a brief conversation among a few people, Wen Li put down her phone, feeling somewhat bored. She rose and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside. Time slipped by unnoticed until footsteps approached from behind. Instinctively, she decided to play a trick on Fu Zheng, hiding behind the curtain and peeking out through a small gap. If Fu Zheng walked over, she would spring out and embrace him, followed by a kiss. However, the person who entered was not Fu Zheng, but by Siyuan, dressed impeccably in formal attire. Now, it was awkward for her to step out, yet remaining hidden was equally uncomfortable. After all, who would clandestinely hide behind a curtain unless they were attempting to steal something? Bai Siyuan settled onto the sofa and began taking a phone call. A couple of minutes later, more footsteps echoed, Fu Zheng fixated on Bai Siyuan on the sofa, furrowing his brow before turning to walk towards the bathroom. Still not seeing anyone, he instinctively inquired, "Where's Wen Li?" Bai Siyuan replied with a puzzled hum, and incredulously remarked, "You're asking me about Wen Li? Is there something wrong? My relationship with her?" Before he could finish, Wen Li's voice came from the other side. "I'm here." Both men turned to look, only to see the curtain shift as Wen Li emerged, her face flushed, staring down at her toes. She wished she could just vanish into thin air. Bai Siyuan, bewildered, asked, "What were you hiding behind the curtain for? Were you stealing something?" Before Wen Li could respond, Fu Zheng commanded, "Step outside." Bai Siyuan glanced at Wen Li, noticing her lack of movement, and reminded her as if watching a play. I'm telling you to go out, I mean it. Fu Zheng's gaze remained coolly fixed on him. Bai Siyuan, somewhat incredulous, felt as though the act of hiding was now his fault. All right, I'll step out. Once he exited, Fu Zheng closed the door and locked it, crossing his arms with a cold voice tinged with curiosity. What were you hiding for? I thought it was you trying to scare me. But when I saw him, I couldn't bring myself to come out. Wen Li explained, it's her words. A hint of amusement flickered in Fu Zheng's eyes as he gently ruffled her hair, saying, let's go. I'll take you out for a meal. As Bai Siyuan sat on the sofa, he caught a glimpse of the two exiting and curiously looked at Wen Li. Unsurprisingly, Fu Zheng did not hold a grudge. Indeed, he seemed to enjoy smearing a layer of mud over others' eyes. Fu Zheng turned to Bai Siyuan and stated plainly, any matters can wait until this afternoon. Bai Siyuan waved them off, signaling them to leave. After they walked out of the office one after the other, Bai Siyuan sighed, realizing Fu Zheng had fallen under Wen Li's spell for life. Remembering something, he took out his phone to make a call, only to be met by the cold, automated voice. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected. He too had succumbed. The two enjoyed a Western meal at a nearby mall, with Wen Li understanding his busy schedule. Choosing not to disturb him further, she proactively suggested, you should head back to the company. I'll pick up some things for my grandfather, no hurry. I'll take you to buy a few outfits. Fu Zheng spoke without flattery, focusing solely on practicality. Unable to resist, Wen Li cast him a glance, cheekily proposing, shall we buy matching outfits? Fu Zheng replied with a simple hum, just as a couple strolled by hand in hand. Displaying their affection, he looked down at her, then reached out his large hand to intertwine with Wen Li's small one, gently tightening his grip. This hand had held hers since childhood, yet it now felt distinctly different. Wen Li instinctively lowered her gaze before quickly lifting it to meet his, subtly shifting closer so their shoulders brushed against each other. They first bought some items for Lu Zhongwei, then went to browse clothes. The sales attendant, perhaps lacking keen eyesight or simply swayed by Fu Zheng's mature appearance in a suit, attempted to flatter them at the checkout but stumbled, saying, little sister, your brother treats you really well. Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow slightly, replying coolly, she is my girlfriend. Wen Li nodded in agreement from beside him, causing the attendant's expression to falter, realizing how young Wen Li appeared. These are your clothes. We hope to see you again. As she finished, her gaze lingered on Wen Li, perhaps assuming she was a college student being spoiled. Fu Zheng's fingers lightly tapped the counter as his cold gaze bore into the attendant. Is there a problem with your eyesight? The attendant's demeanor shifted instantly, and she hurriedly apologized. Sir, I'm very sorry. Wen Li pulled Fu Zheng out of the clothing store. Once outside, Fu Zheng caught a glimpse of Wen Li, who just so happened to be looking at him as well. In a low voice, he explained to her, as if revealing the harsh realities of the world, if you come out with me in the future, you will encounter situations like this. The disparity in our ages will undoubtedly attract various voices and opinions, both good and bad. I am prepared for it. Wen Li's expression remained as resolute as ever. Fu Zheng paused momentarily before resuming his stride. She simply handed the items to Butler's son. Grandpa's son, I bought 2 vests for Grandpa to wear when he goes out in the morning. It has been a bit chilly lately. All right, young lady, will you not be here tonight? The old master has been missing you. Butler's son replied kindly. Sure, I'll ask the auntie to prepare some of your favorite dishes. Young lady, you've tanned a bit from military training, but you look healthy. Butler's son spoke as he escorted her out. It's this, Lu Zhongwei sighed. Look at my luck. I'll go buy some of the young lady's favorite snacks. Yes, sir. Miss Wen came by this morning, and I informed her you were at the company, said Butler's Sunday. Lu Zhongwei's expression darkened slightly. What did she say? She mentioned that the young lady is in a relationship and expressed some concern for her. Butler's son replied. Lu Zhongwei scoffed. I see the reputation of Shaoli is tarnished, all thanks to them. Next time she comes, don't open the door. Understood. Butler's son's eyes brightened. He had no favorable impression of Wen's family. The one family, all off to work, left Wen Li to change her clothes before sitting down at her desk to study. When Rong removed his suit and handed it to Duing, instructing her to bring it downstairs, the auntie promptly went upstairs and soon returned with Wen Li. The three in the living room turned to look at her simultaneously. This was clearly Wen Li's home. Yet it felt as if she were the outsider. When Rong angrily stated, I heard you've been spending nights out for days. Who have you been gallivanting around with? He directly accused her Duing, and when Wan's behavior was largely enabled by Wen Rong. as he did not regard her as a daughter but merely a tool to inherit the one family. Wen Wan gently advised, "Dad, let us discuss this calmly. There's no need to get angry." "Calmly discuss? Will she even listen?" Wen Rong retorted. "Wen Li, I see you've only grown physically and not mentally," he pressed further. "Which man have you been gallivanting with?" Wen Li met his gaze directly. "Am I supposed to admit to this? Am I supposed to confess that I've been out gallivanting? Grandpa Fu bought me an apartment near the school. Is it a problem that I live there? If you think I'm out with men, then I'm out with my little uncle. If you don't believe me, I'll call him." She pulled out her phone, but Wen Rong immediately barked, "Do not call." Wen Li retorted, "Whenever someone speaks ill of me, you scold me. Don't you have the capacity to think? You should go see a doctor tomorrow." With that, she turned and stormed upstairs. Wen Rong furrowed his brow, turning to Du Ying and Wen Wan. "Scolding? What nonsense are you two spouting? Don't believe everything you hear." Du Ying and Wen Wan's expression shifted, with Du Ying's eyes welling up. "I only mentioned it because I was worried about her. And you blame us instead. Wen Wan has already suggested you speak to her nicely." With that, she turned and left. Wen Wan softly reassured Wen Rong, "Dad, it's all right. I'll go comfort my sister. You should go comfort Mom. She spent 2 hours making soup for you today." Wen Rong sank into the sofa, rubbing his temples, and gestured to the auntie, "Prepare some dishes that the young lady likes." Wen Wan's hands clenched subtly, her expression stiff for a moment before she headed upstairs and entered Wen Li's bedroom. After closing the door, Wen Li repeatedly patted her chest, winking at Wen Wan, looking as though she had survived a disaster. "Sister, that was close. I almost got scolded to death by the old duck. Luckily, I'm clever. He definitely wouldn't dare to inquire with my little uncle." After saying that, her gaze fell on Wen Wan's face. Realizing she would never expect that she too would employ their usual tactics, Wen Wan, with a forced smile, gently pinched Wen Li's cheek. "You've learned to lie now. That's not good. Don't lie in the future. No matter what, your mom and I will always back you." Wen Li shook her head. "I don't want to. The old duck scolding is unpleasant. Dad is just concerned for you. If you confess voluntarily, he won't hold anything against you." "What were you doing out of the dormitory the other day?" Wen Wan inquired. Wen Li blushed and replied, "I was dating. His family isn't well off, and he didn't attend university, but he's a bit older. The old duck will definitely object. I'll tell him in a few years. Sister, he said he wants to marry me." Her face radiated with innocence and longing as she spoke. Wen Wan scrutinized her expression before laughing softly. "As long as you like him, it's fine. Our family will support him even if his background is modest." "Sister, you're so kind." Wen Li understood that Wen Wan must be feeling relieved at this moment. However, if she were to find out that the older man was Fu Zheng, it would likely be more devastating than any other revelation. Wen Wan gently patted her hand. "Let us go downstairs to eat." With that, she took her hand and led her out. Once Wen Li settled on the sofa, Wen Wan went to Du Ying's room, and shortly after, the two emerged. Wen Rong cast a glance at Du Ying, recalling something and asking, "Has the little girl from the Zhou family sent you an invitation?" Du Ying, still not truly angry with him, replied, "I'm not familiar with Mrs. Zhou. She is rather difficult to get along with. The Zhou family seldom hosted gatherings, and Wen Rong needed to build connections for business cooperation with them, especially since he had relied on the Fu family's support in the past, which had kept his business thriving. Recently, however, things had not been going well. Wen Wan shook her head. The Qin family isn't close to the Zhou family either. They only invited those they usually associate with. Leaning back against the sofa, Wen Li interjected, "Is it Zhou Qin? She invited me to her birthday party tomorrow." She didn't look at Wen Wan and Du Ying, likely anticipating their exasperation, given that she could effortlessly obtain what they desired. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 44, Fu Zheng, you are in a relationship. Instantly, Wen Rong and the others turned to her, with Wen Wan smiling slightly and explaining, "It's the Zhou family from Beihai. The young lady from the Zhou family hasn't shown her face in Kyoto, claiming to be abroad at first." Wen Li was unaware that Zhou Qin hailed from the illustrious Zhou family, renowned for its scholarly heritage in the capital. It was only during their outing to the bar that she learned Zhou Qin had an elder sister. Coupled with Zhou Qin's eloquent manner of speaking, imbued with a distinct literary charm, Wen Li began to suspect her background. It seemed the Zhou family had chosen to keep this information discreet, likely to safeguard Zhou Qin's well-being, given the numerous individuals eager to forge connections with the Zhou clan, not fewer than those from the Fu family. Wen Rong, perhaps harboring a less favorable impression of her friends, who were largely a frivolous lot, indulging in pleasure rather than serious pursuits, skeptically inquired, "When did you become acquainted with the young mistress of the Zhou family?" "I know her, and my sister knows her too. We went to the library together." "You should tell them not to bully one of my friends," Wen Li replied, glancing at Wen Wan with an expression that suggested she had forgotten this important detail. It was well known that Wen Wan was eager to cultivate good relations, and upon realizing that the person she had offended was none other than the scion of the Zhou family, she would likely be filled with regret. Indeed, Wen Wan's hand stiffened momentarily as she forced a smile. "Is that so?" "I didn't pay much attention." At that moment, an aunt entered, holding an invitation. "Sir, miss, here is an invitation." Instantly, Wen Rong, who had been skeptical, raised her hand to signal for it, and upon receiving the invitation, she recognized its design as that of the Zhou family, for only they used hand-painted ink wash art on their invites, a hallmark of the old master Zhou. Upon opening it, she saw Wen Li's name inscribed within, affectionately referred to as Li. Was evident that the two shared a close bond. Wen Rong regarded Wen Li with a hint of unfamiliarity, realizing through repeated encounters that Wen Li was not someone who lacked discernment. The daughter of a prominent family was hardly naive, nor would she seek favor from a family of lesser status. She handed the invitation to Wen Li, her tone softening. "Since you have been invited, you should attend tomorrow. Though you have a gown?" "No, I'll go buy one now," Wen Li nodded. Wen Rong then turned to instructing, "Fetch the jewelry set we photographed last time." The set, valued at over 60 million, was a staggering amount for families like theirs. Doing's expression changed. She, who had always been willing to provide anything for Wen Li, now hesitated. "That set is meant for Wan's wedding. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to use it later. The Qin family would surely think we do not value Wan. Indeed, when it came to matters of wealth, Wan's true nature would inevitably be revealed." Wen Li cast a glance at Duing, feigning ignorance and saying nothing. "We can purchase another later. Can't you discern what is truly important? With our connection to the Zhou family, our business will flourish significantly," Wen Rong admonished. Wen Wan's hands clenched tightly before she quickly relaxed, gently suggesting, "Mom, let my sister wear it. It's a representation of our Wen family." Reluctantly, Duing rose to retrieve the jewelry, soon returning with a sleek, black box. Wen Li took it, opening it to reveal a stunning necklace combining white and pink diamonds, the pink diamond pendant the size of a pigeon's egg, shimmering brilliantly under the light. Last time, Wen Wan had donned this set when she married, garnering media attention as the granddaughter of the Liu family. At that moment, Wen Wan had triumphed. "Oh, beautiful, thank you, Mom." "Thank you, Dad," she said, her voice tinged with reluctance towards the end. Wen Rong said nothing more, reminding her, "Be mindful of your words and actions when you visit the Zhou family tomorrow. Wan will help you with your makeup and preparations." "All right," Wen Wan replied, her nails digging into her flesh slightly in discomfort. After dinner, Wen Li ascended to her room early, and no sooner had she entered than she received a call from Fu Zheng, which she eagerly answered, her tone brightening. "Have you finished work? Are you coming to the Fu residence?" Fu Zheng asked. "I'll be there shortly." After changing her clothes, Wen Li stepped out, and upon hearing she was visiting old Master Fu, Wen Rong said nothing. As she reached the entrance of the Wen family home, she caught sight of Fu Zheng in a suit, standing beneath a streetlight, clearly having called her the moment he arrived home. That old man had always been so stoic, displaying remarkable patience. She hurried towards him. Just as she was about to take his hand, she heard Wen Wan's voice from behind. "Sister, may I accompany you to see Grandfather Fu?" Wen Wan, carrying some items, spotted Fu Zheng and greeted him. "Uncle." Fu Zheng cast a fleeting glance in her direction, remaining silent. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Wen Li fidgeting, rubbing her hands and touching her nose. Appearing somewhat guilty, an endearing sight, he suppressed a smile, draping his coat over her shoulders. This gesture was not unusual, given Fu Zheng's kindness towards Wen Li, but she felt unable to accept his coat. Reluctantly, she returned it, insisting, "I don't want it." Afterward, she glanced at the side of his face, only to see him placing the coat back on her. His cool voice carried a hint of reprimand. "Not listening?" Wen Li bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter. This old man was quite the performer. Pouting slightly, she retorted, "Old fossil," and then hurried into the Fu residence. Fu Zheng paused, gazing at her disappearing figure. Musing, "Old fossil." At that moment, Wen Wan approached, apologizing on Wen Li's behalf. "My sister has that kind of personality. Please don't be angry, uncle." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her beauty almost irresistible, rendering men powerless against her charm. She cast a sidelong glance at Fu Zheng, but he acknowledge her, coldly replying, "Who is your uncle?" When Nuan's expression faltered, and in the next moment, the man strode into the Fu residence. By the time she entered, Wen Li was already seated beside old Master Fu, inquiring about his health. The old man clearly regarded Wen Li with familial affection. While Wen Wan's grip on her gifts tightened involuntarily, why was it that Wen Li always seemed to acquire what she desired with such ease? "Grandfather Fu, how are you feeling?" Wen Wan inquired. Old Master Fu lifted his gaze, his expression dimming slightly, yet maintaining his civility. "Well enough. But why are you visiting so late? You shouldn't come at such an hour." It was evident he was indicating she was a guest. "All right, if you're fine. I'm relieved that it's getting late. I'll take my leave now." After placing down her gifts, when Wan turned to exit, her demeanor cooling and her expression contorting. Yes, she closed her eyes and opened them again slowly. The Fu residence felt stifling in the living room. Wen Li accompanied old Master Fu, walking a few laps. The old man could walk but struggled with his left hand's strength. Since falling ill, his spirits had waned, and he was ready for bed by 9. Fu Zheng personally assisted him with bathing, as Madame Fu was unable to support him. After half an hour, Fu Zheng's white shirt was drenched, faintly revealing his abdominal muscles. Catching Wen Li's unabashed gaze, clearing his throat, he maintained a steady voice. "Wen Li, come upstairs. I need to discuss something with you." Obediently, she responded with a soft "oh," ascending the stairs under the watchful eyes of the aunts. They entered the bedroom one after the other, with Fu Zheng shutting the door behind them with a click, locking it. His voice was cool yet slightly muffled. "Who is the old fossil?" Wen Li replied. "I was just saying it casually. Is that so?" Fu Zheng began unbuttoning his shirt in front of her, slipping into loungewear. "What makes me an old fossil? Is it my age or my mindset?" Given their age difference, it was clear he needed to make some adjustments, a bit of both. When Li gestured, Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow, then approached her, bending down to meet her gaze, lifting her chin with his fingers. "I am not old in my thinking. It's you who are too young. Wen Li, if you were 3 years older, you should be in bed right now." Imagining that scenario, Wen Li instinctively covered her cheeks. Murmuring, "Fu Zheng, you're shameless." Fu Zheng chuckled softly, leaning down to plant a kiss on her lips, his touch possessive, prompting Wen Li to tilt her head back, her hands resting on his waist. After a moment, he released her, and her cheeks bore a faint blush, reminiscent of the finest artwork. His heart softened like clouds, and he gently stroked her hair. "Stay here tonight." Wen Li nodded without reservation. "Tomorrow is Zhou family's birthday. Are you going?" "If you go, I'll go." Fu Zheng was usually indifferent to such gatherings, but with Wen Li, it was a different story. Wen Li reveled in Fu Zheng's unabashed affection, hugging him tightly, her fingers tracing circles on his lower back, and asked straightforwardly, "Fu Zheng, do you really like me a lot?" Fu Zheng's eyes flickered. "Yes, I like you very much. I like you too, very much," Wen Li declared. Raising her hand in a vow, "Fu Zheng, I, Wen Li, will never betray or change my heart." He chuckled softly again, the next moment lifting her effortlessly, placing her on the desk, his hands braced on the surface. He self-deprecatingly remarked, "What is so likable about me? I'm old and dull." At that moment, Fu Zheng resembled a big, lovable dog, and Wen Li could not resist ruffling his hair. "I've liked you from the beginning." Leaning in, she kissed him on the eyelid, speaking earnestly and contritely, "Fu Zheng, I'm sorry for the past. I was blind." A hint of crimson graced Fu Zheng's eyes, his mature allure captivating. His gaze locked onto hers. "It's I who failed to protect you." When Li's eyes glistened, her gaze lowered. Soon, her profile brushed against Fu Zheng's, and that was enough. The next day, when Li and Lin Baozhu planned to visit the Zhou family, the Zhou residence, adorned in traditional Chinese style, welcomed them with its antiquated decor. Zhou Qin resided in a separate courtyard, filled with blooming flowers and playful kittens and puppies sprawled on the ground. It was Wen Li's first visit to Zhou Qin's home, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." Zhou Qin, dressed in her sleepwear, pulled them into her room. "Look at your dresses. Do you like them?" "3 matching blue evening gowns," Lin Baozhu exclaimed in delight. Qin, aren't you afraid we'll steal your limelight?" Zhou Qin replied with a cheerful smile, "Not at all. We'll all look beautiful together." "Baozhu, you'll wear this fluffy skirt, like a little princess Li, with your height and figure." This fitted gown is perfect for you. Lin Baozhu enviously remarked, I wish I could wear that fitted gown too. But I can Li, I envy your figure and your face too. Zhou Qin chimed in, I envy you as well. Zhou Qin's evening gown was a classic long dress, tastefully adorned with exquisite small diamonds, ensuring that Wen Li and Lin Baozhu wouldn't overshadow her. Not that she minded, but she was concerned about what others might say. In truth, with Lin Baozhu's family background, no one would dare criticize her. The only one subject to scrutiny was Wen Li. Wen Li was also aware of this fact. She had not adorned herself with the jewelry gifted by Du Ying, and her makeup was merely a subtle touch. Despite this simplicity, she remained a vision of beauty, exquisite in her understated elegance. Zhou Qin, noticing her lack of adornments, feared that others might look down upon her, so she retrieved a modest necklace from a drawer and offered it to her. Li, wear this. I have yet to don it, she urged. Wen Li shook her head and explained, I cannot wear it. Your family might think I am deceiving you for your jewelry, with a playful wink at the end of her statement. Zhou Qin paused, contemplating the inappropriateness of the situation. Then I won't wear it either, she resolved. Both Wen Li and Lin Baozhu exclaimed in unison, no. Lin Baozhu removed her own necklace, declaring, I won't wear it. Wen Li was both amused and warmed by their gestures. You should wear it. I am fine without it. No, Lin Baozhu insisted. At 11 o'clock, the banquet commenced. Bai Xian and his companions had a cordial relationship with the Zhou family and naturally came to show their support. But they were surprised to see Fu Zheng also in attendance. The man donned a light beige V-neck sweater paired with black trousers, striking a balance between casual and formal. The others had opted not to wear suits. As it was, after all, a family gathering. It wouldn't do to refer to each other as Mr. Fu, Mr. Bai, or Mr. Gu. Lin Yichin raised his head and signaled, Master Fu, what brings you here this year? Are you implying I lack the inclination to attend? Fu Zheng replied coolly. He casually pulled out a chair at the table, and as Bai Xian and the others were about to sit beside him, Fu Zheng placed his hand on the chair to his left and remarked, Someone is seated. Who is it? Did you find success in matchmaking? Lin Yichin inquired curiously. Jiu Lianming and Bai Xian exchanged knowing glances, and upon realizing he was still oblivious, Bai Xian retorted, Who else could it be? It must be his little niece. Lin Yichin's curiosity waned. I thought a miracle had occurred. At that moment, a voice broke through the ambience. The young lady from the Zhou family has arrived. Who is that girl beside her? Instantly, several men turned their heads toward the entrance, where 3 young women appeared, transformed by their grooming into the vibrant silhouettes of adult femininity. Fu Zheng's gaze remained fixed upon Wen Li, who wore a strapless gown, with a matching ribbon entwined around her neck, billowing gracefully as she moved. The slit of her dress reached her thigh, revealing her long, slender legs. She had truly blossomed. Bai Xian sighed, these young ladies have grown up. We are growing old. Lin Yichin shifted his attention from Lin Baozhu to Zhou Qin, echoing indeed. We are aging. Fu Zheng picked up a glass of red wine, tilted his head back, and took a sip, stating coolly, do not include me in this. The 3 men turned to him simultaneously, for he was the least qualified among them to make such a statement. Although not the eldest, he was undoubtedly the most mature. Gu Lianming raised an eyebrow and asserted, Fu Zheng, you are in a relationship. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian and Lin Yichin turned their attention to Fu Zheng, whose expression remained unchanged, as if he had not been unraveled. Lin Yichin leaned casually on his chair, teasing, if Master Fu has found a partner, what does that mean for us? We should all be getting married. For the first time, Bai Xian found himself in agreement with Lin Yichin. Precisely, however, instead of denying it, Fu Zheng crossed his arms, lifted his eyelids slightly, and replied, I fear I may disappoint you. Bai Xian exclaimed in surprise, really? His tone shifted to seriousness, are you truly dating? Jiang Shuyi, perhaps? You two seem well matched. Although unsure how he had moved past Wen Li, it was best for him to have moved on, as the absence of a resolution would not burden Wen Li but rather Fu Zheng himself. Not at all. Fu Zheng's heart twitched slightly, a subtle smile forming that went unnoticed by others. Lin Yichin interjected, Who, then? Who could possibly be better than Jiang Shuyi? Objectively speaking, Jiang Shuyi excelled in academics, appearance, and family background. She was indeed impressive. If you like her, marry her. Fu Zheng propped one hand on the side of his chair, retrieved his phone from his pocket, and calmly opened the camera to snap a picture of Wen Li. Fortunately, Gu Lianming and the others were not in the habit of peering at each other's phones. Otherwise, his indiscreet actions would have been exposed. Lin Yichen chuckled, but the key is whether she is willing. At that moment, Lin Baoju's voice rang out, "Brother, hurry and wish Qin Qin a happy birthday." The three, who had been standing a short distance away, moved closer to the dining table. Lin Yichen raised an eyebrow and playfully addressed Zhou Qin. "Call me brother. Gifts will follow." Zhou Qin's face flushed, momentarily speechless, until Lin Baoju playfully slapped her brother on the back of the head, scolding, "Hurry up and produce the gift." Her brother was utterly shameless, attempting to charm an 18-year-old girl. No wonder Zhou Qin had fallen for him. "Lin Baoju, do you know of any family that can reprimand their brother?" Lin Yichen retorted, though not angrily. He handed Zhou Qin a birthday gift, wishing her a happy birthday. Fu Zheng and the others also presented gifts, and Zhou Qin expressed her gratitude, thanking Lin Gu, Bai Gu, and Gu Gu. When it came to Fu Zheng, she naturally elevated her address. "Thank you, Uncle Fu." Fu Zheng lightly tapped on the armrest of his chair, correcting, "From now on, call them as you wish. Otherwise, you will have to call me uncle as well." It was trivial before, but now it is not. Wen Li shot him a sideways glance, his intentions glaringly obvious. She raised her hand to touch her nose. Zhou Qin looked between Wen Li and Fu Zheng, contemplating before stating, "I will call you as Li Li does. Otherwise, it will confuse our familial hierarchy." Lin Yichen patted Fu Zheng on the shoulder. "Enough of that. Don't frighten her. She is timid. Call whatever you wish. Even calling us uncles is fine." Lin Baoju tilted her head, asking, "Then what should I call you?" "Uncle brother," Lin Yichen replied. Fu Zheng gestured to Wen Li with a gentle pat on the adjacent chair, inviting her to sit. Wen Li explained, "We will join Zhou Qin after she has cut the cake." Subsequently, the three made their way to the towering cake table, surrounded by a dozen members of the Zhou family, who sang a birthday song for Zhou Qian. It would be disingenuous for Wen Li to claim she felt no envy. She had once believed herself fortunate, for although her family was not affluent, they provided her with a good life and love. It was indeed ironic. Wen Li and Lin Baoju each took a slice of cake, distancing themselves from Zhou Qin, for they were mere outsiders in the family gathering. Wen Li naturally settled beside Fu Zheng, with Lin Baoju beside her. She had taken 2 spoons, offering one to Fu Zheng, signaling him to taste a bit. Fu Zheng accepted it and, as he barely touched the cake, he caught the sound of Bai Xian's voice. "Your little uncle does not enjoy cake." He loathed the sight of Fu Zheng's uncharacteristic capitulation before Wen Li, for it was a depiction no one would believe. The ever-decisive Fu Zheng, known for his ruthlessness in business, appeared meek in front of Wen Li. He recognized that he should not concern himself with such matters. Yet he wished for Fu Zheng to awaken to the reality that Wen Li did not care for his preferences. Bai Xian intended to say more, but Gu Lianming kicked him, meaningfully suggesting, "Why do you meddle in others' affairs? You should focus more on your own. Don't lecture me. You are no different," Bai Xian retorted. When he had discovered Gu Lianming's orientation a few days prior, he was shocked, fearing the worst about his intentions. Later, upon learning about his partner, he felt relieved, though this individual was far less desirable than Fu Zheng, preferring the youth and pursuing them. The Zhao family was not one to be trifled with. Notorious for their shrewdness, he merely awaited the fallout. A few seats at the table became vacant, and shortly after, several young women approached, all daughters of affluent families. Wen Li noticed them glancing towards Fu Zheng, and she instinctively placed her hand atop his under the table. The next moment, there was a loud thud as Fu Zheng's elbow collided with the edge of the table while holding the cake spoon. Bai Xian, reveling in his mischief, remarked, "Master Fu, is the cake so delightful? You seem quite excited." Fu Zheng, disinterested, scooped another spoonful of cake and tasted it, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the girl beside him. Her head lowered, lips subtly curling upward, reminiscent of a cat caught in the act of mischief. Suddenly, he found himself wanting a cat. After the meal, Wen Li felt slightly bloated and decided to visit the restroom. Instinctively, she stood up and announced, "I'm going to the restroom." Just as Fu Zheng stood to accompany her, he sat back down again. Upon her return, 2 women cast a glance in her direction. Before she could say anything, one of them pulled a necklace from her bag and tossed it at her feet, then advanced to seize Wen Li's wrist, exclaiming, "You've stolen my belongings." Wen Li was taken aback. She never anticipated such a direct attempt to frame her. While it might not work on others, for someone of her modest background, it was a predicament she could not easily refute. The woman, Wang Ai, attempted to drag her away, but Wen Li firmly stood her ground, reminding, Today is the birthday of the young lady of the Zhou family. She had no desire to ruin Zhou Qin's celebration. Yet the woman continued to deride her, swiftly pulling her outside. Everyone, come quick. This person stole my necklace, and I have caught her. Instantly, the attention of the banquet shifted toward them, and Wen Li calmly asserted, I did not. Another woman, clad in a light beige dress, Wu Qian, scoffed, do we look like the type to wrongfully accuse you? Do we appear to be those who would frame you? We are certainly not in need of that necklace. Yet, looking at you, you bear no jewelry. Can it be that you cannot afford it? Fu Zheng's group immediately took notice and approached, coldly commanding, let go. Wang Ai was startled and instinctively released her grip, her expression turning stiff and suspicious as she eyed Wen Li, questioning whether there was a connection between her and Fu Zheng. In the next moment, Fu Zheng's icy voice rang out again. What would the Fu family want with your worthless trinket? At that juncture, Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu rushed over, standing beside Wen Li, their eyes inquiring about her situation. Wen Li shook her head, signaling that she was fine. She then looked at the crowd and raised her voice, call the police. Let them check the necklace for fingerprints to determine whether it is I who am being framed, or if I am envious and attempted to steal from you. Without waiting for others to speak, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, I wish to report a crime. Someone has slandered me, claiming that I stole something. The two women appeared visibly flustered. Wu Qian was the first to speak up. Today is the birthday of the young lady of the Zhou family. There's no need to involve the police. Let it go. A mere necklace is not worth much to us. No, we must report this. Such an incident occurring at my birthday party implicates the Zhou family. Zhou Qin insisted. In truth, she had great faith in Wen Li. Had she been the type to covet, she would not have rejected the earlier proposal. Moreover, Wen Li's uncle was Fu Zheng, and even the smallest gift from the Fu family would far exceed the value of a necklace. Dressed in a sharp suit, Zhou Qin approached, affirming, my sister is right. The Zhou family bears some responsibility. We can simply wait for the police to arrive. How will this be investigated? There are no cameras in the restroom. Surely, if she were to steal, she wouldn't use her bare hands. She could have wrapped it in paper. Wu Qian's companion argued defensively. Wen Li softly questioned, did you see me steal with your own eyes? Or are you merely suspicious? Of course we saw it with our own eyes, Wang Ai asserted without hesitation. A faint smile graced Wen Li's lips. If you truly witnessed me stealing, then you must know whether I used paper to wrap it. Wu Qian, sensing the trap, quickly corrected herself. We saw you emerge from the restroom after stealing, holding the necklace. Oh, so I am such a fool as to steal and then display the evidence in my hand. And you imply that my hand was indeed holding the necklace? Wen Li paused and continued. Then we can check for fingerprints. She then extended her hands in front of everyone, shaking them lightly. My fingers bear no adornments. Upon hearing this, the crowd discerned the inconsistencies, casting strange glances at Wang Ai and Wu Qian. Fu Zheng, however, directed his gaze at Wen Li, a flicker of something unusual in his eyes. He understood better than anyone the transformation Wen Li had undergone, transitioning from an innocent child to a deeply perceptive adult. What had the Wen family done to her? His brow gradually furrowed. Wen Li went on, if my fingerprints are found on the necklace, I will not hire a lawyer. I will go directly to prison. If not, you have defamed me, and you shall face imprisonment instead. I will only accept this resolution. Upon hearing this, Wang Ai and Wu Qian exchanged startled glances. Wang Ai attempted to ease the tension. It's just a small matter. If nothing was stolen, let us not escalate this. We can give the Fu family some face. What face? Fu Zheng scoffed, adding, the Fu family has never needed others to give us face, especially not from families of little renown. Let us just wait. Though Bai Xian held a disdain for Wen Li, the young lady had grown up before his eyes. She would not stoop to stealing. He would buy her whatever she desired, even if he faced bankruptcy. The Fu family would never suffer financially over such trifles. Are you picking on the weak? Apologies, but you've encountered a tough opponent. Wen Li is our little niece. Are you implying that we cannot afford a mere necklace for her? Wen Li seldom attended gatherings, and since the Fu family had not formally acknowledged her as their niece, many were unaware of her true standing. Had they known, they likely would have thought twice before provoking her. Elder Zhou approached, leaning on his cane, visibly agitated. My Zhou family despises such convoluted matters. We must uncover the truth. For the first time, everyone sided with Wen Li in her previous life. She had often found herself at a loss for words in similar situations, always relying on warmth for assistance. She straightened her posture. Suddenly, she felt warmth at her lower back as a large hand gently rested there. Wen Li instinctively glanced to the side, her brows slightly arching in surprise. After a brief wait, the police placed the necklace into a sealed bag and promptly sent it for forensic analysis. An hour later, the fingerprint comparison revealed no traces of Wen Li's fingerprints. Only those of Wang Ai. Wang Ai's face paled considerably. However, this evidence alone was insufficient to prove her wrongdoing against Wen Li. After taking their statements, the police left temporarily. Naturally, Wang Ai and Wu Qian departed first. And soon after, the remaining guests dispersed. Once Wen Li changed in Zhou Qin's room, she apologetically said, Qin, I'm sorry. Zhou Qin shook her head. It has nothing to do with you. But Li, you are so clever. I was just wondering what would happen without any cameras. Lin Baozhu nodded in agreement. I was so worried earlier. Thankfully, you're sharp, or else you could have been framed. Perhaps they are just envious of my beauty and grace. Wen Li joked. Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin burst into laughter. Wen Li glanced at Fu Zheng outside in the yard, surrounded by a circle of cats and dogs, likely getting accustomed to their new surroundings. I'll take my leave now. Let us meet up again sometime. As she stepped out of the room, she called, Fu Zheng. He looked over, and in the next moment, extended his hand. Wen Li hesitated briefly, whispering, this is too obvious. After all, she had yet to mention anything to Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin. Such a sudden gesture would surely shock them. Your bag, Fu Zheng said, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he pointed to the bag she held. Wen Li felt a flush of embarrassment, lightly kicking him with her foot before quickly exiting the yard, with Fu Zheng leisurely trailing behind her. In the car on their way home, Fu Zheng drove while Wen Li sat beside him. She suddenly turned to him. I didn't know you disliked cake. After all, every year on her birthday, Fu Zheng would partake in her birthday cake, leading her to believe he enjoyed it. Fu Zheng turned the steering wheel with one hand, glancing at the rearview mirror as they drove along a safe road, before finally looking at Wen Li. He expressed without any embellishments, it's enough for me to have accompanied you throughout your growth. I simply do not enjoy eating others' birthday cakes. Year after year, he had never missed a single one of her birthdays. Even during her years abroad, he would travel great distances to deliver cakes. Celebrating her special day, back then, she had always regarded him as a meddlesome elder. A sense of melancholy washed over Wen Li, and with genuine sincerity, she declared, Fu Zheng, I will accompany you as you grow old. It was both her indebtedness and her love. Chapter 46. Her iron tree Uncle Blossom's old master Lu had anticipated her arrival, spending time in the yard playing chess with Steward's son while waiting for her. Upon seeing her, he immediately stood up. Have you eaten? Yes, Grandpa. I attended a friend's birthday party. Wen Li approached old master Lu, glancing at his attire before expressing concern. Grandpa, are you wearing a vest? It's a bit chilly today. While the youth may not mind, the elderly should take care. Lu Zhongwei smiled as he unzipped his outer jacket to reveal a thin vest underneath. I am. It keeps me warm. Steward's son, let them prepare dinner. Of course. Steward's son, noticing Lu Zhongwei's good spirits, turned to Wen Li. Young miss, you missed lunch. The old master hardly ate anything. Grandpa. Wen Li immediately adopted a serious tone. Lu Zhongwei chuckled. I'll eat a few extra bowls later. Do you know how to play chess? No, but Grandpa, you can teach me. I'm quite intelligent. Wen Li took a seat in Steward's son's place. Your mother used to say the same thing when she was young. Lu Zhongwei reminisced. Wen Li praised. Mom must be very clever. Then, recalling something, she asked, Grandpa, may I ask why Mom married Wen Rong? At the mention of this, Lu Zhongwei sighed, still holding some self-reproach after all these years. Back then, your mother was dating the Wen family. I don't know what happened, but they suddenly broke up. Less than half a month later, she announced her marriage to Wen Rong, and no matter how she insisted, I should not have agreed. However, after marriage, Wen Rong did take good care of your mother. Although I knew his intentions, the Lu family was willing to lend him a hand. He held little resentment towards Wen Rong. Attributing his feelings of grievance to Du Ying's appearance, he did not care whether his son-in-law was wealthy or from a good family. He merely hoped that he would treat his daughter well. Wen Li found it hard to believe that someone could marry again just half a month after breaking up. If she were to part ways with Fu Zheng, she couldn't fathom doing the same. Few, she thought. She and Fu Zheng would never part. Lu Zhongwei continued. The way he treats you now, the Lu family will not support the Wen family in any way. Wen Li thought of a term to describe Wen Rong, a leech. Even if the Lu family refrained from aiding the Wen family, It could only be while Lu Zhongwei was alive. Once he passed, the Lu family would effectively fall into the hands of the Wen family. Perhaps that was why she would die after inheriting the Lu family. No one would care about the truth. Perhaps Fu Zheng would investigate, but that would undoubtedly take a toll on his spirit. Grandpa, you must stay healthy. I look forward to holding my great-grandchild. Of course, Grandpa will ensure good health. Lu Zhongwei replied. After dinner, Wen Li sat on the sofa, keeping Old Master Lu company while watching television. She received a call from Wen Rong, his voice still carrying a rebellious tone. What's the matter? I'm at Grandpa's house, Wen Li replied. Upon hearing this, she surmised it had something to do with the day's events. She chose not to say much, simply replying, all right. She knew what kind of scene awaited her, but she needed to see it clearly, reminding herself to remain resolute. I'll drive you, Lu Zhongwei offered as he stood up. As they exited the Lu family residence, a chill swept through the air, prompting her to instinctively hug her arms. Suddenly, Lu Zhongwei's voice called from behind. Xiao Li, take a jacket. Wen Li turned to see Lu Zhongwei extending a coat towards her. Likely fearing she would find it dirtied, it's clean, he assured. Wen Li took the coat with both hands, relieved that it was dark enough outside to conceal her reddening eyes. In the next moment, she embraced Lu Zhongwei. After watching her get into the car, Steward's son remarked softly, the young miss is becoming more and more like a lady. Lu Zhongwei shook his head, not at all. She does not resemble Lu Muyu. He did not wish for Wen Li to be like Lu Muyu. Such a fate was unfortunate. The Wen family residence. I've already eaten. Wen Li sat on the sofa, waiting for Wen Rong to speak. After a while, he rose and approached, retrieving a document from a drawer and handing it to Wen Li. This is a settlement agreement. Please sign it. Wen Li accepted the document, scanning it briefly before looking at Wen Rong. Her plain face etched with a question, why should I sign? Davy slandered me as a thief. If I sign, people will assume I stole something. Wen Rong, sitting beside her, urged, both the Wang and Wu families have come to apologize. This isn't a significant matter. How can it not be significant? Is it honorable to have a daughter labeled as a thief? Might I inquire what benefits the Wang and Wu families have bestowed upon you? Wen Li's blunt words caused Wen Rong's expression to shift, his brow furrowing as he replied, it may be a misunderstanding. There's no need for it to escalate. Doing approach to counsel Wen Li, saying, Xiao Li, your father has his considerations. The Wang and Wu families are not to be trifled with. It would be wiser to seek reconciliation. Wen Li, with teary eyes, hurled the reconciliation document into the trash, exclaiming, are you all bullying me because I have no mother? If my mother were here, she would certainly not allow anyone to misunderstand me. With that, she rose and bolted away. Upon hearing her words, both Du Ying and Wen Rong grew anxious, the former worried about the collapse of her idealized maternal image, while the latter feared for the reputations of the Fu and Lu families. Indeed, they had been taking advantage of her lack of maternal support to bully and deceive her. If only she had a mother, she would undoubtedly be a protected little princess. Du Ying reacted faster than Wen Rong, hastily pursuing her, but she was a step too late. Wen Li had already departed in a car. Inside the vehicle, Wen Li silently gazed out at the passing streetlights, and after a while, she discreetly wiped the corners of her eyes. She felt unworthy, not because of them, but because of the home she once cherished. The ringtone of her phone interrupted her thoughts. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Wen Wan, which she chose to ignore as it rang several more times. The driver, observing through the rearview mirror, noted that the girl was turned away, clearly not inclined to answer. Just off work, Fu Zheng stared at his phone screen. Still no one answering, his brow slightly furrowing. He promptly stepped into his car and headed to the Lu residence. A black car was parked outside the Lu family's gate, and the driver honked several times, signaling not to stop there. Wen Li instinctively glanced towards the front of the car, where a man stood at the door, holding a phone. The light reflected off his brow, revealing a striking silhouette. Uncle, please stop here. Once the car came to a halt, Wen Li opened the door and dashed towards Fu Zheng, calling out, Fu Zheng. Fu Zheng approached her, enveloping her in a steady embrace, his large hand gently stroking her head as he whispered, why didn't you answer the phone? Wen Li instinctively reached for her phone, quickly recalling it was in the car, and explained, I thought it was Wen Wan calling, so I didn't pick up. Wen Rong asked me to sign the reconciliation document. Fu Zheng's brow furrowed tightly, his voice turning cold. Is he out of his mind? Wen Li smiled up at him, then buried her head against his chest, stating the facts. He simply doesn't love me. Her voice, neither too heavy nor too light, tightened Fu Zheng's heart. He grasped her a little tighter and rasped, I love you. When Li's head shot up, gazing into his boundless, earnest eyes, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. Just as she was about to speak, a cough interrupted them, and they both instinctively released each other, turning to see Lu Zhongwei standing at the entrance, observing them. Fu Zheng maintained his composure, though his hands, hanging at his sides, instinctively moved behind his back. Uncle Lu, Wen Li corrected, its grandfather. Fu Zheng's brow twitched as he instinctively glanced at Lu Zhongwei, who seemed unfazed, likely guessing what Wen Li had said. Grandfather. Lu Zhongwei gestured for the two to enter. Once in the living room, he turned to Wen Li and instructed, Xiao Li, please go to my bedroom and help me find a black box. It was evidently a ploy to send her away. Wen Li instinctively looked at Fu Zheng but ultimately trusted Lu Zhongwei and walked toward his bedroom. After she left, Lu Zhongwei turned his attention to Fu Zheng. Speaking in a low voice, to what stage have you and Xiao Li progressed? I am aware. Fu Zheng, sitting upright, resting his hands on his thighs, continued, I will wait for her to complete her studies or pursue her passions. Lu Zhongwei nodded, having faith in Fu Zheng, yet expressed concern, does your father know? Not yet. I will tell him once he recovers, Fu Zheng replied. Lu Zhongwei sighed, do not rush things with your father, his health is not great. If you two are to talk, do it properly. I am not entirely in favor of this, but when Xiao Li told me she liked you, it was the kind of liking that suggests marriage. Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, understood. Just then, Wen Li emerged with the black box, instinctively looking at Fu Zheng, who maintained a neutral expression. She then turned to Lu Zhongwei, grandfather, is this it? Lu Zhongwei stood with a smile. Indeed, you found the black box? Clearly, you were eager. After giving Fu Zheng a light pat on the shoulder, he added, do come by whenever you have time. I shall take a rest now. As he entered his bedroom, Wen Li sat next to Fu Zheng, her demeanor reflecting concern for him. What did grandfather say? Nothing significant, Fu Zheng replied. Suddenly, he reached out to her, resting his hand atop her head, his gaze fixed intently upon her face. We will get married. Wen Li, she exclaimed softly, quickly following with an understanding. I will see you off. Fu Zheng smiled gently, taking her hand as they headed outside for a walk. Wen Li's eyes brightened, leaning against his arm. He was quite tall, and she reached just to his chin. The two strolled around the villa, and as they approached the car, Fu Zheng leaned down to kiss her forehead. Asking, do you need my help with the Wen family matters? No need. If assistance is required, I will ask you. I refuse to overexert myself, Wen Li responded. Catching a glimpse of Uncle Zhang's gaze, she leaned closer to Fu Zheng and whispered, Uncle Zhang knows. Fu Zheng waited for her to enter the Lu residence before bending down to get into the car, which drove out of the villa area. He stated in a low voice, do not mention this to the old gentleman for now. Uncle Zhang, finally snapping out of his shock, agreed. At that moment, Fu Zheng's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a selfie from Wen Li. The young girl seemed blissfully unaware of shyness. She wrote, if you miss me, just look at me. Fu Zheng remained silent for a moment, then opened the camera, lifting his hand awkwardly as if unaccustomed to such actions. He quickly snapped a picture of himself, not caring about its quality, and sent it to Wen Li. She had not anticipated such a gesture, so when she saw Fu Zheng's flawless face fill the screen, she was momentarily taken aback. Staring for several seconds, realizing what she was doing, she covered her mouth with a smile, then glanced at the screen, noting his awkward pose, yet undeniably handsome. She hesitated to imagine how unnatural Fu Zheng must have looked while taking the selfie. Reaching out, she touched his face on the screen, then leaned in to give it a gentle kiss, murmuring, admit it. You really like me. I should have asked my assistant to retouch it. His long fingers tapped the screen a few times. Not like? Simultaneously, Wen Li sent another message. Fu Zheng, you are so handsome. Accompanied by a playful emoji. Fu Zheng chuckled, attempting to control his emotions as he gazed out the window, but he couldn't help but laugh repeatedly. Tomorrow, I'll let you kiss. Later, at the Fu family residence, Fu Yu accompanied the elderly Fu patriarch during his rehabilitation exercises. Holding a photograph, the elder called to Fu Zheng, come here, your Uncle Li's comrade's daughter is quite splendid. She's a cultured soldier, beautiful and capable. Fu Zheng moved to sit on the opposite sofa, replying, no need to introduce me, I am in a relationship. He added. Fu Yu and the matriarch exchanged glances, then turned their wary eyes toward the elder. waiting for the impending storm. The elderly patriarch, who had been weak, now grasped the training ball, exclaiming in astonishment, "What did you say? You're in a relationship?" Following this, he burst into hearty laughter. Fu Zheng replied nonchalantly, "Let's talk about it once you recover." The elder glared at him. "Are you trying to fool me? What is there to fool you about regarding being in a relationship?" Realizing Fu Zheng had no reason to deceive him, the elder conceded, "All right, I need to recover quickly. I can't let my daughter-in-law see me old and infirm." "Dad," Fu Yu scolded him lightly, adding, "Stop jinxing it. He will recover." The elder continued to inquire about Fu Zheng's partner. "What is she like? What does she do?" "Still in university," Fu Zheng replied calmly. The elder showed no concern over the age gap, as long as the young woman did not mind Fu Zheng's maturity. "What is her name?" Fu Zheng shot him a sidelong glance. "Did I ask you to investigate?" The elder, having been caught, coughed and hurried to grab his phone. "I must tell Xiao Li. Her iron tree uncle is blossoming." Master Fu was extremely satisfied, exclaiming, "Good, good, good. It is close enough." He instructed her to inform them that they no longer needed their assistance as they had hired a maid. Once the two left the room, Madame Fu shook her head with a smile and softly remarked, "I wonder how he would react if he knew it was Xiao Li." However, she felt reassured knowing that Xiao Li, having grown up under their watchful eyes, was a good child. Fu Yu expressed her helplessness regarding the situation, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration, pondering how to explain to Mu Yu that her daughter had been outmaneuvered by Fu Zheng this year. He needs to formally address it this time. "Let us go together. That child truly has had a rough fate," sighed Madame Fu. Even after all these years, Fu Yu still felt a pang of discomfort. If given another chance, she would likely still choose Xiao Li. Without waiting for Wen Li's consent, Wen Rong took the initiative to reconcile with the two families. The next day, news of Wen Li allegedly stealing spread like wildfire. The one family issued no statement, presumably prioritizing their business over her. Surprisingly, she was not disheartened. While lying in bed, Wen Li glanced at her phone, quickly tossing it aside before rising to freshen up. By the time she went downstairs, Lu Zhongwei had already left for the office. The maid had prepared a lavish breakfast for her. Wen Li nodded and said, "Let us have the maid pack 2 portions of food for lunch. I'll take them to my grandfather." "Certainly," replied Butler's son, arranging for someone to drive her to the library. After finding a solitary study room, she settled in for the entire morning, only rising when her 11 o'clock alarm buzzed. Outside, it was pouring rain, the wide street soaked and pedestrians' pant legs dampened. Groups of 2 or 3 huddled under small umbrellas, chatting and laughing as they passed. Wen Li fished out her phone to call the driver. "Uncle, please come pick me up. I'm at the entrance. The rain is too heavy for me to make it there." "All right, I'll give him a call." Before Wen Li could finish, a shadow loomed overhead. She looked up to see a black umbrella shifting to the side, revealing a man in a meticulously tailored suit, standing tall and upright, eye in his other hand. He held a beautiful pastry. A man like Fu Zheng would likely endear himself to those who liked him while provoking disdain in those who did not. Holding the umbrella, she subtly adjusted it to shield herself from the gaze of others under Fu Zheng's watchful eyes. He was never timid. It was merely his rationality that kept him restrained. "Let us go," he said. The two walked through the torrential rain, crossing the street towards the parking lot. Standing beside the car, Wen Li noticed that Fu Zheng's suit shoulder was already wet, reaching out to pat it dry. "It is soaked. You should take it off," she remarked. Fu Zheng nodded, gesturing for her to get into the passenger seat. Wen Li, having eagerly awaited the pastry, could no longer contain her impatience and pointed to the pastry in his hand, saying with a hint of embarrassment, "Aren't you going to offer me this?" Fu Zheng chuckled softly, clarifying, "It's not yours. It's Fu Sheng's." Fu Sheng was Fu Yu's son, only 7 or 8 years old. Fu Yu had no time to go out and buy it, so she had sent Fu Zheng instead. Wen Li responded with an exaggerated "oh," covering her face, thinking the older man lacked emotional intelligence. Deduction, -100 points. He quickly opened the car door, only to be distracted by a vibrant bouquet of flowers on the seat. Turning her head towards Fu Zheng, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked, "This surely isn't Fu Sheng's, is it?" "It's yours," Fu Zheng confirmed. Wen Li hurriedly picked it up, playfully brushing her hand against it before turning to Fu Zheng, saying, "Fu Zheng, take a picture of me." Standing beside the car, she tilted her head slightly and smiled, urging him to snap the shot. Bonus points, add 1,000 points." Fu Zheng retrieved his phone, stepping back a little as he took several pictures of her. Wen Li eagerly grabbed the phone to look, only to find that her 1.6-meter frame appeared as if she were only 1.5 meters tall. Fu Zheng, can you even take photos? She murmured, feeling a bit dejected. Not really, Fu Zheng replied, pursing his lips. I'll learn tomorrow. Initially disheartened by how short she looked in the photos, Wen Li perked up at his response, then make sure to learn well. The girl's expression was particularly animated at that moment, prompting Fu Zheng to unconsciously bend down to observe her. Just as he leaned in closer, a voice interrupted, Mr. Fu, what a coincidence to see you here. Fu Zheng straightened his posture and turned to the source of the voice, his irritation palpable. Unfortunately, Kyoto is rather small, a young man approached, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to Fu Zheng. Mr. Fu, we have a fashion show coming up in a few days. Do you think you could attend? Fu Zheng accepted the cigarette, holding it between his fingers as he coolly declined. I don't have time. All right, the young man replied, then turned his attention to Wen Li, not suspecting her connection to Fu Zheng, assuming she was merely a relative of the Fu family. I'll save a spot for you both. Mr. Fu is welcome to bring this young lady along to enjoy the show. The clothing this year is quite impressive. Fu Zheng merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant mim. The middle-aged man took his leave shortly after, not wanting to intrude further. Just as Fu Zheng was about to speak, he noticed Wen Li staring at the cigarette he was holding. Instinctively, he shoved it into his pocket. He hadn't smoked recently. It was just that there were no trash bins around. Wen Li extended her hand, saying, give me the cigarette. Fu Zheng frowned slightly, thinking she might smoke. Just as he was about to speak, she added softly, smoking shortens life. You're already 8 years older than me. If you keep smoking, I could replace you with a new husband by the time I'm 40. She exaggerated the last part for effect. Fu Zheng's brows furrowed, and he pulled out the cigarette, placing it in her palm. I won't smoke anymore. After they settled into the car, Wen Li casually glanced at the back seat, which was filled with several bags of snacks. Tio, be safe, she inquired. Are these mine or Fu Zheng's? Yours, Fu Zheng replied from the driver's seat. Recalling something, he pulled out a black bank card from the car and handed it to her, adding, buy whatever you want. Wen Li took it, feeling a bit bashful as she stole a glance at him. Older men were indeed more reliable than younger brothers. After Fu Zheng dropped her off at the Liu family's door, he left for an afternoon meeting. Wen Li carried the flowers and snacks into her bedroom before promptly heading downstairs to fetch lunch for Liu's group. As she rarely visited the office, the receptionist stopped her, saying, I'm sorry, but you can't go up without an appointment. Wen Li called Lu Zhongwei, but there was still no answer, leaving her to wait. After a while, she spotted Wen Wan entering with a thermal container. The receptionist seemed to recognize her, immediately greeting her warmly. Miss Wan, the chairman is in a meeting. You can go right up. Wen Wan nodded gently and, upon taking a few steps, spotted Wen Li on the sofa. She immediately approached her, surprised. Xiao Li, what are you doing here? Clearly anxious about others discovering she wasn't Lu Zhongwei's biological granddaughter. Wen Li pouted, delivering food to Grandpa. The receptionist lacked insight, so when Wan proposed, Sister, I'll go up with you. When Wan met the receptionist's gaze and replied, Sure, let us go. As they passed the front desk, Wen Li childishly stuck her tongue out at the receptionist, playfully threatening, You're in trouble. I'll have Grandpa fire you later. Of course, it was meant to frighten her, wanting to shatter the facade Wen Wan was trying to uphold. Wen Wan paused for a moment, then turned to the receptionist, saying, She's just joking. You can continue your work. In the elevator, Wen Wan glanced at Wen Li, who, despite wearing high heels, was still slightly shorter than her. Over the past year, Wen Li's features had blossomed like a water lily, radiating beauty in high society. A woman's appearance could greatly enhance her prospects. Coupled with her family background, she would not struggle to find a suitable partner. Wen Wan tightened her grip on the thermal container. Why are you here to deliver food to Grandpa? Wen Li replied earnestly, I need to please him. Otherwise, I want to have anyone to back me up in the future. Wen Wan's expression stiffened, and she glanced at her reflection in the elevator door, trying to persuade her. I heard from Mom that they were in the wrong, but they had no choice. Otherwise, others would make our business difficult. I refuse to believe that, Wen Li stated, her mood evidently still irritated. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she stepped out. At that moment, Lu Zhongwei was in a meeting. Wen Li peered through the glass door and saw him commanding the room of middle-aged men. Exuding authority and showing no signs of illness and truth, he bore the weight of hardship. Having lost his wife in his early years and his daughter in middle age, he was left to manage a vast company alone. With no one to share the burden, not to mention worrying about his only granddaughter's future. At tea that moment, Lu Zhengwei caught sight of her, and Wen Li beamed at him, lifting the thermal container and mouthing, "Food." Soon after, Lu Zhengwei rose and approached her, his voice filled with warmth. "What brings you here? It's pouring outside." Before Wen Li could respond, Wen Wan chimed in, "Grandpa, I made some pork rib soup for you. It'll warm your stomach." As she spoke, she patted her damp sleeves. "Sister, take care of Grandpa and make sure he eats slowly." It must be noted that Wen Wan was quite the actress. Her demeanor bore no trace of insincerity. If one didn't see through her true nature, they might genuinely believe she cared for her grandfather. In her previous life, Lu Zhengwei had never passed the company on to Wen Wan, solely because she had the blood of the Lu family. Were it not for that, she would have undoubtedly triumphed. In the office, Wen Li opened 2 thermal containers and ladled out a bowl of soup for Lu Zhengwei. As she was not about to refuse the soup, Lu Zhengwei pushed the bowl back towards her, saying, "Let us eat." Wen Li blinked and returned the bowl to him, whispering, "Grandpa, we're not stingy. It's free soup, and we should enjoy it." Lu Zhengwei chuckled at her words. "All right, we'll enjoy it then." After taking a couple of sips, he remarked, "I saw the news today. I asked Grandpa Zhou about it. Wen Rong is truly something else." Wen Li sighed internally, responding earnestly, "Grandpa, can you promise me one thing?" Lu Zhengwei instinctively nodded, and Wen Li declared firmly, "From now on, you must not get angry over any matter. You don't need to worry about anything else. I will handle it." Pausing, she raised her hand in a vow. "I can manage the Wen family's affairs. Trust me." The maturity of the 19-year-old girl was heart-wrenching, and Lu Zhengwei wished he could strip the Wen family of their dignity. He felt furious at himself for allowing his anger to fall upon a child. Before he could respond, Wen Li placed a piece of meat into his bowl, saying, "Grandpa, you are my only family now. I just want you to be healthy. When I get married, I hope you can attend in place of Mom. She would be very happy." Lu Zhengwei's eyes welled with emotion as he lowered his head and replied, "All right, I will definitely wait for that day." At that moment, when Li's phone chimed, and upon glancing at the screen, she confirmed it was Fu Zheng. She answered the call and switched to speaker mode, calling out to her grandfather. In Chapter 48, her husband, having just settled into his chair, glanced at Assistant Su upon hearing her voice and instructed, "You may leave." Assistant Su promptly nodded, clutching the documents as he turned to exit. Once the door clicked shut, Fu Zheng instinctively adjusted his tie, maintaining his usual tone, "Grandfather." Lu Zhengwei found it somewhat amusing. After all, few called him grandfather, and he mused over the potential chaos if old Fu were to discover this tangled web of relationships. "Have you eaten?" "Just finished," Fu Zheng replied. After their exchange, Wen Li ended the call, placing the phone back to her ear. "I'll come find you shortly. Is that all right?" Fu Zheng turned his gaze towards the window, where raindrops cascaded down, and instinctively replied, "I'll come pick you up." "There's no need. I have a car to take me," Wen Li responded. After their meal, Lu Zhengwei had work to attend to, and Wen Li descended the stairs with her lunchbox. Upon entering the lobby, she spotted the drenched Wen Wan, who held an umbrella in her hand. As Wen Wan approached, she handed the umbrella to Wen Li, her voice laced with concern. "I just remembered you might not have an umbrella. Take this. I have something to attend to this afternoon, so I must leave." Despite having an umbrella, she chose not to use it, a clear pretense that had gone unnoticed in their previous lives. With a playful scold, Wen Wan added, "Sister, you're so foolish. The car can drive right up to the entrance. I don't need an umbrella." Wen Wan chuckled, realizing her oversight. "I forgot. I only remembered that you've been unwell since childhood and shouldn't get caught in the rain." All right, sister is foolish. Just take the umbrella. I trust you. We won't mind what others say, and we'll sit upright." Wen Wan reassured. Previously, Wen Li had thought the same. As long as she hadn't committed any wrongs, she wouldn't care about others' opinions. It was only later that she understood that when a misunderstanding becomes common knowledge, it ceases to be a misunderstanding and turns into a fact. "Grandfather bought me many delicious things. In truth, he treats me quite well." She intentionally expressed her view of Lu Zhengwei, hoping it would reveal a chink in their armor. Noticing the shift in Wen Li's thoughts, Wen Wan instinctively glanced at her and murmured, "Didn't you say grandfather was harsh with you? Are you not afraid now?" "He is not harsh with me anymore. He said if I get into Jing University, he would reward me with a car." Wen Li's face radiated the notion that whoever lavished her with gifts was the one who truly cared for her, leaving no room for suspicion in Wen Wan's mind. Nonsense. How could mother not like you? Have you forgotten who picked you up from school all these years? Who bought you treats? When Juan retorted, in the past, everything at home was given to you first. You took the large portions while I took the small ones. There was one year when mother braved a torrential downpour to fetch you and fell ill for a week. She couldn't make decisions regarding the company, and just yesterday, she cried in front of me about how unfair this situation has been for you. As she spoke, she turned her head and sneezed. Wen Li looked down at the umbrella in her hands and soon hopped into the car at the entrance, heading to Fu's group. All right. The driver started the engine but soon glanced anxiously outside. Noticing something amiss. Miss, there's a car following us. He hesitated as he peered into the rearview mirror. It's possible to lose them, but I cannot guarantee your safety. Mississippi, it's fine. Wen Li fastened her seatbelt in the back, not treating her life carelessly. The vehicles belonging to Lu Zhongwei and Fu Zheng had high safety ratings. Moreover, they were on the busiest avenue in Kyoto, where the speed limit was 40 kilometers per hour. Besides, it was unlikely they would encounter these pursuers again. The driver remained unsure. Mississippi, trust me. Nothing will happen. I have faith in you, Wen Li asserted firmly. The driver fell silent, and in the next moment, the car sped up, weaving through traffic, and suddenly veered right before abruptly braking. The trailing car, caught off guard, collided with them with a loud thud. The force of inertia sent Wen Li crashing against the back seat. But she was unharmed. She pressed her forehead and quickly called out, "Uncle, hurry and call the police." The driver understood her intent immediately and exited the vehicle. This was Kyoto's busiest street. Even if an accident occurred, the trailing car had no way to escape. He took a few photos of the other vehicle, waiting for the police to arrive. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the man in the other car quickly suggested, "Let us settle this privately. No need to involve the police." At that moment, Wen Li pushed open the back door and stumbled a few steps before collapsing onto the ground, feigning injury. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. "Call 120. The driver's face turned pale as he rushed over, but hesitated to move Wen Li. Mississippi. He suddenly caught a glimpse of Wen Li's eyes fluttering open slightly before shutting again. And he let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. After a while, the ambulance and police arrived, whisking everyone off to the hospital. As they neared the hospital, Wen Li opened her eyes, cradling her head weakly. "I feel so dizzy. Am I going to die?" The nurse hurriedly reassured her, "Don't move. We'll be at the hospital in no time. By 2 in the afternoon, at the Fu Group office." Fu Zheng checked his phone but found no messages from Wen Li. Just as he was about to make a call, Assistant Su burst in, flustered and without knocking. "President Fu, Miss Wen has been in a car accident. She's at the military hospital." Fu Zheng instantly sprang to his feet, striding toward the exit, repeatedly pressing the elevator button as if one press wouldn't suffice. Assistant Su hurried to follow, explaining, "Miss Wen has regained consciousness, but the situation is still unclear. Please don't worry." President Fu Zheng rubbed his temples as he stepped into the elevator, his voice icy. "Why am I only finding out now? What were those people doing? It's my fault. I was delivering documents and didn't pay attention to my phone. I'm sorry." President Fu, Assistant Su admitted, barely daring to breathe. Fortunately, Fu Zheng chose not to pursue the matter further. At the hospital, Wen Li lay in a hospital bed, and 4 drip in her arm. She turned to the driver and said, "Let us not inform grandfather just yet. I'll tell him later." The driver nodded. "Miss, the police have completed their statement. The other party is a paparazzo from an unknown tabloid. Does he have insurance?" Wen Li asked quietly. "Yes, but the coverage is low. The repair cost for the old master's car will be around 4 million. Plus your medical expenses, he'll need to pay an additional 2 million, the driver explained. Wen Li nodded softly. "Good. Report the full medical expenses." Just as she finished speaking, the door swung open, and hurried footsteps echoed against the floor. Wen Li looked up to see Fu Zheng, his meticulously styled hair disheveled, his breath uneven. She immediately reassured him, "Fu Zheng, I'm fine. Uncle, you can leave now." Once the driver exited and closed the door, Wen Li attempted to sit up, but a firm hand pressed down on her shoulder, his face stern. "Lie back down." Reluctantly, she complied, grasping his hand with her unbandaged arm, softly explaining, "I'm all right. I was just pretending. On the way to your company, a car was tailing us, and I asked Uncle to find a way to let it collide with us." Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng's eyes narrowed, and he scolded coldly, "That's reckless. Do you know how dangerous that is?" Wen Li nodded cautiously. "I know, but if I miss this chance, I might not get another. Plus, grandfather's car is very safe. There's no risk to my life. No risk? Are you a deity? Fu Zheng's face remained stern, clearly shaken. Wen Li, she clutched his long fingers, her expression one of irresistible charm. I'm not a deity. I'm your girlfriend. Fu Zheng. I would never gamble with my life. I haven't even slept with you yet. She nodded seriously as she finished. Fu Zheng's chest visibly heaved before gradually calming down as he settled on the edge of the bed. His tone serious as he warned, if there's a next time, we're breaking up. Wen Li, it was the first time she had heard a man threaten a woman with a breakup. Yet it held a significant weight for her. She vowed never to part ways with him. She obediently nodded, promising it wouldn't happen again. Soon after, she added, whoever breaks up is a dog. Fu Zheng, feeling uneasy, visited the doctor's office for reassurance. There was nothing serious. She had merely been startled and could be discharged soon. Over an hour later, the two emerged from the hospital in the car. Wen Li noticed Fu Zheng remained silent, so she discreetly scratched his palm. He grasped her hand in one hand, tightening his grip slightly, and Wen Li could distinctly feel the cold sweat in his palm. She glanced at Assistant Sue in the front seat, summoning her courage to quickly kiss Fu Zheng. Meeting his gaze, her cheeks flushed. Just as she was about to murmur an apology, her cheeks were suddenly cradled, and her lips tingled as she was pulled back uncontrollably. Assistant Sue vowed he would never forget this moment, glancing in the rearview mirror. No, both mirrors. He forced himself to focus on driving, musing, how did President Fu end up kissing Miss Wen? At the Liu residence, on the second floor in the bedroom. Despite Wen Li claiming she was fine, Fu Zheng still insisted she rest in bed, sitting beside her in silence while peeling fruit. Wen Li watched him, the tingling sensation from the car lingering. The older man was not at all pedantic. He simply restrained his actions to an extreme degree. How will you explain this to Assistant Sue? As they exited the car, she had caught a glimpse of Assistant Sue, who appeared utterly shocked, as if he dared not look again. After all, there had been no transition. In his eyes, they had leaped from an uncle-niece relationship straight to a romantic one. Anyone else would likely have been equally astounded. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of guilt towards him. Fu Zheng remained composed, continuing to peel the apple, his focus unwavering, as the peel remained unbroken throughout. He offered her a slice. Why bother explaining? If you don't explain, he might think you're taking advantage of me. Wen Li replied candidly. Fu Zheng. He lifted his gaze towards her. She smiled back, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, clear and bright. It was infuriating yet impossible to stay mad at her. In the future, consult me before doing anything. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands regarding the Wen family. Wen Li was munching on an apple, offering no objections. All right, I shall certainly consult my boyfriend in the future. Boyfriend? I will contact that person tomorrow. Is that permissible? Fu Zheng seemed to have no resistance to the term boyfriend. His expression softened slightly. Please send me the place and time. Yes, boyfriend. Wen Li saluted him playfully. Fu Zheng let out a helpless chuckle and handed her another piece of apple. Wen Li bit into the fruit. She heard him gradually say, girlfriend. To be honest, Wen Li did not anticipate Fu Zheng would indulge her in uttering those three words, knowing that he had always been rather stoic, rarely revealing his true nature. Even she seldom witnessed this side of him. Consequently, her lasting impression was of him as an ancient artifact, both venerable and valuable. She stared at him in a daze, and Fu Zheng naturally noticed, popping a piece of apple into his mouth while gazing at her with a hint of amusement. Indeed, the so-called old man was merely aged. In every other aspect, he remained youthful, upon learning of Wen Li's car accident. Lu Zhongwei's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could utter a word, Wen Li explained, grandfather, it's a fabrication. I intentionally allowed the car to collide. That vehicle was likely sent by Du Ying and her entourage. She hurriedly reassured him, grandfather, do not be angry, I have a way to deal with them. I intend to ensure they remain imprisoned for life, and I will gather sufficient evidence to ensure their eternal confinement. Hearing this, Lu Zhongwei gradually calmed down and scrutinized her. Are you truly unscathed? I am fine, Wen Li affirmed earnestly with a nod. Just as Lu Zhongwei was about to sigh in relief, his gaze caught her slightly swollen, reddened lips, and he inquired with concern, did your lips get injured? Wen Li hesitated for a moment, then instinctively turned her head, fearing he would worry, and dared not to lie. She whispered, your granddaughter's fiancé kissed me. Let me share something amusing. I've been feeling unwell and have undergone numerous tests without discovering the cause. Today, I consulted a psychologist, thinking it must be anxiety or depression. An elderly woman accompanying me kept comforting me. In the end, I was prepared for the worst. If Xiaohui could recover, surely I could too, as long as I could identify the issue. However, it turned out I neither had anxiety nor depression. Chapter 49. Fu Zheng, accompany me in my infidelity. Lu Zhongwei was unsure who Wen Li resembled, possessing such audacity and lack of shame. Her mother had been similarly secretive in her youthful romances. He shot her a teasing glance, reminding her, girls should maintain some modesty. Wen Li nodded earnestly, rest assured, grandfather, Fu Zheng is undoubtedly more reserved than I am. Lu Zhongwei believed in Fu Zheng. Their families had shared decades of friendship, and he had watched him grow up, always well-behaved, never crossing any lines, unlike other young scions who amassed scandalous headlines after reaching adulthood. You mustn't take such risks next time. What if something truly happens? All right, I won't do it again, Wen Li affirmed with a nod. Once Lu Zhongwei exited the room, Wen Li took out her phone to call Fu Zheng. It rang only a few times before connecting. Have you returned home? Fu Zheng's voice, accompanied by background noise, indicated he was clearly not at home. No. Wen Li straightened her posture. Did you go drinking? Yes, Bai Siyuan is heartbroken. Ah? Did he start dating again? Fu Zheng maneuvered through the crowd and finally pushed open the door to a private room. His gaze landing on the inebriated man, succinctly stating, failed to pursue. Jian Jingxue? Wen Li was somewhat curious about the relationship between Jian Jingxue and Bai Siyuan, as it was hard to imagine a notorious playboy like Bai Siyuan being pursued by someone like Jian Jingxue. It wasn't that Jian Jingxue was lacking. It was just that a woman of her caliber was surrounded by countless admirers, and for Jian Jingxue to catch Bai Siyuan was a far greater challenge than it would be for her. As she at least knew Fu Zheng harbored feelings for her, Fu Zheng grunted affirmatively and settled into a booth, offering no consolation to anyone, merely playing along. Wen Li could roughly surmise the implication. It seemed Bai Siyuan did not wish to part ways, yet maintained a facade of pride, unable to say so. It was understandable. Given Bai Siyuan's status, he indeed needed to uphold appearances. However, in matters of the heart, the one who clings to appearances is often the one who suffers the most. Regardless, she had no intention of playing coy. She relished clinging to Fu Zheng. Serves him right. Fu Zheng chuckled softly, the sound provoking Bai Siyuan's attention as he looked up, seemingly offended. Fu Zheng, what are you laughing at? You not any better off than I am. You like Wen Li but don't dare to voice it. I simply proposed a reconciliation and was rejected. Her refusal is her loss. Why should she reject me? Fu Zheng heard Wen Li's amused laughter in the background. He chose not to hang up, holding the phone casually, not bothering to engage with the emotionally distressed man. Simply responding, it is indeed her loss. I have wealth if I desire it, and youth is on my side. As soon as Wen Li heard this, the call abruptly ended, clearly a certain older man wishing to silence her. After hanging up, Fu Zheng focused on Bai Siyuan, who was now flushed and inebriated, muttering incoherently, how many men in this world are better than me? After breaking up with me, she will never find a man better than I am. She once professed her love for me, now she says seeing me makes her want to vomit. Women are not to be trusted. She is a good person. Bai Siyuan tilted his head back, downing the red wine, his expression darkened, clearly suffering from a significant heartbreak. This was likely the greatest setback of his life. Fu Zheng was about to say something when his phone lit up. A message appearing. Fu Zheng, drink less. I foresee that when we grow old, we can still dance together in the square. Surely, you wouldn't want to sit in a wheelchair watching me dance with other elderly men? Bai Siyuan suddenly yelled, Fu Zheng, what are you doing? Fu Zheng merely cast a casual glance. You're heartbroken? I'm in love. Our paths do not intersect. After the influence of alcohol, Bai Siyuan's reaction slowed, and after half a minute, he retorted, stop showing off. If you have the ability, try dating Wen Li. The lethality of your white moonlight is beyond estimation. He rose, tucked his phone away, and casually said to Bai Siyuan, you continue drinking. I'm heading upstairs to work out. Bai Siyuan gazed at his retreating figure, somewhat bewildered, before quickly downing another sip of red wine, conceding, drink on then. After a while, he took out his phone and promptly dialed a number. I'm about to drink myself to death. Will you reconcile or not? Where am I? I'm up here drinking. If we don't reconcile, I'll descend to suffer trials. The next day, at 10 in the morning, in a private hospital room, Wen Li lay in bed wearing a hospital gown. Observing the paparazzo not far away, she patted her head and exaggeratedly stated, "My head is spinning." The paparazzo, looking apologetic, responded, "Miss Wen, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. The compensation amount is too substantial. I cannot afford it, and I have children in school." Seeing him preparing to approach, the bodyguard Qi Yuan quickly intervened, positioning himself to block him. Wen Li continued to clutch her head, declaring, "My head hurts terribly." After a moment, she turned her gaze to the paparazzo. "All right, take the recording pin out of your pocket." She was unaware if the paparazzo possessed a recording pin, but individuals in his profession were likely to have one. The paparazzo stiffened. "I don't have one." However, Qi Yuan had already approached to search him, and indeed, he produced a recording pin, which he tossed to the ground and promptly crushed. "Let us settle this first. Then we can discuss compensation." Wen Li slightly propped herself up, tilting her head to regard him. "I know you didn't intentionally hit me, but you certainly followed me on purpose. I can choose not to make you pay. I trust you understand what I mean." She knew that if it weren't for Du Ying's side wishing to avoid this expense, the paparazzo would not have sought her out. Several million was a considerable sum for Du Ying and her associates, especially since her card was a supplementary one under Wen Rong's name. The paparazzo, holding a fruit basket, was a man in his 30s, with a family and children. Several million in expenses would require selling a house, which was impossible. "Miss Wen, what do you mean I can not only spare you from compensation, but I can also offer you additional remuneration?" Wen Li continued without looking at him. "If I provide the police with the driving recorder, I will insist you were stalking me, which would elevate this from a mere car accident to attempted murder." The paparazzo immediately denied. "I did not follow you." Wen Li feigned surprise, glancing at Qi Yuan. "What is the daily cost of this hospital room?" Qi Yuan remained silent, retrieving the fee from a drawer and handing it to the paparazzo. The latter looked down, astonished. 500,000? A day for 500,000? I could offer more. This amount is merely a meal for me, yet your performance would take years to achieve even a fraction of that." Wen Li pretended to exude confidence in her financial situation. Though it was improbable for anyone to spend 500,000 on a single meal, only a century-old family like the Fu family could afford such luxury. Nevertheless, the Fu family would soon be her family, so it was not entirely disingenuous. She boldly stated, "I could remain in the hospital for a month. That would amount to 15 million, a sum you likely cannot bear. Miss Wen, are you not making this difficult for me?" The paparazzo's complexion changed, clearly unnerved. Wen Li pressed her head. "I am not making it difficult for you. I am merely stating facts. My head hurts terribly. Summon the doctor for another examination." "Miss Wen, I will speak." The paparazzo hesitated before adding, "If I tell you the truth, Miss Wen, will all expenses be waived?" Given her manner of speaking, Wen Li did not immediately respond, but the recording pin hidden under her blanket quietly activated. The paparazzo lowered his head and revealed, "A lady approached me, instructing me to follow you and capture photos of you meeting with a man." Noting Wen Li's silence, he elaborated, "The lady is not as tall as you. With black straight hair, I believe she is the fiancée of the Qin family. I recognized her from a report." Wen Li nodded slightly, indicating for him to continue. The paparazzo continued, "She offered me 200,000. If I captured photos of you with a man, she would pay me an additional 100,000. Wen Li could easily surmise Wen Wan's intentions, merely seeking to expose her romantic entanglements to the elite of the capital, thereby undermining any potential alliances she might seek in the future. She concluded the recording in a few days. "I shall provide you with several photographs for her. Once the matter is accomplished, I shall not hold you accountable for anything. Of course, should you waver in your stance, there will be no need for me to admonish you. That person will ensure you are brought to ruin. The paparazzi are not fools and are unlikely to play both sides. Miss Wen, I comprehend your position. You need not worry, for this is a transaction between us." Wen Li uttered an affirmation, stating that she would contact me later. "If that individual inquires about you, simply convey that I am easy to deal with and—" Upon seeing your plight, I chose not to demand compensation. You may leave now." No sooner had Wen Li spoken than the door was abruptly flung open from the outside, and several individuals turned to see Wen Wan, clad in a black suit dress and hurriedly striding in on high heels. "Sister, are you all right? I just heard someone mention you were in a car accident." While speaking, she cast a quick glance at the paparazzi, her gaze swiftly landing on Wen Li. Wen Li, momentarily flustered, quickly regained her composure. It was evident that Wen Nuan had not overheard. Otherwise, she would not have entered. I'm fine, just feeling a bit dizzy. Sister, I've been so unfortunate to have been hit by a CR. Dio, take care and refrain from speaking too much. Wen Nuan directed her gaze toward the paparazzi and asked, was it him who struck you? Yes, he claims he cannot afford to pay such a sum, so I told him not to worry about it. After all, I am not in need of money. Wen Li appeared disinterested in pursuing the matter further. Wen Nuan nodded, do as you see fit. My little Li has grown up and can make her own decisions. Naturally, I am now an adult and no longer naive. Wen Li lay on the bed. She grasped Wen Nuan's hand and exclaimed, Sister, why hasn't he mother come to see me? Does she truly not love me anymore? Of course not. Mother heard about your accident this morning and fell down the stairs. She is unable to come. After offering comfort, Wen Nuan added, Father has matters to attend to at work and cannot make it. He is always busy. Does he value the company more than me? Wen Li retorted sulkily. Just moments ago, she had spoken of growing up, yet now she sounded like a child. Wen Nuan gently tidied her hair and inquired, did Grandpa and Uncle not come? They are busy as well. Wen Li replied sullenly. Wen Nuan tenderly massaged her little face, explaining, company matters are important. The world does not revolve solely around you. Besides, I am here to keep you company. Are you not satisfied with that? Wen Li pouted, Sister, you are truly wonderful. You are the best sister in the world and the one who loves me most, right? Indeed, I love you the most. Now rest and speak less. Wen Nuan then stood, stating, I will visit the doctor. At that moment, the paparazzi interjected, Miss Wen, I will take my leave. Thank you for your kindness. The two exited the hospital room in succession. Once assured that they were alone, Wen Li turned to Qi Yuan and said, later, please check the corridor surveillance to see how long she stayed. She will certainly be more cautious now. Downstairs at the hospital, the paparazzi and Wen Nuan entered the same car. As Wen Nuan drove, she asked, did she notice anything unusual? No, Miss Wen is kind-hearted. I followed your instructions and mentioned that my family is in difficult circumstances. She agreed not to pursue compensation. The paparazzi replied from the back seat. Good, Wen Nuan responded. Be vigilant and ensure she remains unaware. Have you managed to capture any photographs of her in the past few days? No, Miss Wen has been at the Lu residence and has not stepped out. Perhaps she is on holiday. We should be able to capture her once she returns to school in a few days, the paparazzi informed her. All right, send me the pictures at the earliest opportunity. That evening, as the Fu family arrived, Fu Yu smiled upon seeing Wen Li. Today, our family is gathered together. Old Master Fu cast a glance at Fu Zheng and remarked, we are still missing one person. Presumably fearing Fu Zheng had not heard, he reiterated, we are still missing one person. Wen Li felt an urge to raise her hand and declare, Grandpa Fu, there is no one missing. It is me. I am the daughter-in-law. However, she dared not, fearing the old man might faint from shock. Grandmother Fu interjected, all right, let us eat. Fu Zheng, fond of Wen Li, insisted on sitting beside her. Uncle, let me sit next to my sister. The dining table was square, seating two on each side. If Fu Zheng yielded, he and Wen Li would have to sit at opposite ends. He remained firmly seated, fatigued and unwilling to move. Hemph, uncle, you are a bad person. Sister, you sit next to me. Father, you sit next to uncle. Fu Zheng pulled Wen Li over to the other side. Fu Zheng's father, Li Shengwen, chuckled as he stood. All right, I will sit next to your uncle. Fu Yu shot a meaningful glance at Fu Zheng before taking hold of Li Shengwen's arm. Dear, come sit with me. You can help me peel shrimp. Xiao Sheng, come sit here, be obedient. All right, Fu Zheng begrudgingly complied and sat beside them. Old Master Fu, feeling sympathetic towards his little grandson, glared at Fu Zheng. What harm would it do to let him sit next to her? Fu Zheng replied nonchalantly, it makes no difference. Old Master Fu was left speechless. As Wen Li ascended the stairs, Fu Zheng followed closely behind, adeptly retrieving clean sheets and pillowcases from the cupboard to change them, then proceeded to wash up. Wen Li stood by, contemplating something, and blurted out, Fu Zheng, why don't you accompany me in a scandal? It is easy to find a boy for photographs, but I do not wish for this matter to affect my relationship with you. The best solution is for you to cooperate and take a few couple photos with me. Naturally, the first step would be to dispose of those rigid suits of his. What scandal? Fu Zheng paused, tilting his head to scrutinize her with an expression that was both mild and dangerous, as though her next words might displease him. His demeanor was remarkably stable. When Nuan wants to take photos of me with my boyfriend. So I told her I have a poor boyfriend who has not attended university and works outside. Luckily, Wen Li possessed the foresight to clarify immediately. Fu Zheng's gaze softened. How shall I cooperate? Do you have any inexpensive clothes? After uttering the question, Wen Li realized how pointless it was and quickly added, Forget it. Even your cheapest clothes wouldn't resemble those of a worker. I shall buy you 2 sets of affordable clothing tomorrow. Once Fu Zheng had finished changing the sheets, he noticed her beautiful eyes fixed upon him, and feeling a tickle in his throat, he stood up and walked towards her. Under her gaze, his lips met hers, gently trembling like snowflakes alighting on petals. The man's large hand encircled her waist, and in the next moment, she found herself lifted and seated on the study desk behind her. This desk had been carefully selected by Fu Zheng for her studies. Yet it now served as a convenient spot for their kiss. Fu Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, taking on a hint of aggression when suddenly a knock on the door interrupted them, accompanied by Old Master Fu's voice. Fu Zheng, your phone is ringing. In recent days, to aid Old Master Fu's recovery, he had been assigned small tasks around the house. Hearing the voice, Wen Li gasped and immediately attempted to push Fu Zheng away. However, the man remained as immovable as a mountain. Unable to contain herself, she pounded her fists against his chest. Let go. I do not wish for Old Master Fu to catch us. After half a minute, Fu Zheng released her, a satisfied expression on his face, murmuring in a husky voice, He won tea come I and tea. That moment, Wen Li felt as if she were ablaze, with Old Master Fu's voice echoing in her ears. Fu Zheng, your phone is ringing. Are you deaf at such a young age? Coming, Fu Zheng responded, gently lowering Wen Li to the ground before she dashed into the bathroom to hide. He chuckled lightly as he opened the door slowly, taking the phone from Old Master Fu, who urged, What are you waiting for? Go to the bathroom. The man is quite ill. Do not let this contagious illness spread to my little Li. Unable to hold it any longer, he settled down to relieve himself. Fu Zheng acknowledged, signaling that Old Master Fu could head downstairs. Suddenly, Old Master Fu recalled something, adding, Come downstairs and take a stroll with me. I feel I am almost recovered. You go ahead. I need to discuss a few matters with her, Fu Zheng replied, turning to enter the bedroom. Just as he was about to close the door, Old Master Fu chimed in, Leave the door open. What if the housekeeper sees and starts gossiping? After uttering this, he slowly made his way downstairs. Moments later, the sound of the door closing echoed. Fu Zheng waited in the bedroom for 10 minutes before Wen Li emerged at a leisurely pace, finally collapsing onto the bed and throwing the covers over herself, declaring, I am going to sleep. Fu Zheng bent down to tuck in the corners of the quilt, then slightly adjusted the window, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you want me to keep you company tonight? Under normal circumstances, Wen Li would have eagerly accepted his company. However, human nature can be peculiar. When older men are reserved, she feels bold, yet when they are less so, she finds herself shy. Quietly, she pulled the covers over her face and replied, No need. The older man was not merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was a cunning gray wolf. Hearing the door open and shut, she breathed a sigh of relief, pulling the covers back to reveal a glimpse of Fu Zheng quietly standing by the door. His deep gaze filled with mirth as if he were teasing a child. Unable to suppress a smile, Wen Li remarked, Fu Zheng, you are rather childish. Fu Zheng chuckled softly. My door is not locked. Feel free to come in whenever you like. With that, he opened the door and closed it behind him. Wen Li immediately rolled over on the bed, muttering, Bad man. Why should I take the initiative? Can't he be the one to come to bed with me? Downstairs, alongside Old Master Fu, Fu Zheng walked slowly, observing, Do you think I have recovered well? After attempting to lift his hand, he found it droop helplessly midway. I am not a 3-year-old child. Fu Zheng indicated he need not pretend. If you are attempting to fool me, I shall have your skin. Fu Zheng grasped his slightly unsteady body, stabilizing him. You'll see improvement by the new year. With confirmation once more, Old Master Fu felt satisfied. Very well. I shall see her at New Year. Suddenly, he glanced at Fu Zheng's lips, which appeared slightly swollen and red under the light. Why is your mouth swollen? Have you not seen a doctor? Fu Zheng paused, responding coolly, Have you never been in love? Old Master Fu pondered for a moment, taking a few steps before a sudden clap of thunder resonated in the night sky. Striking a purple line across the darkness, Fu Zheng halted in his tracks, then crouched down, urging, Get on. Old Master Fu was taken aback, raising his head to reply, There's no need for concern. Thunder does not mean it will rain immediately. No sooner had he spoken than Fu Zheng lifted him onto his back and sprinted toward home, the jolt causing discomfort. Yet he felt quite pleased, chuckling, "You rascal. Always arguing with me, yet at critical moments. You show care. It's nothing, it's nothing." Thunder simply indicates potential rain. Once Old Master Fu was set down, Fu Zheng dashed upstairs. Old Master Fu then realized, feeling a twinge of jealousy, "I thought he was worried about me getting wet. Turns out, he is concerned for little Li. Well, it is good to know he will take care of the child in the future." Suddenly, in the living room, Fu Yu and the elderly Madame Fu exchanged glances. Wishing to speak yet at a loss for words, Fu Zheng was not accompanied by a child, but by his wife. Upstairs, Fu Zheng pushed open the door to Wen Li's bedroom, flicked on the light, and found it empty. He strode toward the bathroom, only to discover it was also unoccupied. Moments later, a tousled head emerged from beneath the covers. Wen Li's hair was disheveled, clinging to her face as she blinked and said, "Fu Zheng, I'll keep you company while you sleep." A smile flickered across Fu Zheng's eyes as he walked over to the window, pulled back the curtains, and replied, "All right, let's sleep." Suddenly, a rumble of thunder erupted, causing Wen Li to bolt upright, leap from the bed, and plunge into Fu Zheng's embrace. He covered her ears with his hands, not releasing her until the thunder ceased, then said, "It's over," despite her efforts to maintain maturity and suppress her fear. In Fu Zheng's presence, she felt no need to hold back. Nestled in his arms, listening to the steady beat of his heart, she whispered, "Do you know why I'm afraid of thunder?" Fu Zheng chose not to delve into the matter. He simply knew that Wen Li had been terrified of thunder since she was a little girl, assuming it was a sign of her timid nature. "Why?" he inquired. "In elementary school, someone took the toy you bought for me. They bullied me, hit me, and that day thunder boomed loudly. I hid in a corner, crying, calling out for you repeatedly." Wen Li's memory was somewhat hazy. That incident had occurred during her primary school days, and she couldn't understand why classmates often bullied her and snatched her belongings. That time, Wenwan always appeared to protect her, and it was then that she had grown dependent on Wenwan. Reflecting upon it now, perhaps she had unwittingly incited others to bully her. It was likely from that moment onward that she began to distance herself from Fu Zheng, as he could not shield her. A frown immediately creased Fu Zheng's brow. He had assumed she had grown up without being bullied, only to discover that she had indeed been victimized. Before he could respond, the girl in his arms murmured, "Fu Zheng, I'm so easily deceived. They set me up since childhood, all for money, devoid of any affection for me. I once loved them dearly." Fu Zheng tightened his embrace, bending slightly to softly comfort her. "It's their loss, not your fault. I know it's not my fault. Their intentions are misguided." The earlier distress dissipated, and Wen Li lifted her head to smile at him earnestly, saying, "Fu Zheng, don't pity me." She did not seek his pity, but rather wished to share her experiences with him. "All right, no pity," he replied, gently ruffling her hair. The following morning, Fu Zheng headed to the office while Wen Li spent the morning at the library. After a casual lunch, she stumbled upon an old street bustling with life. A glance revealed a clearance sale, with prices slashed and enticing offers of buy one, get one free and the lowest prices in history. She entered a store offering buy one, get two free, where an enthusiastic auntie greeted her. "Little sister, are you looking for clothes? Come, look. These are this year's new styles, princess, Lolita, and mature looks. You would look stunning in a dress." Wen Li quickly waved her hand. "I'm not buying for myself. I'm shopping for my boyfriend. He is about 1.86 meters tall and weighs around 150 jin. Do you have a suitable size for a black hoodie?" "Yes, we have all sizes. Nowadays, girls are so generous with their boyfriends. This black one is great, imported from abroad, priced at 88 yuan, buy one, get two free, and the quality is excellent." The auntie showcased the fabric to her. Wen Li no longer expected much from the quality at that price, so she asked, "Is there a free pair of pants?" "Oh yes, you can choose. This hoodie would look good with these jeans." The auntie promptly selected a pair of jeans for her. Wen Li approved of the outfit and then pointed at a black hat. "Can I have that one for free as well?" "All right, but that means no more extras," the auntie replied cheerfully, sensing the implication of a potential financial windfall for the auntie due to her wealthy boyfriend. Wen Li selected two more outfits, effectively refreshing her boyfriend's wardrobe. After finishing her shopping, she purchased a few stylish hats for 10 yuan each. As Fu Zheng's workday approached its end, Wen Li decided to visit him at the office. Presumably, Assistant Su had informed the front desk, as they readily granted her access to the exclusive elevator for the CEO. Upon seeing her, Assistant Su's mind instantly recalled the previous encounter, and he pretended to be busy organizing documents. Miss Wen, President Fu is currently in the office handling matters. You may have some coffee while you wait. Thank you, Wen Li replied, taking a seat in the reception area. After a short while, Assistant Su brought her coffee. Half an hour later, Fu Zheng emerged from his office, clad in a suit, accompanied by a woman dressed similarly. As they walked, the woman spoke generously, President Fu, it was a pleasure collaborating with you. This project will not disappoint the Fu Group. Fu Zheng responded nonchalantly, HM, before instructing Assistant Su, see Ms. Reborn out. As their conversation unfolded, his gaze lifted and landed on Wen Li. Instinctively, he approached her, asking, when did you arrive? Just came to wait for you to finish work. Wen Li replied softly. Fu Zheng glanced at his watch, about to say something when Ms. Reborn turned to her in surprise. Oh, it's you? Wen Li stared at her, somewhat astonished. Ms. Reborn smiled, explaining, I was a judge for the classical dance competition in your first year of high school. I remember you distinctly, dressed in a white gauzy outfit, performing amidst the mountains and rivers. I reached out to your parents, hoping you would continue studying classical dance with us, but they declined, prioritizing your education. Before Wen Li could respond, Ms. Reborn continued, are you still practicing? Your talent is remarkable. Teacher Li Chunyu has been looking for a suitable student for years. Wen Li was acutely aware of Li Chunyu's influence in the dance world. Becoming her disciple would be a tremendous opportunity. She stood up, self-recommending, I'm still studying. I have a chance. I can perform a piece. Ms. Reborn paused momentarily, reluctant to miss this opportunity, then turned to Fu Zheng, asking, President Fu, is that all right? The office is fine, Fu Zheng indicated, gesturing for them to enter. Though Wen Li felt a bit nervous, unprepared for anything on short notice, she was determined not to let this chance slip away. Standing in front of Fu Zheng's computer, she opened the music software and found the corresponding track. Fu Zheng, could you press play for me? Wen Li positioned herself in the center, slightly bowing to Ms. Reborn before turning to Fu Zheng, signaling him to start. As her figure twirled and her delicate hands danced gracefully, her brow slightly lowered, she concluded with a light leap, exuding an ethereal charm that captivated all eyes. Fu Zheng's gaze remained fixed on her, his previously indifferent demeanor softening, revealing unmistakable affection. In certain moments, one cannot conceal their emotions. As the performance concluded, Ms. Reborn regarded her with admiration. Excellent. If Teacher Li Chunyu learns of your willingness, she will surely be pleased. Please leave your contact information. I'll have her reach out to you. Wen Li promptly provided her phone number, expressing with utmost sincerity, feel free to contact me anytime. Ms. Reborn nodded, standing to leave. President Fu, I won't take up any more of your time. Once she exited the office, Wen Li pressed her hand to her chest, looking at Fu Zheng, her earlier confidence now evaporated. Uncertainly asking, Fu Zheng, did I perform well? Fu Zheng bit his lip, hesitating to praise her, as if restraining himself, and quickly turned away, his voice hoarse as he said, I need to use the restroom. This somewhat aloof response seemed to betray his feelings. Wen Li, momentarily bewildered, couldn't quite grasp the connection between her performance and his sudden departure. It must be said, at times, she was rather naive. After a brief interval, Fu Zheng re-emerged from the lounge, having swapped his black trousers for gray ones. Wen Li couldn't help but glance at him. Fu Zheng noticed and instinctively tugged at his collar, appearing quite composed. Instantly, her focus shifted, and she prayed softly from the sofa. I hope Teacher Li Chunyu grants me an opportunity. She had always believed herself to be unremarkable, incapable of excelling at anything, and had eventually come to accept her mediocrity in her past life. She felt like a mere pawn, devoid of thought. Fu Zheng sat in a leather chair and remarked casually, Ms. Reborn is not one for superficial pleasantries. His implication was clear. Ms. Reborn's interest was not merely due to his influence. Wen Li, though anxious, had faith in her abilities. She knew she possessed some talent. I understand. The timing was more suitable back then. Now it may not be as favorable unless Teacher Li Chunyu has a strong inclination towards me. Perhaps I still have a chance. With this thought in mind, she inquired, is it permissible to practice dance in the lounge? The space was limited. Fu Zheng pointed to the open area before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Go ahead. Will it disturb your work? Wen Li asked with concern. Not at all, Fu Zheng replied in a low tone. Afterward, as Fu Zheng worked, Wen Li practiced her basic movements nearby. She executed a split, her head slightly raised, the elegant curve of her long neck drawing Fu Zheng's attention from his documents. Minutes passed, and he hadn't signed even 2 names. Just as he was about to open the door, Assistant Su halted abruptly, peering through the misted glass door. Understood, President Fu. Around 6 in the evening. Fu Zheng finally completed his workload. While Wen Li's cheeks flushed crimson, her hair damp and clinging to her forehead. Upon noticing Fu Zheng stand, she quickly rose, asking, "Is it time to leave?" Fu Zheng nodded. His gaze lingering on the sweat glistening at her neck. "You should shower. There are clothes for you in the cabinet." Wen Li looked at him in surprise, realizing this was Fu Zheng's office and not the Fu residence. Instinctively asking, "How could you have my clothes here?" "You come here often," he replied in a deep voice. "Oh," she exclaimed, dashing to the lounge to open the wardrobe, revealing half of it filled with Fu Zheng's clothes and the other half with her own. She quietly opened the lower drawer, discovering even new underwear and undergarments. The older man was mature and affluent. "We could leave early tomorrow morning. I don't have classes in the morning," Wen Li added. "I can stay and sleep with you again." Seeing Fu Zheng change clothes, she had a sudden thought and hurriedly returned with some clothing, saying, "Here, wear this for now. We can stop by the roadside later to have someone take a few pictures. It is quite inexpensive. Can you wear it?" Fu Zheng reached out to take it, and without even looking, he made a sound of acknowledgement before heading to the bathroom with his clothes. A few minutes later, Wen Li heard the sound of the door opening and instinctively looked up, momentarily stunned in her memories. She had only seen Fu Zheng dressed so youthfully during high school. The inexpensive black hoodie and jeans, paired with his handsome features and physique, elevated his appearance, making him seem anything but cheap. It finally dawned on her why brands seek celebrity endorsements. Poorly designed clothing does little to flatter, often leading to doubts about one's attractiveness. Beneath the cap, the man's jawline was sharp and well-defined, and his thin lips formed an appealing line. The thought that such a man belonged to her filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Her eyes brightened as she reached out to him, unabashedly requesting a hug from her boyfriend. Fu Zheng raised his eyelids slightly, and in his gaze, she noticed the simplicity of her delicate face. With those clear, lively eyes betraying a hint of mischief, he found her little thoughts endearing. Striding towards her with long strides, the next moment, Wen Li was in his arms, the pungent odor of new clothes lingering uncomfortably. Yet, she relished it, for it was Fu Zheng who wore them. Fu Zheng loved to ruffle her hair, seemingly deriving comfort from it, much like petting a cat. "What do you want to eat later?" Wen Li loosened her grip and, with a hint of mystery, said, "I'll take you to a secret base." Her words, Fu Zheng said nothing, simply bringing Assistant Su along as they departed. This was Assistant Su's first time in the back seat, and he felt somewhat out of place, as if he were the boss. Wen Li directed from the front seat, leading them into a narrow alley and stopping under a tree. After parking, the group exited the car, and Wen Li handed her phone to Assistant Su, reminding him, "Please be careful not to capture his face." Assistant Su accepted, saying sure. Though he appeared calm, he felt anything but. The phone screen displayed Fu Zheng, typically so composed, now looking like an ordinary college student. To be honest, he was quite curious about how Wen Li managed to make Fu Zheng dress this way. Wen Li raised her hand to pull Fu Zheng's cap lower, obscuring his brow and eyes, then wrapped her arms around him, signaling for Assistant Su to take the photo. Minutes later, satisfied that none of the pictures revealed Fu Zheng's identity, Wen Li nodded approvingly. Assistant Su breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Mr. Fu, am I off the clock now?" Given that Assistant Su's home was an hour's drive away, Fu Zheng replied in a low tone, "Yes, drive the car away." He continued, "We're going for a walk later." There was no mistaking it. Mr. Fu and Miss Wen were truly in a romantic relationship. Assistant Su exclaimed, quickly nodding, "Understood, Mr. Fu." Wen Li noted the way Assistant Su looked as if he wished to fly away at any moment. Unable to suppress a laugh, then turned to Fu Zheng, asking, "Do you think Assistant Su will be scared into resigning?" He is more likely to worry about being fired. Fu Zheng removed his cap, holding it in his hand, his long fingers particularly striking. Wen Li considered this and then turned towards the shop, ordering 2 bowls of pickled vegetable rice noodles, one without spice and the other without green onions. The girls at the adjacent table kept glancing over, whispering and nudging each other. Finally, one blushing girl stood up and approached. "Senior, could I add you on WeChat? My friend says you're very handsome." Wen Li, biting off a piece of noodle, bluntly replied, "He is my boyfriend. Tell your friend to try again in the next life." If not for her desire to avoid sounding too harsh, she would have added that there was no need to queue. He was not available to anyone else. With her around, Fu Zheng would never be anyone else's boyfriend. The girl shot a glance at her, then at Fu Zheng. Today's youth often operated under the belief that with enough charm, one could easily steal someone away. Wen Li, unfazed, turned to Fu Zheng and teasingly said, "Kiss me." Fearing that Fu Zheng might not comply, she discreetly tugged at the hem of his shirt. Fu Zheng's eyes twinkled with a barely perceptible smile. And in front of others, he leaned in and kissed her lips directly. The girl beside them turned on her heel and left. Wen Li was taken aback. She had only intended for him to kiss her cheek, not her lips. She silently lowered her head and took a bite of the noodles. Perhaps it was too rushed, or perhaps she was simply shy. The noodles unexpectedly splattered oil on her face, prompting her to gasp and quickly reach for a tissue. But the more she wiped, the more stinging her eyes became. Fu Zheng, meanwhile, a large hand grasped her wrist, offering comfort as he said, "Let me." The damp, cool tissue gently caressed her face, and after a while, the burning sensation in her eyes subsided. Wen Li's eyes were red-rimmed as she couldn't help but blink. Fu Zheng lifted her chin and lightly blew on her eyes, soothing the irritation. Coincidentally, Bai Siyuan had just arrived in the area to handle some matters and, out of boredom, glanced out the window. He happened to see Wen Li leaning close to a boy. It was unclear whether they were kissing or engaged in something else. Frowning, he found his impression of Wen Li plummeting. Previously, he had merely disliked her attitude towards Fu Zheng, but now he loathed her for seemingly manipulating Fu Zheng's affections. Thankfully, Fu Zheng had not fallen for her tricks. Otherwise, he might have been ensnared for life. After the National Day holiday, Wen Li began her official university life, attending classes while diligently preparing a birthday gift for Fu Zheng. He had never lacked for valuable possessions since childhood, and after much contemplation, she decided to learn how to knit a scarf for her boyfriend, inspired by what she had seen online in her busyness. She even forgot to eat. Moreover, Fu Zheng hadn't contacted her, leading her to believe he was quite busy with work lately. If he weren't, he would surely have come to see her. However, Assistant Su noticed that Mr. Fu had not been in good spirits recently, maintaining a cold demeanor whether in meetings or signing contracts. One day, when Bai Siyuan arrived, Fu Zheng was coldly reprimanding someone, saying, "Do I have to teach you everything? You think I pay you out of sheer kindness?" Bai Siyuan quietly sat on the sofa, observing the reprimand, and after it concluded, he teased, "What's wrong? Is your love life not going well?" Fu Zheng shot him a frosty glare, prompting Bai Siyuan to chuckle. "It's quite normal for love to be rocky. You need to charm people more often." Noticing Fu Zheng's gaze grow colder, he quickly changed the subject. "In a few days, where are you planning to celebrate your birthday?" It seemed that he had struck a nerve. Fu Zheng rubbed his temples and took a deep breath, saying, "Just go out when there's nothing to do." Seeing this, Bai Siyuan refrained from saying more. He understood Fu Zheng well enough to know that he preferred solitude when feeling low. He stood up and, taking a few steps, remarked, "Wen Li is in a relationship." He wasn't meddling. Rather, he wanted Fu Zheng to realize that Wen Li didn't hold feelings for him. He could tolerate Fu Zheng being swindled out of money, but not out of his emotions, especially not by Wen Li, whom he had watched grow up. She should never toy with him. He pressed his lips together and, somewhat overstepping, added, "Fu Zheng, Wen Li is no longer the innocent girl she once was." Fu Zheng was acutely aware of Wen Li's transformation. She was no longer as naive as before, having become quite clever and shrewd. He stated coldly, "I've told you not to mention anything about Wen Li." Bai Siyuan sighed, "Fine, if you want to be deceived, that's your choice." On the eve of Fu Zheng's birthday, Wen Li completed the scarf just a few hours before midnight. She packed her things and hurried home, arriving at Fu's residence just before 11:58. Having Fu's fingerprint, she didn't need to alert anyone. However, as soon as she stepped inside, the maid, busy mopping the floor, caught sight of her and exclaimed, "Miss Wen?" Wen Li gestured for her to remain silent and indicated that she was going upstairs. Meanwhile, Fu Zheng sat by the window, holding a half-burned cigarette in one hand, the smoke swirling around him as his gaze lowered. Fixated on his phone screen, the chat log contained only a few messages. "Fu Zheng, good night. Fu Zheng, good night. Fu Zheng, good night." Scrolling up revealed a flurry of texts. "Fu Zheng, Wen Li is no longer as innocent as she used to be." His eyes felt dry as he took a deep drag from the cigarette, gradually exhaling. Suddenly, The sound of the bedroom door opening broke the silence, followed by the muffled cough of a girl and her clear voice. Fu Zheng, happy 27th birthday. What is wrong? Cough, cough. Why are you smoking so much? As she spoke, the bedroom light flickered on. Fu Zheng instinctively turned to look at her. The light revealed a girl clad in a fluffy white sweater and light jeans, her long legs perfectly proportioned. Her hair was styled in a loose bun, with a few stray strands framing her face. Realizing who it was, he quickly extinguished the cigarette and carried the ashtray into the bathroom. Emerging a few minutes later, his gaze locked onto Wen Li, gradually igniting with intensity. Just as she was about to present the scarf she had knitted, his large hand forcefully cupped her face, and his warm lips descended upon hers with a fervor that took her by surprise. The minty taste of toothpaste filled her mouth, and she instinctively recoiled, ultimately tumbling back onto the bed. Experiencing the suffocation of a kiss for the first time, she couldn't help but push Fu Zheng away, gasping for air once he released her. Despite this, her first instinct was to check on him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist before looking him in the eye and cautiously asking, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell again?" Realizing her concern too late, she pondered whether the older man had been smoking excessively due to her recent silence. She hurriedly clarified, "I've been attending classes during the day and knitting the scarf at night. I heard from Uncle Fu that you've had a lot on your plate, so I didn't call. You didn't call me either, so I thought you were genuinely busy," quickly adding, "This is for you. A scarf. Fu Zheng, happy birthday." Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed as he gradually stood up. His gaze drifting to the open neckline of Wen Li's sweater, he pulled the nearby blanket over her. In a husky voice, he said, "Don't do that again. All right, from now on, I'll call you every day," Wen Li earnestly promised. She tucked her shirt collar back into place before sitting up. Retrieving the bag that had fallen to the floor, she pulled out a black scarf, looking at Fu Zheng with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "Do you like it? It's my first time knitting." Without waiting for Fu Zheng's response, she continued, "People online say that in winter, you should knit a scarf for the person you love most. Fu Zheng, what I mean is that you are the person I love the most." A single remark could stir up 1,000 layers of waves. Fu Zheng's pitch-black gaze fixated on her face. And after a brief pause, a smile graced his lips as he uttered the most futile vow known to man. "Wen Li, whoever deceives shall be deemed idiot." Chapter 52. Fu Zheng, I never regarded you as a father. So rest assured. With determination, Wen Li raised her head and asserted, "I am not idiot." The next moment, her body was suddenly lifted, clinging to him like a koala, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths mingling in the air. The masculine aura blushed her cheeks. Wen Li shut her eyes, slightly lifted her chin, inviting him for a kiss. It must be said, Fu Zheng could find no other girlfriend as unembarrassed as she. Fu Zheng chuckled softly, his voice rich and magnetic as he said, "Help me put it on." Once, Wen Li opened her eyes, meeting the playful glimmer in his gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned in and planted a kiss. Mumbling, "If you want to kiss me, I will." She wrapped the scarf around his neck, twisting it twice, letting the remaining length drape down. Tugging at the scarf to reveal his lips, she examined them closely. Nodding as she remarked, "Very handsome," as warmth gradually enveloped their necks, her cheeks felt the heat too, and in Fu Zheng's pupils, her blush was reflected. The emotions born from struggle seemed to threaten to consume them both. Before he could utter a word, Wen Li suddenly poked his face, firmly criticizing, "Old man, sulking and smoking in the dead of night. Can't you just ask instead of assuming?" With that, she poked his lips again. Continuing her lesson, she advised, "You should call me and scold me, asking why I didn't call you. Am I cheating? Do I have another man?" Fu Zheng had pondered this, yet lacked the courage to confront the outcome. From the onset, he was aware of Wen Li's youth and her capricious heart, which he had found alluring. He could hardly blame her. He set her down, gently removed the scarf from his neck, folded it with care, and placed it in the cabinet, promising himself to be more experienced next time. Wen Li seemed to read his thoughts and grasped the hem of his shirt. "Do you think I'm too young and naive to mean what I say?" Fu Zheng turned to her. She neither flinched nor withdrew, tightening her grip on his clothing. "I'm even willing to bear your children, and you still don't believe me?" Upon hearing the words "bear children," Fu Zheng's eyes darkened, and his throat involuntarily tightened. "All right, my fault. That I promise it won't happen again." Satisfied, Wen Li's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I forgive you." As she spoke, she released him and extended her arms. "Look, I have calluses on my hands. What kind of girlfriend is so considerate?" She concluded with a playful huff. Fu Zheng enveloped her hands with his, feeling the hardened skin beneath his fingertips, then embraced her tightly. After a moment, she gently pushed him away, reluctant to part. "I have to go. I have an early class tomorrow. There's bound to be traffic at 7, and I can't afford to be late." "Let me escort you," Fu Zheng replied in a low tone. Wen Li hesitated for a moment but nodded. "I miss you too." On the dark road, the car was filled with a certain buzz. Her voice intermittently cutting through. "Our professor speaks too quickly. If you're not careful, you can miss an entire page." Around 2:30 in the morning, they arrived at the community parking lot. Fu Zheng unbuckled his seatbelt. Noticing Wen Li had already dozed off against the window, her full lips slightly parted. Under the dim light of the car, he could see the pronounced bags under her eyes, and his gaze softened. Soon replaced by a swell of affection, he removed his jacket and gently draped it over her, adjusting the passenger seat to lie flat. He then reclined his seat, turning slightly to face her, his cheek only a hand's breadth away. Once enamored by her striking eyes, he now found himself captivated by her charming smile. It wasn't until his eyes grew heavy that he finally closed them. A sudden beam of light jolted Fu Zheng awake, and instinctively, he raised a hand to shield Wen Li's eyes. Yet, she remained in a deep slumber. When Wen Li attempted to turn over, her head bumped against the window, and she instinctively cradled her forehead, momentarily dazed before realizing she was in the car. She sat up abruptly, glancing around to find the car empty. Peering through the window, she saw it was the community parking lot. Trying to open the door, she discovered it was locked, so she called Fu Zheng. The ringing echoed through the narrow gap of the window until it became clear. In her line of sight, Fu Zheng's tall figure emerged from beside a pillar, one hand carrying breakfast and the other a bouquet of unwrapped lilies. Moments later, the driver's door swung open, and Fu Zheng leaned in, stating coolly, "If you're awake, go upstairs to wash up and have breakfast." Wen Li opened the car door and stepped out, clutching Fu Zheng's black suit. She trotted to his side, her mouth curving into a smile before she could utter a word. "Why didn't you carry me upstairs to sleep?" Fu Zheng responded with a curious hum, as she wrapped her arms around his. Clinging to him like a child in novels, the male protagonist always carries the female lead upstairs to sleep. Fu Zheng's eyes glimmered with amusement as he glanced at her. "You'd only be startled." Wen Li had always been easily awakened from sleep, so she rested her head on his shoulder, her gaze fixed on the fragrant lilies. "Did you buy those for me?" "Yes," Fu Zheng replied, stealing glances at her. Slowing his pace. "Can I accompany you to class?" Wen Li's eyes sparkled with delight. "Of course. But wait, aren't you working today?" "It's my birthday. I'm taking the day off." "That's fine, but you can't wear a suit." She teased. "Indeed," he acknowledged as they entered the house. Having been away for a week, the room remained tidy. Wen Li wasted no time, rushing to wash up and tidy herself. By the time she emerged, Fu Zheng had changed into a new outfit, a black high-neck knit sweater and black trousers. His hair was tousled, with bangs obscuring his brow, exuding a youthful charm. Wen Li couldn't help but steal glances, softly inquiring, "Why didn't you dress like this before? If you had, I might have noticed you sooner." After all, who could harbor feelings for a relative clad in a suit with a cold demeanor? "I've never dated an 18-year-old before," Fu Zheng admitted, gesturing for her to hurry to breakfast. Surprised by his playful banter, Wen Li chuckled and corrected, "I'll be 19 soon. When I turn 20, we can get a marriage certificate." She quickly dug into her meal, and by the time they reached the classroom, there were no seats left in the back, only in the front. Fortunately, Wen Li was accustomed to sitting up front. Beside her, Fu Zheng donned a cap, pulling out a pair of glasses from his pocket. If one were unfamiliar, they might not recognize him at all. Noticing Wen Li's gaze, he turned slightly, his deep-set eyes narrowing. "What is it?" Wen Li leaned in closer, even raising her book, quickly pressing a kiss to his cheek before retreating just as the professor entered. Fu Zheng was taken aback, momentarily stunned, before instinctively touching his warm cheek. Quickly lowering his hand, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, as the morning classes concluded, Wen Li rose, only for Li Qin to approach her, whispering, "Is that your boyfriend?" She scrutinized Fu Zheng's attire, devoid of any designer logos. Wen Li nodded. "He took the day off to keep me company." After casting a few more glances at Fu Zheng, Li Qin left. Shortly after they departed, she reappeared, snapping a few pictures of their backs to send to someone. At noon, the school's entrance buzzed with people, but Wen Li spotted Wen immediately. She instinctively pulled Fu Zheng to turn, yet Wen had already seen her. Wen Li could only whisper. "You go ahead." Fu Zheng nodded, walking into the crowd, and soon Wen approached, glancing at him a few times, feeling a sense of familiarity yet not quite recognizing him. She turned to Wen Li. "Is that your boyfriend?" Wen Li shyly nodded, and Wen playfully chided. "Why didn't you show him to me? Not yet stable. We'll talk about it once we are," Wen Li replied, waving her hand to signify the topic should be dropped. She then inquired, "Sister, what brings you here?" "I had some matters to attend to and thought I'd check in on you. With the National Day holiday lasting 7 days, I was hardly home." "Why are you so upset?" Wen handed her a beautifully crafted box, her tone soothing. Wen Li pouted, opening the box to reveal a stunning new ring. "Is this the latest model?" "Yes, Mom said you'd like it and bought it for you. Over $1 million. She is quite generous, isn't she?" Wen Li chuckled, quickly shaking her head. "I'm no longer angry, but I'm still upset with old Duck. I want to acknowledge him." "Then you should go." "I don't want to." Wen Li shook her head. Wen gently patted her hand. "I've delivered the gift, and now I must attend to my business." Watching her drive away, Wen Li promptly called Fu Zheng. "Where are you?" "In the car. Come over," he replied. When Wen Li slid into the car, Fu Zheng was on the phone with Bai Xian. Noticing her, he switched to speaker mode and leaned down to fasten her seatbelt. "I don't understand you. You're only 27 and don't celebrate birthdays. People in their 70s or 80s still celebrate," Bai Xian remarked, puzzled. Fu Zheng started the engine, responding nonchalantly, "It's not that I don't celebrate. I just don't celebrate with you all that I celebrate with my girlfriend." Bai Xian gasped in surprise. "What? Who is she? Can you let me in on it? I'm so curious." Fu Zheng glanced at Wen Li at the traffic light and gestured for her to speak. "It's me," Wen Li. On the other end, Bai Xian fell silent, likely picturing a shocked expression. After a prolonged silence, Bai Xian finally spoke, his tone markedly disapproving. "Wen Li, I used to think you were just a child. Now I see you're quite cunning, stringing Fu Zheng along while playing the field with other men. You're even more formidable than the people from the Wen family." "Shut up," Fu Zheng furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching for the phone to hang up, but he was not as swift as Wen Li. She took the phone and earnestly inquired, "What man have I been playing with outside?" Bai Xian, being a close friend of Fu Zheng, would certainly not allow any misunderstandings. Bai Xian let out a low scoff, recalling that just a few days ago, in the old street, she had seen Fu Zheng kissing a boy clad in a black hoodie. "Have I ever told you not to trifle with Fu Zheng's feelings? Can't you comprehend that?" Her voice escalated towards the end, laced with frustration. "Of all things to deceive, why his feelings? If you were merely deceiving Fu Zheng physically, he wouldn't be this furious." "Apologize, Bai Xian," Fu Zheng reprimanded sternly, his expression darkening. "The one in the black hoodie was me. Show her some respect." As he spoke, he parked the car by the roadside. He turned to Wen Li, who remained unfazed, and stated seriously, "I would never deceive him emotionally." The line fell into silence, and Bai Xian seemed to be at a loss, exasperatedly saying, "Fu Zheng, could you stop taking everything upon yourself? I've known you for over 20 years. Do you think I don't know you? Have you ever worn ragged clothes? Don't tell me you wish to be Wen Li's secret lover. If that's the case, we shall never cross paths again in this lifetime. If I refuse, will others accept it?" Fu Zheng replied coldly, "When did I ever give you the impression I wanted to be a secret lover?" On the other end of the line, Bai Xian gradually calmed down but remained irate. "So your girlfriend is Wen Li?" He scoffed. "In a wonder people say to just date. Your affairs are none of my business. Do as you please." With that, he hung up. Fu Zheng's brow remained knitted as he set down the phone and turned to Wen Li. "I'm sorry." Wen Li could understand Bai Xian's perspective. In the eyes of their group of friends, she was merely a white-eyed wolf, hence they would not easily trust her. She shook her head. "This has nothing to do with you. It's my issue. Fu Zheng, if everyone urged you to break up with me, would you?" she asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. "No," Fu Zheng replied without the slightest hesitation. He knew himself well. Unless he wished to end it, no one could persuade him otherwise. Wen Li sighed in relief and raised her hand in promise. "I assure you, I will be a better girlfriend than anyone else. I will do the laundry and cook." Fu Zheng's voice dripped with skepticism. Wen Li immediately realized she had exaggerated and corrected herself. I will work hard to earn money so that Auntie can cook and do the laundry. How about that? Initially, Fu Zheng did not respond, but after a moment, he spoke softly. I do not require you to do anything. As long as you are happy. Wen Li's eyes glistened, and she lowered her head to wipe away a tear from the corner of her eye, whispering, Fu Zheng, you are even more like my father than Wen Rong. In her life, Fu Zheng had played the role of both father and mother. One person could suffice for an entire family. Fu Zheng's brow twitched twice, and finally, he could not help but reach out and tap her forehead with his right hand. I do not wish to be your father. Wen Li immediately covered her forehead, turning to him with a sheepish smile. Fu Zheng, I do not consider you a father. You need not worry. Chapter 53. He is the man Wen Li is playing with outside at noon. Wen Li ordered a cake and sang a birthday song for Fu Zheng. When she looked up, despite the older man lowering his head, she still caught a glimpse of moisture in his eyes. Sometimes, she truly wished to slap herself in a past life. Fu Zheng might have waited many times for his birthday, yet she had always been reluctant. Perhaps she would run off right after the meal. Some matters should not be probed. Once you delve into them, the guilt and remorse suffocate you. Fu Zheng, with his head bowed, passed the most exquisite piece of cake to Wen Li and then cut himself a piece. Sitting down, suddenly, a spoonful of cake was brought to his lips. Instinctively, he raised his gaze, and his pupils reflected Wen Li's face. Her voice rang in his ears, Fu Zheng, the first bite is for you. I wish you peace and safety. After experiencing life and death, she realized nothing was more significant than safety. Both she and Fu Zheng needed to be safe. Fu Zheng swallowed, his throat moving, his lips parting as he took the cake into his mouth. He then offered her the spoon he had not used, signaling for a swap. Wen Li glanced at it with a serious expression, stating, we have kissed. With that, she used the spoon he had eaten from to take a bite of the cake. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng's gaze involuntarily fell on her lips, and an uncontainable emotion welled up within him as he set the cake down on the table. In the next moment, his hand secured itself at the back of Wen Li's head. In her bewildered gaze, he lowered his head and kissed her. The not overly sweet cream melted at the corners of their lips, just as it melted between their hearts. Meanwhile, the phone rang incessantly, ringing 3 or 4 times before Fu Zheng finally released her, answering the call with a voice unusually hoarse. What is the matter? What are you doing? The voice of Old Master Fu came through the phone. Resting. Fu Zheng took a tissue to wipe Wen Li's mouth. She instantly blushed, hastily taking the tissue to wipe it herself, her gaze involuntarily glancing at him, noticing a bit of cream on his lips. An inexplicable surge of impact coursed through her, causing her heart to race. Suddenly, Old Master Fu's voice interrupted the moment, asking, what floor is the house by Wen Li's school? I'm downstairs, brought her some snacks. 5th floor, Fu Zheng replied just as Wen Li's hand trembled, dropping the tissue near his lips, nervously wiping it. He chuckled softly and leaned in closer. Old Master Fu found it quite peculiar. After all, Fu Zheng was an odd one. Since childhood, he rarely smiled. What could make you happy? What has your daughter-in-law brought you? As he spoke, a knock on the door sounded. Wen Li jumped up to open it, revealing Old Master Fu accompanied by a middle-aged man carrying several large bags of snacks. Hello, Grandpa Fu. Wen Li is here, she greeted obediently. Old Master Fu, upon entering, noticed Fu Zheng sitting in a chair with the cake in hand. He paused, sensing something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Why are you here? If you can be here, why can't I? Fu Zheng replied nonchalantly. Old Master Fu, upon hearing this, had no reason to doubt him. No wonder your uncle is so pleased. It's nothing. I just came to grab something. Wen Li lied. I just came to see Grandpa Fu. Old Master Fu nodded and gestured towards the cake. Fu Zheng, serve me a piece. You can't eat it. Your blood sugar is high, Fu Zheng interjected, getting up to fetch a cup of warm water for him. Old Master Fu shot him a glare. I can have a little. It's your birthday today. I just want to show my appreciation. Fu Zheng pretended not to hear, sitting down to eat cake. When Wen Li finished her piece and saw that Old Master Fu had no intention of leaving, she stood up. Grandpa Fu, I have to go to class. She was now wary of spending too much time with Old Master Fu, fearing he would inquire about her aunt. The more she spoke, the more lies she would have to weave. Fu Zheng rose as well, but Wen Li quickly added, no need to see me off. I'll take a taxi to school. Goodbye, Grandpa. Once she heard the door close, Fu Zheng sat down, tidying up the remaining cake to place in the fridge. Old Master Fu indeed brought up the topic of her aunt. So what plans do you have with your daughter-in-law today? She has class, Fu Zheng replied blandly. Old Master Fu pondered for a moment and then remarked, let her come here for dinner tonight. Noticing Fu Zheng's silence, he realized his suggestion was unwelcome and conceded. All right, let us just see each other during the new year. If I don't see her, I'll go cry at your grandfather's grave. By the way, I heard from the Wang family that Wen Rong is arranging a blind date for Wen Li, supposedly with the second son of the Su family. It seems he did something good for once. The second son of the Su family is quite impressive, young yet accomplished, nearly surpassing you. However, the Su family likely looks down on the Wen family's status. You should personally pay them a visit tomorrow. Fu Zheng, who had not lifted his gaze, finally looked up at him, his voice icy. Am I to eat too much? Old Master Fu assumed he was against Wen Li's blind date. It's not as if they're rushing to marriage. They can date for a while and marry years later. Otherwise, like you only started dating at 27. He merely thought the second son of the Su family was a suitable match for Wen Li, suggesting she meet him in case of fate. Wen Li's marriage is not your concern. I have plans for it. Who else would care if you don't? You can't even manage your own marital affairs. What makes you think you can oversee Wen Li's? I fear she'll end up like you. Old Master Fu was stubborn. No one could persuade him, especially regarding such significant matters in their children's lives. You must go tomorrow. If you don't, I will. Seeing Fu Zheng remain silent, he glared at him. This is a new society with new ideals. How can you be such an antiquated relic? If she agrees, you will not object. I'll handle it myself, Fu Zheng replied curtly. Old Master Fu stood up to fetch water, muttering, if Wen Li is willing, you will surely agree. Contact the doctor to have a look at him. Suddenly, Fu Zheng directed his attention to the middle-aged man behind Old Master Fu, remarking, ask the doctor how to treat someone who talks too much. Old Master Fu retorted, and how about treating someone who speaks little? You read like a mute every day, and no wonder Wen Li calls you an antiquated relic. Antiquated relic. Today, we must have a family dinner at home, was what Wen Li had told him. During dinner, as the family gathered around the table, Wen Rong's family arrived with gifts. Wen Rong, a bit reserved, greeted Fu Zheng, happy birthday. Wen Wan followed suit, uncle, happy birthday. Old Master Fu chuckled, we're not throwing a banquet, just a casual meal among family. He then turned to Wen Wan, no need to address him as little sister, just call him uncle. Wen Wan nodded with a smile, while Wen Wan explained, sister didn't have time today, so she asked us to come. Old Master Fu teased, this child has such filial piety. She just celebrated her uncle's birthday at noon and sent you all here again. Come, take a seat. There's not much food. Wen Rong waved her hand. We've already eaten. You all carry on. Uncle Fu, how is your health? Much better. Old Master Fu nodded. After a brief silence between the two families, Old Master Fu finally inquired, I heard you want to have a union with the Su family? How is that progressing? Wen Rong had come over precisely for this reason. The second son of the Su family was a decent person and quite capable. Du Ying and Wen Wan were both oblivious to the matter at hand, their expressions stiffening at once. Naturally, anyone who could prompt Old Master Fu to inquire would come from a respectable lineage. It was commendable that Old Master Fu, even in such significant matters, retained his clarity. Thus, it would be beneficial for Wen Li to make his acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Wen Rong understood that Old Master Fu would be paying a visit to the Su family, and he refrained from saying anything further. After a brief stay at the Fu residence, the group departed. As they entered the gates of the Wen family, Du Ying could no longer contain her voice, which lacked its usual gentleness. Are you planning to arrange a marriage between Wen Li and the Su family? Wen Rong shot her a glance but chose not to respond. A few days prior, he had caught a distant glimpse of the second son of the Su family at a banquet. Although he currently held a minor government position, his future was limitless with the Su family's backing. If this union were to materialize, both the Liu and Fu families would lend their support. Even if the second son of the Su family were a mere fool, with the support of several families, he could still flourish. Moreover, he actually possessed talent. Why didn't you consult me about this matter? Du Ying's expression softened. Wen Rong, exhibiting a hint of male chauvinism, replied, I can decide on this matter myself. You all indulge her too much. You're spoiling her. Keep a close watch on her lately. Do not let her associate with any unsuitable men. I have to step out for a while. After Wen Rong left, Wen Wan's bedroom fell into a prolonged silence, in a fit of anger. Du Ying slammed a cup onto the table, exclaiming that all Wen Rong thought about was Wen Li, and that he had shown no concern for her marriage in the past. Wen Li, unperturbed and accustomed to her outbursts, comforted her, saying, "Mother, please don't be angry. I have everything under control." Wen Li's roommate had already informed her that she was indeed seeing a young man from a social background who was quite handsome. Let us wait a few months. Once their relationship stabilizes, it would be best if she became pregnant. Gradually, Du Ying's emotions calmed. Is the Qin family not valuing you much? I see Qin Feng has been in the news lately. At the mention of this, Wen Wan's expression turned cold as she quickly responded, "As long as they do not break the engagement, it is only a matter of time before the Qin family accepts me." With Qin Feng attending the grand birthday celebration, the Qin family would be even less likely to cancel the engagement. The Fu family rarely mingled since Fu Zheng was younger than his contemporaries. Most interactions were among the younger generation. Du Ying nodded, suggesting that Wen Li should inform the Fu family when the time came. She then fixated her gaze on Wen Wan's flat abdomen, asking, "Why is there still no sign of movement in your belly?" Wen Wan replied softly, "Qin Feng hasn't sought me out in these past few days, and I can't seem to find him either." The next day, at 10 in the morning, in the Baisher Group's president's office, Assistant Sun, while working, caught sight of someone entering President Bai's private office. He rushed in, exclaiming, "Hello, this is President Bai's private office." His voice trailed off as he beheld the young man seated on the sofa. Taken aback, though he had witnessed many grand occasions before Fu Zheng, he stated, "I'm here." He looked up at Assistant Sun, asking, "When will Bai Xian arrive?" "President Bai is in a meeting. It has been over an hour, and he should be wrapping up in about 10 minutes. Assistant Sun then asked, "President Fu, would you prefer coffee or tea?" Recently, Wen Li had been overseeing Fu Zheng's diet, forbidding him from drinking coffee and tea in the morning, insisting on warm water instead. Assistant Sun turned to head towards the tea room. Bai Xian, infuriated by the antics of several company employees, muttered, "If you can't do your job, then quit. Don't occupy a position without fulfilling your duties." Assistant Sun heard the commotion from the tea room and instinctively stepped out, intending to inform him that President Fu was waiting in the office. The next moment, he witnessed Bai Xian briskly push open the office door and enter without a word. It was permissible for President Fu to enter President Bai's office at will. Meanwhile, Bai Xian entered to find the young man in a black hoodie, clearly the one who had been kissing Wen Li. His initial reaction was one of acceptance. Frowning, he spoke in a grave tone, "Who are you? Who permitted you to enter this office?" The young man's handsome face bore no trace of cosmetic alteration. Bai Xian's tightly furrowed brow relaxed as he registered shock. When Fu Zheng had mentioned that the young man was he, Bai Xian had been a million times skeptical. When had Fu Zheng ever donned shabby clothing? It was far from his usual style. He fell silent. What on earth had possessed him? Fu Zheng set his phone down, arms crossed over his chest, and added, "I am the man Wen Li is seeing on the outside. And I am also hers on the inside. I am Wen Li's boyfriend." Bai Xian apologized to Wen Li. Bai Xian opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the complexities of a business worth billions. "When did you and Wen Li start dating?" "The day old master fell ill." Fu Zheng replied in a deep tone. Bai Xian, regardless of what happens between Wen Li and me in the future, do not meddle in this matter, nor speak a word about it. Any outcome is one I willingly accept. It has nothing to do with her. It is not that she is stringing me along. Rather, I am the one who desires her. I am not a teenager. I know exactly what I am doing. Fu Zheng had never been one to confide in his friends, always bearing his burdens alone. His feelings for Wen Li were perhaps a result of his confusion and helplessness, prompting him to share this with Bai Xian. Bai Xian began to grasp his implication, regardless of what transpired with Wen Li. She was blameless. Fu Zheng was fully aware of the consequences and chose to proceed regardless. He sat back in his chair and sighed. "We grew up together. Among our crowd, you are the most sentimental, despite your usually aloof demeanor. Yet, whenever anyone bullied us at school, you were the first to act. When I first heard you were in a relationship, I was relieved you could move on from Wen Li. But now it seems you cannot let go at all. If it weren't for Wen Li, would you even consider marriage? Arranged dating is merely a way to numb yourself or placate the Fu family. In reality, you have no intention of pursuing it." Chapter 54. Enough playing, it's my turn. On Wednesday afternoon, Wen Li received a phone call from Teacher Li Chunyun. "Hello, is this Wen Li?" "This is Teacher Li Chunyun. I never expected we would be able to get in touch again. I had been trying to persuade your family, but they were unwilling." Upon hearing this, Wen Li's eyes brightened with joy. "Hello, Teacher Li. I have no classes this Friday afternoon. Would that be convenient for you?" Anytime is fine. I will call you then. Teacher Li's voice was warm, and sensing her busy schedule, she ended the call shortly after. Wen Li understood that Teacher Li would want to see her performance. With her studies keeping her occupied, she had yet to find time to practice her dance. After some thought, she decided to stay out for a couple of nights. With no classes that evening, she began to pack her belongings, planning to head out after class. Seeing her preparations, Li Qin teased, "Are you going out to stay with your boyfriend again?" "Yes," he is quite clingy. Wen Li replied, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Li Qin expressed her envy. "Your boyfriend is really great, unlike mine, who only knows how to play basketball. But you must take precautions. It wouldn't be good if you ended up pregnant." With a mysterious air, she produced several condoms from her drawer and handed them to Wen Li. "Here, for you." Wen Li didn't believe in her good intentions. A box of condoms would cost over 100. Given Li Qin's family circumstances, where expenses barely reached 1,000 or 2 a month, she felt a rush of embarrassment but accepted them to glance. "These are small size? My boyfriend doesn't use this size." "Your boyfriend uses small size?" Li Qin's expression shifted, and she awkwardly replied, "They were given to me by someone else. I didn't pay much attention." Suddenly, Wen Li recalled something, quickly clarifying, "I didn't mean to imply your boyfriend is small. I just meant the sizes are different. My boyfriend usually uses large size. But thank you. I'll have him make do with these tonight. It should be all right." Having finished packing her things, she reached up to a shelf to touch a certain spot and soon exited with her belongings. They had met frequently, and she wondered what Fu Zheng was doing at that moment. In the past, she couldn't comprehend how couples could constantly cling to each other, but now she realized that when you like someone, it's uncontrollable. She spritzed on some perfume and pulled out the condoms given by Li Qin, holding them up to the light, noticing some tiny pinholes. They wanted her to get pregnant. Suddenly, she was reminded of her previous life when she was abroad, where many boys pursued her. The culture there was quite liberal, and one-night stands were commonplace. She had considered dating, but, upon recalling the number of women those boys had slept with, she became averse to engaging with them. Looking back, she felt fortunate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the courage to pursue Fu Zheng now. She preferred a relationship that was clean both mentally and physically. As Fu Zheng emerged from the bedroom upon hearing the door open, he was met with the sight of Wen Li examining the condoms, causing him to pause momentarily. The next moment, their eyes locked, and Wen Li, taken aback by Fu Zheng's presence, wished she could find a blanket to cover herself. She set the condoms down and explained, "My roommate gave these to me. I was just examining them." Fu Zheng strode over, his long legs carrying him swiftly towards her. He took the item from her hands, cast a fleeting glance at it, and discarded it into the trash bin without a second thought, deeming it unnecessary to examine further due to its incompatible model. The first thought that flickered in Wen Li's mind prompted her to look up and inquire, "Have you used it before?" Fu Zheng responded with a hint of exasperation, massaging his temples. "I haven't." Wen Li, feeling a tinge of urgency, retreated slightly but still nodded, saying, "If you have a need, I can accommodate." After a brief pause, she added softly, "But please be gentle. I'm afraid it might hurt." Fu Zheng's gaze deepened, and he rubbed his temples once more, his tone shifting to a more serious pitch. "Wen Li," she sighed, lowering her head, "we are adults now. We will have to confront these matters eventually." And no sooner had she spoken than a sharp pain throbbed in her forehead. Clasping her hands to her head, she looked up at him with a hint of vulnerability and said, "Fu Zheng, I've missed you." In the next moment, she opened her arms for an embrace. Fu Zheng bent slightly, wrapping his arms around her with ease. Their bodies facing each other, his lips parted slightly. "Just give me a kiss," a simple request for an older man. Wen Li was more than willing, cupping his face and planting a soft kiss, followed by a more passionate peck. "Fu Zheng, when are we going to sleep?" At 27, he had normal physiological needs, and Wen Li couldn't bear the thought of him repressing them any longer. It could lead to complications. Fu Zheng's profound gaze fixed upon her, his voice husky, "You're still young. Wait a few more years. Focus on completing your studies. I'm not a child anymore. I'll soon be 19. And I've developed some." Wen Li spoke earnestly. Fu Zheng, reacting instinctively, inhaled deeply and set her down on the sofa before striding away. Feeling a rush of courage, Wen Li followed him. The moment she stepped into his room, he promptly pushed her back out and closed the door. "I won't be coming in for a month." Wen Li, that she was unsure whether it was her allure that fell short or his self-restraint that prevailed. Covering her flushed face with her hands, her courage spent, she retreated to her bedroom and shut the door, diving under the covers. Wen Li, you can afford to lose your face. Half an hour later, a knock resonated on her bedroom door, accompanied by his calm voice, "Come out for dinner." Wen Li mumbled an acknowledgement and, after a moment's hesitation, emerged, feeling somewhat shy to face Fu Zheng throughout dinner. She kept her head down, avoiding eye contact. Fu Zheng observed her as she exclusively consumed plain rice. After a while, a soft chuckle escaped him. Feeling shy now? Wen Li instantly lifted her head, then quickly used her chopsticks to shove a piece of food into his mouth. No more comments. Fu Zheng leisurely swallowed, serving her some vegetables and explaining in a low tone, "I want you to think carefully before engaging in such matters." Just as Wen Li opened her mouth to respond, he added, "But even if you've thought it through, your body isn't fully developed yet." Her ears burned with embarrassment as she nearly buried her face into her bowl, muttering, "You old-fashioned man." "Stop talking." Upon hearing this, Wen Li naturally had nothing to say, acknowledging with a nod, "All right." Her straightforwardness caught Fu Zheng's attention, leading him to ask, "So, do you not wish for my company?" While sipping water, she looked up in surprise. "No, you're going abroad for work." She lowered her voice further. "If I were to act thoughtlessly, you'd surely find me bothersome." "Not at all," Fu Zheng replied, placing more food into her bowl. "I wouldn't find you bothersome." Wen Li understood he wouldn't dismiss her so easily. If he were truly irritated, he would have long ceased to care for her. She pondered why Fu Zheng had consistently been so accommodating towards her. Mere affection and love could not justify such dedication. It seemed far from what a typical person would exhibit. Given her disposition, she likely wouldn't have continued to support someone ungrateful. Pausing, she gazed at Fu Zheng and asked, "What do you like about me?" "I feel I'm lacking in many respects." Her voice dwindled towards the end, revealing a hint of insecurity. In response, Fu Zheng set down his chopsticks and spoke in a measured tone. "What do you mean lacking when you still manage to captivate me?" Wen Li quickly retorted, "I'm actually quite remarkable, but there are many other outstanding women who admire you. Jiang Shui has a good background, is beautiful, and has a Master degree. She pursued you for years, while I've only been interested for a month or two. Why did you choose me?" Perhaps it was in a woman's nature to seek clarity on why she was favored, to discern what set her apart from others. Though she knew Fu Zheng liked her, that affection came with an inherent insecurity. She feared the possibility of losing him, yet now she was more afraid of living without his love. Upon hearing Jiang Shui's name, Fu Zheng's brow furrowed slightly, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. "Let us eat first. The food will get cold." Wen Li assumed he didn't want to elaborate. She sighed softly, lowering her head to continue eating. Once their meal concluded, she cast a sideways glance at Fu Zheng, who was stacking the bowls. Before she could even collect a couple, he took them from her hands. "I don't like her. Why would I agree to her?" he stated coolly. "Do you think I'm old enough to casually agree to things?" Using her words against her, he left Wen Li momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth, struggling to articulate a response. The bowls on the table were stacked neatly as Fu Zheng held them in both hands, looking at her intently. "Wen Li, I'm 8 years older than you. Merely expressing affection without responsibility isn't fair to you. We will definitely get married in the future." Wen Li's head snapped up, her eyes wide. Fu Zheng retained his usual calm demeanor as she circled the table and, in the next heartbeat, wrapped her arms around his waist. Holding the bowls, he could only look down at her, pressing his lips together. "Go sit on the sofa. I'll wash the dishes, I'll do it." Wen Li reasoned that he had been cooking and cleaning for days. She couldn't let him continue bearing the burden. As she reached for the dishes, Fu Zheng placed them on the table and, in the next instant, swept her up into his arms. Striding towards the sofa, he set her down gently, said nothing, and proceeded to the kitchen. Wen Li tilted her head, watching him as he rolled up his sleeves slowly. His head bowed slightly, the bridge of his nose forming a perfect straight line. She quickly grabbed her phone from the table and discreetly snapped a couple of photos. When it was just the two of them, Fu Zheng habitually tidied up the home. Wen Li noticed him emerge from the kitchen only to head into her bedroom shortly after, soon reappearing with a freshly changed duvet cover, making his way to the laundry room. In the living room, she played music on her phone to practice her dance. As Fu Zheng exited the laundry room, his gaze lifted and paused at the sight of her, adorned in a flowing ink-wash dress designed for dancing. A delicate bell tied around her waist. With a graceful flick of her hands, she twirled, the hem of her dress swirling around her, the soft chime of the bells ringing out, that moment. Wen Li caught sight of him, and with a quick glance, she seemed to descend from the heavens, her skirt billowing as she leaped towards him. The wide sleeves of her dress brushed against his cheek, and Fu Zheng's gaze darkened, a playful spark igniting within him. She pressed her hands on his shoulders, arching her back, her delicate face also tilting backward, revealing her graceful neck and collarbone. After spinning, she leaned against Fu Zheng's chest. Just as she was about to pull away, his grip tightened around her waist, prompting a startled gasp from her. His large hand gently caressed her lower back. His voice husky, "Have you had your fill of fun?" Wen Li recognized the moment to retreat gracefully and smiled, nodding in agreement. "I've had my fun. Now it's my turn," as his hand tightened around her waist. In the next moment, Wen Li found herself pressed against the wall. Instinctively tilting her head back, she felt him lean in, their noses brushing against each other, causing a shiver of surrender to course through her. Softly, she couldn't help but close her eyes. In the next heartbeat, the sensation of his touch vanished, and the pressure around her waist withdrew. She opened one eye to find only his retreating figure. Just then, she heard his teasing voice, "Go practice your dance." Wen Li. Indeed, the older man was still an older man. He managed to resist the urge to kiss her. She dashed towards him, leaping into his arms, and Fu Zheng instinctively steadied her thigh to prevent her from falling. Wen Li leaned in to kiss his ear, quickly transitioning to his cheek. With a playful hum, she murmured, "You should kiss me instead." Before long, she noticed a hint of crimson creeping onto Fu Zheng's ears and cheeks. "Fu Zheng, you're blushing." Chapter 55. Yet she missed him too much. Fu Zheng turned his head to meet Wen Li's slightly flushed face. Though she was bashful, she possessed considerable courage. He spoke in a low, gravelly tone, "Come a bit closer." Wen Li assumed he was about to whisper sweet nothings, so she nestled closer to his face, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "What is it?" In the next moment, their lips met briefly before he released her, instructing, "Go practice your dance. We'll head out to catch a movie at 9. Wen Li's eyes lit up at the mention of the movie. "What are we watching?" Seated on the sofa, Fu Zheng pulled out his phone, scrutinizing it. "What genre do you want to see?" As she practiced her dance, she posed the question. Fu Zheng fell silent for a moment before replying. "War film?" The elder Fu had a penchant for war films, and naturally, Fu Zheng had been influenced. However, he wasn't yet at the stage of needing to watch them religiously every night. Wen Li. She envisioned an evening in the cinema, surrounded by battle cries and chaotic shouts of "kill" or "charge," and figured they might not even want to hold hands, as it would hardly be a suitable atmosphere for such intimacy. With a flick of her skirt, she declared, "No, let us watch a romance instead." Fu Zheng made no objections and simply responded with a thoughtful mm. He wasn't particularly well-versed in film genres and promptly messaged by Cyan. "What romantic films are out recently?" He had just gone to the movies the day before. "You and Wen Li are going to the movies. It's best to find a cinema far away. Otherwise, you might get spotted." Lin Chen. "I didn't go. Who told you I was watching a movie?" Fu Zheng. Lin Chen. "When did you see us?" "Oh, regarding the movie I watched with Zhou Qin. Don't mention it to Wen Li or anyone else. We just happened to run into each other." Fu Zheng raised an eyebrow. "What movie?" Lin Chen. "Future Diary." If you're going with your girlfriend?" "It's fine. But if it's with Wen Li, it might not be appropriate. There are some intimate scenes." Fu Zheng. After purchasing 2 tickets, he turned his head to glance at Wen Li, whose fair complexion was flushed from dance practice, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. He was acutely aware of the relentless effort Wen Li had put forth over the past year. It wasn't that he was reluctant to inquire about the treatment she received from the one family. Rather, it was her unwillingness to divulge, perhaps out of a desire to shield herself from pity. Around 8:20, Wen Li paused and made her way toward the bedroom. After a brief interval, she emerged, having taken a quick shower and changed her attire. "Let's go," she said. Fu Zheng observed her in a thin, dark gray knitted dress, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he refrained from voicing any concerns. Merely retrieving a coat from the room and draping it over his arms, when Li stepped out of the parking garage, she immediately felt a chill, having prioritized aesthetics over warmth, and hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to head upstairs for a jacket. Fu Zheng said nothing, instead opening the door to the passenger seat for her. As she settled in, she turned to Fu Zheng in the driver's seat, playfully chiding, Why didn't you mention that I'm underdressed? I could have brought something warmer. Fu Zheng's tone was calm, as if it were his duty to ensure her comfort. He often performed actions that, while unintentional, were far more endearing than deliberate gestures. Wen Li frequently teased him, and as a normal man, he naturally had reasonable reactions. Instantly, she adopted a more composed demeanor for the movie. Family can be affectionate at any time, but opportunities to watch films together are rare. If Fu Zheng had known that Lin Yichin mentioned some intimate scenes, which actually constituted half the film, he likely would not have brought Wen Li along. Having witnessed the leading couple kiss and retreat to a bedroom for the umpteenth time, Fu Zheng's hand resting on his thigh tightened slightly, his body becoming rigid. Wen Li, in her 20s, felt a twinge of embarrassment at such scenes and stole a glance at the man beside her, who sat upright, his gaze steady and unyielding. She endeavored to appear nonchalant, and when the film finally concluded, she exhaled in relief. Fu Zheng removed his coat and tossed it onto the bed, retrieving his phone to call Lin Yichin. Once connected, he spoke coolly, "Are you a pervert?" Lin Yichin was taken aback, attempting to explain, but the call was abruptly terminated. Wen Li was about to advise against watching Future Diary, given its apparent popularity. At that moment, Zhou Qin sent a message, "Don't go see Future Diary, it's quite awkward." Wen Li silently inquired, Qin, who did you go with?" Lin Baozhu, curious, asked, "Have you all seen it already? Then I'll go tomorrow." Wen Li replied, "I'm quite open-minded, but this film made me feel uncomfortable, as if I shouldn't be watching it." Lin Baozhu responded, "I heard people say there are many kissing scenes, which piqued my curiosity. Now that you've said that, I'm even more intrigued." Wen Li thought to herself that Zhou Qin was much like her, focused and aware of what she wanted. There was nothing wrong with that. At least it allowed for trying new experiences. She privately messaged Lin Baozhu, "Is there a chance your brother want to see it with Zhou Qin?" Lin Baozhu replied, "I thought of that right after I sent it. Zhou Qin doesn't particularly enjoy movies, especially emotional ones. My brother is such a scoundrel, thinking he can pursue something beyond his reach." Wen Li silently typed 2 words, "Fu Zheng." Lin Baozhu responded, "I guessed as much. You're quite brave to invite him to such a film." Wen Li felt somewhat wronged. Although she was bold and unashamed, she would never suggest Fu Zheng accompany her to such a movie. He likely had no idea it would be that kind of film. Otherwise, he surely wouldn't have brought her along. "Is it a gift from your boyfriend?" Wen Li asked cheerfully. Li Qin, who had yet to speak, began to laugh and replied, "Today is my birthday." Upon hearing this, Wen Li immediately exclaimed, "Happy birthday!" Then, recalling something, she retrieved a box of condoms from her bag and handed it to her. "Thanks to you yesterday. My boyfriend didn't use one. He said it was too tight, but we managed. Please check if I bought the wrong size. I asked the waiter for the small ones. I just discovered that the small ones are cheaper than the large ones. Had it not been for my boyfriend's comment about the tightness, I would have had him buy the small ones next time." Li Qin's smile faltered, while Wen Li, oblivious, shoved the items into her hands, saying, "Happy birthday, no need to thank me." Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Wen Wan and answered promptly, adopting a sweet tone, "Sister." Wen Wan's voice came through the phone, filled with concern. "I've asked Uncle Li to deliver some clothes and snacks for you. You should go downstairs to collect them." "Thank you, sister. I've been exhausted lately. With too many classes, I almost want to skip them. If it weren't for the allowance from the old duck, I wouldn't want to go to class at all." Wen Li complained. After a brief pause, she added, "Also, let us invite Uncle. He has been taking care of you these days, and we ought to thank him properly. He hasn't been taking care of me. Besides, if you call Uncle, he will definitely come." "All right, I'll ask him." After hanging up, Wen Li did not immediately call. Wen Wan's intentions were clear. She merely wanted Fu Zheng to save face for her in her previous life. She had been duped time and again, calling Fu Zheng repeatedly. He likely understood their implications, but always showed up on time, upholding the one family's reputation. Upon reflection, Fu Zheng's affection for her was indeed palpable. However, this time, she truly needed Fu Zheng's cooperation to deal with someone like Wen Wan or Du Ying. They had to be elevated to the brink of success before delivering a heavy blow. Since Fu Zheng had pressing matters to attend to, Wen Li certainly wouldn't sacrifice him for her own ends. She messaged him, "Wen Wan wants me to bring you to the Qin family banquet this weekend. Can I bring Fu Zheng along? He can represent the Fu family, as it is well known that Old Master Fu treats his adopted daughter Fu Yu as his own." Just as Wen Li was about to say it was unnecessary, she saw another message from him. "I'm not at ease with you." It wasn't about Fu Zheng's company, but rather her potential vulnerability to others. That moment, Assistant Su noticed Fu Zheng engrossed in his phone and was about to remind him when he saw the device slip from Fu Zheng's grip, landing face up, revealing a few discernible words. Instinctively, he bent down to retrieve it, only to have a polished black shoe pressed down on the expensive phone. "Continue the meeting," came Fu Zheng's indifferent command. Unable to suppress a laugh, she glanced up to meet Li Qin's gaze, who instinctively jabbed her in the ribs, asking, "Is it the wrong condom size?" No one wanted to hear their boyfriend referred to as a small size. Li Qin felt a surge of irritation but managed to contain it, forcing a smile. "No, I have to go. I have something to attend on Friday." As soon as class ended, Wen Li hurried to the address given by teacher Li Chunyun, the most prestigious dance training institution in Kyoto, known not only for its exorbitant tuition but also for the requisite talent in dance. Upon her arrival, teacher Li Chunyun was already in a private studio. A woman in her 40s with the physique of someone in their 30s, well-proportioned and youthful. Wen Li greeted politely. Teacher Li Chunyun smiled and nodded, her eyes appraising Wen Li's form, noting her recent growth spurt. "Can you perform an improvisation?" Wen Li could not refuse and, instead of displaying any trepidation, confidently replied, "I can." With that, she shed her long coat to reveal her dance attire. Initially, when Wan had approached her about this, she had hesitated, aware that she had wasted many years. Even the most gifted students could not afford to stagnate as she danced. She sensed that the girl had likely been practicing diligently, pouring her heart into it. Upon finishing, Li Chunyun clapped her hands in praise. "You can participate in the National Classical Dance Competition in December." Wen Li intended to compete this year as well, recognizing that continual practice through competitions was essential for enhancing her some. Li Chunyun's implication was clear. She wished to take Wen Li under her wing. She nodded with a smile. "With your talent, no one but me can teach you. You should know I can be quite strict. From now on, aside from learning, you will spend all your time in the dance studio. If you miss practice 3 times without a valid reason, I will no longer teach you." Wen Li nodded without a hint of hesitation. "All right." Exiting the dance studio, she immediately shared the good news with Fu Zheng. "Teacher Li has taken me as her student. Is your girlfriend exceptionally talented?" she sent, raising her head to see the man, who should have been working abroad, now standing at the door in a sharply tailored suit, his gaze fixed on her. She had anticipated that Fu Zheng would not miss a significant moment in her life. She hurried over, stopping abruptly in front of him, her hand instinctively lifting before she restrained herself and lowered it. After all, most people in the dance institution hailed from affluent families and naturally recognized Fu Zheng. "Fu Zheng," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Fu Zheng responded, reaching into his pocket. Moments later, he produced a pear-shaped diamond necklace, his voice low and steady. "Wen Li, impressive." Wen Li felt an overwhelming desire to embrace the older man, covering her head with her clothes before tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, feeling a mixture of bashfulness and yearning. Despite Fu Zheng's usual composure, he was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected gesture. Unsure of how to react, he looked down at Wen Li, who was mostly concealed, and after a few seconds, let out a low chuckle. His large hand encircled her waist as he slightly bent down, teasingly saying, "Is it that you miss me? Didn't he chapter 56 say you were going to kiss me?" "Let us go at a tea." That moment, a female voice interjected, "Uncle Fu." Wen Li, who had been about to lift her clothes, quickly pulled them down again, trying to shield herself from view. Fu Zheng's cold voice broke through. "Mem." Zhang Xiaoyun regarded the figure nestled in Fu Zheng's embrace with curiosity, asking, "Uncle Fu, who is this?" Wen Li recognized her voice. It was Zhang Xiaoyun, Zhang Shuyi's sister. Their interactions had been minimal, except for the incident in her past life when Zhang Xiaoyun had kidnapped her out of revenge against Wen Wan, intending to cause a rift between Wen Wan and Qin Feng. Thankfully, Zhang Xiaoyun had not been bold enough to harm her, and when Fu Zheng learned of the incident, she ended up in prison. Many signs had been present all along. She had simply chosen to believe in their love for her. "Aunt," Fu Zheng remarked, sensing Wen Li's grip tighten around him. He bent down to lift her, striding ahead without uttering another word. Behind them, Zhang Xiaoyun stood frozen, evidently surprised that Fu Zheng had a woman by his side. As the two individuals entered the vehicle and the door clicked shut, Fu Zheng lifted the fabric draping over Wen Li's head, their gazes locking in an unspoken exchange. He had yet to utter a word. Her exquisite eyes fluttered momentarily, and she remarked, "Fu Zheng, when we marry, you should lift the veil like this." Fu Zheng's expression was a blend of helplessness and tenderness as he reached out to smooth her tousled hair. His voice low, "All right, you may decide how you wish it to be then. If you desire to make it public, I shall take care of it. My boyfriend is Fu Zheng. If Wen and her companions were to discover her relationship with Fu Zheng, they would undoubtedly refrain from any bold maneuvers that could lead to their punishment." Fu Zheng's voice was grave. "You may call upon me for assistance at any time, I assure you. I will not overexert myself." Wen Li was indeed not one of feigned strength. Whenever she found herself at a loss, she would surely seek Fu Zheng's help. Before Fu Zheng could respond, she continued, "I wish to spend a little more time with you." After saying this, Fu Zheng glanced at Assistant Su, who had his head bowed, feigning ignorance, and added, "Take us to the airport." Assistant Su promptly started the vehicle, heading towards the airport. It was only then that Wen Li noticed Assistant Su in the front seat. Feeling a tad uncomfortable, as there lingered a hint of embarrassment in their romantic liaison, she said nothing, merely slipping her hand into Fu Zheng's, their fingers entwined, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Fu Zheng cast a few glances down at her, as if awaiting her next move, but for an extended moment, Wen Li merely toyed with his fingers. His lips pressed together, he suddenly spoke, "The partition." His unexpected utterance caused Wen Li to instinctively look at him, bewildered. What partition? At that moment, the partition between the back seat and the front slowly rose, obscuring Assistant Su's silhouette and the view ahead. The light within the car dimmed slightly. Wen Li glanced up at the ceiling, then at the partition, before her gaze landed on the man's stern visage. She appeared momentarily dazed, her mind racing to comprehend his meaning. Yet she remained silent. While she recalled the matter, she had not anticipated Fu Zheng would broach it, leaving her at a loss for words. Fu Zheng looked down at her, noticing her dazed expression, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Have you forgotten?" His impeccably handsome face made her breath hitch. For reasons unknown, when Fu Zheng felt shy, she found herself unabashedly uttering audacious words. Yet when he was bold, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. The man parted his lips slightly, laced with a hint of temptation. "Kiss me." Wen Li's cheeks flushed crimson almost instantly. Yet she did not withdraw, albeit with a touch of feigned delicacy. She leaned up to press her lips against his. Fu Zheng's gaze darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing, and in the next instant, he wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, her entire form settling onto his lap. Unable to resist, Wen Li encircled his neck with her arms, the warmth radiating from her cheeks feeling as though it might scorch her very skin. Fu Zheng rasped, "It's my turn now." Before Wen Li could respond, he leaned in, their lips meeting, their eyelashes fluttering against one another. The temperature within the vehicle gradually escalated, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Wen Li nestled her head against his chest, lowering her voice, "Fu Zheng, have you seen that film?" It was not surprising she harbored doubts. The older man's kissing skills had grown increasingly adept. Far from the clumsiness of a novice, Fu Zheng had developed some resilience against her occasional shocking remarks, yet he still raised a hand to tap her forehead playfully before tightening his embrace. His jaw set, "From now on, you're not allowed to watch those." He pressed his lips together, adding, "If you're truly curious, I shall show you." He was not taken aback by her interest. It was natural for adolescents to be curious about such things. He had simply chosen to overlook it before, as he had no right to impose restrictions upon her. Now that they were together, a semblance of possessiveness was likely to emerge. "Wen Li, the things this older man says today truly make me believe he has been possessed," she murmured. "All right." Such an opportunity was certainly not one she would refuse. Throughout the journey, Wen Li found herself seated on Fu Zheng's lap, perhaps too comfortable, as she dozed off for a brief spell. In the underground parking lot, the partition emitted a sound, jolting Wen Li awake as she straightened herself and donned her outerwear. Upon exiting the vehicle, she noticed Assistant Su nearby, his head bowed, a clear indication that he dared not look too closely. Assistant Su nodded, "Very well." The food at the airport was generally unremarkable, and the two did not deliberate, choosing a random eatery to dine. Time was scarce, and within a mere 10 minutes, Fu Zheng was to board his flight. Wen Li had initially intended to accompany him to the boarding gate. Yet Fu Zheng insisted on escorting her to the car instead. On the return journey, Assistant Su caught sight of Wen Li glancing at him repeatedly, mistakenly assuming she was concerned about her romantic involvement being disclosed. He quickly reassured her, "Miss Wen, rest assured, I have signed a confidentiality agreement." Should I breach Mr. Fu's privacy, I will compensate a sum of 10 million. I lack the means to pay such a debt. Wen Li, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her worries did not lie in that realm. If Fu Zheng allowed assistant Su to be privy to such information, it was a testament to Su's reliability. No, I meant to ask if he has been working late, she clarified, having noticed the shadows beneath Fu Zheng's eyes. Wen Li exclaimed, "Oh," and then recalled, "If he works late again, please send me a message." "Miss Wen, I fear that might not be appropriate," Assistant Su replied, anxious about revealing Fu Zheng's affairs and jeopardizing his position. "Do not worry. Fu Zheng would not dismiss you for this. I merely want him to rest well," Wen Li assured him. Observing that Assistant Su remained silent, she did not press the matter further but instead sent Fu Zheng a message. "Could you have Assistant Su send me a copy of your work schedule in the future?" Fu Zheng, HMM.IT, seemed he took this matter quite seriously, as when Wen and her companions had invested significantly in their gowns for the banquet, opting for limited editions of the current season. Indeed, given the occasion at the Qin family, if she appeared poorly attired, it would reflect poorly on her. After changing into her outfit, the makeup artist began her work, while when Wen stood nearby, inquiring, "Is uncle coming along later?" The more she asked, the more anxious Wen Li felt, uncertain. "He is still abroad. He is likely to arrive late. Please ensure my makeup is flawless." With that, she exited the room. An hour later, when Rong and her entourage made their way to the Qin estate, where the elderly master was celebrating his 80th birthday with great pomp. The guest list was extensive. Qin Feng's father, Qin Sun, was stationed at the entrance to welcome guests, and seeing the four from the one family alight from their vehicle, he did not acknowledge them, turning instead to converse with others. Wen Li instinctively glanced at Wen Wan, who maintained her gentle demeanor even in such circumstances. It was no wonder Wen Wan held sway within the Qin family. Enduring such indifference must have taken a toll on her. When Rong's expression soured slightly, regardless of status, the Qin family ought to extend some courtesy to their in-laws. When Wan spoke up, addressing Uncle Qin, only then did Qin Sun glance over, offering a subdued nod, lacking the warmth he had shown to others moments before. "You may enter." "All right, Uncle Qin. Please carry on with your duties. It is a bit chilly." Dress warmly, when Wan responded with a smile, taking a few steps before turning back. "Uncle Qin, my uncle will be arriving shortly. Please assist me in welcoming him, as I fear I may overlook him." Upon hearing this, Qin Sun's demeanor softened significantly, and his tone became markedly gentler. "Very well, you may enter. Qin Feng is inside. See if there is anything you can assist with." "Understood." When Wan linked her arm with Wen Rong's, softly suggesting, "Father, let us head inside. Uncle Qin is busy now, so we shan't trouble him." It must be said that when Wan had a way with words, while Wen Li, with a childlike demeanor, muttered from the side, "That is quite disrespectful." Wen Rong's previously soft expression hardened again at her remark. Doing gently tugged at Wen Wan's arm, whispering, "Uncle Qin is simply occupied." Wen Li remained unabashedly dissatisfied, insisting, "He is not simply busy. He looks down on us." Both Du Ying and Wen Wan wore displeased expressions at this, yet Wen Li pressed on, "Sister is his daughter-in-law. How could she be received so unwelcomingly?" Her words only further darkened Wen Rong's expression. Eliciting a sharp exhale from her, Du Ying softly patted Wen Li's hand. "The Qin family is hosting a grand celebration today. They are undoubtedly very busy. He will attend to us later. Family does not mind such formalities." Wen Li, somewhat perplexed, hummed in response as they entered the Qin family hall, where the crowd was bustling with energy and excitement. The one family appeared to be the least conspicuous among the attendees, with no one making an effort to engage them. Had it not been for Wen Wan's arduous efforts to marry into the Qin family, such connections would have seemed utterly unattainable. Wen Li found a corner to sit, observing her family members smiling and mingling at the banquet, realizing that it was not easy for the one family either. They were, in essence, groveling for connections. She chose to indulge in some food. But midway through her meal, when Wan, perhaps feeling anxious, approached and bent down to ask, "Has uncle arrived yet? Is the Fu family not coming?" Just as Wen Li was about to respond, a voice from the crowd announced, "Fu Zheng has arrived." Instantly, both she and Wen Wan turned their attention to the entrance. Compared to others, Fu Zheng's attire was markedly simple. Clad in a black suit. As he stepped in, many flocked to greet him. Yet he made a beeline for their direction, halting before Wen Li and Wen Wan in her line of sight. Wen Li noticed a smidgen of cake frosting at the corner of her mouth. He instinctively raised a hand, revealing a silver watch momentarily before lowering it again. Meanwhile, when Wan spoke up, "Uncle," at her words, someone nearby exclaimed in surprise, "Fu Zheng has a niece? I thought he only had a nephew." Fu Zheng merely cast a fleeting glance at Wen Wan, neither confirming nor denying her words. Wen Wan breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister, please greet uncle. I shall go offer my assistance." Wen Li responded with an "oh." Shifting slightly to make room for Fu Zheng to sit beside her as he settled down beside Wen Li, he caught sight of her sneaking glances at him, prompting a faint smile to flit across his lips before he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Fu Zheng replied with a nonchalant hum, while in his peripheral vision, he noticed Wen Li lowering her head to eat cake. Perhaps the plate was unbalanced, as it tilted precariously towards her skirt. Instinctively, he reached out to catch the toppling cake, resulting in his hand becoming smeared with frosting. When Wen Li had yet to grasp the situation, Wen Rong, fearing that Fu Zheng might be angered, immediately scolded her, "Can't you even eat properly?" At that moment, Fu Zheng rose leisurely, fixing his cold gaze upon her as he retorted, "I haven't spoken. What are you saying?" After uttering these words, he took a plate of cake and handed it to Wen Li before making his way to the restroom. Chapter 57. It turns out he is jealous. Wen Li held the plate of cake with both hands, her innocent eyes fixed on the deflated Wen Rong, who bore an expression of wanting to be angry but could not. She silently took a couple of bites of the cake, which was quite sweet. At that moment, someone approached Wen Rong, inquiring, "Are you a relative of Mr. Fu?" Wen Rong's expression immediately softened as she clinked her wine glass with the other person's, replying, "Yes, my daughter is Fu Zheng's niece." Upon hearing this, the other party's demeanor shifted to a more inquisitive tone. "This is the first time I've heard that Mr. Fu has a niece. She isn't his biological niece, is she? We live next door to each other and have a good relationship." A smile graced Wen Rong's face. Wen Li cast a glance at her. So this was how the Wen family brazenly deceived others. Fu Zheng's ability to endure them in his past life truly indicated how much he cared for her. With this thought, she set aside the strawberries on her cake and began to eat the surrounding portions. After a while, Fu Zheng approached with long strides, and when others attempted to engage him in conversation, they failed to seize the opportunity. He once again settled beside her, casting a sidelong glance in her direction, seemingly wanting to say something but then noticing the attention of others. For the first time, he found himself detesting the gathering. Leaning back on the sofa with one arm draped over its edge, he exuded an aura that discouraged strangers from approaching, likely because it was known that Fu Zheng was not fond of conversing with unfamiliar faces. In that moment, no one dared to approach. However, Wen Li also missed the chance to offer Fu Zheng the vibrant strawberries from her plate, leaving only one strawberry coated in cream. Fu Zheng naturally noticed her actions, mistakenly believing that she did not enjoy strawberries, which was indeed true. Yet, Wen Li's reluctance to share them stemmed from his fondness for the fruit. Just as he prepared to reach out, Bai Xian and a few others arrived, with Lin Yichen casually sitting next to Fu Zheng, prompting Wen Li to instinctively shift over a bit to create more space. Fu Zheng turned to glare at Lin Yichen, expressing, "It's too cramped." Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen glanced around and replied, "There is plenty of room." "Is it really cramped? I'll just scoot over a bit." Bai Xian, deliberately ignoring him, tugged at Lin Yichen's sleeve, saying, "Let's sit over there. That sofa is more spacious." "No, I'm sitting here." Lin Yichen remained unyielding, seemingly with some ulterior motive. At that moment, Lin Baozhu and Zhou Qin approached in their elegant dresses. Lin Baozhu spotted Wen Li and exclaimed, "Wow, Li, your figure is amazing. We tried on this feather dress, but I'm too short, and Qin is too slim." Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell upon Wen Li, including Fu Zheng's, who had been focused on her subtle movements but had not paid much attention to her attire until now. He now noticed her alluring collarbone and shoulders, which were exposed, and the dress accentuated her curves. His brow furrowed slightly. He then lifted his gaze to scan the men nearby, coldly stating, "You're blocking my view." The implication was clear. "Get lost?" Bai Xian picked up on this and coughed, before he and Gu Lianming moved to another part of the venue. Lin Baozhu urged Lin Yichen to stand, saying, "Brother, move aside. I want to sit here with Qin." Afterward, she turned to Fu Zheng and quietly added, "Uncle Fu, could you make way?" Lin Yichen exchanged a glance with Zhou Qin before standing up and saying, "Come sit." Initially, it was assumed that Fu Zheng would yield, being the elder, but instead, he gestured toward an empty sofa nearby, indicating there was space there. He then settled comfortably back onto the sofa. Lin Baozhu was left speechless, pondering what Wen Li saw in him, and similarly, she wondered what Qin found appealing about her brother. Aside from his age and handsome looks, what other merits did he possess? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Qin Feng's voice resonated. First, I welcome you all to celebrate my father's 80th birthday. Instantly, all eyes focused toward the front, and Wen Li seized the opportunity to lean closer to Fu Zheng, whispering, Fu Zheng. Open your mouth. Fu Zheng instinctively looked at her. Just as he was about to respond, a strawberry was thrust into his mouth, which he reflexively bit down on. It turned out the strawberry was meant for him. Wen Li, feeling a twinge of guilt, lifted the cake plate, pretending to finish the last bite. Uncle, you go ahead. I will chat with them. Fu Zheng merely hummed in acknowledgement, and as he stood, he gave Lin Yichen a gentle kick. Shortly after, the two settled on the opposite sofa. Wen Li murmured, how could your sister be engaged to Qin Feng? He is notoriously a playboy, and no matter how handsome he is not worth it. Although she did not have a fondness for Wen Li's sister, she still felt compelled to express concern for her friend, especially given Qin Feng's poor reputation. Wen Li genuinely wished she could confide in them, but it was all too complicated. Perhaps it was simply a matter of affection. Lin Baozhu pondered, indeed, who can truly define matters of the heart? So, the three of us must keep our eyes wide open when it comes to love. Right, Qin. Wen Li noticed Zhou Qin's evident discomfort as she turned her gaze away, pretending not to notice. Zhou Qin clearly did not want to divulge her feelings for Lin Yichen. Indeed, when one is in love, it is nearly impossible to conceal. Except for Fu Zheng. If he could, he'd hide it until the end of his days. Zhou Qin suddenly exclaimed, then nodded earnestly, yes, upon hearing this. Lin Baozhu's eyes lit up with excitement as she looked at her. Really? I haven't seen your cousin in ages. Li, you have no idea how handsome Qin's cousin is, but soon? Her expression shifted to one of regret as she lamented, what a pity he is gay. Speaking of which, Wen Li naturally thought of Gu Lianming, as she was aware of his sexual orientation. Among Fu Zheng's circle, no one was unattractive. In fact, they were all quite striking, which piqued her curiosity. She found it difficult to describe. His handsomeness was too refined, becoming more exquisite the longer she looked. He played the piano beautifully, and a simple online search would reveal that. Just as Wen Li was about to retrieve her phone, Zhou Qin called out, cousin. Immediately, she turned her attention to a man clad in a simple black suit. His face strikingly refined, emanating an inner elegance and gentleness. He was indeed quite exquisite, though she did not prefer that style. She favored the mature, composed demeanor of Fu Zheng. Zhao Qingyao approached, her voice warm. Sister, why didn't you come? She had matters to attend to. I'm here in her place. Zhou Qin replied, at that moment. Fu Zheng walked over, and Zhao Qingyao raised her wine glass, greeting, Mr. Food. Fu Zheng acknowledged her with a slight nod. Though his gaze drifted back to Wen Li, who had been focused on Zhao Qingyao, he took a deep swig from his glass. Having caught Fu Zheng glancing over at her for the third time, Wen Li began to speculate about who was the first. Suddenly, her vision dimmed, and she looked up to meet Fu Zheng's imposing, cold face. Instinctively, her brows curved in a smile, as the event concluded and Fu Zheng departed. The Wen family naturally followed suit, arriving at the entrance to wait for their vehicle. Coincidentally, her parents were out for a walk. This served as an excuse for Wen Rong and Du Rong to miss the Fu family's car while also signaling to others the close relationship between the Wen and Fu families. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wen Li entered Fu Zheng's car, and soon after, he joined her, closing the door. Before she could utter a word, Assistant Su automatically lowered the partition, and she cast a glance. Suddenly feeling a bit uneasy, as if she and Fu Zheng were engaging in something inappropriate in the back seat. Is the strawberry delicious? He asked. Imagem, she replied, noting his indifferent expression and tone, which clearly indicated his displeasure. Just as Wen Li was about to inquire about his mood, he casually remarked, Is Zhao Qingyao beautiful? Yes, she is even more delicate than most women. Wen Li answered honestly. Fu Zheng responded with an O. His gaze darkening slightly as he crossed his legs, asking, Do you like her? At that moment, Wen Li discerned his underlying meaning, tilting her head to gaze at him, unable to suppress a few chuckles. Leaning in closer, she teased, So this is what jealousy looks like for you. Realizing he had been seen through, Fu Zheng did not attempt to conceal it, pursing his lips and closing his eyes in acknowledgement. In the next instant, Her hands cupped his face, and their lips met, causing him to abruptly open his eyes, startled by her proximity. Wen Li's small mouth moved as she said, "He is handsome, but I'm not interested. I am just trying to figure out who among them is number one." After a moment's pause, fearing he might not understand, she added, "Who is the one on top?" Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng rubbed his forehead, seemingly taken aback that she was aware of such things. "How do you know about this? What do you usually watch?" "Hand me your phone." He extended his hand toward her. Wen Li promptly placed her phone into his larger palm, saying, "The password is your birthday." After he entered the password, the screen revealed only a few basic apps, nothing unusual. Wen Li chimed in, "Check the albums. I enjoy looking at them." Fu Zheng clicked on the album, where several titles appeared, one labeled the most loved. His instinct drove him to click on it, only to find it required a password. Wen Li didn't provide it, but instead opened the most loved album herself. Inputting the password, rows of pictures surfaced, densely packed. She randomly selected one, revealing a man in a kitchen, apron tied around his waist, washing dishes, looking up at Fu Zheng. "I usually watch you," she said. Fu Zheng, typically composed, found himself caught off guard, his heart pounding like a drum, each beat more intense than the last. As his dark eyes locked onto Wen Li's face, it seemed he would never let her go. Whether it was a sin or a fault, they would bear it together. She had drawn him in. He had never been one to lack temper. "Dio, you know what you're doing?" he asked. Wen Li nodded, unwavering. "Yes, I'm confessing." Turning to face him, she added, "Aren't you supposed to kiss me?" Fu Zheng's gaze darkened, their noses nearly touching, when suddenly, a phone rang, interrupting their moment. Instantly, the vehicle turned around, and Wen Li inquired, "What's wrong?" "Gu Lianming and Zhao Qingyao are fighting at the Qin residence," Fu Zheng replied. Upon hearing this, Wen Li was taken aback. Although she hadn't interacted much with Gu Lianming, she knew him to be a refined man who valued his reputation. As for Zhao Qingyao, she was gentle and warm, hardly someone who would engage in a brawl. The two fighting at the Qin family banquet, it seemed their relationship was quite complicated. Zhou Qin and Lin Baozhu were also present. Jiu Lianming adjusted his collar with both hands and coldly mocked Zhao Qingyao, "You shouldn't be playing the piano. Perhaps you should take up boxing instead." Unable to mediate between the two, Bai Siyuan turned to Fu Zheng and urged, "You should come over quickly. These two are bound to come to blows at the slightest disagreement." With a flick of his wrist, Gu Lianming strode out, leaving no need for further persuasion. Perhaps out of frustration, even Wen Li noticed his unusual gait. Lin Yichin muttered, "What is up with these two? When did they become enemies?" Observing her silence, Fu Zheng was about to speak when she interjected, "I suspect Gu Lianming is." Fu Zheng thought he took a deep breath, raising his hand, only to see Wen Li holding her forehead, her demeanor both playful and smug. He chuckled helplessly, "I'll ask tomorrow." And in the next moment, Wen Li wrapped her arms around him, tilting her head and saying, "Fu Zheng, you really like me too much." Fu Zheng did not deny it, merely responding with a soft afterward. The car drove directly into the Fu residence. Upon entering the living room, they immediately spotted old Master Fu playing chess against a young man, with another, even younger boy standing by. Wen Li recognized the former as her schoolmate, Su Muan. Upon seeing the two, Su Muan paused for a moment, then graciously said, "It's you two." Fu Zheng's gaze settled on the man opposite old Master Fu. His brow slightly furrowed, followed by a tightening of his lips. Not understanding, Wen Li instinctively nodded, and before she could approach, Fu Zheng casually asked, "What game are we playing tonight?" Old Master Fu shot him a glare and came over, linking his arm with Fu Zheng's, saying, "Come walk with me." After attempting to tug him along without success, he tried again, only to find Fu Zheng steadfast. Noticing Fu Zheng's unusual behavior, Wen Li was about to say something when Fu Zheng walked toward the sofa, stating, "I'll take care of it." Old Master Fu. What does he mean by that? It's not like he's the one being looked at, he added. "Shao Li, why don't you join your uncle and the others in their game?" "Uncle, you go ahead." Fu Zheng interjected. "What uncle?" "That's your aunt beside him." Chapter 58. Is she pregnant? Fu Zheng sat down, adjusting his black tie before tossing it onto the sofa. "If you call me uncle, I must show some affection." He gestured for him to proceed. Old Master Fu naturally sensed the sarcasm in his tone, while he understood the reluctance to set up a blind date for the child. Surely one must eventually consider marriage. Yet, he recalled how he had acted similarly toward his own son-in-law, and thus felt no shame in addressing Fu Zheng. Clearing his throat, he sought to ease the tension. saying, Suji, you go ahead. Your Uncle Fu is older, so it's only right. Suji politely nodded, placing a white piece on the board, while Fu Zheng followed suit with a black piece. Wen Li, well-versed in chess, quickly discerned that Suji was an adept player, likely practiced or well-studied in Goat. Fu Zheng, on the other hand, was only somewhat familiar with the game and could not match Suji's skill. As she watched him lose several pieces, a sense of protectiveness welled up within her. She could not bear to remain silent, exclaiming, "Place it here." Old Master Fu, noticing, chimed in, "You should really let the younger folks play. You don't care for these games anyway. Get up now. Why are you making a scene while others are on a blind date? When it was your turn, you were as quiet as a monk in a temple." Fearing Fu Zheng would lose face later, Wen Li added, "Let me take a turn." Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng stood and moved to the adjacent sofa, his lips pressed tightly together. Su Muin shot a glance at him, subtly nudging Suji, who was oblivious to social nuances. Suji looked at him, instinctively asking, "What's wrong?" Su Muin, "Nothing." With a mindset of avenging Fu Zheng, Wen Li approached the game with the determination she had during her exams. Carefully contemplating her moves, as her gaze remained fixed on the board, she casually remarked, "I learned from Grandpa Fu when I was young." Seizing the opportunity, Old Master Fu beamed, "Xiao Li is clever. She's quite skilled at Go. Far more so than her uncle. Indeed, she was impressive." That Suji, though serious, offered genuine praise, which was refreshing given the rarity of such steadiness among well-to-do families nowadays. Wen Li, with her playful nature, was sensible yet not overly composed. Having a man to support her was indeed advantageous, as she focused intently on the game. She narrowly defeated Suji, instinctively glancing at Fu Zheng, feeling the thrill of victory. The joy of winning shone in her eyes, causing Fu Zheng's previously tense lips to relax into a slight smile as he remarked, "Well, it's getting late. We should rest." Old Master Fu checked the time, confirming it was indeed late. "Suji, Xiao Li, why don't you exchange contact information? You could arrange to play together sometimes." At this moment, a sense of confusion washed over Wen Li, but she quickly retrieved her phone, unwilling to embarrass Old Master Fu in front of outsiders. The two exchanged contacts. Suji stood up politely, saying, "Goodbye, Old Master Fu, Uncle Fu. We'll take our leave." All right, Fu Zheng, see them off," Old Master Fu instructed. Fu Zheng remained silent, rising to walk them out, his pace noticeably brisker than usual. Once they departed, Old Master Fu turned to Wen Li with a mischievous glint in his eye, inquiring, "What do you think of Suji? Is he not quite good?" Indeed, Suji was impressive, and Wen Li nodded before hesitantly adding, "Grandpa Fu, you're not trying to set me up with him, are you?" Seeing the knowing look on Old Master Fu's face, she felt the urge to cover her face in embarrassment, gently declining. "Grandpa Fu, I'm not fond of his type. I prefer your son's type. That I understand. Young people often shy away from such serious individuals. However, when it comes to marriage, suitability is more important than mere affection. Just look at your uncle. Although he appears quite stoic, he can handle matters when it counts." Old Master Fu genuinely had her best interests at heart. Wen Li bore no resentment towards him, as the Fu family had treated her well, considering her an outsider. She earnestly replied, "Grandpa Fu, I understand. He is surely as good as my uncle." Upon hearing her words, Old Master Fu sensed her disinterest in Suji, feeling a tinge of regret but refraining from pressuring her. After all, happiness should come first. Just like Fu Zheng, who, despite his verbal nudging to marry, would not be forced into it if he was unwilling. Indeed, even as his father, he could not compel him. "All right, keep your eyes peeled." The two exited the Fu family home, Wen Li glancing sideways, her finger lightly brushing against his hand as she proudly remarked, "Isn't it nice to have a girlfriend like me?" Fu Zheng halted, lowering his gaze to her, remaining silent for a few seconds before coolly responding, "Suji comes from a good family, is level-headed and youthful. What do you think?" At his words, Wen Li's expression fell, revealing her displeasure as she clenched her teeth and retorted, "Fu Zheng, if you dare suggest I consider him, I'll promptly run to Grandpa Fu and tell him we're already in a relationship. I'll say we've already." Before she could finish, a large hand clamped over her mouth, the man's handsome face displaying a hint of seriousness, albeit with a childish paw sound. "Wen Li, never speak such words again." Wen Li was utterly enamored with this older man, her lips slightly pouting, kissed by the warmth of his palm. Her exposed features resembled the crescent moon in the night sky. At that moment, Fu Zheng's rugged contours softened slightly as he released his grip, instinctively suppressing his restraint, leaning down to kiss her lips. Wen Li had an uncanny ability to dissolve his self-control and rationality. Just then, a beam of light illuminated the two, prompting Wen Li to suddenly push Fu Zheng away, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "It's so hot today." Before long, old Madame Fu and Fu Yu emerged from the car. Glancing at the two with evident awareness, as they closed the door, she could not help but peek back at the Fu residence, fearing Fu Zheng might catch a reprimand. After hesitating, she opened the door again and ran toward Fu Zheng. Standing beside him, observing Wen Li's return, Fu Zheng slightly raised his chin, asking, "What's the matter?" Wen Li, nervous, glanced at old Madame Fu and Aunt Fu before clasping her hands tightly, softly admitting, "Grandma Fu, Aunt Fu. It was I who seduced my uncle." The statement caused a hush to fall around them, clearly taken aback by her words. Unmoving, she refused to let Fu Zheng carry the burden alone, continuing, "He rejected me many times. It was I who insisted on dating him. It's all my fault. He bears no responsibility. We may not have your approval, but if you both like us, we only hope for your support." Upon hearing this, Wen Li froze, looking at Fu Zheng, then at old Madame Fu and Fu Yu. Old Madame Fu, with a tender smile, replied, "As long as you both are happy, you need not worry about anything else." It seemed they had not anticipated that Fu Zheng had already addressed this matter. If not for his consideration for her, he might have openly acknowledged their relationship long ago. He truly was ready to face the consequences of his actions. Fu Yu, after escorting old Madame Fu into the living room, re-emerged and quietly asked Fu Zheng, "When will you tell Dad?" During the new year, he handles stress better than Fu Zheng, recalling Wen Li's earlier actions. Couldn't help but smile. Fu Yu felt reassured. "As long as you have a plan. I'm just worried Dad might suddenly be taken aback." She paused, and as Wen Li's godmother, she couldn't help but remind him, "Wen Li is still young. Be mindful of your boundaries." Fu Yu cast a smile in his direction and suggested, "Why not pay a visit to your sister Lu this year? It would be good to give her an explanation. If she were still among us, she would certainly approve of your union. She has always held you in high regard." "Very well." Fu Zheng nodded in agreement. Elder Lady Fu glanced at Fu Zheng and admonished, "You need not concern yourself with the matters of your younger generation. They have their own plans." Despite her words, a mother's worry lingered, particularly for little Li, who was alone in the one household without any support. When it comes to marriage, she must find someone who can stand by her side. At this juncture, old Master Fu turned his attention to Fu Zheng and added, "You should take more interest in Wen Li and provide her with assistance." With a stern look, he continued to express his frustration to Elder Lady Fu. "Your son lacks emotional intelligence. I wanted to introduce little Li to the second son of the Su family, but he seems oblivious, trying to assert dominance when he cannot even match Su's proficiency in Go." He could not help but laugh heartily at this thought. He used to follow little Li around all day as a child. Refusing to learn Go from me, he has brought this upon himself. "Enough of this chatter. You should get some rest," Elder Lady Fu remarked, unsure of how to advise him not to introduce his daughter-in-law to other men. After receiving her class schedule, Li Chunyun organized it according to Wen Li's availability and even rented a dance studio near the school, simply decorated to alleviate her burden as much as possible. Wen Li felt quite embarrassed by the expense and considered offering her money, but Li Chunyun refused. At her age, she had long ceased to care for wealth, focusing instead on reputation and legacy. For more than 10 days, Wen Li and Fu Zheng had not seen each other, truly unable to carve out a moment for one another. She attended classes during the day while Fu Zheng worked. In the evenings, she hurried to the dance studio for practice. Fu Zheng had time, but she feared that his presence might distract her and impede her progress, especially with the upcoming competition in December. If she failed to win this year, she would have to wait another 5 years for a competition of comparable prestige. At this moment, Li Qin entered the dormitory and noticed Wen Li with her eyes closed. Appearing fatigued, she inquired, "Where have you been these past few days? You are never in the dorm at night." Wen Li kept her eyes closed and replied, "I spent the nights with my boyfriend. His energy is overwhelming, and I can hardly keep up." Just as Li Qin was about to respond, Wen Li suddenly opened her eyes and rushed to the bathroom, retching several times. Li Qin stood by the door. Concerned, "Are you all right?" Wen Li retched a few more times, turned her head to look at her, and reassured her, "I'm fine. I've just been feeling nauseous these past few days." After a moment of hesitation, Li Qin tentatively asked, "Could it be that you're pregnant?" Wen Li's expression shifted to one of shock and concern. In a way, we've taken precautions. Precautions cannot guarantee absolute safety. Should we buy a pregnancy test? Li Qin suggested. Wen Li hesitated, fear creeping in. Could you please help me buy one? I'll pay you back. All right, Li Qin agreed, rushing out of the dormitory. Leaning against the bathroom door, Wen Li felt exhausted from the charade, pondering how actors managed to perform tirelessly. After a while, Li Qin returned with several pregnancy tests. I bought a few, just in case one isn't accurate. Thank you, Wen Li replied, closing the bathroom door behind her. She retrieved a cola that she had prepared earlier, applied a few drops onto the test, and miraculously, 2 lines appeared. She repeated the process with the remaining tests. After putting the cola back in the cupboard, she opened the door, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked at Li Qin, exclaiming, "It's over. I'm really pregnant." Li Qin stared at the test in Wen Li's hand, her expression revealing a hint of joy before quickly masking it. What do you plan to do now? Chapter 59. She had already acted as if she were pregnant. Wen Li sat in stunned silence, grappling with the reality of her situation. How could this happen? We took precautions. Covering her face with her hands, she glanced at Li Qin. It's quite normal. Contraception isn't foolproof. Li Qin gently patted her shoulder and added, perhaps you should tell your family about this? Wen Li remained silent for a moment before shaking her head resolutely. I cannot tell my family. I must go to the hospital to terminate it. Li Qin quickly urged her. You should at least discuss it with your boyfriend. What if he wants to keep the baby? That's true. I should ask him, Wen Li conceded. Standing up and taking her phone as she headed out, Li Qin watched her leave the dormitory, then pulled out her phone to call. Once the call connected, she said, she is pregnant. She just found out, and now she is going to see her boyfriend. I suspect she will terminate it. When will you transfer the 50,000 you promised me? Wen Li, standing outside the dormitory, could hear the conversation. Without needing to think, she knew that soon, Wen Wan would call her. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Wen Wan's call came through. Wen Li waited briefly before answering. Her voice tinged with guilt. Sister, what is up? Why is your voice so quiet? Are you up to something bad? Wen Wan teased. Wen Li raised her voice slightly, a hint of defensiveness creeping in. I'm not doing anything bad. Sister, what do you need? Don't you want your birthday gift? Mom and Dad have prepared one for you. And I have something too to be good. I'm on my way to pick you up. Get ready. Reluctantly, Wen Li responded with a non-committal "oh," exited the school gate, and attempted to call Fu Zheng. He seemed busy and did not answer. She sent him a message as an evening reminder. I've acted as if I'm pregnant. Don't be too shocked tonight. Realizing the message might lack conviction, she added, I haven't cheated. It's all still intact. By the time Fu Zheng read these messages, half an hour had passed. Assistant Su noticed that the usually talkative Fu Zheng had fallen silent, his gaze fixed intently on his phone, his eyes narrowing as if contemplating a deal worth billions. After a minute or two, Fu Zheng set down his phone stating, We'll handle the remaining matters tomorrow. Where is the item you were supposed to retrieve? It's already in the lounge, Assistant Su replied, efficiently tidying up the desk before stepping outside. Fu Zheng entered the lounge, glancing at the flowers and cake on the table. He recalled the earlier messages, letting out a soft chuckle filled with affection. He murmured, Today is quite a significant day. You should bring your girlfriend along. Fu Zheng, fully aware of the importance of the occasion, replied casually, All right, I will. He hung up and attempted to call Wen Li, but unexpectedly, his call was rejected. Moments later, a message popped up. Wen Wan is here to pick me up. It's not convenient. Another message quickly followed. I miss you so much. I want to kiss you. Fu Zheng felt his ears flush at such candid words, surprised that a girl of 18 or 19 could leave him so flustered. I miss you too, he replied. Meanwhile, Wen Wan noticed that Wen Li was acting secretively while playing on her phone. Driving, she asked, What are you being so mysterious about? Are you chatting with your boyfriend? Wen Li, feeling guilty, covered her phone with her thigh, denying. No. Wen Wan chuckled warmly. Do you have secrets from your sister? It's okay to be in love. Sister, I have no secrets, Wen Li replied, but soon felt a wave of nausea and retched again. Quickly rolling down the window for some fresh air. I've just been having some stomach issues lately. Wen Wan's gaze shifted to her sister, noticing her lack of vitality. Concerned, she kept an eye on her as they drove. The early November chill had settled over Kyoto, and by the time they reached the one-family home, night had fully enveloped the villa. Only the lights shone brightly against the darkness. The iron gate glimmered softly under the faint light. The car came to a steady stop in the driveway, and when Nguyen gently tapped Wen Li, who had fallen asleep, "We arrived, little sister." Wen Li yawned, getting out of the car, but after a few steps, she felt another wave of nausea and quickly covered her mouth. Worried, when Nguyen asked, "Shall I call a doctor to take a look?" "No need." Wen Li raised her voice, then realized her tone was off and softly added, "Sister, I'm fine. It's just my stomach acting up." "All right," when Nguyen replied, taking her sister's hand as they entered the living room. Inside, the gathering was already in full swing, with the Fu family present, including Fu Yu and her son, as well as Su Zhiji. They had been waiting for her arrival. If they knew her boyfriend was Fu Zheng, would they be more flustered? Perhaps even to the point of wanting her gone? Wen Li's gaze quickly swept over Fu Zheng. After not seeing him for over 10 days, he seemed to have gained an even more striking appearance, not merely through the lens of love, but due to his youthful attire. Gone were the formal styles of a slicked-back hairstyle. Instead, his hair was cropped short, casual yet tidy. He wore a long black coat over a gray sweater, complemented by a simple silver necklace. She found herself momentarily captivated, unable to tear her gaze away until Fu Zheng ran over to hug her leg, breaking her trance. Fu Zheng looked up with innocent eyes. "Sister, happy birthday." "Thank you," Wen Li said, affectionately ruffling his chubby cheeks. "By the way, little Li, this is Su Zhiji, who came specifically to celebrate your birthday." Su Zhiji stood up, presenting a gift from the side. "I wasn't sure what you would like, so I bought you a Go set." His sincerity was evident. Wen Li naturally accepted the present, saying, "Thank you." She then glanced at Fu Zheng, who was indeed watching her intently. Her lips pursed slightly, but she quickly composed herself. Fu Zheng, noticing her expression, felt a tightening in his throat as he looked down. As they settled in, when Rong asked Su Zhiji to sit beside Wen Li, and the next moment, Fu Zheng took the seat on her other side. Old Master Fu, having waited a long time for his daughter-in-law, finally inquired, "When will your girlfriend arrive?" Instantly, all eyes turned to Fu Zheng. He nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks and replied, "She's here." Wen Li's heart raced. Still processing the moment, when Old Master Fu grumbled, "I knew you were trying to mislead us." When Rong pressed on, "Has Fu Zheng started dating?" He then looked at Wen Li, adding, "Take care of Su Zhiji." "Su Zhiji, don't be shy. Just treat this as your own home," he encouraged. Su Zhiji, appearing quite relaxed, nodded and even offered Wen Li his chopsticks. "Sure, Uncle Wen." Wen Li was about to grasp her chopsticks to pick up some dishes. Someone beneath the table gently squeezed her left hand. Out of the corner of her eye, she stealthily glanced at the person beside her. Their hands did not linger for long, as there were many people present. When Wan stood up and served a bowl of mutton soup to Wen Li, saying, "Tomorrow, our little princess turns 19. Wishing you an early happy birthday." "Thank you, sister," Wen Li replied softly. She lowered her head to inhale the aroma of the mutton soup, unable to resist pushing it away slightly, her left hand instinctively resting against her chest, as if suppressing something. When Nguyen shot her a glance and added a few pieces of meat to her bowl, urging, "Eat more. You've lost weight." Wen Li obediently nodded, but as she picked up the meat, she immediately set down her chopsticks and turned away to retch, drawing the attention of everyone at the table. Fu Zheng quickly raised his hand to comfort her back, but this only made Wen Li retch more violently. When Rong hastily said, "Quickly, fetch a glass of water," the aunt rushed to get water. And as Wen Li composed herself, she apologetically explained, "My stomach isn't well." The aunt bluntly asked, "Miss Wen, are you pregnant?" Realizing the implications of her words, she quickly clamped her mouth shut. Both Old Lady Fu and Fu Yu turned to look at Fu Zheng, who felt a sudden jolt in his brow. When Rong, maintaining a stern expression, reprimanded, "What nonsense are you spouting doing?" Seated nearby, gently tugged at him, signaling him to keep his temper in check. "Little Li's stomach is upset. Let's call the family doctor." Wen Li immediately interjected, "No need. Let's just eat. You're in this state. You should let the doctor examine you." When Wan insisted without waiting for others to respond, pulling out her phone to call the family doctor. "Dr. E, could you come over? My sister isn't feeling well." After hanging up, she added, "The doctor will be here shortly." She then cast a reproachful glance at the aunt, saying, "Auntie, some things should not be said lightly. My sister has grown up in front of you. She would never do such a thing." The aunt looked at Wen Li and murmured, "Miss Wen's symptoms are very similar to when I was pregnant." "I apologize. It was an instinctive remark." Old Master Fu frowned and remarked, "Instinctive? What a convenient excuse." You make wild claims about something that isn't even confirmed. Wen Rong's expression darkened as well, especially with Suji present. He chastised, "What nonsense! You won't be coming back starting tomorrow." He then turned to Suji, saying, "Suji, please don't misunderstand. Little Li is a well-behaved child and wouldn't act recklessly. Why is Mr. Fu dismissing me?" The aunt retorted, "Miss Wen often goes out with male classmates and even to bars. I'm only concerned for her well-being. If she is pregnant, wouldn't it be better to know sooner? She could go to the hospital for an abortion." The aunt exclaimed angrily at once. When Rong was left speechless, her breath caught in her throat. Doing quickly interjected, "Sister Wang, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. I won't leave. I'm merely concerned for Miss Wen. She is definitely pregnant, and if she isn't, then I should go to jail," the aunt declared defiantly. Old Master Fu, unable to tolerate anyone slandering Wen Li, slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "If she isn't pregnant, I'll send you to jail myself. Have I ever seen an aunt who spreads such baseless rumors? Do I not know what my child is like?" Fu Yu quickly comforted him, "Dad, don't be angry." As she spoke, she glanced at Fu Zheng, hoping he would provide a solution, as she too was somewhat worried about the possibility of Wen Li truly being pregnant. Wen Li stood there, tears streaming down her face. Feeling wronged as she said, "I am not pregnant. I am merely unwell." When Wan stood beside her, reassuring, "Sister, I believe you. When the doctor arrives, they will not let you be wronged. Aunt Wang, if my sister is not pregnant, I will certainly hire a lawyer to sue you," she added, her protective intent evident. Wen Li, overwhelmed with emotion, buried her face in Fu Zheng's chest, feeling powerless and fragile, her hands instinctively wrapping around the strong waist of the man. "Why must I be examined? I am not pregnant. Sister, why don't you believe me? I am telling the truth. Why must I be checked? If someone accused me of murder, should I also have to prove my innocence? How can I prove it? Why does she slander me instead of going directly to the police? Why must I, the victim, prove anything?" Upon hearing her denial, Fu Yu finally spoke up, "Little Li is right. Why not go directly to the police?" When Wan's words suddenly took on a different tone in front of everyone, and she quickly clarified, "I was just worried about how this might look if it got out. It would be best for our family to resolve this internally, it must be said." She was trying to spare the one family from embarrassment. When Rong was about to nod in agreement when Old Master Fu interjected, "Suji, you will leave shortly. I know my girl better than anyone. She would never do such a thing. If she says she is not pregnant, then she is not. If she is not pregnant, we will go directly to the police." Wen Li looked at him, recalling how Old Master Fu had started going gray when she was very young, and now there was even more silver in his hair. With wrinkles creeping onto his once handsome face, a pang of sourness tinged her nose. Although the Fu family was not her own, they provided her with the strength of family. After a few minutes, the family doctor arrived and immediately inquired about Wen Li's symptoms. "Miss Wen, what seems to be the problem?" Upon hearing this, the doctor produced a thermometer and handed it to her, indicating that she should take her temperature. Wen Li took it to the restroom, returning a few minutes later. The doctor shook his head slightly, revealing, 39 degrees. "You have a fever." Previously believing she was merely acting, Fu Zheng's brow furrowed in concern. And without thinking, he removed his coat and draped it over Wen Li, speaking in a serious tone. "Here, use this fever patch." The doctor quickly rummaged through the medical kit and handed it to him, and Fu Zheng applied it to Wen Li's forehead. The topic of pregnancy was avoided when Wan explained, "Aunt Wang, you see, my sister is not pregnant. She has a fever. Should we check to see if she is pregnant?" The doctor asked, looking between Wen Li and the others, unsure of how to proceed. Old Master Fu commanded, "If she isn't pregnant, I will have you sent to the police station." He shot a glare at Aunt Wang. "What kind of nonsense is this, to create trouble at a birthday banquet? I wonder how much suffering my family has endured in the past. A girl of 18 or 19 being pregnant. It's utterly incomprehensible. If Wen Li were dating, I could understand, but pregnancy is out of the question. Both Wen Li and Fu Zheng are inherently traditional. Even if Wen Li were pregnant, it would surely be due to some vile trickery. I would ensure that the scoundrel is punished. After all, the life of an 18 or 19-year-old girl could be destroyed by such a situation." Wen Wan, seeing that Wen Li had not extended her hand, gently patted her arm, encouraging, "Don't be afraid. We have Grandpa Fu backing you." She then took her wrist and gently urged her to extend her hand, fearful that she would refuse. A flicker of derision crossed Wen Li's lowered gaze as her last shred of hesitation dissipated. Allowing herself to be led forward, the doctor reluctantly took her pulse, and after a moment, he confidently stated, "Miss Wen is not pregnant. She is merely suffering from a cold that has caused these symptoms." Wen Wan and Du Ying were momentarily stunned, while Aunt Wang was also taken aback, quickly turning to Wen Wan and Du Ying, then shouting, "Impossible! She must be pregnant. She definitely is. We can go to the hospital to check. Call the police, Fu Zheng. Hurry and call the police and have her taken to the station." Old Master Fu's serious demeanor was somewhat intimidating. Aunt Wang clearly felt fear creeping in, quickly glancing at Wen Wan. "Miss," sensing the tension, Du Ying quickly spoke up to stabilize the situation. "Sister Wang, considering your years of service in our family, we will overlook this incident. Just pack your things and leave. Your salary for this month is forfeited." After saying that, she turned to Old Master Fu and added, "This matter is not suitable for public exposure. The media will write whatever they please, and little Li's reputation will suffer. Public exposure? When has my Fu family ever been afraid? I want to see which media dares to write slander about my family. Let them write one word, and I will have them all imprisoned." Old Master Fu bellowed. "Call the police. Fu Zheng, are you deaf? I said to call the police." At this point, even Fu Zheng was being scolded, indicating just how furious Old Master Fu truly was. Wen Li, fearing he might fall ill from anger, quickly approached to soothe his back. "Grandpa, please don't be angry. It's all fine." "How can it be fine? You are still here, and people are bullying you. I can only imagine how much suffering you have endured in the Wen family." Old Master Fu replied, slapping the table twice, causing the chopsticks to rattle. This is what family is, unconditionally supporting her. Wen Li couldn't help but sniffle, saying, "Grandpa, I'm fine." Upon hearing Old Master Fu's words, Wen Rong feared he might think they were mistreating Wen Li, and she felt it would be better to handle it through the police. "Wen Wan, call the police." Wen Wan nodded, just about to make the call when she hesitated, saying, "Dad, Aunt Wang might have spoken out of turn. After all, she has been with us for many years and has contributed in her own way. It's just a matter of one sentence. Let's take a step back and clear this up." "What? She has no salary. What are we retreating from? If I said you were pregnant with another man's child, would you be willing to accept that? What a joke. I never knew that human decency could be twisted in such a way." Old Master Fu retorted. Wen Li cast a glance at Wen Wan, who seemed to be panicking, and she lowered her head to wipe her tears, feeling wronged. "But why did she slander me, Aunt Wang? Do you dislike me that much?" "Dislike? I think she did it on purpose, knowing there were guests present, and yet she still said such things. She must either be foolish or deliberately malicious," Old Master Fu stated bluntly. Wen Rong frowned, instinctively looking at Du Ying and Wen Wan, whose expression stiffened, likely taken aback by Old Master Fu's directness. With eyes reddening, she said, "Then let's call the police. I was merely considering little Li's youth and the impact on her reputation for future prospects." Wen Wan approached Aunt Wang, softly advising, "Auntie, please stop. Just step outside for now. Grandpa, Dad, let's just eat. Today is my sister's birthday banquet, and Sugu must be hungry too." Wen Rong thought this was a sensible suggestion. But just as she was about to speak, Suji interjected, "You need not worry about me. This matter should be dealt with appropriately. Reputation is of utmost importance for a young lady." Old Master Fu cast a grateful glance at him, acknowledging his good character, but soon turned his glare back to Fu Zheng, demanding, "What is wrong with you today? Are you reluctant to call the police? Do you want me to help you top up your phone?" Fu Zheng. Of course, Wen Li would not allow them to call the police. Otherwise, it would expose Wen Wan and the others, and they would have no way to continue their act. "Grandpa Fu? Let us have our meal first. Aunt Wang may not have done it intentionally." After saying this, she reached out and wrapped her arm around Grandpa Fu's, lightly scratching him with her fingers. Grandpa Fu glanced up, remained silent for a few seconds, coughed lightly, and his anger dissipated somewhat. "Let's eat first, and we will handle this matter later." Wen Wan quietly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I will go see Mom." With that, she walked towards the bedroom, locked the door behind her, and saw Du Ying with red-rimmed eyes. She spoke softly, "Mom, you shouldn't have left just now. The Fu family would think we are guilty." Upon seeing Wen Wan, Du Ying's gentle demeanor turned cold, and she gritted her teeth. "Didn't you say she was pregnant?" Wen Wan, unsure where the issue lay, maintained a composed expression and replied, "The photo Li Qin sent me clearly shows Wen Li is pregnant. She was vomiting all the way here, I suspect that woman is just after money. Du Ying's emotions stabilized a bit as she continued. However, the second son of the Su family will likely not choose Wen Li because of this. Handle Aunt Wang carefully. Make sure she keeps quiet. She almost exposed us just now. I have already warned her. I will let her leave soon. Although when Wan felt a bit flustered, she was somewhat relieved. As Aunt Wang's son still worked at the one company, shortly after, the two emerged one after the other, and no one mentioned anything further. After finishing their meal, everyone sang a birthday song for Wen Li. Grandpa Fu generously gifted her a limited edition car, yet Fu Zheng surprisingly did not show any reaction. Unlike previous years, he cast a strange glance at him but refrained from voicing his discomfort towards Wen Li. Su Zhiji, being considerate, suggested leaving, and when Rong asked Wen Li to see him off, Xiao Li, please send Su Zhiji off. Wen Li naturally nodded and, under Fu Zheng's watchful gaze, the two walked out of the living room. After seeing Su Zhiji to his car, and once he closed the door, she softly said through the window, "Thank you for today, I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend now." She understood that Su Zhiji had a slight affection for her, and he was genuinely a good person, so she had no intention of deceiving him. Moreover, she felt it wrong to drag an innocent person into this mess. Although having Su Zhiji cooperate with her performance would have been beneficial, she did not wish to leave Fu Zheng, this older man, in a state of anxiety. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiji appeared somewhat surprised but did not show any sign of anger. All right. Wen Li naturally complied and immediately went to support Grandpa Fu as everyone gradually made their way out. After half a minute, Wen Rong, with a stern expression, looked at Wen Wan and stated, "Starting tomorrow, you need not go to the company anymore. If you don't know how to resolve things, don't speak." Wen Wan was taken aback, her expression anxious as she replied, "Dad, I'm just worried about my sister's well-being. I know she wouldn't act recklessly." "What do you know? You're not aware of her usual behavior. If it turns out she is truly pregnant today, the Su family's engagement will be over." When Rong was well aware that following this incident, the Su family might not agree to doing. Maintaining a stern demeanor, interjected, "How can you blame Nuan Wan? She is concerned about Xiao Li's health and would naturally call immediately. Nuan Wan works at the company, leaving early and returning late. How can you justify making her stop going to work over this incident? What would others think? She is a daughter, not a servant." "Mom, don't say that. It was my fault." When Nuan lowered her head, tears streaming down her face, and then hurried upstairs. Once in her room, she locked the door, revealing a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Her hands clenched tightly, the beautiful manicure digging into her palms, utterly oblivious to the pain. Why was it that despite her relentless efforts, Wen Rong still failed to see her? Why was it that Wen Li, without effort, could garner so much attention from others? Why did Wen Li have what she did not? Why was her mother not Lu Muyu? Meanwhile, at the Fu residence, seated on the sofa, Grandpa Fu shot a glare at Wen Li. "You could have at least informed me beforehand about your little act. I almost considered uprooting the Wen family." Wen Li, obediently admitting her fault, said, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Fu. What are you apologizing for? Fortunately, you are clever. Otherwise, you would have fallen into someone's trap." Grandpa Fu praised her. "My child is always striving to be a bit smarter." Grandma Fu, helplessly shaking her head, remarked, "You scared us half to death. We thought you were genuinely pregnant." Grandpa Fu shot her a look, confidently asserting, "How could that be? It would be more believable if you said Fu Zheng made his daughter-in-law pregnant." Grandpa Fu added, "Come play a game of Go with me. I haven't seen you for so many days. Are your school courses overwhelming?" Wen Li nodded. Grandpa Fu encouraged her, "Study well. I'll have your uncle take you for an internship." He then recalled something and remarked with dissatisfaction, "Make sure you don't learn to deceive like your uncle. He promised to bring your aunt along, yet nothing happened." "You?" Grandma Fu laughed and said, "Come, let us go for a walk." A walk? Grandpa Fu was somewhat taken aback. Is the sun rising from the west today? Grandma Fu was notorious for her aversion to walks. Fuyu, unable to contain her laughter, chimed in, "Dad, the younger brother has inherited your traits. He lacks a romantic streak." Grandpa Fu refused to acknowledge that Fu Zheng was like him, insisting he was unable to find a girlfriend. "In my youth, the girls pursuing me could line up out the door. He can't even attract a single fly." Fu Zheng. Wen Li couldn't help but laugh out loud, catching a glimpse of the older man looking at her. She winked and playfully asked, "Uncle, why is there not even a single fly around you?" Fu Zheng replied nonchalantly, "Because I'm human and I dislike flies. Come upstairs with me." After saying this, he gestured for her to lead the way. Wen Li hurriedly walked in front, and upon reaching the upstairs, she stood between two rooms, turned to Fu Zheng, and boldly yet shyly asked, "Shall we go to your room or mine? At the very least." She wanted him to know that she liked him very much. Fu Zheng crossed his arms, slightly narrowing his long eyes, and with a smile at the corner of his mouth, said, "Here will do." Wen Li. She turned and playfully poked his arm. "Fu Zheng, you've turned bad. Now that there's a baby, what is there to be afraid of?" Fu Zheng bent down to meet her gaze, their noses almost touching. Wen Li's eyelids fluttered, unable to resist licking her lips. "So, should we sleep?" Fu Zheng. Be a bit more reserved. Wen Li responded with a soft "oh," her eyelashes fluttering in his palm. Her voice gentle and delicate. "I will be more reserved next time." In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted. Her wrist was gripped tightly, and she was pulled towards a certain direction, gazing at the broad shoulders so close to her. Wen Li was unsure when others felt this way, but at that moment, she felt a bit tipsy, her heart racing, and her mind swirling. She even thought about cupping Fu Zheng's face and kissing him fiercely. It seemed Fu Zheng had cast a love spell on her. Fu Zheng opened the door and stepped into the bedroom. He heard the girl's slightly airy voice, "Fu Zheng, I really like you." Her heart skipped a beat. In the next second, a powerful force yanked Wen Li into the bedroom, and with a thud, the door slammed shut. Wen Li leaned against the cold door, instinctively lifting her head to meet the man's predatory gaze. A clear sense of possession reflected in his eyes. She was his possession. Not an object, but a person. The heat was overwhelming, and though she felt a tinge of fear, she still reached out to wrap her arms around his neck and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. Fu Zheng's kiss was more forceful than any before, seemingly devoid of rationality, driven by primal instinct to possess her. Time became irrelevant as they lost themselves in each other. Eventually, Wen Li began to feel lightheaded and overheated. Vaguely aware of movement at her waist, then, her body stiffened as Fu Zheng's hand wandered beneath her clothing. She trembled all over, but did not retreat. Instead, she turned her head to gasp for air. Her earlobes turning crimson and softly said, "Fu Zheng, unbutton the back for me." Chapter 61. "You've touched me. I must ask." He lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "Let us wait a few more years, after all." She was too young, and experiencing certain things too early would not be good for her. Furthermore, once they crossed that line, he probably wouldn't be gentle with her. Wen Li stared at him in bewilderment, likely not expecting that he would still pause at such a moment. Was he unable to? She buried her face into his chest, hiding her embarrassment, and whispered, "Actually, it's okay. Society is quite open now. I am not underage. You're not breaking any laws. I'm conservative. Let us discuss it after we are engaged." While speaking, Fu Zheng's breath was slightly labored, clearly suppressing something. It was challenging for him to hold back at that moment. Yet, he did not wish to indulge in momentary pleasure at her expense. It should be legitimate, rather than the current situation where they still bore the relationship of uncle and niece, as any accidental discovery would lead to complications. He didn't mind, but her reputation would suffer under public scrutiny. Wen Li responded with a soft "oh," wrapping her arms around his waist, burying her head tighter. After a few seconds, she quietly asked, "Is my chest not small?" Her chest had grown a bit, transitioning from an A cup to a B cup, yet it still paled in comparison to Jiang Shuyi. How could you have a man like this, who touches and still complains? Before Wen Li could finish her sentence, a large hand covered her lips. Fu Zheng, fearing she might say something even more explicit, spoke in a hoarse yet helpless tone. "How come you can say anything? You've touched me. Of course, I have to ask." Wen Li removed his hand and quietly continued, "Do you think it's small?" She was somewhat fixated on this, as it was her only perceived flaw. It felt like a critical vulnerability. Fu Zheng felt an urge to smoke, but resisted it, finally pursing his lips and saying, "Not small." Wen Li's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into a smile. "As long as it's not small, that's good." She then sniffled. "Fu Zheng, what about my birthday gift? First, take your medicine." Fu Zheng turned and opened the bedside drawer, which contained the medications Wen Li needed when she fell ill. Her body was somewhat special. Some medications could cause allergies, so he kept a stock of her daily necessities. Perhaps only he understood these things in the world. In those years of neglect, what thoughts occupied his mind? After Fu Zheng retrieved the medicine, he handed her a cup of warm water, waiting until she finished before solemnly stating, "From now on, you are not to joke with your health." She obediently nodded, replying, I will not take my health lightly. I still want to have children with you. Fu Zheng felt somewhat helpless in the face of her unabashedness, ultimately raising a hand to rub his brow. Soon, he fished something out of his pocket and presented it to her. An item he typically carried, it was a small red triangular pouch. Wen Li didn't need to look inside to know it contained a talisman for safety. She had received one in her past life as well, though she could not recall where it had been placed. Cautiously, she tucked it into her pocket, affirming, "I will be safe." Wen Li remained silent, laying back on the bed and pulling the blanket over herself as a declaration of her stance. Although Fu Zheng had a certain cleanliness obsession, it was negligible when it came to Wen Li. He chuckled softly and said, "Go change your clothes." Having not seen each other for half a month, Wen Li arrived with her hair still damp from the shower, resembling an octopus as she clung to Fu Zheng's body. The heat of their bodies intertwined, causing Fu Zheng to tense up involuntarily. He reached out to wrap the blanket more snugly around her, finally lifting a hand to caress her cheek, reassured by her mild temperature. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, followed by the voice of Old Master Fu. "I'm coming in." Upon hearing his voice, Wen Li instinctively sprang up, leaping off the bed to hide in the wardrobe. Her reaction was so swift that by the time Fu Zheng realized it, it seemed as though Wen Li had vanished from the room. "You were clever, anticipating that I would come to trouble you. And even closed the door today," Old Master Fu fumed. Though meet his daughter-in-law, he had even taken the time to dress up. Little did he know that his daughter-in-law was not only present, but was also lying in his son's room. Now hidden within the wardrobe, Wen Li pressed against the wardrobe, listening to the sounds outside, her heart racing with palpable anxiety, fearing that Old Master Fu might discover the nature of their relationship, an outcome that could potentially shock him into illness. She wished to avoid causing him distress. Suddenly, the wardrobe door swung open, and she instinctively looked up. Her cautious, glistening eyes resembled those of a timid little rabbit. Fu Zheng unconsciously bit his lip, crouching down to meet her gaze. Before extending his arms to pull her out of the wardrobe, "Do not worry, nothing unexpected will occur." He would not disregard Old Master Fu's health simply because of their romantic involvement, nor would he introduce Wen Li to him under such circumstances. Wen Li reclined back onto the bed, exhaling in relief, muttering softly, "You scared me to death." At that moment, Old Master Fu's voice rang out again. "What did you say?" It was clear he had not yet departed. Wen Li immediately raised her hand to cover her mouth, terrified of making any sound. Fu Zheng remained calm, stating, "I was speaking with your daughter-in-law." All right, I'm heading downstairs now," Old Master Fu replied, satisfied. As long as his son was willing to court someone, he could afford to wait. The new year was just a few months away. Surely, his daughter-in-law would soon feel a sense of obligation. The two remained silent, merely attuning themselves to each other's breathing. After midnight, Fu Zheng's voice resonated in her ear. "Wen Li, happy 19th birthday." Resting her head on his shoulder, she murmured, "My birthday wish is to be with Fu Zheng from dawn till dusk." Moonlight spilled onto the bed, illuminating the man's enigmatic yet handsome face, his cool voice laced with determination. "It will come true." The following day, Wen Li awoke to find it was already past 9, and Fu Zheng's presence was no longer beside her. She reached for her phone, unsurprisingly discovering a message from him, indicating he was likely working overtime to manage the day's affairs, freeing up time to be with her later. Wen Li planned to practice dance in the afternoon, and the two would only have a brief moment to be together during transit. After having breakfast, she made her way to a nearby flower shop, scanning a row of vibrant blooms, yet hesitating to speak. Eventually, the shopkeeper approached her, inquiring, "What kind of flowers would you like?" It was the first time the shopkeeper had encountered such a customer. Perhaps it was a bit excessive. "Who are you buying flowers for?" "For my mother," Wen Li replied, her voice tinged with an unusual tone. "How about a carnation?" "They are traditionally given to mothers," the shopkeeper suggested. Wen Li shook her head, requesting instead, "Just wrap up a bunch for me. I am unsure of her favorite flowers and a waste." "She has already passed away," Wen Li added, lifting her gaze slightly. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, saying nothing further, but quickly began to bundle together a large bouquet of several dozen flowers. After paying, Wen Li cradled the bouquet in her arms and drove toward the cemetery, feeling an increasing sense of anxiety and guilt as the distance closed in. She wondered if Lu Muyu would scold her. This was her first time standing before Lu Muyu's gravestone. If Lu Muyu were aware of the kind of daughter she had become, would she have regretted sacrificing her life to ensure Wen Li's survival? Countless gravestones surrounded her as Wen Li struggled to lift her foot, finally pausing at a particular step, glancing sideways to see the photo on the gravestone not far away. The black and white image captured a woman with lustrous black hair. Her brows arched gracefully, lips gently curled in a smile, beautiful and confident. She should have enjoyed a splendid life, yet it was cut short. Tears welled in Wen Li's eyes as she lowered her head to wipe them away, only to notice a middle-aged man standing before the gravestone. Wen Ting, dressed entirely in black and devoid of any adornments, he appeared even more lifeless than the gravestone of Lu Muyu. It seemed he had only just noticed Wen Li, looking up at her before taking a few steps back. He likely hadn't expected anyone to visit Lu Muyu today. The Wen family had never come, with only old Master Lu visiting once a year at the beginning of the year. Wen Li approached, holding the flowers, bending down to place them before the gravestone while softly saying, "My mother would not wish for you to visit her." It was evident that whatever had compelled Lu Muyu to marry so hastily must have been something Wen Ting did, something she could not accept. Perhaps she had gambled her entire life out of spite. Regardless of the outcome, it was clear that Lu Muyu likely did not want to see him. "Next time, please do not come," Wen Li said. Wen Ting stiffened, the wind biting against his face, his throat dry, leaving him unable to speak. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Wen Li's face. At that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to Lu Muyu, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of her from her university days. I am waiting for her to be willing to hear my explanation. Though Lu Muyu had passed, making it impossible for her to hear his words, it was as if he were waiting for the dead to speak. Unable to resist, Wen Li glanced at him, observing his simple attire. The middle-aged man exuded a mature yet refined aura, though his eyes were cold, devoid of emotion. For a moment, she envisioned Fu Zheng standing by her grave if not for her second chance at life. "You cannot hear her. You should have moved on," she thought. Perhaps her mother, like herself, did not wish to see anyone trapped by their past. Wen Ting said nothing, turning to leave, however, after taking a few steps. He softly added, "She liked pear blossoms, but she would have appreciated any flower you brought." He then gradually faded from view. After a minute or two, Wen Li slowly knelt on the ground, tilting her head to gaze at the woman on the gravestone. Guilt washing over her as she whispered, "Mom." She continued speaking to herself, "I'm sorry. I didn't know what flowers you liked, so? You loved pear blossoms? You truly loved me." For the first time, she realized that the love given by the deceased was no less than that of the living. A chilling wind swept through her clothing, leaving her skin icy, yet it felt as if something was embracing her. Uncertain how much time had passed, a heavy coat draped over her shoulders caught her attention. Turning instinctively, she met Fu Zheng's gaze, his eyes a brilliant red. "Fu Zheng, this is my mother." She had never introduced her mother as Lu Muyu to anyone before. Fu Zheng pressed his lips together, and in the next moment, he knelt beside her, murmuring, "Mm." Wen Li extended her somewhat chilly hand to grasp his, lifting it slightly as she attempted to appear cheerful. "Mom, this is your son-in-law. He will protect me from now on. So you need not worry, Aunt Lu, I will safeguard her," Fu Zheng pledged, his voice low and steady. Wen Li sniffled, urging, "Fu Zheng, call her mom." "Mom," Fu Zheng replied. After what felt like an eternity, the two descended the hill and entered the car. Seated in the passenger seat, Wen Li lowered her head to compose herself, asking, "How did you know I would be here?" "I knew you would come," Fu Zheng said, twisting open a bottle of water and handing it to her. Wen Li took a couple of sips, cradling the bottle with both hands, her fingers tracing the packaging. "Fu Zheng." Fu Zheng turned to her, soon bending down to observe her trembling lashes. "Are you cold?" he asked, adjusting the car's temperature. Wen Li shook her head, fixated on the vibrant green bottle cap. "I may not be Wen Rong's daughter. Lu Muyu married Wen Rong just a month after breaking up with Wen Ting. I cannot fathom why Lu Muyu would choose such a path. There were countless better ways to resolve her issues with Wen Ting, yet she opted for the worst possible choice. She cannot be that foolish unless she was already pregnant when she married Wen Rong. But Wen Rong cannot have been unaware of this. Although he has shown little concern for her over the years, he has never been harsh, even intending to pass the family business down to her. To claim that he was deeply in love with Lu Muyu is something she could never believe. There was no issue with blood types. Wen Rong was type B, Lu Muyu type A, and she was type AB. Yet, the intuition within her only grew stronger, especially after encountering Wen Ting twice. How had Wen Rong, a man who paled in comparison to Wen Ting in every aspect, Wen Yu's heart. Upon hearing this, Fu Zheng's brows furrowed slightly. His impressions of Lu Yu were limited. Recalling her frequent visits to speak with Fu Yu after their marriage, Fu Yu often remarked that Lu Yu had poor taste, yet Lu Yu always stroked her slightly protruding belly with a blissful expression. He placed a hand on Wen Li's head, reassuring her, regardless of anything, you have a family. You have me. Wen Li wrapped her arms around him, and after a considerable time, she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, Fu Zheng, we are already bound for life. You must marry me. Before he could respond, she added, I will definitely marry you. Chapter 62. Warmth is far colder than she imagined. Meanwhile, in an old house somewhere in Kyoto, Aunt Wang gazed at the usually gentle young lady before her, who now wore a cold expression. With a hint of reluctance, she asked, You want me to move out, Miss Wan? My home is right here. Where could I possibly go? If the Fu family calls the police, your life as you know it will be over, Warmth replied. Aunt Wang, I am doing this for your own good. She set down her bag and added thoughtfully, There is 200,000 inside. You should leave quickly. If you delay, we may no longer be able to protect you. Aunt Wang hesitated for a moment, tempted by the money. She opened the bag to reveal stacks of cash and couldn't help but take out a bundle. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed real money. She placed it back in the bag, her eyes darting around with a hint of greed as she remarked, Miss Wan, is this sum truly sufficient? If I move elsewhere, I will certainly need to buy a house. 200,000 is far too little. Warmth's expression soured slightly, but she maintained her composure as she replied, I can give you an additional 300,000, which will be transferred to your account after you leave Kyoto. Aunt Wang's greed intensified at the mention of such an amount. Convincing herself she had the upper hand, she declared, Miss, you are so wealthy. A few 100,000 must be a trivial matter for you. How about this? If you give me 2 million, I will leave Kyoto immediately and ensure that no one knows you had me defame you. Upon hearing the threat, Warmth's face hardened. However, Aunt Wang remained oblivious to the tension and continued, Otherwise, I fear that if I end up in the police station, I might inadvertently reveal your involvement. Warmth clenched her hands at her sides, forcing a smile that appeared harmless. Aunt Wang, unable to contain her amusement, suddenly remembered, the food in my kitchen is still hot. Miss Wan, you haven't eaten yet, have you? You should have a meal before leaving. Before Warmth could respond, Aunt Wang strode into the kitchen, only to discover that the food was already burning. She gasped, It's on fire, and hurried to find a lid. Just as she grabbed it, a sharp pain struck the back of her head, and she stumbled, falling to the ground as she glimpsed a woman holding something. She struggled to rise, but soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Warmth coldly watched her, a previously unseen malice flickering in her gaze. Even allowing a faint smile to play on her lips, as the flames in the kitchen grew more ferocious, she turned and retrieved a fire extinguisher from the corner of the living room. By this point, the fire had spread beyond the kitchen, and after coughing a few times, she opened the door and shouted, Help! Help! There's a fire! Before long, a middle-aged man rushed out from the opposite door. Upon seeing Warmth holding the fire extinguisher with an expression of uncertainty, he snatched it from her and dashed into the living room. Unfortunately, the flames were too fierce. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped him, forcing him to retreat, urging, You need to leave now. Warmth, choking back tears, insisted, No. Aunt Wang is still in the kitchen. I have to save her. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed into the living room, disappearing into the thick smoke. The man quickly followed, managing to pull her out just in time, exclaiming, It's too dangerous. As he spoke, a woman collapsed on the ground. Without a second thought, he scooped her up and rushed outside. The news of a fire in the old district of Kyoto, resulting in 1 death and 1 unconscious person, quickly climbed the trending charts. On the way, Wen Li stumbled upon this news and felt an inexplicable jolt in her heart. She remembered that Aunt Wang had been in the old district. Her hand paused, hesitating for a few seconds before she clicked on the article, only to see the name Wang Fond. A shiver ran through her, and she closed her eyes, trembling. She couldn't believe such a tragic accident could happen so swiftly and coincidentally. Fu Zheng, sensing her distress, immediately pulled over to the side of the road and asked, What's wrong? Wen Li turned to him, her eyes wide with shock, then lowered her gaze, saying, Aunt Wang has passed away. Fu Zheng's expression faltered, his brows knitting tightly as he processed the revelation. He had not anticipated that doing and warmth could cause such harm, but his primary concern was for Wen Li. He spoke in a grave tone. You will stay at the Fu residence from now on. If I go to the Fu residence, I won't be able to gather evidence, Wen Li replied, trying to maintain her determination. Rest assured, I will not come to harm. Until I inherit the Liu family's estate, Warmth and her associates will not dare to take my life. She reassured him. Fu Zheng remained silent for a long moment before stating, Wherever you go and whoever you meet, inform me at the earliest opportunity. Understood, she nodded. What happened to my sister? Wen Li's cold demeanor belied the concern in her voice. Doing, choking back tears, explained, this morning. She mentioned visiting Aunt Wang to ask her not to spread rumors that might tarnish your reputation. But then there was a fire in Aunt Wang's kitchen. I'm on my way now. Wen Li hung up the phone, feeling a sense of urgency. She knew that both Doing and Warmth were likely not simply seeking her presence, but also Fu Zheng's. Fu Zheng realized this too, yet he was still worried about her safety. Before he could voice his concerns, Wen Li pulled out a talisman from her pocket, holding it aloft as she said, Nothing will happen. With that, she opened the car door and stepped out. Watching her enter the hospital, Fu Zheng took out his phone and called Officer Li, instructing him to investigate the fire incident in the old district thoroughly. At the hospital, Wen Li pushed open the door to her sister's room. Breathless and anxious. Sister, what happened? Are you all right? On the hospital bed, Warmth lay with an oxygen mask, glancing weakly at her sister and managing a faint smile. I'm fine. Wen Li's eyes reddened as she sat by the bed. Taking Warmth's hand, Sister, how did it come to this? I'm fine. Don't cry. Are you still angry with me? Warmth struggled to raise her hand to caress Wen Li's face. Wen Li quickly shook her head. I could never be angry with you. Sister, what about Aunt Wang? Warmth's expression shifted as she turned her head away, choking back tears. Aunt Wang has passed away. I tried to save her, but I couldn't. Her demeanor, seemingly harmless and pitiful, had likely led many to underestimate her. Wen Li lowered her gaze, astonished. How could this happen? Doing, standing nearby, consoled her. This isn't your fault. It was an accident. No one could have foreseen it. Aunt Wang. Her fate was unfortunate. She lost her job just yesterday. That moment. A knock echoed through the room as two police officers entered. One female officer gently asked, Can we take your statement now? Warmth nodded weakly, immediately inquiring, Has Aunt Wang been laid to rest? If there are expenses, we will cover them. Her eyes welled with tears, displaying her profound sorrow. Warmth quietly nodded as the female officer inquired, What were you doing when the fire broke out? I was talking with Aunt Wang in the living room when I smelled something burning. I asked her if she was cooking, and she suddenly remembered and rushed into the kitchen. Half a minute later, I heard a loud thud and ran to the kitchen, only to find it engulfed in flames. Aunt Wang had fallen to the floor. She told me to fetch the fire extinguisher from the living room. I hurried to get it, but I didn't know how to use it, so I ran outside to call for help. The neighbor rushed to assist, but by then, the fire had spread to the living room. He told me to leave, but I couldn't abandon Aunt Wang and rushed back into the kitchen. The smoke was overwhelming, and I began to suffocate. After that, everything went black. The female officer nodded, asking, Why didn't you try to save her immediately? Aunt Wang had instructed her to retrieve the fire extinguisher, and at that moment, she hadn't realized how severe the situation had become. The flames had seemed small at first. Warmth lowered her head and coughed softly, prompting Doing to quickly offer her water. The female officer sighed, displaying an expression of disbelief. In the event of a fire, one must prioritize evacuating people and calling for help. Warmth was far colder than she appeared. Her fingertips felt icy as she recalled something and grasped the talisman tightly in her pocket, gradually regaining her composure. After the police left, many visitors came to see Warmth. Her reputation attracted numerous acquaintances from her circle. Wen Li gradually withdrew from the room and visited the doctor's office. Doctor, how is my sister? Is she in serious condition? The situation is stable now, but if she had arrived any later, it could have been life-threatening. The doctor replied. Wen Li nodded. Please take extra care of my sister. With that, she exited. If her previous life had ended in a car accident orchestrated by Warmth and Doing, it was likely they had executed their plans with meticulous precision. Had she not been reborn, Doing and Warmth would undoubtedly have thrived on the wealth of the Liu family in this world. Sometimes there is no retribution. Some villains appear to flourish even more. After leaving the hospital, she took a taxi to the Liu residence. The elder Liu had initially planned to visit the Wen family today, but Wen Li had asked him to wait at home. Upon entering the living room, she was greeted by a towering cake. Spotting her, the elder Lu immediately lit the candles, his wrinkled face breaking into a broad smile as he sang, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Wen Li rushed forward and embraced him, playfully saying, "Thank you, Grandpa." Lu Zhongwei gently patted her back, chuckling, "My little princess, blow out the candles." Wen Li released him, clasped her hands together, and wished, "I hope Grandpa stays healthy and accompanies me for a lifetime." She intended her words for him to hear, aware that he was burdened with unspoken worries. Lu Zhongwei cheerfully responded, "Absolutely, I will accompany you for a lifetime. Whoever lies will be the little dog." Wen Li cut a small piece of cake and offered it to him, taking a piece for herself as well. After finishing, she broached the topic of Aunt Wang, hoping to raise their awareness. "Grandpa, you and grandfather's son should be cautious." Lu Zhongwei was more concerned about her safety than his own and echoed Fu Zheng's sentiments. "You will stay at the Lu residence from now on." Wen Li shook her head seriously. "Avoidance is not the solution. It's better to confront the situation directly." In recent encounters, the elder Lu had noticed her growing composure. He looked at her and asked, "Have you faced many grievances at the Wen family?" Wen Li playfully blinked her eyes. "Grandpa, I'm clever. I only let them feel wronged. Justice will ultimately triumph over darkness," she declared, clenching her fist. Naturally, she accepted the talisman he offered her, placing it in her pocket. "When I earn money in the future, I will support you." Good, good, good. The elder Lu chuckled heartily, but after a moment, his concern resurfaced. "How are things between you and Fu Zheng? Has he treated you well?" "He wouldn't he dare to bully me. He treats me like a revered ancestor." Wen Li wore a serious expression. Old Master Lu chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. "This child Fu Zheng has been under my gaze since his youth. He truly is remarkable. In recent days, he had been coming over to play chess with me every few days. His chess skills are utterly atrocious. I hardly wish to play with him anymore. When you have the time, do teach him a thing or two." Upon hearing this, Wen Li couldn't help but chuckle, yet she defended the old man, saying, "Grandfather, please don't belittle him. He used to take care of my father when he was young. Back then, when Rong and Duing were not at home, Fu Zheng was worried about Grandpa Fu and Fu Yu. So he took me to class IT that time. I sat between Fu Zheng and his deskmate. While they attended lessons, I doodled with watercolor pens. During breaks, Fu Zheng even took the time to feed me water. Looking back now, I realize that the affection I owe Fu Zheng is something I can never repay in a lifetime." Old Master Lu certainly understood Fu Zheng's deep affection for Wen Li. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to their relationship, considering their 8-year age gap. Maturity in a man is not necessarily a bad thing. But when the gap is too wide, they often lack common ground. He sighed. "Your first word was little uncle back then. He was so proud, carrying you around everywhere, eager for everyone to hear you call him that. For every little uncle, he would give you a candy, nearly ruining your teeth in the process. He has nothing else to say to you." After chatting with Old Master Lu for a while, Wen Li finally rose to leave. As she still had classes in the afternoon, before she departed, she cut a piece of cake to take with her, saying, "Grandfather, I'm bringing this for your grandson-in-law." Old Master Lu shot her a playful glance. "Exasperated yet amused, you child. Be a little more reserved. If you need anything, just give me a call." Not long after arriving at the Wen residence, Fu Zheng called, and shortly thereafter, he appeared in the bedroom. Seeing her haphazardly folding clothes, he unbuttoned his suit jacket and naturally took over, saying calmly, "Allow me." Wen Li obediently stood by, watching him tidy up, and finally pointed to a few colorful pieces of underwear on the bed, saying, "You fold those too." Afterward, she playfully touched her nose, a smile dancing on her lips, clearly teasing the older man. Chapter 63. When he grows old, I'll help him change his diapers. She had forgotten that all her clothes, from the innermost to the outermost, were personally bought by Fu Zheng. The man calmly took the underwear, folded it, and placed it in the box. Standing beside her, Fu Zheng looked down at her, a faint smile playing on his lips, and stated softly, "When you were little, I was the one who changed your diapers." Wen Li felt an urge to jump up and cover his mouth. She closed the suitcase and murmured, "When you grow old, I'll help you change your diapers." Fu Zheng's brow twitched. Opting for selective deafness, he bent down to lift the suitcase, his hand resting on the handle. "Let us go." Fu Zheng said, "There's no need for you to trouble yourself. I'll have someone else take her." Xiao Li, come down. Fu Zheng didn't even look up, simply starting the car. It's no trouble. Mom, don't worry about me. I'm heading to school. Just take care of my sister. Wen Li waved her hand at her, fearing that she might say something that would hinder their date. Upon hearing this, Doing affectionately touched her cheek, saying gently, take care of yourself at school. Call us if you need anything. All right. Wen Li suppressed her inner discontent and smiled at her. The black sedan exited the one residence and merged onto the main road. Wen Li wiped her face, attempting to erase Du Ying's lingering scent. If Du Ying and Wen Wan were to act, they would surely sweep the world's Grand Slam. She wondered if they even realized how they appeared. Fu Zheng glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, pulled over to the side of the road, and took out a wet wipe, meticulously cleaning her face just like in their childhood. Wen Li blinked her beautiful eyes softly, then leaned in closer, her lips brushing against his cheek before quickly pulling away, softly saying, I felt nauseous earlier, but I'm fine now. Fu Zheng said nothing, merely tossing the used wet wipe into a small trash bin, and unexpectedly leaned in to kiss her lips, deepening the kiss. Wen Li was left momentarily stunned and shocked, especially since they were by the roadside. No, this was not in line with the dignified nature of the older man. Gradually, her pupils dilated, and the temperature of her body rose. Fu Zheng pulled away, leaning back against the driver's seat, and tugged at the collar of his shirt, his voice hoarse. I understand you have your own thoughts, but Wen Li, we are family. Wen Li grasped his meaning. She could seek his help without any burden at any time. She explained earnestly, you can always protect me, but I cannot live forever under your shelter. I want to be able to protect you sometimes too. You're not a deity. You will fall ill, and you will encounter challenges that you cannot overcome. I might not be able to solve them either, but in those moments, I can strive alongside you. She could no longer live carelessly as she did in her past life. At the very least, if Fu Zheng were to fall ill or grow old, she could step up for him, rather than him, frail and gray-haired, still shielding her from the rain, as his girlfriend. She could enjoy the comforts of love, but not forever without a sense of guilt. That was not love or marriage. It was merely finding someone to suffer in her stead. Fu Zheng was willing because he liked her. She was unwilling, also because she loved him. Fu Zheng's maturity stemmed from the realization that his parents were significantly older than his peers. He had to suppress his rebellious spirit and the desires of his heart. Upon hearing this, his long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly. All right. For 3 or 4 days, Wen Li kept an eye on the news about the fire, which was determined to have been caused by Wang Fan's improper kitchen operations. She was not at all surprised by this outcome. The Wang family, undoubtedly enveloped in the Wen family's financial support, was too blissful to think critically, likely not delving into how the fire started. The police had no evidence and could only glean information from Wen Wan. Most importantly, after the fire, an autopsy could not determine if there was any external force involved. As for Wen Wan's account of Wang Fan's fall, whether it was a result of her actions or if Wang Fan had simply fallen herself remained unknown. In these days, Wen Li had been living outside the dormitory, too exhausted from practicing dance to deal with these people. I am just unwell. Li Qin was clearly aware of the situation, forcing a smile as she said, that's good. I was worried you might be pregnant and have to drop out. If I were pregnant, I'd definitely drop out. My boyfriend's family is very eager for a child. They thought I was pregnant and pooled together 50 or 60,000 for me. Wen Li's expression revealed a mix of evident gratitude and a touch of infatuation. Though they aren't wealthy, they treat me very well. Li Qin echoed her sentiment. Such boys are rare these days. It's enough that they're good-natured, regardless of wealth or education. I think so too. Being good-natured is what matters. By the way, I saw your boyfriend dining with another girl today. Why weren't you with him? Wen Li asked with an air of gossip. Bai Songxi had been frequently mentioned in the school group chat over the past few days, with many girls lamenting his infidelity. Under normal circumstances, one wouldn't dare to bring up such painful topics. Li Qin's expression darkened as she momentarily fell silent, seemingly struggling to contain her emotions. Wen Li, with an almost spoiled demeanor, spoke her mind. He wouldn't cheat, would he? Before Li Qin could respond, she fumed. That is outrageous. I'll go to the group chat and expose him. No need for that. Thank you. Li Qin hurriedly replied, no, you're my best roommate. I'm truly furious. Wen Li grabbed her phone and quickly typed a message, sending it without hesitation. Bai Songxi, I'm Li Qin's roommate. You shameless. What kind of man cheats while in a relationship? How dare you cheat with a secondary account? Initially, Only a few knew of her betrayal by Bai Songxi, but now the entire school was aware. And they even knew about her past relations with him. Wen Li was taken aback by her own outburst, feeling somewhat hurt as she stared at Li Qin. "Are you angry? I was just trying to help you criticize him. I know you're kind-hearted and wouldn't want to hurt him, but I'm sorry. I was presumptuous." In her anxiety, she dropped her phone on the ground, bending down twice to pick it up but failing. Continuously muttering, "I'm sorry. I thought we were good friends. It was my meddling." Li Qin was on the verge of exploding. She took a deep breath but ultimately couldn't hold back. "Who asked for your help?" After saying this, she turned and stormed out of the dormitory, slamming the door behind her. Wen Li shrank back slightly, her face devoid of fear or guilt. It was Li Qin who harbored ill intentions first, prompting her to retaliate. She rubbed her face and quietly complimented herself. "Wen Li, you're truly amazing." She could finally rightfully change her dormitory, efficiently packing her belongings and subsequently applying to the counselor for a room change. Having completed these tasks, her first call was to Wan. Her voice choked with grievance. "Sister, I want to change my dormitory to my roommate's boyfriend cheated on her, and I couldn't stand it. So I exposed that scoundrel in the school group chat. She's very angry. Sister, I was only trying to help her." As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly pitiful. "I don't care. I want to change my dormitory immediately. Sister, I want to listen. I'm definitely changing dormitories." "All right, sister, you're the best." On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Wan took a few deep breaths but couldn't help but throw her phone to the ground in frustration. After several failed attempts, she felt a surge of anger. Doing happened to walk in with a bowl of chicken soup, glancing at the phone on the floor. She frowned and shut the door. "Why are you becoming increasingly unable to control your emotions?" When Wan turned her head away, both hands gripping the blanket tightly, Wen Li wants to change dormitories. Doing set down the soup and asked, "Why is she changing dormitories?" She had a quarrel with her roommate. "I've already spent hundreds of thousands. I haven't gained any useful information." When Wan's hands tugged at her hair, her emotions unraveling. "When Rong Want let me go to the company. All my efforts have been in vain." Doing quickly approached, gripping her wrist, somewhat reproachfully saying, "What have I taught you? Never show your emotions outwardly. Instead of losing your mind here, it's better to think carefully about what to do next. You've been too reckless this time." Gradually, when Wan calmed down, her hands falling to the blanket, "What can I do? The Fu family continues to treat Wen Li well. The Lu family refuses to see me. And now when Rong Want let me enter the company." Doing handed her the chicken soup, signaling her to steady herself. "What's the rush? The more anxious you are, the more chaotic it will become." She paused for a moment, beginning to harbor doubts. Has Wen Li discovered something? Why does she keep setting traps for us lately? When Wan shook her head, certain that she had not uncovered anything. Given her temperament, if she had, she would certainly have come to us in a frenzy. Upon hearing this, Doing also considered this point. For Wen Li had grown up under her watchful gaze, and she knew her character better than anyone. She simply lacked such cunning. At present, the most critical matter was the Fu family's stance toward Wen Li. Should the Fu family choose to support her, regardless of right or wrong, Wen Rong would only heed their wishes. "Have you managed to gather any information about Fu Zheng's girlfriend?" When Wan clenched the blanket. Having received no news whatsoever, aside from Wen Li, there were no other women around Fu Zheng, suggesting he was likely deceiving old Master Fu. At this, Doing fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. "If you were to become pregnant with a child from the Fu family?" When Wan's eyes widened in shock. After all, she had never dared to scheme against Fu Zheng. Wen Li had recently experienced persistent twitching in her eyelids. Pressing down on her left eye, her right eye would jump, and vice versa. After reassuring herself about the health and success of several individuals, including Old Master Lu, Old Master Fu, and finally Fu Zheng, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. On Thursday afternoon, at the Fu group, Assistant Su knocked before entering. "President Fu, Mr. Luo is hosting a gathering tonight and has invited you. Will you attend?" He responded with a non-committal hum, instructing, "This afternoon, your tasks will be handled by Assistant Wan, and the items in the lounge should be sent to Wen Li." Assistant Su nodded. "Understood, President Fu." Upon entering the lounge, he observed a dozen bags strewn across the table and bed, momentarily uncertain of their contents. Turning back, he inquired, "President Fu, should all these items be delivered to Miss Wan?" "Yes," Fu Zheng replied, not lifting his gaze. When he eventually emerged carrying the items, He set aside his pen, instructing, "Have her call me once she's finished practicing." At 5:30, Assistant Reborn knocked on the door to remind him, "President Fu, it's time to leave." Fu Zheng acknowledged her with a sound and soon stepped out wearing his coat, casually asking, "Has Assistant Su completed the work in hand?" "It's all done," Assistant Reborn replied, feeling slightly apprehensive. Fu Zheng nodded. "Today, the wages are doubled." At 6 o'clock, in the private room of Zui Yunjian, upon Fu Zheng's arrival, by Si Yin, legs crossed and reclining lazily. Teased, "President Fu, what brings you here today? Have you finally decided to move your legs?" Luo Mingsheng chuckled, adding, "It appears I have quite the clout." He gestured for the waiter to pour wine for Fu Zheng and continued, "This time, the three of our companies are collaborating on a project. We're sure to make a fortune. Let us toast." Bai Si Yin took a small sip and remarked, "I'll be leaving shortly. I have plans to watch a movie." With that, he lifted his chin slightly, exuding a bit of pride. Luo Mingsheng knowingly smiled. "All right, off you go. I'll stay and toast with President Fu until we're both inebriated." After a while, Bai Si Yin departed, giving Fu Zheng's shoulder a pat as he left, saying, "I'll test the waters for you." Once Bai Si Yin was gone, Luo Mingsheng shifted closer to Fu Zheng, though still maintaining some distance, as he felt he could not compare to Bai Si Yin. "President Fu, we owe you a great deal for this project," Fu Zheng replied coolly. "No need for thanks. I only engage in business for profit." He took a couple of symbolic sips of red wine and set it down on the table. After a moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, and a message from Wen Li appeared on the screen, quietly yet powerfully. "Fu Zheng, I miss you so much, and I long to kiss you. Assistant Su mentioned you'll be socializing tonight. Please drink less." Just as Luo Mingsheng was about to discuss the next project, he paused, chuckling awkwardly. "There is something important. President Fu, are you aware that they are repairing the road near Bianta? Although the location is remote, the scenery is splendid. It's a tourist destination. Perhaps you might consider investing? Bianta has not been developed at all. Once it is, it will require substantial funding. No single company can handle it. And there 1 TB short-term benefits." Fu Zheng pondered for a moment before responding, "I'm not interested." Luo Mingsheng urged, "This project is quite promising. President Fu, you should consider it. I'll have someone send you the documents tomorrow for your review." Suddenly, he tugged at his clothing, exclaiming, "This wine tastes a bit off." Fu Zheng turned his